I'm Jessica Layton, and we are coming on the air with breaking news out of the Middle East at this hour. Israel says it has launched a preemptive strike on Iran. The country's defense ministry saying in a statement, in part, the state of Israel has launched a preemptive strike against Iran to remove threats against the state of Israel. As a result, a missile attack against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate time frame. Therefore, the defense minister has now signed a special order declaring an immediate special state of emergency on the home front throughout the entire territory of the state of Israel. The public there has been instructed to follow the directives of the home front command and the authorities and to remain in protected spaces. Let's go live now to Tel Aviv, Israel, and to our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Richard, good morning. There is a special state of emergency in the country now. Tell us exactly what is happening as you understand it.
Good morning. So a short while ago, we heard air raid sirens here in Tel Aviv. It happened about 8:30 in the morning, local time. Immediately, people started to clear off of the streets. We're not far from the coast right here, so I saw even people coming in from boats, coming in from swim. They were immediately heading toward their homes, heading toward bomb shelters. Very few people out on the streets right now. That siren came just as Israel announced that it had launched these preemptive strikes against Iran. Iranian media say that there have been at least 3 strikes right in central Tehran. There have been some images emerging already from Tehran showing plumes of smoke rising from what looked like government compounds, people on the street looking up, taking stock of the situation. And then as soon as we heard that air raid sirens, we got this announcement from Israel's home front command telling people not to go to school, that schools have been canceled, not to go to work, to stay close to their homes, only essential work being allowed. Witnesses in Tehran say that this is potentially an ongoing attack. They have described a second wave that is already underway, and Israeli media say that it is leadership targets in Iran, that it is government officials, military officials, specific individuals that are being attacked in what are being described as relatively precision strikes. And because of that, Israel issued this warning after Israel took the first move for people to brace themselves for an Iranian missile and drone response. So far, we have not seen that. We haven't seen the Israeli air defense systems go into action. And we only heard a brief air raid siren. It was an alert around 8 o'clock in the morning, so it's about 20 minutes ago right now, but it has not been followed up. We're not hearing the consistent wave of, or the consistent wail of air raid sirens. It could come because Israel explicitly said that it expects that Iran will respond with missile and drone attacks against Israel.
Richard Engel in Tel Aviv, stand by for me because we want to bring in NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons. He's joining me now from Dubai. Keir, good morning to you. What is the sense that you have about this preemptive strike? Did Iran have any indication that this was coming from Israel, especially on the heels of all these negotiations with the U.S. and the Trump administration over the last couple of weeks?
Well, Iran had a good idea that something was coming simply because of the extraordinary military build-up in this region, in the Gulf region where I am, 2 U.S. aircraft carriers close to Iran, one in the Arabian Sea, the other in the Eastern Mediterranean. That second one, the USS Ford, just reached that part of the Mediterranean in the past, I would say, maybe even 12 hours, 24 hours. So the timing is interesting for the USS Ford to arrive in the Eastern Mediterranean. People who know their geography will know that's just off the coast of Israel. And then for these strikes to begin, there had been reporting that Israel might launch strikes first. Of course, we don't know the granular detail of what's gone on behind the scenes, and historically speaking, it can be that Israel takes action without coordination with the US. However, I suspect there will have been some kind of coordination, not least because there will be enormous anxiousness in Israel, but also in countries across this region, allies and partners of the United States, about what comes next, what kind of retaliation now countries and US bases across this region might face, and also what President Trump calls that armada in the seas of this region, what kind of retaliation Iran might launch. I mean, we're in the early stages at this point, and as Richard pointed out, what we're hearing now are people telling stories of explosions across Iran, or certainly in the capital Tehran, and trying to identify where those explosions might be taking place, whether or not, for example, they are taking place in the offices of the Revolutionary Guard Corps, whether or not they're taking place in areas where there is Iranian leadership, whether or not instead they are targeting Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, its launchers, or its oil infrastructure. I mean, all of those kinds of questions will become clearer in the hours ahead. But this is clearly going to be, or I suspect this is going to be, the beginning of a assault that will include the United States. As Richard was saying, these negotiations, the negotiations have been continuing right up to just Thursday, where there were talks in Geneva mediated by the foreign minister of Oman. But those talks did not come to a deal, and I think what's happened here is that ultimately Israel has decided that a deal was not going to happen, despite the Omanis saying that there would be more talks next week. The Omani foreign minister even flew to Washington in the past 24 hours to meet with members of the Trump administration, Vice President Vance, for example, to make the case that there should be more negotiation, that Iran was making offers that he said were likely to be unprecedented, that Iran was making offers and that there was worth continuing to talk. Clearly, Israel has decided that there is too much risk. There's another factor here too that I think is worth pointing out, which just goes to the level of tension that there's been, and some of the factors that may have played into the decision in Israel to begin these strikes, and that is this, that at the beginning of this year, Iran changed its posture to say that it could launch preemptive strikes. In the past, Iran has had a position that it would respond to strikes like these, but it shifted to say that it could preemptively launch an attack, and we may discover that Israel believed that Iran was preparing to do something like that. We don't know. As ever, we always say, don't we, when we first get this news, that this is the fog of war. We're going to have to, wait and see the details of what plays out. But I suspect there's more to come.
Keir, I'm going to ask you to stand by as well while we bring in senior national security correspondent Courtney Kuby. She is on the phone for us. Courtney, of course, this preemptive strike by Israel on Iran comes just hours after President Trump expressed disappointment with the way that negotiations were going with Iran. He said, quote, "Sometimes you have to use force." So do we believe that this was, it seems, as Keir and Richard Engel have both pointed out, it seems as though there was a conversation between Israel and the U.S., and this was coordinated in some fashion?
Yeah, we're working on that right now, exactly whether the U.S. was directly involved in this or just was coordinated, Israelis coordinated this with them. I mean, one thing that's very clear, we have seen this tremendous U.S. military buildup in the region over the last several weeks. As that has occurred, we know that there have been ongoing talks between the United States and Israel throughout that process. So it's a matter now of just figuring out exactly what targets were hit and who exactly was involved. Now, Keir mentioned that the USS Ford is in the Eastern Mediterranean. Remember, some of these assets that were brought in were not for offensive reasons only, but also for defensive. So think about what something like the Ford brings to the table here. They have tremendous ability for strikes, right? They have F-15s, they have air assets. They also also have destroyers with them that have the ability to fire off Tomahawks. So this is all the ability to strike at a location. But they also have a huge amount of air defenses. So if, in fact, as everyone expects now, Iran is to retaliate against Iran, the U.S. has aircraft, they have air defense systems on those ships that will help them defend, not only defend against Israel, but defend against the huge U.S. presence there in Israel. I suspect that we will see that come to bear, even if before we are confident whether or not the U.S. was all involved in the offensive piece of that. And remember, we've seen that happen as Israel has taken strikes against Iran in the past 2 years, and in both cases, the United States military was involved in helping defend Israel against Iran's retaliatory strikes.
Courtney, given the volatility in that region right now, if Iran is to strike back against Israel, give me a sense of who else, what other nations, what other militaries get involved, and then how violent, how volatile this ends up becoming for the foreseeable future.
So even if we don't see other militaries in the region that are directly involved in a conflict with Iran, we're already seeing nations that are allowing the U.S. military to base there. So, you know, maybe not necessarily offensive or directly involved, but definitely support for the United States in their efforts. One big one that I would point out is Jordan. The U.S. military already had a presence there in Jordan, but in the past several weeks, they have flowed a tremendous amount of additional assets into there. Frankly, they've also flowed a bunch into Israel, into Ovda. The U.S. sent in about a dozen F-22s. That is really, really critical if, in fact, the U.S. was involved in this. F-22s, they don't just have the ability to fire. They have a unique capability with suppressing air defenses on the ground. Why that's so important? Iran has had many of their air defenses taken out in the last several years, specifically by Israel. The U.S. has also played a part in that, specifically with Midnight Hammer. But they still do have air defense systems. That's the biggest threat when you're talking about airstrikes against another nation, is their air defense systems, being able to shoot down your manned aircraft. The F-22s have this unique capability to be able to go in, stop those air defense systems on the ground, basically jam them, if not take them out by striking them. That literally lays the groundwork or opens up a clearer path for manned aircraft to be able to go in there and conduct the strikes.
Courtney, I wanted to mention to you, and I'm going to read this specifically word for word, what President Trump said in Texas today. They, meaning Iran, they don't want to say the words, "We're not going to have a nuclear weapon." He said, so I'm not happy with the negotiation. However, that did not exactly signal that a strike from anyone would necessarily happen tonight. So if we come from the place of the U.S. knew that Israel was planning a preemptive strike on Iran tonight, what may have happened in the last couple of hours since he said that to go from, I'm not happy with the negotiation, we're ramping up in that region, to there are several strikes on Iran?
And I can now tell you, we can report that the U.S. is participating in these strikes in Iran with Israel, according to U.S. officials. So that answers the question. I mean, look,
yes, it does.
We have seen, I mean, we know now that the U.S., they clearly were aware that the Israelis were going to be involved in this. President Trump most likely at that point knew as well. But remember, they can also fire up the assets that were forward in the region, and they can carry out these strikes pretty quickly. So, but most likely when President Trump made those comments, he knew at that point that they were going to do these preemptive, I guess, bilateral strikes.
Courtney, thank you. Stand by for us. We want to go back to Richard Engel, who is live in Tel Aviv. Richard, you continue to be on the ground there, monitoring the situation in Tehran, on Iran. What else are you hearing from your sources about what led up to this strike tonight, and now how Iran may or may not be getting ready to respond?
So just a little more information of what's happening at the moment. So according to Israeli media, this is being broadcast all over the country here. The airspace in this country is now closed. This comes just 24 hours after the U.S. Embassy in Israel told non-essential personnel if they wanted to leave, they should leave immediately. So there was a sense that this was coming. Airspace now closed. Also, reports coming out of Iran that there were not only strikes in Tehran. Initial reports from Iranian media said that there were 3 strikes in central Tehran. Reports now from Iran as well describing more strikes in the Iranian holy capital of Qom. So not only located in Tehran. At this stage, and this could be very early stages, it seems like these attacks were fairly limited. As you've been talking with Keir and with Courtney, you talked about the enormous amount of American firepower that has been brought in. If this was a full-scale attack launched by Israel and the United States, we would have seen much more damage, much more destruction in Iran. It seems that this was a relatively small, early, perhaps precision attack. Here in Israel, they're talking about leadership targets that were hit, military commanders, political commanders in specific locations, but this is still very early days. But now airspace is closed, Israel bracing for a retaliation.
All right, Richard, thank you. With the knowledge now and the confirmation that the U.S. has been involved in strikes on Iran, let's bring back senior national security correspondent Courtney Kuby. She is on the phone for us. Courtney, what else are you hearing from your sources?
Yeah, so what we're trying to figure out right now exactly what Richard was talking about, and that's the targets. We do not believe that the U.S. anyway was involved in any kind of leadership targets here, but what we have been hearing in recent days and what we were expecting out of these strikes was the U.S. Sending a message about either Iran's ballistic missile program or their nuclear program. Now, we already saw with Midnight Hammer a pretty strong message back in June where they struck 3 different sites. They were able to basically implode at least 2 of those during those strikes. But we know now from President Trump and from Secretary of State Marco Rubio and others in the Trump administration that they were concerned that Iran was beginning to rebuild its program. But it's not just that. In recent days, we've been hearing more about their ballistic missile program. That is not new. That program has been building and advancing in recent years, especially with the help of some allies of Iran. And we heard from President Trump in the State of the Union that he was concerned about them trying to pursue an intercontinental ballistic missile that could strike the United States. That also isn't new. In the Defense Intelligence Agency here in the United States has been warning that as part of their space-based program, Iran has been trying to pursue an ICBM and may in fact have several dozen of them by 2035. So because of that, among the possible targets here would be their ballistic missile program, and specifically anything that would either send a sign or really impact their growing program for an intercontinental ballistic missile. Again, it's not a new program, but their growing program in that. Again, we're still trying to figure out exactly what the U.S. and Israel struck here and exactly where. But those are among the things I would expect the U.S. would be involved in here. Not necessarily leadership, even though there's been a lot of talk of regime change, but more trying to have a real impact or at least send a signal against the Iranian nuclear program or ballistic missile program.
And Courtney, we know that in Iran, the first day of the week is actually on Saturday. It's Saturday morning there. We know millions of people were either at work and in school or on their way. Do we know anything about perhaps the protections or the extra warnings that were given to attempt to protect civilian life?
You know, as far as the U.S. piece of that, the U.S. has brought in additional assets for air defense all throughout that region. And I think, you know, everyone expects when they're talking about air defenses, it's Patriots and it's SAD, these sort of ground-based programs, these big missile launchers and things that take, you know, big C-17s and C-130s to bring them in. But just having those Navy ships there actually provides a tremendous amount of air defenses. And remember, the U.S. and Israel, they have been preparing for things like this. They have seen strikes by Iran against Israel, against assets in the region, against U.S. bases in the region even. And so because of that, over the last, I mean, frankly, since October 7th, really, but especially over the last year or so, they have brought in additional air defenses there. I've been talking to U.S. officials about the possibility of these strikes for days now, as I'm sure many reporters have. And when I ask the question, are you confident that you have the air defenses or the ability to defend against an Iranian retaliation where you need it throughout the region, officials continue to tell me yes, that they were very confident in what they have there. They just didn't want to go into the specifics.
Courtney, when I spoke with Keir and when I spoke with Richard Engel earlier, they had both said that there was no clear indication that this attack would come tonight. And we know what they say about hindsight. Given the fact now that we know the U.S. was involved, given the fact that we heard President Trump say from Texas today that he was not happy with Iran and that force may need to be used, was that the hint? Was that the indication that this was coming sooner than later? That, look, Iran, time has run out. We've been at this for weeks. The negotiations were not going the way Israel and the U.S. wanted. Was there a clearer indication then that any of us really thought that this was going to happen tonight?
Yeah, I think there was a clear indication that it was imminent. It didn't necessarily point to tonight, but definitely that something was imminent in the coming day, 2, 3 days, whatever it was. But I mean, I will say, when the Ford moved further into the Eastern Mediterranean, it became more clear that something was, at least they had everything that they needed if the president were to order this. But I totally agree. When the president said that, his tone had changed. He wasn't talking as much about hopeful diplomacy, and he was talking more about how he seemed disappointed, frankly. He seemed disappointed that the talks hadn't gone the way that the United States wanted, and that was definitely a bit of a sign of what was likely to come.
Courtney, President Trump is a president who has touted himself as the peace president. He very frequently talks about the fact that he has ended 8 wars. Now that we see violence and volatility ramping up in this region, what do you see as the U.S. military function and really role in this region going forward?
So generally, it would be deterrence, right? So the idea is you bring this huge amount of military in, you kind of signal it. You can't hide an aircraft carrier. You definitely can't hide squadrons of F-35s and F-22s. And a lot of that is because they are meant to function as a deterrent. So when you have negotiations like the U.S. and Iran have been involved in over the last several weeks, the hope is they're looking at these 2 carriers, they're looking at all this aircraft, they're looking at the rhetoric that's coming out of the United States, and they're saying, maybe we should negotiate, maybe we should come to the table with a slightly better deal. But the reality is that's really not what happened here. That's not what happened this week in Geneva. And so when the deterrence doesn't work, that's when it turns to what we're seeing right now, and that is the military getting involved in these strikes. Now, as we learn more over the coming hours about what exactly was targeted here, that will give us a sense about whether this, again, was intended to send a message, perhaps even send a message as the negotiations continue, or whether it was intended to actually have a real impact. But it's possible it could have been a little bit of both, right? So if in fact they're hitting the nuclear program or the ballistic missile program, those are 2 big sticking points, I mean, nuclear program especially, in these negotiations. The U.S. military is able to send a very strong message showing, look, we can hold your assets and your programs at risk with our military, so it's in your interest to come and talk to us. Now, the next question is, how does Iran retaliate? We have been expecting that once these strikes happened, the first location Iran would retaliate against would be Israel. They would strike there first, but we've also seen Iran strike out at U.S. military facilities in the region. They've gone after Al-Udeid in Qatar. They've gone after al-Assad after the U.S. killed Qasem Soleimani several years ago. They specifically fired ballistic missiles into al-Assad in western Iraq. So I wouldn't be surprised if U.S. military bases, it's one of the questions we're asking, are on a heightened state of alert. The one caveat, they're really always on a heightened state of alert. So So that's going to be one of the other questions that we're asking and we're trying to figure out here is there a sense that they could lash out not just at Israel, but also at U.S. military facilities and installations in the region?
Courtney, thank you so much for your insight. Please stand by as we continue our coverage. I want to go back to live to Tel Aviv, where Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent, is standing by. Richard, Courtney's talking a little bit about now, the U.S. being involved in this and what the next move is for Iran and how the U.S. gets played into that. But let's also talk about some of Iran's allies, which, are sort of these non-state proxy groups, Hezbollah, the Houthis. How concerned does the U.S. need to be about those groups retaliating against U.S. forces?
I think very concerned. I think it is very likely that Iran's allies, what is left of Iran's allies, it used to have a much more powerful network of militias than it does now, could respond. One of the biggest militias is actually Hezbollah Iraq, which is based in many locations in Iraq. They specifically have promised that if the U.S. carries out attacks against Iran, that they will respond against American interests in the Middle East. So there is a very real possibility that Iran could respond against the U.S. or U.S. interests, specifically U.S. interests in the region, and that they could also respond against Israel, and that is what they are bracing for here. More information coming out of Iran just in the last few minutes about the number of places that apparently were attacked in the early morning hours here in Tel Aviv, overnight there in the United States. The initial reports were of just 3 strikes in central Tehran. Now Iranian media are talking about strikes in Tehran, in the city of Isfahan, in Qom, in Hark, and in Karmanshah. So several locations all across the country. Israeli media are talking about assassination-style attacks, leadership targets. But if you look at that list, it is also very possible that they were targeting military facilities as well. No indication at this stage. We're not on that list are not Iran's key nuclear sites, which were the target of the Midnight Hammer operation last summer. But it seems that this joint U.S.-Israeli preemptive strike, which happened really in the middle of these peace negotiations, seems to be ongoing and were more widespread than initially reported.
And Richard, we know that you and also Keir and Courtney have all reported that it seems that very official sites in Iran were targeted. But what else can you tell us about perhaps the precautions that civilians were warned about? We know that this came at a time that people would have been in work, children would have been in school. So what sort of warning came to protect civilian life as these strikes were carried out?
Well, here in Israel, where there's an advanced missile defense system, there are early warning systems. We received an alert. The entire city here in Tel Aviv was woken up to air raid sirens. So people here certainly got an alert. Not the same case in Iran. The Israelis and the Americans both have sophisticated systems that can generally evade Iranian air defenses. It is not nearly the same kind. It does not have nearly the same kind of protection, and the few images that have come out of Iran this morning show smoke rising from buildings on crowded streets. People were out and about, so it does not seem like the people of Iran had much early warning whatsoever. In all of this talk about the U.S. military buildup, and this is the biggest military buildup in the Middle East since the 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq. What's different this time, however, is that there is not a ground force. The U.S. did not bring an invasion force. There are not hundreds of thousands of American troops built up around Iran, pre-positioned, ready to go into that country. The U.S. hasn't brought tanks, hasn't brought large numbers of Bradley fighting vehicles. This seems to be an air campaign. The U.S. is prepared for a long, potentially very destructive air campaign if this escalates that way, but has not assembled an invasion force to occupy the country.
And Richard, as you stand live in Tel Aviv right now, give me a sense of the feeling there on the ground, as we are almost certainly expecting retaliatory strikes in some form from Iran on Israel.
Israel is bracing for that. There has been a specific guidance from the Home Front Command here. The Home Front Command has also banned public gatherings, so no work except for essential work, fire, hospital, anything that deals with the public infrastructure here. No gatherings of any kind. And when I look out onto the streets right now, seeing very few people, some cars, some traffic moving, but when the initial air raid sirens went off about a half an hour ago, we saw a lot of people immediately stop their cars, pull off the side of the roads, go into buildings and take shelter, because during the 12-day war earlier this or last summer, when Iran did fire, most of the incoming fire launched by Iran was knocked down by Israel's air defense systems, but some of those ballistic missiles did manage to get through, did manage to hit targets in Israel and kill civilians. So right now the streets are emptying out and appear to be fairly empty, at least from my vantage point.
All right, Richard Engel, don't go far while we bring in NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons. He is joining me from Dubai. Keir, it's been a couple minutes since we spoke to you. What else have you been learning from your sources on this preemptive strike on Iran by Israel? We now have confirmation that the U.S. is involved in this.
Yeah, it looks like what appears to be the first reaction from Tehran, from the Iranian regime, if you like. An Iranian member of parliament, Ibrahim Azizi, has just posted on X, because this is the world we live in now, where members of the Iranian government are on X, just the same as members of the Trump administration. So Ibrahim Azizi has just posted on X, "We warned you, now you have started down a path whose end is no longer in your control." So that's a member of the Iranian parliament. It's not a member of the Iranian leadership. We should just say that as a caveat. It's not the Ayatollah Khamenei, for example, saying we are about to launch retaliatory strikes, but it is a clear suggestion that that is the path that Iran might now take. And just listening to your conversation with Courtney and with Richard, I think it's going to be interesting to understand in the hours ahead whether these strikes have targeted Iran's rocket launchers, because one of the issues here has been, and you have been talking about whether there will be retaliatory strikes against Israel, one of the issues here has been that Iran has ballistic missiles. It has long-range ballistic missiles able to target Israel. It also has medium-range and short-range that could target US bases and US allies and partners here in the Gulf, for example, Jordan, for example, neighboring Israel. All of that is a possibility, and that is what is being suggested, I think, by this Iranian member of parliament. Perhaps that, or perhaps another question where we should be looking in the hours and days ahead, is to the Strait of Hormuz, which is the area just off the coast of where I am, which is a very narrow piece of waterway. It's a choke point. 20% of the world's oil and gas travels through the Strait of Hormuz. If Iran attempted to close that strait, and it's been carrying out military exercises in recent days there, including even closing it for a short time, then that would have an impact on oil prices. That would have an impact on the world economy, potentially, depending on how long. Now, you have to think that the US military has prepared for that and has a plan for how to deal with that should Iran take that action. But again, just back to the crucial point here, have these strikes included targeting the Iranian ability to fire those rockets? We are hearing from the Iranian semi-official news agency, from one of the Iran's semi-official news agencies, that cell phones have been cut off in some areas of Tehran. I will tell you that I've tried in the past 30 minutes to WhatsApp with a Iranian former commander who has close links to the Iranian regime. Everyone will know who uses WhatsApp that you can see whether it's been read. At the moment, it looks as if it hasn't even been read. So that would seem to confirm potentially that cell phones aren't working, at least in parts of Tehran. That may be the Iranian government taking that action to try to prevent US and Israeli intelligence from getting more information. It may be that Israel or the US are doing that in order to try to prevent the Iranian authorities from communicating, the Revolutionary Guard from communicating, because, of course, there must be at this point a effort to prevent Iran from launching those missiles. That you'd be surprised if that wasn't being done. But yeah, we'll see, because Richard was talking there about targeted strikes. Maybe these are limited strikes, and then to wait and see what happens. We do know that in the past week, there have been reports that President Trump was considering targeted strikes, limited strikes, if you like, and that he might then wait and see what happens next. And I think it's interesting to note, if you just cast your mind back to the Venezuela operation, that after the capture of Maduro in Venezuela, President Trump said, we had more firepower ready. We were ready to do more. And I do wonder whether we will, and again, now I'm speculating because we are really in the early hours of this, but I wonder whether that might be a playbook that the Trump administration follows to, or Israel follows, to launch strikes and then to see how Iran reacts and say to Tehran, there's more unless you negotiate more seriously. I think, just to finish, just to kind of, put context into this and to think about what might happen, one of the issues clearly is that Tehran may not think that negotiating, compromising at this stage is the right thing to do politically, not just in terms of its international position, but also in terms of its own people. It might feel that would look weak and that it's actually prepared to, if you like, take the punches. I mean, again, we really have to learn from people like Courtney and from Richard there in Israel more about exactly what these strikes have entailed to be able to then extrapolate out what might come next.
Keir, using what you just said as a springboard, NBC News can report that 2 U.S. officials say the strikes on Iran are significant. Quote, they are not small strikes. I want to bring in NBC's Julie Sirkin. She is joining us from West Palm Beach, traveling with the president. Julie, you heard what I just said to Keir, that these strikes are significant. Quote, they are not small strikes. What are you hearing from your sources as you travel with the president?
Well, here's what's so interesting, and what Keir and Courtney and Richard and everybody has been saying has just been so important in terms of the context of this conversation. The president just got to his winter White House, as he calls it, in Palm Beach, Florida, very late last night. He was at a domestic political event in Texas. He was traveling there with political candidates. He was holding an event on the economy, on energy, but he couldn't escape being asked about Iran because, of course, we've been asking and waiting for these potential strikes for the last several weeks and months. And the president did have a negative sort of view, an aperture of the situation in Iran, given all of the meetings that his administration has been taking place in and taking part in, given even the meetings that took place yesterday between the vice president and the Omani foreign minister. The president still said, quote, we have a big decision to make. He said it's not easy. We have a very big decision to make. He said he's not happy with the direction that these talks are going in. He said we still want to make a deal. And it's a good reminder that these talks are still very much active, at least they were before these strikes overnight, and we also know that there are active trips being planned with officials traveling to the region. We know Secretary of State Marco Rubio is supposed to head to Israel early next week. So this is still a situation in which there are active talks taking place. Ultimately, this is a president who has sought a diplomatic solution with the Iranian government. He said that he understands, and it's, of course, the right of the Iranians, to have their own government, to try and have their own future and path forward. But at the end of the day, he has set the condition of their nuclear program. Of course, we know that's what the strikes, as you heard Richard and Keir talking about in June, were about. And we know the Israelis' position, because Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, had met with President Trump. He just recently was in Washington, D.C. He was laying out a sort of more broader parameter of conditions by which he would like the Iranian government to agree to a deal, not only the nuclear program, but also the ballistic missile program that is so important, that you just heard Richard lay out why it's so important to the Israelis and to regional partners of the U.S. Over there. And, of course, proxies, the issue of Iranians continuing to fund the Houthis, the other proxy groups belonging to Lebanon, and, of course, Hamas in the region. And so this is a really important moment. It's significant that we are now learning that these strikes were apparently significant in nature and not just limited, a sort of warning strike, as we've been talking about. But certainly this is something the president's allies have been preparing him for. Of course, in my other role, I cover Capitol Hill, so this has been a focus in that building, too. Just last week, before the President's State of the Union, there was a briefing between the top lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the president's top officials concerning Iran. And this is an issue lawmakers are paying attention to. There is a potential war powers vote that is taking place in the House next week to try and limit the president's unilateral powers in attacking Iran. There's already reaction coming in from skeptical Republicans like Thomas Massey, who's saying this calls into question the War Powers Act and the kind of intervention that Congress needs to have in these moments. So this is a significant moment here as the president is now spending hour 5 in Florida, landed here so recently, and I'm curious to see, as we try to find out more from the White House, what kind of behind-the-scenes involvement the president has had, how, whether he watched this operation take place. We know that's possible. In Mar-a-Lago, it is outfitted. It has a skiff space. It has a structure in which we know from the Maduro operation that the president can watch these kinds of things take place from secure locations. So a lot of questions that we have at this hour. Of course, it's early and a lot of details still unknown.
Yeah, and Julie, one of the questions I have is, how do the negotiations go from here? I mean, they have been diplomatic, we hear, perhaps not pleasant, but certainly diplomatic. And it comes just hours after the president voiced his displeasure with Iran and said force may need to be used. We now know that these strikes, according to U.S. officials in Iran, were significant. And I also wanted to mention, this just came across our news desk, that Reuters is reporting, NBC News working to confirm this, but Reuters is reporting that Tehran is preparing for retaliation, saying the response will be crushing. So when you bring all of this into play, how do you imagine, having covered Capitol Hill and this administration so closely, how do you imagine those negotiations are now set up for the future?
Jessica, apologies as I'm kind of keeping an eye on my phone and on my computer. The press secretary just posted what appears to be a statement from President Trump. I haven't had a chance to watch or listen to it, so I don't know if it has to do with this situation or not. But it's a very valid question that you ask, and a very valid point, and something that the president and his team are thinking about. Look, we don't know, I should say, the extent to which the president had direct involvement, direct conversations with the government in Tehran. We know that he has been involved every single step. We know he's been briefed by his team, but we know that these negotiations to a large extent have been really spearheaded by the president's team, including Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, who were in the White House this week, of course, ahead of the State of Union, and even afterward. We know that there were 3 meetings that were set with sort of those lower-level officials, of course, not the principals, from Washington, D.C., from Tehran, meeting in various locations in Geneva and other locations as well. We know the vice president, as I mentioned, had a significant meeting yesterday with an Omani official. And so this has been kind of a full-court press effort from the administration, one that has started in some ways months ago, even years ago. Of course, the entire premise of the U.S. involvement with Iran since the president took office for a second term has been to try and solve the situation that has been happening in Gaza, the war between Israel and Hamas that began on October 7th, to try and bring peace to the people in Gaza. That has been the focus for the president. And so when it comes to Iran, that was really why we saw those strikes in June, the president trying to reassert sort of control in the region. Those strikes, as we reported at the time, there was a question about how effective they were, whether they did indeed wipe out Iran's uranium enrichment sites, their ability to put a nuclear weapon together. And that is really the crux of these conversations now. It is still, I think, pertinent for the president to try and reach a diplomatic solution with Iran. We know people like Senator Lindsey Graham, more hawkish individuals around the president who have a more traditional view of foreign policy when it comes through the conservative lens. They've been wanting the president not to show restraint, to pursue regime change, which is something we know the president said is not off the table. Boots on the ground at this point seem to be, but these other things building up an armada in the region, putting a lot of pressure on the Iranians. This has been something that the president has been taking place and part in over the last several weeks, moving our military assets up to the region, even, you know, the carrier strike group that was used in Venezuela in the Maduro operation, putting that into place, shifting our allies around in the region, moving our troops from bases. These are all preparation steps that we've been seeing take place over the last several weeks, and yet the president and his team have been involved in talks. So we kind of see these two things happening at once throughout this process. And of course, tonight, as we see these strikes take place and the president posts what appears to be a pre-recorded statement that we are now going through now, Jessica, and hope to bring to you soon.
Yes, we are. Thank you, Julie. We are working to get that. We want to let our viewers know. And as you point out, really an interesting juxtaposition as these attacks come in the midst of peace talks. I want to go back to Tel Aviv, Israel, and to our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Richard, just a few hours ago, we heard the president say, I'd love to not have to use force, but sometimes you have to. He had also said at that point, we have not made a final decision on whether to attack Iran. We know now that this plan was likely in the works with Israel, even at that point. From where you stand, what can you tell us about boots on the ground, so to speak, as now Israel prepares for what will most likely be a very crushing retaliation from Iran?
So a little more information about what exactly is taking place in Iran right now and how this country is preparing. Now, Iranian media a short while ago said that among the targets that were attacked by Israel, and it seems now also the United States, were attacks in Tehran near the presidential palace and near the supreme leader's compound. So those would be attacks directly against the top leaders in Iran, against the political and spiritual leadership of that country. And this was also followed by a rare statement by the Mossad, the intelligence agency here in Israel. It was broadcast on local television. And I think this statement is quite revealing. It said a message to the people of Iran. So it was in Hebrew and in Farsi. And it said, we will bring back the glory days. Didn't have any more details, but that suggests a regime change style operation. Israel considers the glory days in Iran the days before the 1979 revolution that saw an Islamic revolutionary government overthrow the Shah in Iran. So according to the Mossad, this seems to be a regime change level operation if they are promising to bring back the glory days to Iran and telling that to the people, potentially encouraging them to take to the streets once again. You talked about the internet in Iran. It is now sporadic. It is difficult to get communications. Some communications are still working. I spoke a short while ago with someone in Tehran, exchanged messages, I should say, and he described how there's considerable panic and chaos in the streets streets because it happened during the daylight hours. People did not have any warning. They were out on the streets. It was just about 9:30 in the morning there when these attacks took place. Daylight hours, people out when suddenly the missiles started raining in.
And as you mentioned, not just Tehran, but really other areas of the country. Can you go back to that and once again describe the targets here and the locations throughout Iran that have been attacked?
So at this stage, according to Iranian media, Tehran, which is of course the capital, and then they're elaborating that it was near the presidential compound and the supreme leader's compound. Isfahan, that is a major city in Iran, where there are also nuclear facilities located nearby. Qom, which is the spiritual capital of the country, where many of the top religious leaders live and work. Hark, which is an oil facility, critical for the Iranian economy, its ability to refine and export oil, and Karmanshah. So multiple locations across the country. Reports here in Israel that an intelligence building as well was also targeted. So a variety of targets across the country, but all of them apparently, or it seems to be, linked to the military and specifically linked to the leadership. But I think so far at this stage, one of the most important things to note is that statement from the Mossad addressing the Iranian people, saying that they will bring back the glory days to Iran. A strong suggestion that this is not just a one-off attack to try and encourage negotiations or push the Iranians to make more concessions during talks.
And excuse me, sorry, just pausing a moment so I can get direction on where we're going next. Richard Engel, stand by for us, please. And we're going to go back. We're going to go now to President Trump as he talks about the U.S. beginning major combat operations in Iran.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
You have been listening to President Trump's message to the world, really, Americans and Iran, saying in a powerful message, not mincing words, to Iran, lay down your arms or face certain death. This comes just a short time after the U.S. and Israel teamed up essentially to attack Iran. Several targets in Iran, specifically in Tehran, their capital, tonight. He said in his message just now, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. Therefore, we have a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this wicked, radical dictatorship from essentially hurting the U.S. He says we are going to annihilate their navy. We will ensure Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. With all this, let's bring in national security correspondent Courtney Kube. Courtney, you've also been listening to the president along with me and along with the rest of us. I wonder what your major takeaways were from what he just said.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing I was struck by was just the scale of what the United States is clearly trying to accomplish here. You mentioned he said that the U.S. will annihilate their Navy. He also said that they're going to destroy their missiles. That's the ICBMs and program, and then they're just tremendous. They have an enormous ballistic missile program, Iran does. And then he said that they're going to make sure proxies cannot attack Americans, and of course that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. I mean, those are enormous ambitions there. Those four targets, or those four goals or objectives that the United States would have out of this. Jessica, what that tells me is that this is the makings of a large campaign. These are not limited strikes. This would take an enormous amount of effort to achieve those objectives if, in fact, the United States military and presumably with Israel is trying to do that now. I was also really struck by something he said towards the beginning, and he said the threat from Iran is imminent right now. It's really difficult to square how there is a nuclear threat from Iran right now when literally in just about the next breath the president said that the U.S. obliterated those 3 nuclear facilities back in June during Midnight Hammer. As far as the ballistic missiles, yes, there is a potentially imminent threat from Iran's ballistic missile program to the region, out to Europe. They can fire ballistic missiles as far as about 2,500, as far as 3,000 kilometers. They do not have the ability to hit the United States, but they can absolutely hold at risk and hit U.S. installations, U.S. personnel, U.S. facilities throughout the region and even into Europe. That absolutely is true, but it's also been existing now for several years. That's not a new threat. So I'm not really sure what it is. This is exactly why critics have said the president has not been making the case about the U.S. being in this conflict with Iran right now. Why now is so urgent and so imminent? Another thing I was really struck by, some of the language that we have been hearing out of people in the United States who have really been pro-strikes in Iran. I think specifically of Senator Lindsey Graham. We know he has a good relationship with President Trump. When he said that this is the moment for action, do not let it pass, that is almost word for word some statements that similar to statements that we have heard out of Lindsey Graham in recent days, making the case. We know he has made it to President Trump clearly. He got through to him. And then finally, I was also very struck by, while we're talking about the military and the security targets that the United States is going after and these real security objectives that they have here, President Trump also said to the people of Iran, when we are finished, take over your government. This will be your best chance in generations. So it is clear part of this, the United States government, the Trump administration, still also hopes that these military targets will ultimately lead to a regime change, even if at this point it doesn't appear that the United States is targeting any leadership there in Iran.
Courtney, I wonder what you make of what seems to me like a vastly different tone from what we heard the president say in Texas earlier tonight, where he said, I'm not happy with Iran, but that we were under the impression that the peace talks would continue throughout the weekend and into next week, to we will annihilate their military, lay down your arms or face certain death, which we just heard in his recorded statement there. I wonder how you perceive that sort of juxtaposition in his tone.
So there has been the public statement of that the president wants diplomacy to work here. So we have heard that, and I'm sure there was truth to that. But behind the scenes, Trump administration officials have repeatedly said that they don't have a lot of confidence in the Iranian regime to ever uphold their end of any bargain that's actually made here. So there's been a skepticism about that. And remember, this isn't the first time that the United States has acted militarily amidst discussions with Iran. During Midnight Hammer, the U.S. was engaged in discussions with Iran through an intermediary at that time. In the midst of those discussions, the U.S. carried out this massive bombing campaign into Iran, striking those nuclear facilities. So it doesn't surprise me at all that the U.S. would take this action, this military action, even though there were still expected talks as early as next week in Vienna, the more technical side of the talks. And U.S. officials came out of those discussions in Geneva this week saying that things were very positive. Behind the scenes, I got to say, Jessica, people were telling us, yeah, they're saying positive, but that may not necessarily be the case. That's sort of diplomatic speak for the talks didn't completely break down. So I'm not at all surprised to see U.S. military action by the Trump administration in the midst of talks. Remember, part of this also could be a very real pressure campaign amidst these talks to try to force the Iranian regime to come with a better deal to the United States.
Well, you sort of touched on my next question, Courtney. Given the strength in these attacks that we've seen tonight, what happens to these peace talks now? What happens to these negotiations? Does this make a nation like Iran, which has ballistic missiles, which we know has had a nuclear program in the past, does it make them want to come to the table and have ongoing peace negotiations? Or does it make them want to retaliate? We have already heard tonight that they have said they will retaliate in a crushing way.
Yeah, we should expect retaliation within hours, not days, to what's happening here today. And my only caveat to that is, depending on exactly what was struck tonight, that could have an impact on or delay exactly how long it takes for Iran to respond here. I mean, as far as the talks go, if we look at the past, there's a decent chance they will break down here. But again, the Trump administration has actually been pretty clear and public about their belief that sending in the military and using military force is part of a pressure tactic that they use in negotiations like this. Steve Witkoff, who's the president's special envoy, he has said that they hoped that the military, this massive influx of military, would serve as a deterrent. What's appearing more and more clear as this ongoing operation is going right now is it's not just that it was efforted as a deterrent, but the United States sent this huge amount of air power, sea power personnel into the region with the intention of being ready for a massive and potentially sustained campaign against Iran. And I got to tell you, if in fact they are aiming here to, as the president said, destroy their missiles, annihilate their military, ensure their proxies can't attack enemies, and ultimately lead to a regime change that will be more driven by the people on the ground there, but really set the stage by the U.S. military, that's not a quick and decisive campaign like we saw back in June. That is a more sustained, prolonged effort to achieve those lofty goals.
Courtney, stand by for me, please. We want to bring back Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. He is in Dubai. Keir, I wonder what you're hearing from your sources in terms of just global reaction to this joint attack by Israel and the U.S. on Iran tonight.
Yeah, well, just to put it into context, it's now just coming up to midnight. It's coming up to midday, I'm sorry, here in the Gulf. Iran is about 30 minutes behind us, so 11:30 in the morning. So many of the governments across the region will be wide awake and taking this in. History tells us that the Gulf states, the Arab states, take time to react. Often they wait for one of the others to react first, and what they will certainly be worrying about is whether the retaliation from Iran targets them, and they may well be taking a policy to say nothing, frankly, in order to try to not have Iran's guns turn on them. But I just wanted to pick up on Courtney's great analysis there and say, just based on what we heard there from President Trump, I think based on what we've heard from President Trump, the Trump administration has stepped past the negotiations. I don't think that this is an operation aimed at trying to, just listening to President Trump's words, an operation aimed at trying to get the Iranians back to the table. I mean, it's a striking statement by the president in that, for example, he goes through history, going back to 1979, I think I heard him mention, but certainly events since then. He's effectively saying all of the history over decades with Iran, since the revolution, since the hostage crisis, the embassy hostage crisis, all of that is on the table now. All of that is an explanation for why we are taking this action now. Retribution, if you like, for all of that, or to put it another way, an attempt to finally silence all of that. I was also struck by something President Trump said in his statement, and that was that there may be casualties, there may be American casualties. That is an admission that I think tells us something about not just the scale of this, but the risk of this. And one event in American Iranian history that he didn't mention was that a previous operation back in 1980 basically brought down President Carter because he sent in American troops, Operation Eagle Claw, and a number of them died. The operation failed, and he lost the next election. So those are the stakes when President Trump starts to talk about that this operation may lead to casualties on the American side.
In fact, he did say, we pray for our military as they begin this operation. Keir, stand by. I want to get everybody up to speed for those who may just be joining us. I'm Jessica Layton in New York, and we are continuing our breaking news coverage right now here on NBC. For those of you just tuning in, it is 3 a.m. on the East Coast, 11:30 a.m. in Tehran, where the U.S. and Israel have launched strikes targeting Iran. 2 U.S. officials say the strikes in Iran are significant and, quote, they are not small in scope. Footage of Tehran's skyline showing plumes of smoke rising in the air. There are reports of panic and chaos on the streets. Officials tell NBC News that the U.S. is attacking from air and sea, including with a large array of fighter jets targeting military and security targets in Iran. President Trump just moments ago calling the attack major combat operations, adding that the U.S. military action there is, quote, massive and ongoing. The office of Israel's defense minister is calling the strikes preemptive, adding that a special state of emergency has been declared in Israel ahead of any Iranian retaliation. Let's go live now to Tel Aviv, Israel, and to our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, in Tel Aviv. Richard, good morning. As I just mentioned, there is a special state of emergency in the country where you are right now. What is happening on the ground that you can see?
This country is now bracing for an Iranian response. And now we just heard President Trump describe a massive campaign that is just in its early stages. President Trump could have taken the small option, could have done limited strikes in order to encourage the negotiations, to put pressure on Iran to carry out gunboat diplomacy. Instead, it seems that he went for the major option. He went for a regime change level operation. By the way, this is not just a war that appears to be limited to Iran. When he talks about Iran's proxies across the Middle East, they are across the Middle East. Iran has allies in Lebanon. It has many allies in Iraq. So there is a very good chance, I would say a likelihood even, that this war, the way President Trump described it, expands beyond Iran only and Israel. President Trump laid out 3 objectives. He says to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon. He also said that Iran has never promised to have a nuclear weapon. That's just not the case. Iran has said many, many times that it does not pursue a nuclear weapon, doesn't want to have a nuclear weapon. He said that preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon is main objective. Also, to destroy Iran's missiles. Iran has many missiles deployed all across the country to destroy their navy and to render the proxies unable to carry out attacks. Like I said, many proxies all across the region. We're now seeing some increased military activity here in Tehran. You might be able to hear some helicopters fly in Tel Aviv. You might be able to hear some helicopters flying overhead at the moment. What exactly was hit in Iran? Reports are still coming in. Iranian media talk about attacks all across the country, targeting in particular military and political leaders. Israeli media, quoting Iranian media, say that Iran's defense minister and army chief has been killed. They also say that there have been attacks in Tehran, the capital of Iran, that there were attacks near the president and the supreme leader's compound, in addition to attacks in Isfahan, Qom, Kark, which is an oil-producing area, and Kermanshah. So widespread attacks across a large geographic area. And going back to what you were talking about with Keir and with Courtney, the way President Trump has described it, the Mossad, the intelligence agency here in Israel, also just put out a statement talking to the Iranian people, addressing the Iranian people directly in Farsi, saying that the goal of this operation is to bring back the glory days. President Trump listed a series of historic grievances with Iran going back to 1979, when the Islamic Revolutionary Government took over Iran, overthrew the Shah, who was an ally of both the U.S. and Israel, and took American diplomats hostage. So when you listen to what the Mossad is putting out, when you listen to President Trump's statements, it seems that we are at the early stages of a major campaign that may not only be limited to Iran and Israel, but could spread across the region, particularly when he's talking about stopping the Iranian militias, which are not only in Iran.
Richard, NBC now can report that this military action in Iran could last several days. You talked a little bit about Iran's allies in terms of those regional proxy groups, if you will, Hezbollah, Houthis, groups in Lebanon, Iraq. I wonder if there is any statement, any reaction tonight yet from Russia or China, and if not, what you imagine that reaction will be coming out of those nations, which are very much in play when we talk about U.S. and Iran relations together.
I have not seen reaction at this stage. What we have been following are events happening right now. I have just received a notification on my phone. Yeah. It is now being sent all across this country. So that is the Israeli missile defense system giving people an early warning. It's the second time that we have heard the missile alerts going off in Israel. The first time was moments after Israel and the United States carried out the strikes, and now we are hearing them once again, an indication that Iran might be getting ready to launch some sort of retaliatory strikes against Israel. So this is a situation that is developing, and now with this second air raid siren, it seems like we could see Iran, or potentially see the early stages of an Iranian military response.
Richard, only stay with us right now if you feel safe. But while we do have you there, is it conceivable that at some point you will have to take cover, that you will have to go seek shelter somewhere in a safe space, as we assume these retaliatory strikes are imminent?
Yes, and we are prepared for that with equipment. Many homes and buildings in Tel Aviv and all across Israel are equipped with safe rooms, reinforced locations, including the location I am right now. So if it is necessary, I will certainly take that action. This is something that Israel has been through before. During the 12-day war this summer, Israel received many incoming ballistic missiles. Most of them were shot down by Israel's air defense system or were shot down by the United States, because the U.S. and Israel work hand in glove to carry out both attacks against Iran and to defend this country. So if Iran does launch attacks, and according to that air raid siren that that alert that we just received moments ago, it seems like some sort of attack could be inbound. Generally, it takes about 12 minutes for a ballistic missile to fly from Iran to Israel, but they have also fired drones in the past. The drones obviously take much longer if they're coming from Iran, but it is not only Iran that is a potential, not only Israel that is a potential target. Iran has talked about responding by attacking American interests, American military facilities, potentially American ships all across the region. So we will see what, if any, response could be coming quite soon from Iran, and where.
Richard, stand by for us if you can while we replay some of the president's comments from earlier today. But of course, stay safe with your crew and do what you have to do to remain vigilant and take care of yourselves. Let's go back to the president's statement from earlier tonight, his reaction to these attacks, a joint effort by Israel and the U.S. attacking Iran earlier this evening. Let's take a listen.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
We've been listening to President Donald Trump give a statement on the U.S. and Israel teaming up to launch attacks on various senior military target and senior official targets in Tehran and all throughout Iran. For the last couple of hours on the air, we have talked with our correspondents about the fact that there would likely be imminent retaliation by Iran on Israel. And just a short time ago, we received this statement from the Israeli Defense Forces. It says, a short while ago, the IDF identified missiles launched from Iran toward the territory of the State of Israel. Defense systems are operating to intercept the threat. In the past few minutes, the Homefront Command has sent a precautionary directive directly to mobile phones in the relevant areas. The public is asked to act responsibly and follow the instructions. They save lives. Upon receiving an alert, the public is instructed to enter a protected space and remain there until further notice. Leaving a protected space is permitted only after receiving explicit instructions. The public is requested to continue acting in accordance with the Homefront Command's guidelines. And in fact, a short time ago, while Richard Engel was on the air with us from Tel Aviv, we did hear his phone go off with some of that messaging from officials in Israel that there would likely be an imminent retaliatory strike. With that, let's bring in NBC's international correspondent, Matt Bradley, who is live in Tel Aviv. Matt, we understand that you are in the basement of a home. Please only stay with us if you feel safe. Tell me what's happening where you are right now.
Well, we're actually in what Israelis call a mamad, which is basically a safe room. We're not in the basement of a home. We're in actually the top floor of our office. So, every building, every floor of every building has one of these rooms. And I think you can see behind me, it's all set up, rigged for basically allowing oxygen, allowing people to breathe. And so right now, you are seeing this throughout the country. Israelis dashing to rooms just like this one, some of them private, some of them shared, all of them waiting for this imminent Iranian attack. Now, we haven't actually heard the sirens. Now, for Israelis, this is going to be business as usual. When I woke up this morning, there was a siren that we heard throughout the country. Everybody rushed to the shelters. And then when I left, I saw people outside my window walking their dogs, going about their business on a Saturday morning. The Israelis know that their defense systems will protect against Iranian attacks, but that's something that they saw last June, about 8 months ago. Whether or not that happens now, whether the Iranians have any surprises, that's going to be a big question going forward. So we have just seen the Israelis said that the Iranians have been attacking and that we're expecting some sort of siren coming out nationwide. But again, we still don't know exactly what the parameters of this attack are. As you mentioned, we're seeing that the Israelis and the Americans are participating together. We just heard from Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, calling, just as the president did, for the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow their regime once the dust from what looks like a pretty comprehensive attack settles. Now, we haven't heard the president actually say that the U.S. objective is to remove the Iranian regime, though we heard from Benjamin Netanyahu saying that they want to basically get rid of the Iranian regime. And so much of what we've heard from both President Trump and from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has focused somewhat on just the past couple of months, on the past 2 years, but a lot of it focuses on decades, on generations of Iranian sponsoring of terrorism and their actions throughout the region. So a lot of this looks like accumulating threat that has been going on for generations, and that only now President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu say that they are planning to resolve once and for all. But again, we don't know what this is going to look like exactly. We have heard from the from Iranian state news agencies that there were explosions, including in Tehran, Isfahan, some of the major cities. It looks as though, according to initial reports from the semi-official Fars news agency and others, Mayor, that they're saying that several sites within central Tehran were attacked, the area that houses the beating heart of the Iranian regime. So it does look as though the ground is being prepared not just for an attack, as President Trump said, to destroy Iran's military, nuclear, and conventional, even naval capabilities. It's also being set to allow the Iranian people to rise up. The question is, will the Americans and the Israelis help the Iranian people in overthrowing the regime, that last mile in a journey to depose the Ayatollahs from Iran, or whether or not they'll instruct or hope that the Iranian people will be capable of doing it alone? This could be a very, very big test for what looks like Trump's emerging foreign policy doctrine when it comes to interventions like we saw in Venezuela, limited strikes, and hoping that the people in those countries will take matters into their own hands. But this one is going to be done on a much, much bigger level. Just remember, if we're talking about regime change in Iran, if we're talking about putting U.S. troops on the ground, and while President Trump wasn't clear about that, he did call in his speech on Truth Social for Americans to be prepared to see American casualties. That was a very ominous statement, making it sound as though there will be U.S. troops engaged in a major, major war. Yeah. So whether or not they're able to actually do that, whether or not there will be a sustained occupation, all of that looks a lot like history repeating itself.
Matt, please stand by. Stay safe as you do. We will come back to you. But for now, we want to go back to senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube. Courtney, we just heard from Matt talking about the fact that President Trump mentioned in his speech on Truth Social tonight, we may lose lives. There may be casualties. We're also getting word from the U.S. military that the U.S. is firing Tomahawk missiles from Navy ships into Iran. That is according to 3 U.S. officials. I wonder what else you were hearing from your sources since we last checked back with you, and just the fact that we're now getting a broader picture of really what is emerging, and the fact that the U.S. is very, very much involved in this attack, and that it looks like there will be volatility and attacks to come for several days, not just hours.
Yeah, this is appearing to be more of a sustained attack than the decisive one that President Trump has been talking about. There's 3 things that I would point out. Number one, as far as President Trump's Truth Social,
Courtney,
you know, I was really struck
Courtney,
by him saying that he's the only president.
I'm sorry, Courtney,
Sure.
Pardon me for interrupting you. We want to get back to Richard Engel real quick because we understand that there are air raid sirens going off in Tel Aviv. Richard, making sure you are safe. We can hear them. We can see that you have put on your press vest. What can you tell us?
So just moments ago, we heard the air raid sirens begin here in Tel Aviv. A short while ago when we were on camera, we got that initial phone alert saying that these air raid sirens would be coming. When these sirens happen, it means that something is inbound. So within the next few moments, next few minutes, we could see Iranian missiles on their way to Tel Aviv, potentially being intercepted or attempting to be intercepted by the Israeli air defenses. While we wait, we also just received a statement from Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who echoed much of what President Trump said, and he described this very much as a military campaign, a sustained military campaign that allows the Iranian people to carry out regime change themselves. He says that our joint, I'm reading from Prime Minister Netanyahu's statements, a little pause right now in the air raid sirens. And he said, our joint action will create conditions for the courageous Iranian people to take their destiny into their own hands. Yes, I'm very close to a safe spot. I've done this a few times before. If it gets precarious, I will absolutely take action and move to a reinforced area. But from this perspective, we have a wide view of the city. It is important to be here to understand what is being hit, what is potentially not being hit, because what happens now in the next few moments could set the tone for future American and Israeli responses. If the incoming rockets are all shot down and there's not a lot of casualties, then Israel's next steps and the United States' next steps could be more moderate. But if there are major casualties here in Tel Aviv, we could see rapid escalations. The Prime Minister Netanyahu, in his statement, also said the time has come, and he's appealing directly to Iranians, for all segments of the Iranian people, the Persians, the Kurds, the Azeris, the Baluchis, to throw off the yoke of tyranny and bring about a free and peaceful Iran. So, like President Trump, the appeal is being made by Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump for Iranians to take actions in their own hands and overthrow the government.
Richard, you've certainly been on the ground throughout the world for many of these volatile, potentially violent attacks. I wonder if there's anything about this impending situation that seems or feels different to you, given what we have seen over the course of the last couple of hours.
Well, this has very much the potential to become a regional war and to become a regional war today. This is what President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are outlining is not a limited action to encourage negotiations, to put pressure on the Iranian regime. They are now openly calling on the Iranian people to overthrow the government and saying that the military action that has started now and will continue will allow them to do that. President Trump talked about destroying the Navy, destroying the proxies, destroying the military capacity of Iran. Its missiles will be decimated. He's talking about bringing Iran to its knees. That is not a small campaign. That is not a campaign that could be over in a matter of days. And the tail of this could go on for years. It is very easy to start wars, very difficult to end them. Let's say that President Trump is correct and Prime Minister Netanyahu are correct, and these military actions will weaken the Iranian regime to a point that there is a popular uprising on the street. That could be a very messy, a very chaotic, and a very long process. So what we're seeing now could play out over months, even years, potentially.
Yeah, Richard, we heard President Trump earlier tonight in his statement on Truth Social say we may lose lives, there may be casualties. He also said no one should challenge the strength and might of the U.S. Armed Forces. What have you seen in terms of boots on the ground from U.S. forces along with the IDF in Tel Aviv tonight, or rather this morning where you are?
We're not seeing American boots on the ground here in Israel. There are many American military assets here. American military commanders have been coming and going to Israel, back and forth to the United States for many months now. Israel and the U.S. work hand in glove in military operations like this, both to carry out attacks and to defend Israel. But the scale, the scope of the war that President Trump has just outlined is not just limited to Iran. The militia groups that Iran has been able to count on for many years are spread out across the region. American forces are spread out across the region. There are American warships, if you look at the map, in the Mediterranean. They are in the Persian Gulf. They are in the Straits of Hormuz. All all around Iran, all around the eastern Mediterranean. There are American bases scattered throughout the region. So there are many potential targets that Iran could strike back and hit. But obviously Israel being one of the main ones, and it seems that, well, right now the air raid sirens have stopped. Perhaps it was a false alarm, or that generally the air raid sirens here in Israel work like this. You get an alert, like you saw live on air. Then a few minutes later, I think maybe 10 minutes passed between when we got that first alert and when we heard the air raid sirens. Then often, immediately after the air raid sirens, you start to see the impact of the missile defense systems, the interceptors, destroying or attempting to destroy the incoming fire. But the air raid sirens stop if they believe there is no imminent threat to the civilians of the city, if the incoming threat, the missiles are falling into the desert or falling into an uninhabited area or going into the sea. So at this stage, we are not seeing any interceptions. We are not hearing any explosions, and those air raid sirens have paused. But we are just at the early phases of this. This is only just beginning.
Yeah, it really is the infancy stages. Richard Engel, we know you've been in these situations before, but please, you and your crew, be safe, be careful. We will check back in with you in a little bit. For now, let's go to NBC's Julie Serkin, joining us from West Palm Beach, where the president is also tonight. Julie, what have you learned since we last spoke?
Well, we know that the president posted this extraordinary statement that you've been talking about with Richard, with Keir, with Courtney, and others. And I think there are a couple of things that really jump out at me here and lead to questions that I have asked the White House, that I have asked people that have been talking to the president throughout this process. You mentioned casualties. The fact that the president has laid out so clearly and so forcefully that the lives, he says, of courageous American heroes may be lost and we maybe have casualties. This is an extraordinary statement coming from a president who has campaigned on not starting new wars, who has assured his base that he is going to be somebody that ends wars, that does not put American troops in conflict, that does not risk more American lives. That is just a stunning omission from him, especially as these peace talks and negotiations to some extent are still continuing, as we've been talking about. Jessica, this is an administration that was still looking for some kind of solution with Iran, but as the president had laid out in his statement, that seems to be pre-recorded. We don't know where or when it was recorded, as the president got to Mar-a-Lago after traveling on domestic issues all day long, not until nearly 10 o'clock at night last night. Him essentially saying that while these talks have been continuing, Iranians have not been accepting any kind of compromise, particularly when it comes to their development, the president says, of their nuclear weapons program. We know this was the subject of the U.S. attacks, as we talked about back in June. We know that this is why they have been holding so many discussions, especially in recent weeks. But when it comes to the message that the president has sent to protesters, I'll start with several weeks ago, Jessica, where he said help is on the way. This seems to be the moment that the president was talking about, because in his remarks in this video message, he has said that, of course, to the protesters, when we are finished, take over your government. He says this may be your only chance for generations. No president, President Trump said, was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. We don't know what that means, what President Trump is referring to, but it is a moment where it feels like President Trump is telling the Iranian people, this is what we've been talking about when we said help is on the way. Now it seems help is there. We know various officials are posting from Iran, from the region. We know there are, of course, American personnel in different countries. Various embassies are now warning Americans there to leave. Mike Huckabee, who's the ambassador to Israel, posting that Americans should shelter and warning, of course, folks in that region. So a lot of moving parts happening, a lot of questions that are still completely and entirely unanswered, including whether any of these talks are still going to keep taking place place. We know these strikes, according to sources, are going to continue and could potentially last throughout the day over the course of the next several days, and that they are significant. We know, as our colleagues Courtney and Gordon are reporting, that the U.S. is firing these Tomahawk missiles from Navy ships into Iran, and that is a result of the military blockade and the armada that we've seen being developed over the last couple of weeks. The U.S. military, the Pentagon, moving assets into the region, preparing for this kind of scenario, this operation. It was just a week ago, Jessica, I want to remind our viewers that the president said that he's going to make a decision in the next 10 days or so when it comes to Iran. Even yesterday, even just a couple of hours ago, saying in Texas, telling reporters during a domestic event there that he is not happy with the direction the talks are going, but that they are still taking place. And now, of course, we see these strikes happening overnight.
Yeah, exactly, Julie. He did say talks would continue. He was not pleased with Iran, but it certainly did not have the tone that these strikes were imminent. Let's bring in NBC's international correspondent, Matt Bradley, who is live in Tel Aviv as well. Matt, 3:37 a.m. in New York, 10:37 a.m. in Tel Aviv, where you are. Give our viewers a sense once again. We want to remind people that you are safe. You and your crew are in a safe spot as we hear these air raid sirens going off this morning, but give us some detail on where you are coming to us from right now.
Yeah, so Jessica, we're inside the bureau. We're in the office that we maintain here in Israel for NBC News. And in this bureau building, we have a mamad. That's what it's called in Hebrew, and that's what this room is. And ever since the 1980s, every single building and most apartment complexes were supposed to have one of these fortified rooms. Now, if you can see behind me right here, this is kind of like a ventilator. In theory, this should protect those of us who are here in this safe room from chemical attacks. So, in theory, now, we don't know how old this is, but we are feeling very, very safe here, and that's why so many Israelis are feeling so safe here. It's one of the reasons why there wasn't a whole lot of anxiety leading up to these attacks. And, you know, so much of what we've seen is informed by what happened last June, when really there were about 30 Israelis who were killed in 12 days of war between Israel and Iran that the United States later joined in. About 1,000 Iranians were killed in those Israeli strikes. So for Israelis, this is maybe worth the risk. And we heard this from Benjamin Netanyahu, who was just now talking about how Israelis should protect themselves and prepare for the worst. But he also was talking about things that, you know, Trump has really kind of not addressed directly. The fact is that it looks as though Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump are both preparing for some sort of major operation in Iran that could lead to regime change. Now, President Trump didn't say specifically that the United States was trying to unseat the Iranian regime, but he called on Iranians to do basically the last mile and take up the mantle of deposing the regime themselves. Prime Minister Netanyahu echoed those comments. Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments really reflected the complications, and he did this inadvertently, of what could become a major international or region-wide war. He mentioned all of those ethnic groups within Iran who he's saying should rise up and basically take hold of their own destiny and unseat the regime. Well, you know, Iraq, which the United States invaded back in 2003, also has multiple ethnic groups, and that made things very, very difficult. Iran is going to be an issue when it comes to regime change and nation building that would make Iraq look like a cakewalk. Iran has about double the population of Iraq. Iran has about 3 times the landmass of Iraq. It has multiple ethnic groups and different religious groups that will make governing and trying to find some sort of future consensus to govern in Iran a very complicated issue, one that would make the situation in Iraq and America's occupation there for decades look relatively easy. Also, there is still, we have to remember, quite a bit of support for the Iranian regime, even though we've been seeing these protests going on amongst the Iranian people. All of this is making the prospect of boots on the ground in Iran by U.S. or Israeli troops a very, very difficult one. But it's unclear exactly what kind of operation is being designed here, whether or not there will be troops that were sent. President Trump said that the American public needs to be prepared to face American casualties in this fight. And we heard similar things from Israel, the prime minister saying that the country needs to be prepared for this conflict. And that's why we're seeing all of these Israelis rushing into shelters like this one. We still haven't seen much of a response. It took the Iranians about 2 hours after those initial Israeli strikes to respond. And so far, it looks as though most of those missiles have been swatted out of the sky by Israeli missile defenses. And as Richard Engel said, the tone and tenor of the conflict from here on out is going to be determined by Iran's response. And so far, that response has looked pretty feeble, but we're only a couple hours into this conflict.
Yes, definitely, certainly in the baby stages of this. Matt Bradley, thank you so much. We do want to mention the Pentagon is now saying that this operation, the U.S. operation against Iran, is called Operation Epic Fury. And with that, I want to bring in NBC's Yasmin Masugian. She joins me now. Yasmin, we heard Matt talking about the people of Iran and the fact that you do have this division where some have been protesting and others still have support for the regime. I understand you've been talking to people in Iran. What are you hearing tonight?
Yeah, so as we've been reporting, it seems as if there's a total internet blackout, as what happened in Iran a few weeks ago after those mass protests across the country. So it is hard to get in touch with folks on the ground there, but I have been getting some images in from on the ground in Iran. And I think what Matt talked about in this kind of internal division when it comes to the support of an eventual overthrow of the regime is accurate, but I think the support for the current regime has dwindled significantly. The majority of Iranians that I've been speaking to over the last few weeks or so in the lead up to what is happening now in the last couple of hours are people that want to see true and ultimate regime change in that country. They are in the midst of a total economic collapse in that country because of crippling sanctions. They are unable really to put food on the table for their families. There has, as we've been reporting here on NBC News, extreme violence in Iran. Obviously, the death of thousands upon thousands of Iranians. You had the most recent protests at Tehran University as well. I mean, people are putting their lives on the line, their backs up against a wall because of the dire straits they feel as if they are in that country. And to a certain extent, it seems, Jessica, they were waiting for something like this, a sign at least from the quote-unquote West that there was support for what they were trying to do and putting their lives on the line with those daily protests on the streets of Iran. And there seemed to be a moment of quiet as the president and his team, Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy, along with Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, negotiating with the Iranian foreign minister just the last couple of days on the ground on Thursday. However, it seems as if now that has turned and they have launched over the last few hours or so, and the Iranian people seem to be in support of this launch. I think one of the things that we have to keep abreast of, though, is the number of casualties that come out of this, right? Matt was just talking from the safety of underneath the Iron Dome in Israel, which, as he mentioned, is quote-unquote swatting, it seems, some of the missiles that are coming from Iran right now. Iran doesn't necessarily have those defenses that Israel has, and so the likelihood of them having higher casualty numbers is incredibly high, as we saw in the 12-day war from over the summer. And so what Iranians want is, yes, they want, it seems, regime change from many of the people that I have been speaking to. However, what they don't want is a high casualty count. That, I think, is going to be the real thing that we're going to have to be watching. They don't want to see thousands upon thousands of Iranian lives lost in the midst of this. The question is how are they going to be able to pull off a potential regime change if that is, in fact, what the president is gunning for, and it seems that is what he's gunning for without this high casualty count. We have some images coming out of Iran that came directly to me in which you're seeing, obviously, smoke plumes over the city of Tehran in areas that are very highly populated. I mean, when you talk about some of the military targets, along with some of the individuals that are high up in the Iranian military, these folks live in areas that are populated by people that both are in support and not in support of this regime. So the likelihood that we could see death here, Iranian lives lost, in the midst of this is incredibly high, knowing how ensconced these individuals are, these military figures are with the Iranian population. For instance, these photos that I'm getting in is in the northern part of Tehran. It's an incredibly wealthy area of Tehran. A lot of Iranian elites are living there. Iranian elites who, by the way, are not in support of this regime, no longer want to see this regime in power. So while it seems to be that they are discerning about what they're striking and where they are striking, certainly many of these it seems, areas in which that are being struck are populated by a large portion of Iranian civilians. And so I think Iranians want this to be happening, but the question is where it goes next, how long it goes on, and what the ultimate goal is, if that is in fact regime change, Jessica.
And that, of course, is the thing that people all over the world always are concerned about, no matter what's at stake with the governments and the militaries. It's the innocent civilians. From those that you have spoken with in Iran this morning, and understanding that, you know, there are internet blackouts, that cell phones are difficult to reach people by cell phone right now. What have you heard about how these innocent civilians do take cover when they are thrust into a situation where there could be retaliatory strikes back and forth?
So in Iran, they don't necessarily have bunkers the way that they do in Israel. There are bunkers scattered throughout the city, but for the most part, they don't have the protections that Israel has. And so honestly, they are fending for themselves right now. They are hunkered down in their apartments as they were during the 12-day war. You know, Iran, because it is such a populous city and incredibly dense, or Tehran, I should say, I'm sorry about that. Tehran, because it is such a populous city and is so incredibly dense, it is hard to hide in a city like Tehran, and that is where a lot of the infrastructure is, where a lot of kind of the Iranian elite and military are living, so likely where a lot of the targets are. But we are also seeing, obviously, areas being struck in the more rural areas of Tehran, as well as we have talked about numerous times on the air here at NBC News, the location of, obviously, many of these nuclear sites, which was the location of the strikes over the summer during the 12-day war. But what happens sometimes a lot in Tehran specifically, because it is so dense, is many of the people that are the haves, right? The folks that have the money, the ability, they get out of the city, right? They go to the countryside, for instance, to the north of Tehran, near the sea, for instance. That is somewhere that they go to seek refuge. And some people had already gone there because of the water situation that is happening throughout Iran, and specifically is acute inside Tehran, where there's a water shortage inside of Tehran. So many people had gone to areas that were, you know, in more rural areas outside Tehran, if they had the ability to do so, whether or not they had a second home and or family members, for instance, they could go seek refuge and safety with. I imagine that is likely what is happening on the ground. I don't know that for sure, obviously, because I said there's an internet blackout and a cell blackout now, so I'm unable to get in contact with people. But again, populous city, highways out of Tehran all over the place. The traffic is likely horrendous considering the population of Tehran, but many Iranians seeking refuge and safety during times like this, as they did over the summer during the 12-day war, in the outskirts of Tehran, in which they feel as if will be less likely a target than the center of Tehran, which we see to be happening right now. But again, I think it's important to reiterate, and I said this before, but I'm going to say it again, is many of these Iranians have put their lives on the line over the last few years because of what this regime has done to them. That's what they have told me, and that is what they feel. The dire situation in which their economy is right now, the joblessness, for instance, food instability as well. I mentioned the water situation, right? They don't necessarily think the lack of clean water in Iran is due to just infrastructure, poor infrastructure. They also feel as if it is due to government corruption. Most of the problems they feel as if are happening in Tehran and in Iran that have been happening for quite some time now. They're pointing a finger directly at the current Iranian regime, and they were waiting and biding their time for a moment like this in which they felt as if they were getting the support from the West. They felt like they had it immediately after those initial protests in January. However, then we saw the negotiations going on between the United States and and Iran. So again, the question is what happens next and what is the ultimate plan for the United States as to whether or not boots on the ground will be part of this military operation.
Yeah, they have certainly, those civilians faced a desperate situation for months, if not years, and now a desperate situation just in a different way with the outlook of this potential war being unknown. Yasmin Vasugian, great reporting. Thank you so much for that interesting perspective. We want to go back to senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube. And Courtney, what do you think we may see from Iran in terms of retaliation? We know that there were air raid sirens going off in Tel Aviv. Many people, including our own Matt Bradley, has taken cover. What are you expecting in terms of retaliatory attacks?
Yeah, and Iran has said that their retaliation has begun. So, I mean, let's look back at the two most recent times that we've seen a massive retaliation from Iran to this sort of action. In April of 2024, Iran retaliated against Israel after they took strikes in Damascus, and that was about 300 projectiles fired from Iran to Israel. There was a combination of cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and drones over the course of hours. That campaign began. And you'll recall, Jessica, that the U.S. military was very involved in shooting down, especially those drones, but helping to intercept many of those projectiles before they made their way. October 2024, again, Iran tried to fire up almost 200 missiles at Israel. In that case, many of Israeli air defense systems were able to block those, with only a few getting through. Iran also has retaliated against the United States after Midnight Hammer in June. Iran firing a series of ballistic missiles at a U.S. base in the region, Al Udeid in Qatar. So we have seen that they will retaliate with ballistic missiles, with cruise missiles, and with drones. It is fair to assume that that's what we will see here. I think the initial volley will be ballistic missiles, and why that's important is those are the fastest ones that Iran can get to Israel. It's literally a matter of minutes, whereas when you talk about something like a cruise missile, it takes more, like closer to an hour or more. Drones can take hours to get all the way from Iran to Israel. But again, that's what we have seen them do in the past. Now, the big question here is exactly how much of Iranians' ballistic missile program and their infrastructure may have been taken out by the strikes that have already occurred. Now, Iran does have warehouses and facilities where they store ballistic missiles. The launchers are a little bit more difficult, though, Jessica, because many of them are mobile. They have been moving around. They are not as easy to track and to target. That being said, if either Israel or the U.S. or both have been targeting some of these facilities and some of these launchers, it could delay or even blunt any of these retaliatory actions, meaning it could simply take longer, or if they've really been able to destroy any significant piece of the Iranian stockpile of missiles, it could really, as I said, blunt any real action or retaliatory strikes against Israel or the U.S. forces in the region.
Courtney, we know that we do have U.S. military forces throughout the region. The president has said no one should challenge the strength and might of U.S. armed forces, but also in almost the next breath, he said we may lose lives, there will be casualties. What do we know about the way now that the U.S. military prepares to be involved there for the foreseeable future in teaming up, so to speak, with the IDF to prepare for these retaliatory strikes?
Yeah, I mean, what we have seen, Jessica, over the last several weeks is what I would call sort of the modern military buildup for a conflict. So there have been a lot of comparisons to 2003, when the U.S. launched the war in Iraq in March of 2003, and how the U.S. brought in well over 100,000 men and women into the region, multiple aircraft carrier strike groups, aircraft. We're not seeing the scale that we were in 2003, over 20 years ago. But what we have seen in this case is a huge influx of capability, more modern capability. So take the F-22s that are now at Uvda, which is an Israeli military base in southern Israel. those have the ability to, there's three huge capabilities that they have that will be, I suspect, brought to bear here. One is suppression of enemy air defenses. So if the U.S. or Israel, for that matter, is doing strikes into Iran, the F-22 can fly in ahead. They can jam, essentially, or strike if they want to, the air defenses of Iran, basically laying a path or charting a path for manned aircraft to come in with much less danger to them at being shot down. The F-22 obviously also has the ability to carry out strikes. It's very fast, it's stealthy, but it also has been proven to be able to fire at an air-to-air strike on an incoming drone or missile. So it has an air defense capability as well. Those are the sorts of very advanced capabilities that the U.S. has brought in. So while we haven't seen the scale, the 130,000+ men and women like before the war in Iraq, we have seen much more advanced assets and weapons that have been brought to bear. And that is also included in the naval assets that the U.S. has brought in. Now, that being said, what they have right now provides the U.S. military with the ability to take offensive strikes into Iran and to protect or take defensive action against Iranian retaliation for a matter of days or perhaps weeks, but it is not an unlimited ability that's there. Specifically when we're talking about the defensive capability, the air defenses. They have the ability from both the airstrikes that I mentioned, from the air assets, also from naval ships to take out incoming ballistic missiles, incoming cruise missiles, but it is not an unlimited ability. And you'll remember back to the 12-day war when the U.S. expended an enormous amount of their defensive capabilities. Those are not unlimited. If this were to really be sustained, and I'm talking about weeks and into months, the U.S. would have to flow more forces in to be ready for that kind of really extended campaign. And I'm not talking about ground, by the way. I'm talking about standoff. The Tomahawks are a perfect example of that. Well, we already know that they've been using. That provides a direct, targeted, specific ability to strike a location in Iran with a standoff capability for the U.S. Navy. They aren't far enough away, frankly, that Iran can't reach them with a ballistic missile, but they're far enough away that if Iran were to launch on a ship that is launching off a TLAM or a Tomahawk, they know it's coming. They have the ability to most likely defend themselves. And don't forget what can fire Tomahawks? Submarines. They're much more difficult to hit because they're underwater and it's not clear where they are.
Right, and as a reminder, according to 3 U.S. officials, the U.S. is firing those Tomahawk missiles from Navy ships into Iran. Courtney, we heard Richard Engel say that he certainly believes this has the potential to become a regional war. I understand this may be speculation, but you have covered this issue enough that I want to get your perspective on where we think China and Russia may fall in this equation.
They have, historically, they've been critical of U.S. military intervention, so I wouldn't be surprised if we hear that here as well. Remember, they were critical of the U.S. military raid into Venezuela several weeks ago where they captured Nicolas Maduro and his wife, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do hear criticism out of both of them. One, to Richard's point about the possibility for a regional war, one of the reasons that some of the nations in that region, we're talking Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and others, are sometimes reticent to allow the U.S. military to not only forward base there, but to launch strikes out of there, is because they don't want to be drawn into something like this. In this case, we have seen allies in the region who, officials have told us have been pressuring the conflict with Iran. I mean, President Trump himself, he said, he referred to this as a war tonight. So that being said, we have seen that some of those nations have allowed the U.S. to forward base additional assets there, Jessica.
Courtney, thank you for your great reporting and your perspective. Stand by as we just reset the situation here. We want to say good evening to everyone, or rather good morning. I'm Jessica Layton in New York, and we are continuing our breaking news coverage right here on NBC News. For those of you just tuning in, it is 4 a.m. on the East Coast, and it is 12:30 p.m. in Tehran, where the U.S. and Israel have launched strikes and a major military operation targeting Iran. U.S. officials have told NBC News that these strikes are significant and could last several days. The U.S. is calling the operation, quote, epic fury. Footage of Tehran's skyline showing plumes of smoke rising in the air on your screen right now. Officials tell NBC News that the U.S. is attacking from air and sea, and that includes with a large array of fighter jets targeting military and security targets in Iran. U.S. officials are also telling our team that the U.S. is firing Tomahawk missiles from Navy ships into Iran as part of this operation. Now, overnight, President Trump said major combat operations have begun, adding that the U.S. military action there is massive and ongoing. The Office of Israel's defense minister is calling the strikes preemptive, declaring a special state of emergency, with Israel saying that Iran's retaliation has already begun with a barrage of missiles heading toward Israel. President Trump delivered these remarks just hours ago. Here is a portion of what he said.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries.
The president also saying tonight, you must lay down your weapons or face certain death. Let's go live to Tel Aviv, Israel, and to our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, in Tel Aviv. Richard, what is the latest that you're hearing from there right now?
Well, a lot of things to catch up on, even in just the last few minutes since we've been speaking. So the Iranian Revolutionary Guard says that retaliation has begun. There have been reports of air raid sirens and interceptions here in Israel. Also reports of explosions in Bahrain. There was a statement where the U.S. Navy has a major military presence, home of the Fifth Fleet. Bahrain has also just put out a statement a short while ago, Bahrain being a small nation right next to Saudi Arabia, telling people that the siren has been sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. In Qatar, where the U.S. also has a major military presence, a major military base, there has also been a shelter-in-place order issued by the U.S. Embassy. So a lot of preparations underway. Some Iranian response already happening, according to Iranian officials. Iranian media talking about 30 missiles fired at Israel just so far. We have not seen any impacts here in Tel Aviv. We have not heard the missile defense systems, although there have been reports of people hearing explosions in other parts of this country. So this operation does seem to be expanding. Iran now is beginning its response. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have both called on the people of Iran to take advantage of this moment and to rise up. President Trump saying specifically that Iranians should now stay off the streets, stay in their homes, wait for a moment when the Iranian regime is weaker, and then go out and try and topple the regime. The Iranian government apparently responding to that. The Iranian Interior Ministry is saying that capacities, and I'm quoting, capacities have been put in place to maintain calm, and the Iranian Interior Ministry telling citizens to stay calm and to only listen to official sources of information.
Richard, when we last spoke to you several minutes ago now, you had said that the early reports were that only senior officials had been targeted in this attack. Is that still the case? And what do we know about casualties?
We don't know about casualties. Iranian state media are talking about many residential buildings that have been attacked as well. So according to Iranian media, numerous cities have been attacked in Iran, including Tehran, Isfahan, Qom, Hark, and Kermanshah. They've talked about attacks on attacks near the presidential palace in Tehran, near the Supreme Leader's compound in Tehran. The Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is believed to be in hiding somewhere in the country. Iranians say that the president is safe and was unharmed by the attacks near the compound. So clearly, leadership targets or leaders have been targeted. But when you listen to what President Trump says, he describes this as a wide, broad campaign designed to destroy the Iranian Navy, to destroy its missile program, and to neuter Iranian proxies, which are not just located inside Iran, but spread all across the region.
Yes, he said we will ensure they will never have a nuclear weapon. Richard Engels, stay safe and stay close if you could. We want to go back to NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons. He is joining me now from Dubai. Keir, same question I ended with Richard. What are you hearing about casualties against perhaps some of their senior leaders in Iran?
Well, there are multiple reports that places where Iranian leaders are based, their residences, their offices are being targeted. My experience tells me that it will take a while for us to know exactly who has been killed, who has been wounded, who has escaped at this stage. This is the fog of war, and we are not in Iran. And as we've been reporting, the cell service is down. So getting news from Iran is going to be challenging, and there's going to be a lot of disinformation. But what is clear is that this is an operation aimed at regime change. We know that because that was the inference of what President Trump had to say. It was certainly what the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, indicated in his speech. And then we've just heard a statement from the son of the former Shah of Iran saying, my dear compatriots, so aimed at the Iranians, moments of destiny lie ahead of us. The aid that the President of the United States promised to the brave people of Iran has now arrived. So be in no doubt, this is not an operation designed to try to get the Iranian leadership to negotiate. This is an operation targeted at the Iranian leadership, aiming at regime change. Now, just where I am, you were talking to Richard about it a little bit. Just where I am, the concerns of America's allies and partners here in the Gulf appear to be coming to fruition, at least the potential for them. As Richard was reporting, Bahrain here in the Gulf, saying that it has sounded sirens. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. And those reports not confirmed by NBC News at this stage, that there are explosions in Bahrain. As Richard pointed out, that is where the Fifth Fleet is. That is where the USS Lincoln ported for a short time before heading back to the Arabian Sea, and now almost certainly will be involved in these strikes. It does frame an important distinction here, and we should make it, which is that there are two parts to this. One is, if you like, the offensive action that America and Israel is taking in Iran, towards Iran, likely involving, well, certainly involving Tomahawk missiles, likely involving fighter jets and all of the power that President Trump has arrayed in this region. There's that, and then there is the defensive side, and the looming question, as those air raid sirens go off where Richard and Matt are in Israel, the looming question of whether those defenses will hold. But it extends beyond Israel, as Richard has been suggesting, to here in the Gulf, and that news from Bahrain, that important U.S. military installation, naval installation, a place where some of CENTCOM is operated from. That will be worrying. We'll have to see whether, in fact, what we're seeing there are defences operating. But also in Qatar, again, not far from where I am now, we are hearing the US Embassy telling people to shelter in place. And that, you'll remember, that base, that US base, Al Udeid, was hit, well, was targeted and may have been hit, but certainly was targeted by the Iranians last year during Operation Midnight Hammer as a response. That was the only place in this region that was targeted by the Iranians on that occasion. And the question is now whether or not that again, they are firing missiles in that direction. Certainly, this operation, which we're hearing is called, from Courtney Kube, is called Operation Epic Fury, is a major operation, and the response from the Iranians are promising a major response. I should say, and it looks as if they are attempting to pull that off. And there's another question when we get this news that it raises for me, because what's very likely to have happened here is that Israel and the US will have begun by trying to take out Iran's rocket launchers. Have they managed to do that? To what extent has that been successful? There's another part of this region that we should be watching too as these hours tick by, and that's the Strait of Hormuz. That we say it many times, don't we? But it is important. That is a choke point where 20% of the world's oil and gas is transported. It's not just about Iran's production of oil and gas. It's about the fact that that is a place where oil and gas from these other countries in this area passes. Will Iran do what it has threatened, or attempt to do what it has threatened, to close the Strait of Hormuz? I think it's notable that this operation has happened on a Friday evening, Saturday morning here in the Gulf, and that, of course, is a time when the markets are not open, and President Trump, I suspect, the Trump administration and the Israelis have been attempting to get this done and demonstrate that they can protect this region before markets open on Monday. That is a factor that is considered when they are planning this kind of an operation, this kind of a massive operation. And I just finally, I would say, President Trump himself, in his statement that we just heard in the past hour or so, accepts just how consequential a decision this is for him, where he says to the American people that US compatriots, he says, US servicemen and women might be killed or wounded in this operation, and that has been that's a very serious thing, of course, for any American president to tell the American people. And President Trump, in that speech, reflects on history going back to 1979. We should note that in 1980, President Carter launched an operation to try to rescue Americans during the hostage crisis, the embassy hostage crisis. It failed, Americans died, and that brought down Carter's presidency.
Wow, what a parallel. Keir Simmons, thank you. And yes, the president, in fact, did ask for prayers for the American military members who will now be thrust into this situation, a situation that very strongly has the potential to become a regional war. We know that the U.S. Navy reduced its staff to mission-critical levels in Bahrain ahead of the potential strikes on Iran this week. And now there are reports of smoke rising in Bahrain, according to Richard Engel. So with that, I want to bring back senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube. And Courtney, I want to get your thoughts on the fact that we're now seeing the effects of this in Bahrain, and give us your perspective on what that means in terms of this now becoming more of a regional situation in the Middle East.
Yeah, so and Bahrain State News Agency is saying that the Fifth Fleet was subjected to a missile attack. And so Fifth Fleet is the headquarters of the U.S. Navy in the entire region. We talk about U.S. Central Command. It's essentially the Navy's Central Command headquarters. So it's an enormous area. The ships there are no longer at port. You will frequently, if you go into Bahrain, into the Fifth Fleet area, you'll see that there are a number of U.S. Navy ships in port. They have moved them all out. It's not clear if that was in advance because of concerns about this or not. We are still trying to get any sense about any damage that was done or casualties. We don't have that yet. But the fact that Iran would retaliate against a U.S. military base in the region is not surprising. As I said, they have gone in the past. They went after Al-Udeid last year after a midnight hammer. They fired off a number of ballistic missiles. And in that case, the U.S. was aware that Iran was going to target Al-Udeid with enough advance warning that they were able to take thousands of Americans off that base. They literally left about 50 people there only to operate the air defense systems that were able to shoot down most of those missiles. Again, Iran retaliated against a U.S. base in western Iraq, in Anbar province, after the U.S. killed Qasem Soleimani in Iraq several years ago. So that's not surprising, but this would mark a new and frankly somewhat surprising escalation by going after Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. It is very close, obviously, to Iran. It's a short missile, a short-range missile that they could use to target that base, but we've not seen them retaliate against the Fifth Fleet or retaliate against the U.S. military presence in Bahrain so far to date. So again, we're still trying to figure out exactly what exactly may have been hit, or whether the air defense systems and again, some naval assets that are in the region who would be able to intercept an incoming ballistic missile, whether they were able to shoot that down. We're also now asking the question about other bases in the region. You know, the U.S. military has a huge presence there. It's only been increased in recent weeks as they've sent more assets into places like Jordan and Saudi Arabia to be ready for this. It's not only air assets, it's not only people. They have sent additional air defenses in to be ready for this kind of retaliation. I have to say, Jessica, I am somewhat struck by how fast Iran was able to retaliate in this case. In other cases that we've been talking about, whether it was strikes by Israel, strikes by the United States, it's generally been a matter of hours or even days before they have responded. In this case, it was literally just a couple of hours before we started seeing this wave of retaliation by Iran. It's still not clear exactly whether they have been successful in any of their attacks to date.
Yeah, Courtney, I want to revisit the idea that there's been this attack on Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. And then when we spoke to Matt Bradley earlier, he was saying that the attacks that seem to be launched toward Israel so far seem to be feeble. They were markedly lacking the strength that most people expected. What does that tell you about the intentions of the Iranian government at this point?
I think it's too early to draw any conclusions from that, because we could see a number of different waves of retaliation here. This could have been the opening salvo, the opening volley, and I think the one thing that is totally unclear and that will drive a lot of this is what has the U.S. And what have the U.S. and Israel actually hit as part of these missions now? Have they been able to target Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps leadership? Have they been able to actually target the ballistic missile program? Have they been able to target regime leadership? Things that would have a direct impact on Iran retaliating quickly, and the scale and the scope of that retaliation. But I would not read anything into this, because it very well may be an initial salvo, especially if as it appears, the U.S. mission here is not a one and done. This is a likely more sustained campaign that the U.S. is now undertaking in Iran, which stands to reason that Iran would also have a sustained response.
And then, so what do you foresee happens to these peace negotiations that were supposed to continue into next week, now that we have, it looks like all signs pointing to the potential for a regional war?
You know, a lot can happen in the next few days, so it's not clear that this would completely end them, but most likely those negotiations are not going to happen. Remember, they were the more technical ones anyway. This wasn't the higher level with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff and the Iranian foreign minister. These were the more technical level ones. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if they were canceled. But again, if this is a very, if there is a dramatic amount of activity over the next few days that leads to a potential talks, It's possible. The 12-day war lasted just that, 12 days. Yeah. So it's just way too early to know at this point, Jessica. I mean, at this point, we're still trying to figure out exactly what was targeted here. We know that the U.S. was focused more on military and security kinds of targets, but we don't have a really great sense yet about Israel. But again, I go back to the fact that President Trump, I mean, I was really struck by some of the things in his Truth Social video. He laid out what would require a really sustained campaign to achieve all of the goals and objectives that the president laid out in that video. If in fact the U.S. is going for that, this is not going to be a quick and decisive several days conflict here.
No, certainly. He said, lay down your arms or you will face certain death. Courtney, stand by. We will get back to you. But for now, we want to go back to NBC's international correspondent, Matt Bradley, who is still live in Tel Aviv for us at our NBC bureau, in fact. And Matt, we know you're in a safe spot. We know you have done this before. Tell us what else you have learned in the last 20 minutes or so.
Yes. Well, it's not so much of what we've learned as what we've been hearing. Once again, we heard sirens over Tel Aviv. Now we're hearing impacts, which sound like what we heard last June when Israeli missile defenses were able to intercept some of those Iranian incoming weapons. And the Iranians have said that they are going to be dealing harshly with these attacks by the United States and Israel. They vowed that they're going to be retaliating. So far, it looks like it took them about 2 hours after the initial Iranian and American attacks against Tehran and against targets throughout Iran to respond with what looked like a pretty feeble missile strike that was intercepted by Israel's formidable anti-air defenses. We don't know whether or not the U.S. Participated in that swatting down of some of those Iranian munitions that were fired at Israel. But it does look as though we are now hearing more of an Iranian response so far. And again, I have to make a really strong emphasis here. We don't know what this is going to look like. It's still early hours, but we've heard very, very little in terms of an Iranian response, and this seems quite small.
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you so much for your reporting. Right now, we want to go to our correspondents for Sky News in Jerusalem to get their take on what is happening in that section of the world.
As they wait to see the extent of this Iranian response.
Adam, you must say, if you need to take cover, we really appreciate this reporting, some extraordinary scenes there. Just while you were talking, I was just looking at the latest statement from the IDF. It's lengthy, but just to pick out a few bits of it for our audience, they basically talk about the military action that they've undertaken with the US. They call it a joint, broad and powerful operation to fundamentally harm the Iranian terrorist regime. That's how they put it. They say it included an attack on dozens of military targets as part of a broad, coordinated and joint attack. They talk as well about the months leading up to the attack. They say close joint planning was carried out between the IDF and the US Army, which enabled this broad attack to be carried out. They say with maximum synchronization and the coordination between the armies. It is lengthy. I'm just picking out individual bits. They talk about continuing to act to eliminate any emerging threat against the citizens of the State of Israel anywhere and at any time. So the IDF there putting out their statement off the back of Benjamin Netanyahu explaining his aims and the decisions behind it. But some interesting detail there on the level of coordination with the US, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an extraordinary moment, because this is also not just a coordinated activity by Israel and the United States, but it is apparent that the two nations have come together to try to precipitate regime change in Iran. It's something that they've talked about for so long. It's been whispered as being something they want. We saw the protests, of course, recently on the streets of Iran, where thousands of people were killed, but which did not lead to the fall of the regime. And then the talks that we saw in Geneva. It seemed as if America's real interest was in thwarting Iran's nuclear ambitions. Israel, we know, was much more focused on trying to persuade the Americans to push for a reduction in Iran's ballistic missile arsenal. And yet now what we're seeing is effectively a full frontal assault on the Iranian regime. Mossad, the Israeli intelligence service, has now launched a Persian language telegram channel, which is, to all intents and purposes, calling for an uprising against the Ayatollahs. And clearly this attack, this coordinated attack, this call for the end of the regime represents for Iranians an existential threat, a truly existential threat if you are part of the regime. Now remember, the regime is bolstered by the Republican Guard, by the network of secret police, which has held that regime in power for so long.
We have been listening to reporter for Sky News reporting live in Jerusalem right now, of course, on the situation involving the coordinated U.S.-Israel attacks on Iran. We do know that Iran has retaliated. NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Sims, actually, you know what? We're going to go to Richard Engel, who is live in Tel Aviv for us. Richard, what are you seeing there on the ground?
So a short while ago, we saw an Israeli missile defense system here in action. We saw the smoke trail going up, heard an explosion in the distance. So it does seem that some rounds from Iran were heading toward this city. We did not see any impact on the ground, no indication that there were any casualties. Also reports of Israeli missile defense systems in action around Jerusalem. Also in Kuwait, another country that we haven't talked about yet, where there are many U.S. forces, where U.S. forces have been for several decades now. According to the Kuwaiti state news agency, there are air raid sirens all across the country. We know already, it's been confirmed, that there was this attack in Bahrain, home of the U.S. fleet. So it seems that Iran's response is not only against Israel, but it is against against the U.S. allies in the region and against U.S. military interests across the region. And then just a short while ago, a new statement from the Israeli military, the IDF, saying that, and I'm reading the statement, the Israeli Air Force is currently conducting a broad strike on a number of military targets belonging to the Iranian regime in western Iran. Before we had talked about attacks in about a half a dozen cities. Now the Israelis are talking about broad attacks in a new area in western Iran as well.
Richard, give our viewers a sense of two parts here. The last time you heard one of those air raid sirens, and for you personally, and I know you've been through this kind of situation before, but when is the danger imminent enough for you that you take cover and that you become concerned about your own safety and the safety of your crew? And what happens then?
Well, I'm always concerned about my safety and the safety of the crew. It is something we consider every day, all day, and we judge the situation as it develops. There is no hard and fast set of rules. You have to just follow the local guidance and see how things develop. So I wish I could tell you that there was just one circumstance, one set of rules that always applies, but this is a rapidly developing situation. We don't even know exactly how expansive this war is at the moment. There are many, at this stage, unconfirmed reports of explosions, air raid sirens at multiple locations in multiple countries all across the Middle East. What is clear, what we can confirm, based on what President Trump has said, based on what we're seeing, based on what Iran is saying, that this is the start of a broad campaign aimed to weaken the Iranian government, the Iranian regime, to a point that the Iranian people are able, in theory at least, to take matters into their own hands, go to the streets, and topple their government. That appears to be this war's objective. Far easier said than done, just bombing and then hoping that the people will replace the government is an incredibly risky strategy. But that seems to be the war that we are entering in right now, and a war, like I said, that has already spread at least to Bahrain, Kuwait, reporting air raid sirens there too. So a war that just hours after it is launched is spreading across the region.
Yes, a goal of regime change that does appear to be taking shape to become a regional war. Richard Engel, thank you. Let's go back to senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube. Courtney, you have some new reporting for us.
Yeah, we are tracking, you were just talking to Richard about these sirens and warnings now. The U.S. Embassy in Bahrain is warning of imminent drone and missile attacks. And a U.S. official is telling us now that Iran is attempting to retaliate against multiple U.S. facilities and military assets across the Middle East and throughout the region. So this is a very active and developing situation. But again, Iran is attempting to retaliate against multiple U.S. military facilities in the region right now. We're asking exactly whether any of those attacks have been successful, whether there's been any damage to infrastructure, whether any Americans have been injured or killed in this. And so far, we have no indication of any of that. But again, this is a very active situation, and this retaliation continues to be ongoing. We are also watching to see whether Iran retaliates against Israel, which is also expected in this case. But again, it's really still all developing as we speak here, Jessica.
We know that, according to Richard Engel, there were air raid sirens going off in Kuwait. We know that the U.S. Fifth Fleet has been attacked in Bahrain. We want to go back to NBC international correspondent Matt Bradley, who is still in Tel Aviv for us. Matt, what are you hearing? What are you learning from where you are in our NBC bureau right now?
Yeah, well, we just heard, as you mentioned, as Richard Engel was saying, we just heard here in Tel Aviv yet another siren. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like. We've been hearing sirens all morning. And as I said, so far, the retaliation by the Iranians has been pretty light. Now, remember back in June, we had that very, very serious Israeli attack against Iran that was in the pre-dawn hours. I was actually in the middle of the night. It took the Iranians the better part, or actually the whole day, really, to respond in kind. And when they did, they launched a pretty blistering attack involving ballistic missiles and drones all across Israel. It didn't inflict that many casualties, and while we are still hearing in just the past couple of hours some impacts, which do sound a lot like what we heard last June when the Israelis were deflecting against Iranian attacks once again, we haven't heard the same kind of really comprehensive attacks that we heard that night. Again, that was more than 12 hours after that initial Israeli attack against Iran. So we could still be in store for quite a bit more punishment here in Israel, as Richard Engel and Keir Simmons were saying. We've been hearing about air raid sirens throughout the Gulf. This was widely seen as a likely means of Iranian retaliation to strike not just U.S. military assets and air bases and military bases throughout the Persian Gulf region and the Arabian Gulf region, but also against some of those countries which have been supporting the United States, which many of which are U.S. allies, and that are very, very much opposed to Iran. This is going to open up, or probably will open up, the kind of sectarian schism that we've seen throughout the Middle East, one that had been fought by proxy actors, mostly by those that are backed by Iran, including Hezbollah, Hamas, which is mostly Sunni, but Hezbollah is mostly Shiite, the Houthi groups in Yemen, militant groups in Iraq. These are the proxy groups that President Trump had mentioned as part of the reasoning, as part of his rationale for why the U.S. was striking Iran. All of those groups have been badly, badly diminished by the Israelis ever since those October 7th attacks. They pose very little threat, not just to the United States, but also to the Israelis. Now it looks as though they could become activated as part of the Iranian retaliation. Back in June, when we first saw this much bigger attack, again, at the time it looked much bigger in those early hours, the proxies weren't necessarily really activated, and this was even, this was after the Israelis had all but destroyed Hezbollah,
right.
very badly wounded Hamas, the Houthis. Now it looks as though we can't necessarily expect that Iran is going to engage its so-called axis of resistance, because most of those groups have been so badly destroyed in the past 2 years of war, and a lot of these groups are probably not going to have the capability to launch direct attacks against Israel and handle the retaliation that Israel would then deliver.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what nations or what groups come to Iran's aid as it retaliates. Matt, thank you. We want to go right back to NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, joining us from Dubai. And Keir, it does seem like this regional war that you spoke about a short time ago is beginning to take shape.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure whether we would describe it at the level of war quite yet, but certainly what the Arab countries, the Gulf countries, America's allies and partners feared might come to pass is happening. I mean, there's no question of that. There are reports across this region in the Gulf of attacks on countries that, as I say, are allied to or partners of the United States. Just to give you a little bit of that reporting, I'm here in the UAE. I just spoke to an official about reports that there may have been some sort of explosion around Abu Dhabi, the governmental capital of the UAE. That official told me that they hadn't seen anything at this stage, so we're just trying to work to establish whether or not those reports are true. When it comes to Bahrain, as Matt and Richard and Courtney were mentioning, I've spoken to an official in Bahrain who tells me that there have been strikes there. That's, of course, the location, as we've been saying, of the US Fifth Fleet, close to Manama, the capital there. That's where, just for example, the importance of that base, that's where the USS Lincoln, which is now likely taking part in this operation in the Arabian Sea, that's where the USS Lincoln was just a few weeks ago, that aircraft carrier. So certainly something has gone down, if you like, in Bahrain. As Richard mentioned, Kuwait too, there were reports from there. Qatar is saying that it has intercepted 2 Iranian missiles over the country. So what we saw with Qatar, now just to put this in perspective, how significant this is, last year, around the time of the 12-day war in Operation Midnight Hammer, President Trump's operation targeting the Iranian nuclear program, it was only Qatar that faced Iranian missiles. And what did happen there, just to help people understand what they might be hearing and seeing, what did happen there was that air defenses brought down shrapnel around Doha. It wasn't the actual, at least in some cases, it wasn't the actual missiles landing, it was the defenses working, if you like. And all of these places have US air defenses, Patriot air defenses, because there are US bases in every one of these places. Al Udeid in Qatar, for example, I've been there. It's a sprawling base with a large number of US servicemen and women. It is the headquarters of CENTCOM, and it has been a target in the past, but for the Iranians, and it may be that this was what the Iranians are trying to do today as well. But as I say, on that occasion, they intercepted it with Patriots, and it looks like maybe they're saying that they managed to do that again. There's a base here in the UAE, Al Afra. I mean, in every one of these countries, there are US bases, and one of the questions, I think, now is going to be whether the Iranians are specifically targeting those bases rather than other parts of these countries, and that again is something that we can't know. But every one of those bases are well defended. So as we hear about these explosions, and there is enormous tension here, I have to tell you. I mean, people are very worried. As we hear about this, we're going to have to figure out whether it is the system working, if you like, or whether any Iranian munitions have got through.
Yeah, to your point, Keir, a massive military presence throughout the Middle East. Just in Kuwait alone, 13,500 U.S. military personnel, up to 9,000 personnel in Bahrain, where we know that the Fifth Fleet has been attacked tonight. Keir, stand by as we go to NBC's Julie Sirkin. She's joining us from West Palm Beach, where the president is also tonight. Julie, what are you hearing from there tonight?
Well, the president, Jessica, as you know, as you've been playing for our viewers, posted that nearly 9-minute video. It seems to be pre-recorded, in which he said a number of statements that we've been talking about all night and paying attention to, including, and I'll start off where you left off there in your conversation, just about the amount of attention right now that is on Americans in the region. We know over the last several weeks that Americans have been moving from their bases. Troops have been shifting around in the region while we saw the military buildup in one sense, the armada, the buildup that we've seen to put pressure, intended to put pressure during these talks on the Iranian government in Tehran. We've also seen different countries in the region, allies, including Israel, moving their personnel out of embassies. And tonight, of course, we see that continuing as these threats of these attacks, the Iranian retaliation just continues to be top of mind. The president tonight, and I thought this was so notable, saying that there could be casualties, saying that, of course, in an operation of this scale that they are calling Operation Epic Fury, there could be a situation in which American lives are at risk that is significant, coming from a president, Jessica, as you know, who campaigned on not starting new wars, whose base does not want to see, by an extent, this kind of action from the U.S. The president tonight saying that this is war. There are embassy shelters in place, notifications from our embassies in Dubai, in Bahrain, in Abu Dhabi, in Jordan, countries in the region, Jessica, where currently those embassies are telling American personnel to shelter in place as there are fears of retaliatory attacks. You just talked to Courtney, who laid out what is going on the American carrier strikes, on the fleets in the region. Certainly a concern there that Iran could retaliate. But the president tonight, very importantly, saying that they've been trying to negotiate with the government there. There were a series of meetings that took place even yesterday with lower-level officials meeting with Iranian officials, as well as the vice president meeting with partners in the region. The president just yesterday, hours before landing in Mar-a-Lago, last night, his winter White House, Jessica, saying he's not happy with the direction that these talks are going in, but certainly suggesting that that is something that will continue. But at this point, just this video from the president that we've seen, and so far nothing else coming out of this White House, Jessica.
Julie, thanks so much. And as you and I and us and Richard continue talking about the U.S. military presence in the Middle East, it is worth noting that as of this month, there are up to 50,000 personnel in that region. So as the president talks about the fact that there could be loss, as the president talks about the fact that there could be loss of life, there could be casualties, he asks for prayers for those military personnel. It is a very serious situation for our men and women in that area. We want to go back to Tel Aviv, Israel, and our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Richard, what is the latest since we spoke last?
So, as we've been reporting, there have already been some Iranian attacks against Israel. We've seen the Israeli anti-missile systems in action here in Tel Aviv, heard them or reports of them in action around Jerusalem as well. We've been talking about the regional aspect, and we've been talking how there have been reports of these attacks in Kuwait, a confirmed attack against the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Well, Iran has just put out its statement, put out its explanation of what it has done, and this was just put out moments ago by the Iranian state media broadcaster Irbid, and it says 4 U.S. bases were simultaneously struck by the IRGC missile attacks. IRGC is the Revolutionary Guard, and they list them as the Al Udeid base in Qatar, the Al Salam base in Kuwait, the Al Dhafra base in the United Arab Emirates, and the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. So, according to the Iranians, their response has begun with 4 simultaneous attacks on major American installations across the Middle East, in addition to what we've been seeing here in Israel.
Richard Engel, thank you. Now let's bring in former Chief of Staff at the Pentagon and the CIA, Jeremy Bash. Jeremy, thank you for joining us. I want to get your reaction to what Richard just mentioned, the 4 simultaneous attacks on U.S. military bases throughout the Middle East. We know that the U.S. military has an enormous presence in the Middle East and in this region where it appears that a regional war is developing. What is your take on the situation tonight?
Well, job number 1 for U.S. Central Command and the U.S. Air Forces and the U.S. Naval Forces that have been arrayed in the region is to take out Iranians' surface-to-surface missile capability. We saw Iran fire barrages of missiles at Israel in April of 2024, and then again in October of 2024. And a major component of last June's operation by Israel, the 12-day war, and Operation Midnight Hammer by the United States was to deprive Iran of having this very strategic weapon, these long-range missiles that can hit not only Israel but also U.S. forces in the region. And so the very first job, the very first objective of U.S. military assets in the region will be to take out Iran's integrated air defenses so that jets can fly over Iranian airspace, and then to take out those missile launchers. Once the United States feels like it has suppressed those missile launchers and reduced the missile threat in the region, then in a sense the United States will feel it has a much freer hand to target regime targets, to target nuclear targets, to target the ministries and the components of government. And I just have to say, if you look at and listen to President Trump's statement tonight, his war aims are very expansive at this hour. His war aims are nothing short of a change in the regime, but we're not going to do that with boots on the ground. We're going to do that with standoff weapons, with aircraft, with naval vessels, and with naval aircraft. And so this is going to be a very complex, lengthy, comprehensive military operation. This is not going to be one and done.
Jeremy, the president tonight also said no one should challenge the strength and the might of the U.S. armed forces, but he also warned of the very real possibility that we may have U.S. deaths, we may have U.S. casualties. Give me a sense of how the U.S. military presence in this region, and specifically going after Iran, stacks up against Iranian forces and specifically their ballistic missile capabilities.
Well, look, pound for pound, it's a complete mismatch. This is an asymmetric battlefield geometry, meaning the United States and Israel have much greater firepower than Iran does. Our air forces are more capable. Our naval forces are more capable. Our land forces, although I don't think we're going to be employing land forces, are highly capable and much more capable than anything Iran can field. So if this were kind of a traditional, conventional force-on-force battle, you know, obviously the United States and Israel have a major upper hand. But, and this is an incredibly important caveat, you know, Iran's strategy isn't to go force on force against the United States. Iran's strategy is to use surrogates, to use proxies, to use missiles, to try to inflict some damage on Israel and to try to inflict some damage on the United States so that, you know, we lose our political will, if you will. And so this is going to be Iran's objective. Iran is going to, you know, obviously proclaim that it's struck and hit American forces in the region, and we'll have to see, you know, how accurate those missiles are and what the actual damage is. The United States has not undertaken a military operation like this in the Middle East since at least 2003, when U.S. forces invaded Iraq, the country next door to Iran. And so, you know, if you think about the last 25 years, U.S. forces invaded Afghanistan in 2001 after 9/11, then invaded Iraq in 2003. And then for the remainder of the better part of the next 2 decades, it was about winding down our force structure in the region and pivoting to other threats that we were focused on, the threat from Russia, the threat from China, the cyber threat, and other key national security threats. So we're back in the Middle East. We're back in a big way. I think President Trump laid out pretty aggressive war aims. I think the fact that he warned the American people that there could be casualties is right, and it's the right thing to do, because there can be casualties, and there may very well be casualties. And even though our main objective is going to be standoff weapons, not to put boots on the ground to attack Iran from the air and from other platforms in the Red Sea, the Arabian Gulf. Look, it's very dangerous. You've got pilots flying over airspace where Iran does have air defenses. There could be mishaps. You could have downed pilots. You could have hostages. So all of the special operations forces of the region are on high alert. for rescue operations, to support U.S. pilots, to support Israeli pilots. And this is going to unfold over several days. This is not going to be a quick operation. We're not going to be able to see exactly the results of it for, I think, several days, maybe even weeks.
Jeremy, as you speak to us right now by phone, we're looking at pictures of smoke rising from the direction of that U.S. Navy base in Bahrain that was targeted by an Iranian missile earlier tonight. Talk to our viewers about the importance of the Fifth Fleet, how many Americans we have stationed there, and the importance of that base in the Middle East.
Well, that is the central base for U.S. naval forces in the Central Command area of responsibility. Out of Manama, Bahrain, the Fifth Fleet is the main naval headquarters for all of our naval forces in the Middle East. Now, over the last several weeks, what you've seen, obviously, is those ships in the port of Bahrain disperse, that they were not easy targets for Iranian missiles, and so they're underway, they're at sea, but undoubtedly that headquarters, that base that houses tens of thousands of U.S. troops is a very critical node for U.S. military operations, as are the nodes in Al Udeid in Qatar, as are the nodes in Al Dhafra in the United Arab Emirates. And you've seen for the first time here in the last several weeks something we really have never seen in history, which is U.S. Air Force is actually using Israel and Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv and a base in southern Israel in the Negev as a staging ground for U.S. military operations. So Iran has its targets. They know exactly what they want to hit. Those bases are well defended. There are air defense systems around those bases. There are systems like THAAD and Patriot, and even in Israel, obviously, you've got Iron Dome. So there are ways to defend against those missiles, but those missiles are highly capable, they're fast-moving, and they can do a lot of damage if they strike a U.S. military base.
Jeremy Bash, former CIA Chief of Staff, thank you so much for your perspective tonight. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks.
Let's go back to Senior National Security Correspondent Courtney Kuby with some new reporting. Courtney, what do you have?
Yeah, so we know that now Iran is attempting to retaliate against multiple U.S. military installations in the region, and we're still working on any kind of assessment about whether those missiles have actually struck facilities or not. We know, at least in some cases, air defense systems have been able to shoot them down. But again, we are still working on any kind of assessment about not just damage to facilities, but obviously casualties, injuries, or deaths. You know, I just want to reinforce what Jeremy was just talking about Bahrain and the Fifth Fleet. That is the heartbeat of the U.S. Navy for the CENTCOM region, the U.S. Central Command region. And another really important point about that is that's known as an accompanied tour. That means that sailors who are assigned to Fifth Fleet in Bahrain are allowed to bring their families with them. It appears that these missiles are targeting the area known as Jafar. It's where Fifth Fleet is headquartered, but it's also where that sort of general area is where a lot of those families live as well. So again, we're trying to figure out exactly the nature of these strikes, these attacks, and also whether this is a first wave or we're expecting more to come in with this retaliation. Now, we do know that the U.S. military has conducted a pretty extensive already range of attacks against Iran in the last several hours. This includes strikes from naval assets, frankly, like the kind of naval assets that would generally be there home ported at Fifth Fleet. They used things like Tomahawk missiles. Those are long range, very specific, very targeted missiles that have the ability to strike a very specific area or very specific target from a standoff or far away distance. But we also know that the U.S. military used airstrikes as part of this. Now, they have moved in a huge contingent of additional air assets, naval assets, and personnel into the region. But really critically right now, as we're sort of tracking this initial phase of the Iranian retaliation, the U.S. has moved additional air defense systems into the region. Jeremy Bash mentioned that the bases in Israel where the U.S. is operating some of these aircraft out of are well defended, and he is absolutely right. They are not only well defended by Israeli systems, but they are also well defended defended by U.S. systems. The reality is, as the U.S. military has been planning for this possibility of attacks in Iran, they have also been planning for the likely retaliation here, and they've been talking about real concerns about Iran retaliating against Israel, real concerns about them retaliating against U.S. bases in the region. But I gotta say, Jessica, seeing the speed and the scope of this initial retaliation against the U.S. bases is surprising to me. I am surprised that we are seeing them, the attacks or these attempted attacks fan out already at several different installations, and they are not the ones that we have seen them hit in most recent days. Again, they targeted Al Udeid after the Operation Midnight Hammer last June. They targeted an air base in western Iraq, an Al Anbar province known as Al-Assad, after Qasem Soleimani was killed. This is the first time that we have seen them go after some of these other locations, though, and we're still waiting to see exactly whether any of these attacks so far, these retaliatory strikes by Iran, have been successful.
And Courtney, we do know, our own reporting tells us that Tehran had warned if attacked, it promised a devastating war. So with that, we want to go back to Keir Simmons joining us from Dubai to talk more about these retaliations. And Keir, last time we spoke, you were talking about possible reports of some sort of explosion in Dubai. What have you learned about that?
Yeah, well, Abu Dhabi, which of course is the government capital of the UAE, I'll be absolutely transparent, WhatsApping with someone who's in Abu Dhabi, and I'll just tell you what they say, but I'll just tell you what they say, and they are describing their own direct witnessing of what they describe as loud pops overhead about 30 minutes ago. They say three extremely loud, they're in a hotel in Abu Dhabi, three extremely loud pops overhead about 30 minutes ago, and they then say, and they describe it as they think it's 3 missile interceptions bursts overhead, and also suggesting that they are hearing those reports that there may have been strikes somewhere near Dubai, where I am. Now, there is a air base here here close to Dubai, the Al Minhad air base. So that's possibly an explanation for that. Moving away from the UAE, where I am, over to Qatar, neighbouring, there we are hearing from the government there that it says that it has intercepted, a number of munitions. I'm saying munitions because we don't know whether these are drones or whether these are missiles, but they are saying that they have intercepted a number of munitions. There are multiple reports, and obviously, just to be clear, some of this is witness accounts that we are trying to confirm. Then to Bahrain, where we've been describing the Fifth Fleet is based, and there the Bahraini authorities are saying that there have been strikes there. So we do know that from them, and they are putting out messages to their own people, the Bahrainis, telling them to shelter in place. So they clearly believe that there could be more attacks. I'll just read you some of that. As a precaution, keep a safe room in home. It should be accessible, located on the ground floor in the center of the house, and ideally without windows. This is going to be a shock to people in this region. Bahrain, for example, it's a very attractive, sleepy kind of place, despite the fact that it has American bases there. And so people will be stunned to be getting this kind of message from their government. Then again, also those reports of potential attempts to strike Kuwait. So a number of reports that I'm hearing from witnesses, but also from government authorities, that Iran has is doing what it threatened it would do and what the governments here in the Gulf feared it would do, and that is carrying out a strike against multiple US bases in this region. And finally, I would just say, I think it's worth repeating, that while we are getting these reports of explosions, there are air defenses around all of these bases. They are all defended by Patriot systems, US air defenses, because US servicemen and women are there. And so what we might be hearing about is actually these missiles or drones being intercepted. And also we've tracked just in the past days and weeks the evacuations. Al Udeid, for example, outside Doha, I've been there. It's a huge sprawling base with US forces and also many allied forces there. The British, for example, have a small contingent there. But we have seen from satellite images that Al Udeid, for example, has been cleared out pretty much. But this is still developing. I mean, I will always tell you that there are multiple reports from witnesses in different parts of this region saying that they've heard explosions.
Keir Simmons, thank you so much for that fantastic of the joint U.S.-Israel attack on Iran tonight. Our special coverage continues right now with Peter Alexander as we are in the first hours of this extraordinary military operation in the Middle East. More news right now.
Good Saturday morning to you. It is Middle East region. A few hours ago, the United States launching what the president is calling major combat operations in Iran, striking multiple targets in coordination with Israel. Explosions could be heard in Tehran earlier. Smoke was seen billowing throughout the capital city there. Iran has vowed to retaliate, and already there are other explosions that have been heard throughout the region. Israeli residents are being told to shelter in place in preparation for possible retaliation. The president a short time ago released a video statement on Truth Social shortly after the operation began. We're going to play that for you now as we continue our live breaking news coverage.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
You've been listening to President Donald Trump a short time ago in a recorded statement posted on his Truth Social account overnight, again detailing the U.S.-Israeli military operations targeting Iran that began within the last several hours. Among the comments he said, as we show you some of the video from that region right now, he made very clear that his intentions were to, quote, devastate Iran's military, to eliminate its nuclear program, and ultimately to bring about change in the Iranian government. In the lead up to this, with that region on edge, the president, only a matter of hours ago before departing the White House for his Mar-a-Lago property, had said that he was in effect not happy, dissatisfied still with Iran's handling of the U.S.'s desire for it to back away from its nuclear program. But it had remained an unanswered question exactly what the intended result was from U.S. military strikes, were they to happen. The president here making clear that the desire is to complete many things at once. Again, regime change, to remove its ability to produce nuclear weapons, and ultimately to destroy its military. Specifically, he refers to its Navy. He says to the people of Iran, if they hear his message, in their effort to rise up, he says, it will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. We do have team coverage from around the globe, from here in the United States to the region. I want to begin with our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby. You can see my colleagues there as well, Keir Simmons, Richard Engel, and others. Courtney, let's start with this, if we can, with some of the details about what we know is taking place. It's worth taking a step back and realizing that the president, in effect, in this statement is making his case for war, even after he has now already declared war, as he notes there, without any congressional authorization right now. This is a very wide scope, and as we are reporting, the president is going much further than those initial strikes that took place in June of 2025, targeting just the nuclear program. Now it appears to be a much wider motivation that has led this effort by the United States and Israel.
Yeah, and we haven't really heard a whole lot of justification for these strikes and the threat that the president in that video called imminent tonight made to the American people. As you mentioned, he has laid out a very broad and somewhat lofty set of ambitions for what he wants to accomplish with these strikes. And that is, as he said, to annihilate the Iranian Navy, to end their ballistic missile program, which is pretty advanced and extensive, to also ensure they never get a nuclear weapon. But then he also talked about the Iranian people taking advantage of this U.S. military and Israeli military action for potential regime change, calling this their moment and saying that this is really the only time they may have for a generation to be able to carry out this sort of possible regime change. So again, very lofty goals here. And what that suggests is not a quick action, as we saw back in June, but a potentially sustained and ongoing campaign if, in fact, the United States hopes to accomplish those objectives. Now, we know the initial set of strikes by the U.S. military is targeting military and security facilities in Iran of the Iranian regime. The U.S. is using both airstrikes and naval assets, including Tomahawk missiles. Those are very targeted, longer-range missiles that give a little bit of standoff distance for the United States military, for those Navy assets. That means that they can fire them from a little bit further away, gives them a little bit more time if Iran were to retaliate directly from the source of those Tomahawks. But, Peter, we still don't have a really good sense of exactly what the United States has hit so far, and exactly whether this is the first wave and when, if this is going to be like continuing for hours and hours and hours, if we're going to see waves over days. These are the kinds of questions we're still asking. And then very, very critically, we have already begun to see retaliation from Iran. So far, we've heard from at least 5 different nations in the region saying that they have intercepted or shot down incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. That includes Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, it includes Qatar and Kuwait. Now, one thing not only that those countries have in common, of course, that they're right there in the region close to Iran, but they all are home to U.S. military forces and in some cases U.S. military bases. We know that that Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, that is the U.S.'s largest air base in the region, about 10,000 men and women there at any given time. The majority of those people were taken off the base in recent hours. We've seen that happen before. That is generally done because of concerns about a potential base there, or excuse me, a potential attack there. We have seen Iran attack Al Udeid before. They did so after Operation Midnight Hammer back in June. So again, the questions that we still have out there are not only what did the United States hit, but we know that some of the retaliation has already been intercepted, but have any of those missiles actually been successful in striking U.S. military bases, U.S. military installations in the region? At least one missile appears to have gotten through in Bahrain. That is where the headquarters of the U.S. Navy in the region is, U.S. Fifth Fleet. It is an enormous installation there with thousands of U.S. military personnel, and very critically, that is one of the rare accompanied tours for the U.S. military in the region. That means the men and women who are assigned there are allowed to bring their families. They often live very close to the base. Again, we're working to see about any kind of battle damage assessment about damage to the installations, but also any potential casualties here, Peter.
Courtney, I want you to stay with us for a second as we have this conversation, again, looking at some of the images we're getting from that region right now. One thing that was striking in the president's remarks in that pre-recorded statement earlier is that he said about American forces, Americans in that region, he said, quote, we may have casualties, which is notable. He said that, in his words, often happens in war, acknowledging that this is war that the U.S. is now mired in right now, acknowledging the potential risk to Americans in that region. I want to get a better understanding of what our forces are throughout that area. We have witnessed and been reporting over the course of the last several months the buildup there, the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, among others. How broad is the U.S. force presence in that region? And can you give us a sense of, it appears clear this is going to go on for quite some time. What potential exists for the U.S. to sustain an operation like this?
So what's really critical about what the U.S. has brought into the region, there were already about 35 to 40,000 men and women in the region before all this buildup began. But it's not really just about the numbers of what the U.S. has brought in. It's really the capabilities. So advanced air defenses and advanced air systems like the F-22 fighter. The U.S. brought in about a dozen of those to a base known as Avda in southern Israel. Those have the ability to do air defense suppression, so they can stop Iranian air defenses that would be able to potentially shoot down aircraft that are moving in to conduct airstrikes. That's really important. It basically creates a path, a clearer path for manned fighters to move in and conduct airstrikes. The U.S. has brought in F-35s on the USS Gerald R. Ford. That's now in the Eastern Med. Again, an advanced stealth fighter. But also critically, I mean, look, logistics wins wars, right? So they have brought in dozens of tankers, cargo aircraft, the kinds of things that you need for a potentially sustained air campaign. Because it's not just about getting those fighter aircraft in. It's also about keeping them in the air with simple things like giving them the fuel that they're going to need. They've also brought in additional munitions. We know that the ships there have extensive air defense systems. We know that the ships there, they've brought in additional ships. So we now have about 5 different destroyers in the Mediterranean. There's a number of different destroyers in the northern Arabian Sea, so up towards the Strait of Hormuz. There's the 2 aircraft carriers with their extensive aircraft capabilities. So when you talk about just the firepower that exists there, it's overwhelming, and it's enough that the U.S. could sustain a weeks-long offensive campaign. But then there's the defensive piece, and that is really, really important here, as we've already seen as Iran begins to retaliate. Part of those assets also provide a defensive capability. So when you're talking about the destroyers there, they have a ballistic missile defense capability. That means that they can fire up a missile off the ship that will intercept an incoming missile. the F-22s that I mentioned in southern Israel. They have in the past been able to have an air-to-air defensive capability. What that means is they put them up in the air and they can shoot down an incoming drone or cruise missile. We've seen them do it before. So this has been it's been a large array of assets and weapons that have been brought in, but they provide both the offensive and the defensive capability. Now, all of that being said, what exists there right now as is not enough for a months-long campaign. The goals that the president laid out here are not going to be achieved quickly unless Iran were to decide to completely capitulate. I mean, look, we have no idea what's going to happen over the coming days and weeks, but if in fact this were to be a longer sustained campaign, they would absolutely have to bring in additional capabilities. I would suspect that the USS George H.W. Bush, it's off the coast of Norfolk. It's a couple of weeks away from really being ready to deploy. They could bring that in with all of its associated ships and additional assets and squadrons. But Peter, at this point, what they have there right now is enough for a days or even a couple of weeks of a sustained campaign for both offensive and defensive.
National security correspondents here at NBC News. For those who are just waking up just shy of 5:20 Eastern time right now, we are reporting U.S. and Israeli airstrikes targeting a series of targets throughout Iran, specifically in Tehran there, as the President of the United States, Donald Trump, has made clear this is part of a new operation, he says, focused on devastating the country's military, eliminating its nuclear program, and ultimately, the President indicates an opportunity for the people of Iran to try to overtake the existing regime in that country. We are hearing now from some of the president's allies, even at this early hour. The Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, one of those closest to Donald Trump, who has been very hawkish in his desires to target Iran for many years, posting a short time ago, "As I watch and monitor this historic operation, I'm in awe of President Trump's determination to be a man of peace, but at the end of the day, evil's worst nightmare." He goes on to say, "Well done, Mr. President." The political debate will wait right now. We want to focus on the specifics on the ground. That includes the reporting of our colleague, NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who joins us now from Tel Aviv. Richard, not long ago, you were in Tehran there, as that country, that region, frankly, has been on edge for weeks and months right now. Give us a better understanding of what you're hearing. We know there is, in effect, an internet blackout, which makes it very difficult to get specific answers to questions in terms of what was targeted and what the targets will be going forward. But what more are we learning as we speak?
So the internet blackout in Iran is not total at this stage. I have managed to speak to some people in Iran, civilians, and a government official. I spoke to a government official, or exchanged a message, I should say, with a government official just a short while ago, and he described this as now war, open war. I asked about negotiations. The official said that, in his opinion, the negotiations with the U.S. were never genuine. They were never real. It was all a trick, that the U.S. and Israel were planning to do this all along. This is now a regional conflict. We don't know how far it's going to escalate, but just in the last several hours, it has gone from preemptive U.S. And Israeli strikes against targets in multiple locations all across Iran to a regional conflict, because according to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Iran fired back in retaliation with simultaneous missile attacks against those same countries that Courtney just listed: Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates. All of those countries have confirmed that they were attacked by Iranian ballistic missiles, and they all confirmed that their missile defense systems were activated and shot down those incoming attacks. Also, Jordan, which wasn't specifically mentioned by Iran as a target, as a country that it had targeted, has also said that it knocked down ballistic missiles that were targeting Jordanian territory. So we are seeing a expanding regional war, and to put it into a broader context, Israel, which has also been attacked. I'm here in Tel Aviv, and we've heard air raid sirens. I was woken up this morning by an air raid siren. We've seen some of the Israeli missile defense systems in action over the skies above Tel Aviv. Also, Israeli defense systems activated near Jerusalem as well. There is now conflict from the Mediterranean Sea all the way to India, because let's not forget that Afghanistan and Pakistan just announced an open war against each other. So we have a zone of chaos, a zone of conflict covering a large part of the world. And when you listen to what President Trump said his objectives are, and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel also put out a statement calling on the Iranian people to rise up, describing this as a long-term campaign, a devastating campaign. President Trump and Israel's objective has been made quite clear. They want to bomb Iran from afar with as much force as necessary to weaken the government to a point where the Iranian people rise up and overthrow the government. That is very risky. It is not clear at all that it will be successful because Courtney described all of the military assets that have been brought in, all the naval power, all the air power. But what has not been brought in this time are tanks. What has not been brought in are ground troops. This is the biggest military buildup since 2003 when the U.S. invaded Iraq. But when that happened, the U.S. brought in an invasion force to take over Iraq, oversee the transition to a new government, an occupation government, and then ultimately a new Iraqi government under U.S. supervision. This time, a totally different strategy. The strategy is to pound Iran so hard to take away its proxies, which are spread out all across the region, to take away its missile program, to eliminate its navy, to disarm Iran, to declaw Iran to a point where the Iranian people can rise up and finish the job. That is a very unpredictable scenario. It is not clear that the Iranian people have that ability to rise up and take on a government, even one that is in this process right now of being dismantled from the air and sea.
Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent, is joining us from the ground in Tel Aviv right now. Richard, we're going to allow you to try to make some more calls to those you've been speaking to in Iran. We're going to get back to you in a moment as you've been speaking about the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. We have also heard from him in the form of a statement where, to Richard's point, he does call on the people of Iran to rise up, saying, in part, he says this murderous terrorist regime must not be allowed to arm itself with nuclear weapons that would enable it to threaten all of humanity. He says our joint action will create the conditions for the brave Iranian people to take their destiny into their own hands. So it appears very clear that we are at the beginning of what is, at least in the eyes of both the U.S. and Israeli governments, an extended operation that ultimately will require the buy-in from both many countries throughout that region, but certainly the people of Iran to try to rise up and overtake the Iranian regime. I want to get to NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons. He is joining me from Dubai right now. And Keir, I was up early listening to some of your coverage right now. You make an important point, excuse me, about that region. The Strait of Hormuz there is really one of the chokeholds as we talk about the potential early impacts on the United States as it relates to the free flow of oil throughout that region. I think it's almost 20% of the world's oil travels through that small area, 21 miles wide, as the graphic shows those waking up with us right now. Can you talk a bit about some of the ripple effects right now, including the fact that there are shelter-in-place orders existing at embassies in Jordan, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and that Bahrain has seen explosions in its country as well?
Yeah, and we should keep eyes on the Strait of Hormuz, Peter, because the Iranians were carrying out naval exercises there and even at one point closed it for a brief time during this past week. But I want to just get to some breaking news for our viewers from here in the UAE. I think the first report of someone killed as a result of this Iranian response missiles and drones. I'm looking down, Peter, just to look at the statement that I have from the UAE Ministry of Defense. I'm here in, I'll just say, I'm here in Dubai, as you say, and Abu Dhabi is the capital. I've heard from now myself multiple witnesses who have heard explosions around both of these cities. That there are military bases close to both of these cities. Let me just get to that news, though, of someone killed. The UAE Ministry of Defense says that, and this may explain the explosions, says that it announces a successful interception of several Iranian missiles targeting the country. And then it goes on to say the relevant authorities in the country also dealt with debris falling on a residential area in Abu Dhabi, resulting in some material damage and the death of an Asian national. Now, I've spoken to someone who's in Abu Dhabi today. They describe hearing 3 extremely loud, as they describe it, pops overhead, and think pops which they believed were 3 missile interception bursts. That there is a base, a UAE base near Abu Dhabi, Al Afra. US forces are based there. In every one of these countries, these bases have US forces. Again, just looking down, we do know from the Iranians that they have said that they have targeted here in the UAE and talked about bases in the UAE, as well as in Qatar, in Kuwait, and in Bahrain. So in Bahrain, they put out a message saying there was an imminent missile drone attack in Bahrain. Bahrain is a short distance from here. It is the home of the US Fifth Fleet. It is where the USS Lincoln ported for a short time just in recent weeks before it headed to the Arabian Sea, and is very likely now that aircraft carrier taking part in these attacks. Bahrain telling its people in Manama, the capital, and across that country, as a precaution, keep a safe room in home. It should be accessible, located on the ground floor. You know, Bahrain is a relatively sleepy place, aside from the military bases that are there. People, I know people there. People will be stunned, shocked to be getting that message that they may need to shelter in place. And there are those reports that missiles have struck, or that there have been explosions. The difficulty here is that those explosions can be the air defenses, Patriot, for example, Patriot air defenses protecting these bases, or it can be contact, and we don't know right now. The Qataris, just to that point, are saying now that they, and this is their words, successfully thwarted a number of attacks targeting the country's territory. And then just to Kuwait, they are talking about ongoing efforts to protect the airspace of the state of Kuwait. And I just want Peter to get to some of these statements from these countries where I am, and they go to the point that Richard Engel was making about the potential for escalation with all of this. So the UAE Ministry of Defense, for example, says such acts constitute a dangerous escalation and cowardly act that threatens the security and safety of civilians and undermines stability, and a blatant violation of national sovereignty and international law, the Defense Ministry here says. And then it goes on to say the state reserves the full right to respond to this escalation and take all necessary measures to protect its territory, its people and its residents. So there you have, and we also have a similar message from Bahrain. There you have these Gulf countries saying that they reserve the right to respond to these attacks by the Iranians. I'll just tell you one other point, Peter. There have been some reports around of possible explosions in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. I have contacted someone there. They say they haven't heard anything. So it may be that that's just kind of false reporting. In this, what you could describe as the fog of war, there will be a lot that we hear about that then turns out to not be the case. But this is what these governments have feared might happen, that Iran, facing the Iranian regime, facing effectively what it would believe as an existential threat, would lash out across this region and try to make things so difficult for the Trump administration that it backs down, and for the Israelis. And that goes to your point about the Strait of Hormuz. We haven't heard yet whether the Iranians have attempted to block that strait. But again, that would have a material impact potentially, you've got to think, on oil prices And I suspect that's why President Trump said in his statement, I think he used the words, I can't remember the word he used exactly, but he's talked about heavily targeting the Iranian Navy. And I suspect part of that is about attempting to get ahead of attempts to block the Strait of Hormuz.
You continue to do your reporting. We appreciate your joining us at this early hour here on the East Coast. I want to share some reporting again as you're waking up with NBC News special coverage of the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran, and now some of the response from Iran beginning to take place as well. We're hearing from my colleagues, Courtney Kuby, Gordon Lubold, two of our national security leading reporters, telling us so far in the military operation in Iran, Israel targeted Iranian leaders, while the United States targeted Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs. That reporting comes from two U.S. officials. Again, to be very clear, this is a coordinated effort by the United States and Israel, and it is now our reporting that the Israelis focused their targets on Iranian leadership, while the U.S. targeted Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs there. That's notable because you'll remember in June of 2025, the U.S., with those B-2 bombers, among others, had that stealth attack focusing Operation Midnight Hammer on the nuclear program that exists within Iran. I want to get back to Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent right now. Richard, obviously, we're in the early stages of this. This is clearly a much wider scope of the U.S. and Israeli strikes here. And as a result, we're also learning of some other attacks targeting American bases, including some in Iraq. What more have you learned?
So just while you were talking to Keir, there was another report, this time from Reuters, that an American military base in Iraq was also targeted in northern Iraq in the Kurdish areas. But before we get to that, you could probably hear right now that the air raid sirens are once again in action here in Tel Aviv. We will see if there are any interceptions, any impacts. This is the third or fourth time this morning that we have heard sirens like this. First, the way this works is first you get an alert on your phone telling you that something is incoming, giving you some distance, and then when they become quite close, you hear the air raid sirens themselves. And it's quite bright here, but you can see, or you might be able to see, these white trails in the sky going through the clouds. Those are Israeli missile interception systems fired up toward incoming fire. I have not heard them explode. Generally, when there are interceptions, you hear the explosion of the impact because these interceptor missiles are quite large. So what the Israelis are doing is they are firing missiles at missiles with the intention of destroying them in midair. They are very effective. And there you just heard right now the explosion of one of those interceptors. Often a danger is that the debris, because these missiles are blown up in midair, so there's the danger, obviously, of them impacting the ground, hurting, killing people. But then there is also the danger of the falling debris from both the missile and the interceptor itself landing in the city. Those two interceptions taking place right over the built-up area of Tel Aviv, right in the center of the city. Now hearing what sounds like the second interception. They took place quite at very high altitude. That's why that explains the delay. We can see the interceptors going up first, but you hear the actual explosion often a few seconds later. So Tel Aviv once again now defending itself from an Iranian attack after Israel and the United States began this campaign this morning, launching what they called a preemptive strike against Iran. And by all indications, we are very much in the early phases of this, Peter, with Iran responding by attacking U.S. military installations all across the region.
And Richard, as we listen to your live reporting there again on the ground in Tel Aviv, Israel right now, it's striking. Obviously, this is the early stages of an operation that the U.S. and Israelis have made clear is going to be sustained for quite some time. But in many ways, this does appear to be that type of regional conflict that many had feared for quite some time, where you're hearing from Bahrain that they are intercepting missiles targeting their country, perhaps U.S. bases there. We're hearing from Iraq right now that American military base there has been targeted. You're hearing the Israelis putting up interceptors. Iran is seeing a series of strikes, obviously, as they were the predicate for all of this, the United States and Israel targeting them. It raises the question, which is, how does this end? And while it's so early, clearly this does produce a situation where there's a sense of this sort of circular firing squad, where there are different rockets and missiles going in all different directions right now. The president's intention is that this ends with regime change in Iran. But Richard, you were in Iran not long ago. That is a very, very risky endeavor.
It is a risky endeavor. It is also very difficult to accomplish without boots on the ground. And President Trump's objective, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's objective, is to topple the regime. They've said that openly. They're calling on Iranians to take matters into their own hands once the regime is weak enough and carry out regime change. That has a whole host of things that could go wrong. And when you look at how much of the world right now is embroiled in conflict, you have Israel, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Iraq, Jordan, all of them talking today, just today, about receiving incoming Iranian fire, or Israel and the United States firing at Iran. Combine that with the fact that Pakistan and India, Pakistan and Afghanistan just announced an open war with each other. So you have a war zone, a spreading war zone from the Mediterranean Sea all the way to India. That is roughly 3,000 miles of conflict zone, an area of the world that holds hundreds of millions of people. So the possibilities for this to be very long and with unintended consequences are very high.
Richard Engel is our chief foreign correspondent. He's on the ground in Tel Aviv right now. Again, you've heard sirens within the last few minutes. We heard explosions in the air, some of those missile interceptors there, looking to fend off any potential incoming in that region. I think our Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker, is with us as well. I'm hoping, Kristen, there you are. I appreciate your being up early to help us detail what we're witnessing here, Kristen. We've heard from some of the president's allies. We heard from the president himself. If we pull back a bit here and look at this from the political perspective, this is a president who has made very clear from the beginning his desire to end the threat, in his view, from Iran right now, a president who ran under the guise of focusing particularly on domestic issues, the topic of immigration and the economy, said that it was an America First policy. I trust that we will hear from those within the administration saying that this is America First because it focuses on the security of American forces in the region and Americans here at home, with the threat the president has said that Iran was, in his words, approaching the point where it could hit the United States right now. But it's also striking that these attacks, this war, as the president describes it, took place without congressional authorization, and really before today, no real detailed communication of what the motivation was, why there was a need for the United States to go to war in this form at this time.
Peter, I think you're exactly right, and that is where the conversation will go here in Washington. I can tell you I just spoke with one of the president's top allies, Senator Lindsey Graham, someone who has been very hawkish, calling for military action in Iran for quite some time. As you know, as you just reported, he said he anticipates that this military operation will last for days, if not weeks. He said the goal here is the elimination of the Ayatollah. The operation, he says, will be massive in scope, and its goal is the elimination of the Iranian regime. He just told the Wall Street Journal as well. He goes on to say, it has been a dream of mine for so long that the Ayatollah's murderous regime will be replaced by the people who seek a better life for themselves and their country. The question is, how does that exactly happen? Can that be achieved through military power and through the Iranian people rising up themselves? It is widely thought that regime change in Iran far more complicated than in Venezuela Venezuela, Peter, and that speaks to your point about this debate of congressional approval. The calls for congressional approval will grow louder in the coming hours, I can tell you. And also, I think the debate within the president's own party, does this fit within that America First vision? There are going to be some skeptics, some of the president's own supporters undoubtedly, who have some real concerns about this. Will this cost American lives, Peter?
You know, Kristen, it's striking as we watch what's taking place right now in that region. It was barely, not even 2 months ago, that the U.S. ultimately participated in the change of regime in Venezuela. I know you were there speaking to Delcy Rodriguez, who is the interim president in that country, the removal of Nicolas Maduro and what was that stunning American effort there that happened overnight, was able to remove him, bring him back to the United States, where he is now facing justice. And now, less than 2 months later, the U.S. is looking to try to do the same thing in a much more complex region, not Venezuela, but in Iran, with an Ayatollah who has been in place there for decades here. This is going to raise some real challenges that I'm sure we're going to hear from American lawmakers, some of the president's fiercest critics, about what he views as a wide, sustained effort. And to the point of your conversation with Lindsey Graham, this isn't a matter of hours, but days and likely weeks, and ultimately could require boots on the ground in some form to help support an effort to overtake the Ayatollah, for there to be a complete regime change in that region. This is a much, much bigger effort than the one we witnessed only a matter of weeks ago.
And, Peter, we saw the debate play out in the weeks leading up to this. You heard Vice President J.D. Vance, for example, in an interview say, look, there's not going to be a prolonged military effort in the Middle East. And yet President Trump himself seemed to contradict that statement on Friday when he told reporters, basically, you can never guarantee that there won't be a prolonged military effort. That's everything that President Trump campaigned against, Peter, going all the way back to 2016. By the way. But to your point about congressional oversight, there's already a bipartisan bill that is being proposed that would require the administration to seek congressional approval before any sustained conflict in the Middle East. Is that something that more lawmakers will now support in the wake of these attacks against Iran that we are seeing play out now with the United States and Israel? Will the calls for congressional approval and, quite frankly, Peter, congressional oversight grow louder? I can tell you, based on my conversations with administration officials, they acknowledge just how complicated regime change will be. Now, look, they say, yes, you can do it without putting boots on the ground, but how exactly does that happen, Peter? What are the mechanics of that? Their hope, as you heard the president lay out, is that the Iranian people will rise up. But that is risky and challenging in and of itself.
Kristen Welker is the moderator of Meet the Press. She's going to have a full plate on Sunday as we hear from lawmakers, their immediate reactions to what we're witnessing excuse me, taking place right now. I should report, Kristen, while you were speaking, we're hearing from other colleagues right now that the Secretary of State, the President's National Security Advisor, Marco Rubio, gave individual members of what is called the Gang of Eight. Those are some of the leading members of Congress on both the Republican and Democratic sides. He gave members of the Gang of Eight and leadership a heads up about the operation. That heads up was given to them while the operation was underway. The staff, we are told, received notifications. I want to get to Jeremy Bash. He is a former chief of staff at the CIA, Pentagon as well, an NBC News contributor. Fortunately for us, on days like this, he has a breadth of knowledge about that region and some of the conversations that would be happening behind closed doors on a day like this. Jeremy, we heard the president make the case for this action as the action was already underway. He made very clear that the desire is multifold: one, to destroy the Iranian military, and separately to get rid of the nuclear program, and finally to topple the Iranian regime. Can you give us a better understanding of what a challenge this is, the president's desire that he just announced a short time ago?
Yeah, Peter. So I think of these targets in kind of three buckets. I think priority one bucket for the United States military working alongside Israel is the suppression of enemy air defenses, taking out missile launchers, taking out naval forces of the Iranian IRGC Navy, taking out Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and taking out command and control nodes. That's basically to prepare the battle space so that U.S. and Israeli jets and naval forces will have a much freer hand over Iranian skies. I think of the second priority set of targets, or bucket 2, if you will, as nuclear targets. Targets that involve the production or the enrichment of nuclear fuel. Iran does not have a nuclear weapon right now. That's important to note. So there's no risk that we're going to be hitting a actual nuclear weapon, but they do have stores of places where they were conducting enrichment facilities. And I think also in this priority 2 bucket, I would say are missile factories and ammunition dumps. And then the leadership targets, the regime targets, not just the ministries and the headquarters, but actually the homes and the hideouts and the bunkers of the leadership of Iran. And then priority 3, I would say, are all of the regional proxies and nodes of the Iranian regime, to include forces in Yemen and forces in Iraq. So this is a very extensive targeting package that United States Central Command has had to develop. And our strategy, the United States' strategy, is really to do this through standoff weapons. We've been talking about no boots on the ground. That means we're going to be conducting these operations from air platforms and from naval platforms. As has been noted all week, Peter, we have 2 carrier strike groups in the Middle East right now. We've got the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group 12. We've got the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group 3. And those have F-35s. They've got F-18s. They've got electronic warfare aircraft. We've got the cruisers and destroyers and the submarines that accompanies those aircraft carriers. So we have a formidable military package arrayed at Iran. And the question really is Iran going to be able to get off any of those missiles against U.S. forces in the region or against Israel?
Jeremy, as we heard from the president himself in his remarks a short time ago, he said, calling on the Iranian people to overthrow the government there in the days and weeks ahead. He said, it will be yours to take. He added, this will be probably your only chance for generations. Specific to that point about the president's desire for regime change in that region, you detailed both the Ford and Lincoln carrier strike groups in the region, the forces broadly throughout that region. What would it take? Can the U.S. succeed in its desire for regime change from a distance, or would that require there to be special forces or troops of any sort on the ground in that region, even though the president has made very clear that is not his desire?
It's hard to see how regime change can come about from airstrikes. And so you raised the most important point, Peter, which is what are the war objectives and how are we deploying military force to basically make those objectives more likely? I think our military force against Iran is really not even a fair fight. And we don't want it to be a fair fight, by the way. So I think we have a asymmetric advantage over Iran. Yes, they can hit our forces, and I think the president said correctly tonight that there could be U.S. casualties. But I think we're going to have such strategic overmatch over Iran. And we can take out the regime. And I think really that's not a hard task. What's going to be hard is what comes behind it. What happens on the streets of Tehran, the streets of the major cities in Iran? Do the people actually rise up and take power? Will there be an organization of that power? Will there be internecine civil war activity? Will regime elements go after people trying to march on the capital? We saw that in Libya in the 2000s, and that's where the United States had to intervene to take out Gaddafi and to take out some of the Libyan forces that were going after the people as they rose up. So this is a very uncertain task. How are we going to effectuate a credible, sustainable, long-term, peaceful regime change, a change in the regime with air power alone? I don't think anyone has exactly laid that out. I think that's going to be the challenge of the administration in the coming days and weeks, is to make clear to the American people, to our allies and partners and people around the region, is what is our ultimate strategy? What's the end game? And how do we know when we've won?
Jeremy Bash is one of our national security experts who's joining us at this early hour. Jeremy, we're going to ask you to stay with us right now. To Jeremy's point, this is not the first U.S. operation in Iran, and certainly not the first that's taken place overseas since President Trump took office. You can count attacks on Syria, Iraq, Iran, Nigeria, Somalia, Yemen, Venezuela, the Caribbean as well. But this one appears most likely to be the most sustained, as evidenced by the president's remarks a short time ago in a post on his preferred megaphone social media, Truth Social. NBC's Julie Sirkin, one of our correspondents covering the White House for us, is in West Palm Beach this morning. Julie, we saw the president post those remarks, about 8 minutes in total. If you watched it, you could see that there were slight edits in it, clearly something that was pre-recorded before it was posted, as the president made the case for war, saying, among other things, that the U.S. may have casualties. In his words, that often happens in war. Can you give us a better understanding about what we heard from the president in the waning hours before the strike began, and what, if anything, we know about the president's plans over the course of the next 24 hours.
Well, there are so many interesting statements, Peter, that the president had said, but 3 points stood out to me, and I want to just re-up those for our viewers. Of course, this video was posted several hours ago. I will note that he appeared to be wearing the same USA hat that he was wearing when he deplaned at Palm Beach International Airport last night, as we're trying to read the tea leaves of when potentially this video was put together and filmed. 3 main things that I just want to highlight. He said that this is going to be a massive and ongoing operation. Our reporting, of course, backs that up, that these strikes are going to be sustained. This is not one and done. This is not something more limited that we were thinking the president might take, a direction he might take, as these talks, peace talks, have been ongoing between his deputies, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, the vice president, J.D. Vance, meeting with Omani counterparts just yesterday. President Trump, hours before that video message was put out, telling reporters as he left a political event in Texas that he is not happy with the direction of these talks. He again suggested that the Iranian government in Tehran needs to accept the U.S.'s terms, need to abandon their nuclear program. And of course, from the president's video, we see that they have not. And he warned of American casualties. I think that was so notable, especially coming from a president that campaigned on not starting new wars. His base, we know, has been concerned about the idea of American involvement. The president had said that there won't be boots on the ground, but certainly in an operation like this, he said today that despite his best efforts, he does believe that there could be potential casualties. We know the president takes that to mean both injured and dead. And of course, the president as well told the Iranian people, the protesters there that we saw rise up in the streets a couple of weeks ago, the same protesters that the president had said help is on the way for. Now the president suggesting this is their only chance to now take this opportunity, essentially putting this on them and pursue possible regime change, which we know some of the allies in the president's ears that you heard Kristen talk about there, including Senator Lindsey Graham, have been trying to push him toward. I also, speaking of Graham, just want to note a piece of his statement in which he said this operation has been well planned. It will be violent, extensive, Graham says, and I believe at the end of the day successful. That just goes to show you that some members of Congress, certainly ones that the president speaks to often, know some form and fashion that this operation is going to take place. I also have new reporting, Peter, in talking to sources in the last couple of minutes, that we know that Secretary of State Marco Rubio had called some individual members of the Gang of Eight. It comprises some of the most powerful key members of Congress in both parties that sit on the intelligence committees, that have access to this kind of information, members of leadership as well, that Rubio had placed those calls to them individually, warning them ahead of this operation taking place. And I'm also told, Peter, that key staff were notified while the operation was underway. This is notable and important because in prior operations, including the one that happened several weeks ago here in Palm Beach, Florida, with the capture of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, we know that lawmakers in that case were not given a heads up. And of course, there was a lot of frustration that branch having with the executive branch. And in this case as well, Peter, I should mention, we're already getting some early reaction and criticism as well to this operation. I know we'll talk about politics later, but this is notable because Congress, the Republican-led House, is going to take up a piece of legislation in the next couple of days, Peter, trying to limit the administration's power to take actions like this unilaterally without Congress's input. So all of this is going to quickly become a political issue for the president. But at this point, of course, these strikes, trying to monitor and figure out the extent of the damage, how long that they will take place for, and the extent as well of those peace talks that we knew just 24 hours ago were still taking place. What happens to those? We were monitoring a potential visit for Secretary of State Rubio to take to Israel early next week. What happens there? A lot of questions at this hour, Peter.
Yeah, Julie, you're wise to raise those questions right now, and the political backdrop to this is critical, obviously, given the fact that the U.S. is now at war with Iran. Many lawmakers, some of whom were notified, some of the top leaders notified as this operation was already underway, are certain to come out with real concerns about the president unilaterally, in effect, launching this war on Iran and whatever potential tentacles it has going forward throughout that region. I want to get back to NBC's chief foreign correspondent. That's Richard Engel. He is again with us right now from Tel Aviv. And Richard, obviously there are a lot of moving parts all happening at one time right now. First, of course, was what instigated all of this, the U.S. and Israeli strikes taking place in Iran. Now we're hearing about some of the response. Iran with some public comments right now, and also we're hearing about an American consulate, some explosions near an American consulate in Iraq. Is that right?
So even while we've been on air, this has continued to escalate. So we talked about all the different countries that have been attacked by Iran so far. Just in the last few moments, the French news agency AFP is reporting explosions near the U.S. consulate in Erbil. Reuters reporting another wave of attacks against installations, U.S. military installations in Qatar. An Iranian official, a senior Iranian official, the head of the National Security Commission, and I'm quoting, he said that a regional war has now started. And Israeli media, quoting Israeli officials, say that so far 35 ballistic missiles have been fired at Israel just today, just since Israel and the United States began these preemptive strikes. We've also been able to get in touch with a few people in Iran. There is a lot of confusion, a lot of concern, a lot of panic in the city right now. There is a great deal of traffic. The government is issuing guidance telling people that they should, if they can, get out of Tehran.
Richard Engel on the ground for us in Tel Aviv, Israel right now. Richard, as you stay with us, I want to ask you one quick question. Again, we're approaching 6 o'clock. At the top of the hour, we will reset for those who are just waking up with us, give you the very latest on what we're witnessing happening right now. Richard, as we were reporting a short time ago, two U.S. officials tell NBC News that there were multiple targets in the course of this effort in Iran this morning, that the Israeli targets focused on Iranian leadership, the U.S. targets focused on both the Iranian ballistic missile and nuclear programs there. As we focus on those multiple targets, this is so much broader in terms of its scope than what we saw last year in Midnight Hammer, isn't it? The president making clear that his desire is that this ultimately does lead to the toppling of the Iranian regime, the Ayatollah himself.
This is of a completely different scale than what we saw this summer with Operation Midnight Hammer. Operation Midnight Hammer was an Israeli-initiated war that the United States joined in. The United States had a very limited involvement in its military strikes. It hit the nuclear facilities primarily because it was only the United States that had the capacity to penetrate deep into the mountains using its very powerful bunker-busting technology to attack the uranium enrichment sites and to set back, if not destroy, Iran's nuclear program. This time, however, both Israel and President Trump have said the goal is regime change, that they want to weaken the government of Iran to a point that the people are able to take matters into their own hands and overthrow the government, continue the uprising that took place in every Iranian province only a few short weeks ago, an uprising that the Iranian government was able to suppress by killing thousands of demonstrators, according to multiple human rights groups. This is a far more ambitious, a far more open-ended mission than what we saw in the summer, because carrying out regime change, there's only a few ways you can do it. You can either go, like the United States did in Iraq, with troops, bringing a group of new leaders with you. It's the same thing that the United States did in Afghanistan after 9/11, and occupy the country and try and manage the transition. That's one way. Or you can, which seems to be the strategy now, weaken the regime to the point where the people take matters into their own hands and overthrow the government. But Iran is a country that is covered in mountains. It has about 90 million people. It has many different groups. Several different religious sects. The security forces there are quite strong. So you could not necessarily just see regime change. You could see state collapse and Iran breaking up into several different sections. The last way that a regime change could happen is there could be a military coup where you have so much pressure on the military that certain officers decide that Iran is now engaged in a fight that it cannot win and takes over the regime. But all of these are are possibilities, but I think it seems that the U.S. at this stage, because it's not sending a ground force, is hoping for the second, that someone within the Iranian regime will take over, someone that could be potentially more moderate or more amenable to working with the United States, a la what happened in Venezuela, or that there'll be a street revolution with, frankly, unknown consequences.
All of this getting underway on February 28th, the final day of February 2026. Our colleague Richard Engel on the ground in Tel Aviv. Good morning to you. It is just after 6 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm Peter Alexander alongside my colleague and co-anchor Laura Jarrett. We are following this breaking news out of Iran and, frankly, throughout the Middle East region right now, with both the United States and Israel together beginning what President Trump has called massive combat operations in Iran, deeming this what he called Operation Epic Fury. We heard from him just a matter of hours ago.
And the explosions could be heard in Tehran earlier, and Iran has begun to retaliate, saying, quote, regional war has started. Meantime, Israeli residents have been told to shelter in place in preparations as they prepare for possible retaliation there. President Trump releasing that video statement on Truth Social, pre-recorded. Let's play a little bit of what he had to say, and then we're going to talk to our team of correspondents and experts around the globe. Here's the president.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions. and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
President of the United States Donald Trump a short time ago in the early morning hours of this Saturday, February 28th, announcing what he is describing as Operation Epic Fury right now, these U.S. and Israeli strikes targeting Iran this morning. The president saying in this 8-minute video in part that the U.S. objective included defending the American people by eliminating imminent threats posed by the Iranian regime. He added that its menacing activities directly endanger the U.S., our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. Notably, the president also called on the people of Iran to rise up at this time, viewing this as what may be, in his words, their only opportunity in generations to try to topple the Iranian regime.
And we do have team coverage from around the globe for you this morning. We want to start with our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby. Let's pick up right there with our military assets. We have air, we have sea, we do not have boots on the ground. Courtney, talk to us about what exactly was used in these strikes and why they were used.
Yeah, and at this point, it appears boots on the ground is a red line for President Trump. So what we do know has been used so far, and I have to stress, these strikes and this campaign is ongoing. This is not over. We should expect this to be a days or even weeks-long campaign, a sustained campaign. So we know that the U.S. military, as part of this so far, has already used airstrikes and strikes from sea, naval strikes. That includes using Tomahawk missiles. Those are long-range precision munitions that they can fire. It's a standoff capability. So basically, that's exactly what it sounds like. They're able to fire it from further away, which gives the individuals who are firing that munition a little bit more protection. If, in fact, Iran were to try to retaliate on the source of those Tomahawk missiles, the U.S. would have minutes or even a little bit longer than minutes to be able to respond and to fire, shoot down any kind of potential incoming. So air and naval strikes so far. Iran has also begun its retaliation. And guys, I got to tell you, I have been really struck by the speed and the breadth of the Iranian retaliations so far. We know that they have targeted at least 6 different locations in the region so far. Now, that includes targeting Israel with ballistic missiles. We know at least 5 other regional neighbors have taken incoming missiles. That includes Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, UAE. Was that 5? I may have missed one. And so far at this point, the officials who we're speaking to are saying that they have all been shot down, and the official news agencies from those countries are also reinforcing that they have been able to shoot them down. We are aware that there was at least one impact in Bahrain. Why that's important is that is where the U.S. Navy's headquarters for their Navy fleet in the region. That is where they are based. It's known as Fifth Fleet. It is basically the heartbeat of the U.S. Navy in the U.S. Central Command region. Now, at this point, 2 U.S. officials are telling us that they have no reports of any U.S. casualties as part of any of these strikes or this retaliatory effort by Iran. But guys, this is an ongoing situation. It is continuing. U.S. and Israeli strikes are continuing. As I said, we should expect this to go on for days, if not longer. The Iranian retaliation also expected to continue. Now, the U.S., as you mentioned, has moved a huge amount of firepower into the region in recent weeks. As part of that, we always think about the offensive piece of that, right? So F-22s, F-35s going in, Tomahawk missiles firing from farther away. Part of the mission of this increase in presence in the region has also been defensive in nature, and that's really, really critical, especially right now as we're seeing the Iranian retaliation. Some of those naval assets that went in, you hear about a ballistic missile defense, some of that comes from sea. The U.S. Navy has the ability to fire off a missile that can literally hit an incoming missile. Some of those advanced aircraft, like the F-22s that we know are down at Uvda and in southern Israel, we've already seen their ability for air-to-air missions. So that means that they literally put them up in the air and they will shoot down an incoming missile or a drone. So all of this, many of these assets that have been moved in have both the offensive and the defensive capability. That's what's really critical here. But that being said, guys, even with this hugely enhanced presence in the region, the U.S. right now has enough for a sustained campaign for days or even a few weeks. If they want to do something more than that, which candidly, these very lofty goals that the president has laid out here may not be quick to achieve, they are going to have to bring even more resources into the region to be able to do that.
Courtney, you talk about the offensive and the defensive moves that were made. Talk to us about sort of the preemptive efforts, if you will, that were made to protect
U.S. military, American citizens living abroad there. Obviously, Iran swift to retaliate against a number of different locations. But talk to us about moves that U.S. personnel were protected and how they were moved ahead of time.
So there's kind of two buckets of that, right? There's the diplomatic piece of that, where we've seen the U.S. State Department warns civilians and in some cases even diplomatic employees to leave countries, or not always, not an ordered departure necessarily, but giving them the option of being able to leave. We heard that from Ambassador Mike Huckabee in Israel just yesterday. So that's the diplomatic piece, trying to give Americans the option to leave in advance of potential conflict here. The military piece of it is a combination of both the land-based assets, so that's things like Patriot and THAAD missile defense systems. Those are literally mobile batteries that the U.S. can place all throughout the region and already has there, frankly, but they were able to enhance that in recent weeks. They can place them all over the place. They have a radar that's able to detect incoming missiles. They fire off an interceptor missile and literally smashes into it that are able to stop incoming ballistic missiles. So that's a ground-based air defense system. But the U.S. also has again, they have aircraft now they're able to put up in the air and shoot down incoming. We saw that already. Remember when Iran fired off about 300 projectiles at Israel back in April of 2024, the U.S. military put aircraft up, as did Israel, and they were firing at some of those incoming drones and even cruise missiles to take them out in the air before they were even able to reach Israeli airspace. And then the final piece is the naval presence. We've been talking a lot about the carrier strike group that moved in. The USS Abraham Lincoln was already in the region. USS Gerald R. Ford, the U.S.'s largest aircraft carrier with its component of additional support ships, including destroyers. They have air and missile defense systems that, again, have that same capability, firing off a missile that's able to intercept an incoming missile. Notably, the Gerald R. Ford and a number of destroyers are in the Mediterranean. That has not been lost on me, that's where they've parked them for the last day or two. In the Eastern Mediterranean, they're able to not only fire off offensive capability into Iran, but they're able to provide missile defense to not only Israel, but to other areas throughout the region in that close-in part of Israel. So you're absolutely right, Laura. The U.S. has moved in a ton. They are, at this point, they are ready, and they already had a pretty enhanced posture in the region just because of the ongoing threats there. And they are going to need it if, in fact, this campaign is going to be sustained and as large as President Trump has laid out in that video.
Courtney, particularly striking in the president's comments that we played just a short time ago, the president candidly saying that there may be American casualties. He says that often happens in war, an acknowledgement about the seriousness of these circumstances and the potential risk that exists to Americans, not just American military members, diplomats in the region, but other Americans throughout that region. Right now it comes as the U.S. embassies, as you note, in Jordan, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates are effectively in shelter-in-place situations right now. Those orders going into effect. We heard the air raid sirens in Bahrain, where the U.S. has one of its bases as well. The president has seen this region. Not too long ago, I traveled with him to Al Udeid in Qatar, only a matter of months ago when he was in the region. So he understands the potential threats that exist there widely as Iran begins its response to the U.S. and Israeli strikes. Let's get to NBC's international correspondent, Matt Bradley, who is live right now in Tel Aviv. Matt, it appears clear you're in a safe location. We have heard the sirens that have been sounding over the course of the last several hours. Israel playing a direct role in this. We know the first Operation Midnight Hammer that took place in June of last year was effectively an Israeli operation that the U.S. supported, targeting the nuclear program there. This go around, it is a much larger objective, and it appears to be a much more sustained effort that the U.S. and Israel have now embarked on.
That's right. This is an ambitious mission. There's no mission creep here, as far as we can tell. This is the mission, and it looks as though explicitly from Trump and from Benjamin Netanyahu, while they didn't say that they themselves will fire the bullets to take out the Iranian regime, they called on the people of Iran to rise up and take matters into their own hands. Now, here in Israel, I'm standing in a room excuse my drab background, that a lot of Israelis are finding themselves in at this very moment. Now, when you hear this alert here in Israel, and this is what happened last June, there's a little bit of time before you can evaluate whether or not there is going to be a further strike and to get yourself in position. Once you start to hear the air raid sirens, which we've been hearing throughout the entire morning, starting shortly after 8 a.m. local time, then you're supposed to have a couple of minutes, maybe a minute and a half about, to make it to one of these rooms. In Hebrew, it's called a mamad. It's a bomb shelter. And basically, ever since the 1980s, every building has been required to have these. A lot of people have rooms like this inside their own apartments, some of them where they sleep, so they don't even have to get up. You can look behind me here. This is a ventilator, and in theory, the idea is we should be able to, if we stay here, sustain and endure through a chemical or a gas attack, and this would make the air here ready to breathe. Now, there is a lot of action going on here in Israel, even though the response to Israel itself by the Iranians has been somewhat light. We've been hearing about troops who have been called up, reservists, especially in the northern part of the country. That's where Israeli officials are worried that Hezbollah, one of Iran's main proxy groups, is going to join the fight by firing against Israeli civilian targets and military targets in northern Israel. That's what they did throughout much of the past 2 years. There is also a concern that other proxy groups, including Hamas, will get involved, though that war has been ongoing. So reservists being called up throughout the country, Israelis looking for shelters like this one in hospitals, like in Shiva Hospital, one of Israel's largest. We've already heard that the maternity ward, so where little babies are being born, has been moved down into the underground parking garage, which for years has long been repurposed as a fully functioning hospital underground, underneath the Shiva Hospital. A lot of hospitals here in Israel, once the bombs start following, they will bring all of their patients down to the protected areas underground. Now, at the same time, we did hear that there were about a dozen or several dozen projectiles that were fired from Iran toward Israel. We've been hearing some interceptions all morning. And now we're also hearing that commercial airlines are moving their flights from the tarmacs into safer areas. Another precaution that's being taken so that the Iranians don't destroy the inventory of some of these major international airlines. So a lot of precautions are being taken here. It's unclear whether or not there's going to be an even more muscular response. If you remember back in June, it took the Iranians more than 12 hours to get it together and launch, looked like dozens, maybe hundreds of ballistic missiles at targets like here in Tel Aviv. Now, we've seen this reprisal attack just hours after Israel and Iran's initial strikes against Iran. So this is something that we could still be in just the early stages of. But right now, it looks like a lot of the focus of the Iranian reprisals have been against UN military installations throughout the Gulf.
All right, Matt Bradley, stand by there. We'll actually come back to you throughout the morning as we learn more. Let's go over now to Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker. Kristen, you have been following along with us all morning as folks are just waking up here and seeing this massive news, this massive escalation, far different than anything we have seen before from this administration. What are you hearing from your sources as you talk to lawmakers? Obviously, they were just waking up, I'm sure many of them, but we did learn this morning that some of them, at least in leadership, were given a heads up before this took place.
Well, Laura, that's exactly right. We're learning that the Gang of Eight leadership effectively was briefed on these attacks before they were launched. I did have the opportunity to talk to Senator Lindsey Graham. It's clear that he has been in close contact with President Trump. He is one of the president's closest allies. He's quite hawkish. He's been calling for military action against Iran for quite some time. He said he is preparing for this military operation to last for days, if not weeks. In a post, Laura, he says this operation has been well planned. It will be violent, extensive, and I believe at the end of the day, successful. The demise of the Ayatollah's regime with American blood on its hands is necessary and more than justified. Now, Laura, as you say, lawmakers waking up to this news, so we're starting to get reaction from more of them, including Democratic Senator John Fetterman, who often is supportive of President Trump, posting Operation Epic Fury. President Trump has been willing to do what's right and necessary to produce real peace in the region. God bless the United States, our great military, and Israel. Some criticism is coming in the form of skepticism from lawmakers who believe that there should have been more congressional oversight, more congressional engagement before these robust military attacks were launched. Representative Thomas Massie, who is a frequent critic of the Trump administration, simply posting acts of war unauthorized by Congress, and then he goes on to note the U.S. is attacking Iran. Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego, choosing his words carefully, saying this: I lost friends in Iraq to an illegal war. Young working-class kids should not pay the ultimate price for regime change and a war that hasn't been explained or justified to the American people. We can support the democracy movement and the Iranian people without sending our troops to die. Zooming out, this is where the conversation will likely go here in Washington. What, if any, congressional oversight should there be for any further military action? And what should happen if the United States determines there needs to be boots on the ground as a part of this operation? Now, we're not there yet. President Trump saying you cannot rule out that this could potentially be a prolonged military engagement. That's going to spark some skepticism and likely some criticism from members of his own party. Remember, he campaigned on a promise to get the U.S. out of foreign wars. How will he justify this as a part of his America First agenda? Lauren, Peter.
Moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, joining us at this early hour as we learn more details about the U.S. and Israeli strikes as part of what the U.S. is calling Operation Epic Fury in Iran right now. Kristen, thank you so much. NBC's chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us. He is in the region, specifically in Dubai today. And Keir, it strikes me that on this Saturday morning, we're exactly 8 weeks removed from a not too dissimilar, though very different circumstances, set of strikes that took place in Venezuela, where the U.S. was successful in what was in effect a regime change, removing Nicolas Maduro there with the stealth operation that was able to take him back to the United States, where he now faces justice. But the challenge that the U.S. faces here is much greater. The president has not indicated he has a desire for boots on the ground. In effect, the boots on the ground, in the president's words, will be the people of Iran. He said their government is for them to take at this time, as he describes it, one of the best opportunities, perhaps the only opportunity they will have in generations there. From your vantage point in that region, again, as we see the response and the reprisals from Iran right now, detail the challenge that the U.S. faces as it begins the sustained operation where the president, in his own words, has said regime change, the removal of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is among his top priorities.
Yeah, I mean, I would describe it this way. You framed it well, Peter. I would describe it as multiple moving parts is the real challenge here. That there are, Richard was talking earlier very well about just the size of this battlefield, if you like, thousands of miles across sea and land. And there are multiple moving parts. So as an example, you mentioned Ayatollah Khamenei and whether or not he is a target. There is a student group reporting that it has been told, an Iranian student group, that it has been told by Ayatollah Khamenei's son that he is alive and well, and that other members of the leadership are alive. Now, of course, that doesn't tell us entirely the situation, because it may be that there wasn't a target against the supreme leader himself at this stage. But just to give you another example of these multiple moving parts, Qatar has said that it is suspending maritime activities. Now, you'll know, of course, that there's a small Persian Gulf just off the coast here of Dubai, Arabian Gulf. You can choose the name of the sea, but it's a place that leads to the Strait of Hormuz, where, as we have been talking about, around 20% of the world's oil and gas passes. That news that the Qataris are saying we're going to stop maritime activities raises that question about the risk now, and whether by Monday morning we see a huge surge in oil prices if that Strait of Hormuz is closed. To be clear, it's not just about Iran's production of oil and gas. It's about whether it has the capability to actually stop exports of oil and gas from many of these countries. Just in terms of some reporting, Peter, I've spoken to now, heard from multiple people here in the United Arab Emirates who describe hearing explosions in the capital Abu Dhabi and here in Dubai, where I am. One describing 3 loud pops, he said. He thought that it was air defenses. And it does appear from the reports of multiple governments here that air defenses are mostly what people have been hearing. Now, the Defense Ministry of the United Arab Emirates saying that one person has been killed, describing that death as the result of, really, you would describe it as falling shrapnel from air defenses. That's what happens. You know, when a missile or a drone is intercepted in the sky, bits of it have to go somewhere, and that is a risk to the civilian population. So the UAE saying that it has successfully used air defenses. Qataris saying that they have intercepted missiles or drones in their airspace, potentially targeting Al Udeid base, is the base that you went to, Peter, and which I visited just a few months ago. Big sprawling base, likely has been mostly emptied in anticipation of all of this. Kuwait saying its air defenses have worked. Bahrain, it does look as if something landed near the Fifth Fleet base, the port, and in fact we're just hearing from the Bahrainis saying that in Bahrain the government there is evacuating people from that area around that base. And that goes to another point about these multiple moving parts. I would say, judging from what we've heard so far, that the first stage of this, the very first stage in what may be a protracted operation and series of events, does appear to have been successful from the Arab countries' perspective in terms of intercepting those Iranian munitions. But we're only at the first stage, and the Qataris are already talking about a second wave and intercepting a second wave from Iran. So, you know, I guess in a way you could just put it this way, Peter, a lot can go wrong. And I think we really heard that from President Trump in his statement, warning the American people that there could be American casualties. A lot can go wrong in the coming days. And as we have talked about in the past few days, one of those things is that looming question about what happens in Iran if there is going to be a regime change. What replaces that regime?
And Keir, just a short time ago, our Raf Sanchez was in a briefing, and an official speaking with reporters wouldn't comment on reports that Israel attempted to kill Iran's supreme leader. A noteworthy response, and obviously not commenting on it. And as you mentioned, the reports there about some pushback to that. But just for people who are waking up to this news and trying to get their arms around the sheer scope of what we are talking about, can you just level set for us and sort of give us a sense of what the wider implications of an effort
lost
like
you there, Laura, but I get your question. I'll just tell you that we won't necessarily. I mean, if Ayatollah Khamenei has been targeted, if he has been hit, if you like, we won't necessarily hear that from the Iranians initially. Certainly, just to talk about Ayatollah Khamenei, the leader of Iran, he's 86 years old. He has been, even amid these negotiations and diplomacy, he has been putting out fiery statements and speeches against President Trump, insisting that Iran would not give up its ability to enrich uranium. He's been pulling the strings in many ways, and what you've really seen is, for example, the Iranian foreign minister trying to negotiate, but ultimately the reality that the supreme leader's in charge in Iran, or has been in charge in Iran, and he's a hardliner. That being said, one of the concerns in this whole picture of potential moving parts in the coming days is whether he would be replaced by leadership that were even more hardline.
As you speak about the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he has been in that position since 1989. Before that, from the 8 years that preceded it, served as the president of that country as we witness another historic day as it relates to Iran, the future of that country, the future of the region. Keir, one more point I want to make as we have you here is, as you and I both know well, it's much easier to start a war than it is to end one right now. And even as the president is announcing these new strikes alongside the Israelis in that region. Did we lose Keir Simmons for a second? We lost Keir Simmons. Fine. We'll get back to him in a second. Let's bring in Jeremy Bash then, our former chief of staff at the CIA, also at the Pentagon and NBC News contributor. Jeremy, I pose this question to you then, which is that this is not just a regional war that we're now seeing underway, but it has real ripple effects globally as well. We are hearing for the first time from the Russian foreign minister, who, as you would expect, is condemning these strikes by the United States, saying in part it leaves no doubt that this was a pre-planned and unprovoked act, in the Russians' words, armed aggression against a sovereign and independent UN member state in violation of the fundamental principles and norms of international law. You know, it's striking that the president came in with a desire to end wars, among them the war between Russia and Ukraine that he initially had said he thought he could complete even before coming into office, if not on day one. That war remains unresolved. This only puts further pressure and tension as it relates to the U.S.-Russia relationship. But specific to Iran, Iran has a lot of support from some rogue nations around the world, Russia among them, North Korea, China, and beyond. This does bring a lot of other players into the mix very quickly.
That's right. So Iran sells oil and gas to China. That's how they fund their economy. And, of course, they've been selling drones to Russia to use in the Ukraine battle space. And so there's military cooperation between the Russian Federation and Iran. And I think you're exactly right, Peter. There are global repercussions for this military action today. But I think really this all is about the nuclear equation. So, you know, remember, U.S. intelligence has assessed that Iran was trying to build a nuclear weapon until at least 2002, when they suspended work on that nuclear weaponization program. But Iran always maintained the right or the ability, the capability to enrich uranium, that bomb fuel that, if highly enriched, could become the fuel for a nuclear weapon. And for many years now, the United States, Israel, our allies and partners have been trying to prevent Iran from breaking out. That's the phrase you hear, breaking out the civilian or potentially peaceful use of nuclear energy into a weaponization program. We don't have any evidence today that Iran is trying to build that implosion device, the warhead, for a nuclear weapon. But I think the Trump administration came to the conclusion that we can't trust Iran to have any enrichment whatsoever. Under the Obama administration, there was a diplomatic deal to try to allow for Iran to have some low-level enrichment. That deal had many problems with it because it was going to sunset ultimately, and Iran was going to be able to go back to a more robust nuclear enrichment program. Of course, Trump pulled out of that deal. The Biden administration stayed out of that deal because, of course, the sanctions had already been waived. But when Trump came back in office this time, I think he thought to himself, there's no way we can trust the Iranians to have any nuclear enrichment whatsoever. And so really, I think from the beginning, the view was the U.S. was going to go after Fordo, it was going to go after Natanz, it was going to go after Isfahan, the nuclear program in Iran. But ultimately, there was going to be no solution to the nuclear program issue unless the regime changed. But again, as we've been talking about all morning, since the president posted on Truth Social, and as all of our correspondents and analysts have been noting, you can't just have regime change from the air. You can't do it from the Tomahawk weapons platform off of a naval ship. You can't do it off of the air-to-ground system of an F-22. In order to have regime change, you have to have support for people on the ground. You have to have something that comes behind the regime. You have to have, in a phrase, nation building, building up capabilities and ministries and the state functions so that the Iranian people can be fed. They can get health care. They can go about their daily lives. This cannot happen just from military action alone. So, again, there are many, many, many blanks to be filled in by the administration, by Israel at this hour. But we do have overwhelming military superiority in the region. And I think this first round is definitively going to go to the United States and Israel. The question is, what happens in round two?
Jeremy, as you point out, there is no evidence of Iran building that type of warhead. But the president did make a point in his video posted overnight that Iran has been building missiles that could soon reach the American homeland. And obviously, that is the concern that would be paramount for American citizens living here. Talk to us about what types of abilities Iran does have at its disposal right now.
Well, look, Iran has been building a highly capable long-range ballistic and cruise missile fleet. They right now have intercontinental ballistic missiles that can fly and hit Israel. We've seen that in April and October of 2024. And some of those missiles can even range parts of Europe. And I think only with a few more months and years of enhanced capability, Iran will be able to launch those missiles. They basically fly into space. They can look like space satellites upon launch, and then they can fly through the atmosphere and hit United States targets in our homeland. We're not there yet. Iran doesn't have it yet, but I think Trump is basically preempting that capability. He's saying we don't want Iran to have that capability. And so they don't have a nuclear weapon. They don't have a nuclear warhead. They don't have an ICBM capability yet. You'd have to mate the two in order to really fire nuclear weapons at the homeland. But they can wreak a lot of havoc with their cruise missile program, their ballistic missile program, their surrogates, their proxies, their naval forces, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and other alignment that they have with the Houthis in Yemen, and even Hezbollah in Lebanon. The remnants are still there. So Iran has a lot of asymmetric threats right now against the United States, against Israel, and against our key allies and partners. We're seeing some, as we've been talking about all morning, some explosions in Erbil, in Kurdistan, in Doha, in Qatar, near our military facilities at Al Udeid, near our military facilities at Bahrain, at Manama, at the Fifth Fleet. We'll see what else they can fire off against the United Arab Emirates. We also have forces at Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. We've got forces at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, of course, in Kuwait as well, at Al Dhafra in UAE. So we've got a lot of targets in the region, including our naval vessels. And for the first time, the U.S. put aircraft on the ground in Israel, tankers at Ben Gurion Airport, F-22s down at Ovda Air Base in the Negev. So Iran has a lot of targets. And the question is, will U.S. and Israeli jets and naval vessels be able to take out some of those missiles in the early hours of this conflict?
I mean, obviously, there was so much buildup in the days and weeks ahead, and we had all been sort of on guard for something of this scale. But in the short term, obviously, the U.S. has the assets in the region, as Courtney outlined. But in the long term, this is something, if it was to go on for weeks or potentially even longer, what would be the vulnerability for the U.S. there?
Well, look, the United States was in Afghanistan for 20 years. We were in Iraq from 2003 until 2011, and we maintain a presence in the region as a result of those post-9/11 wars. So I don't think anybody should expect that this is going to be a one and done, like the Maduro op or even Midnight Hammer. I think this should be thought of as an expanded, and even the president said, a massive military operation. And that doesn't happen in days. It doesn't even happen in weeks. I think we can expect that for months and even years to come, the United States is going to be involved militarily in the future of Iran. And again, what capabilities we need to field, whether it's on the ground or working with allies and partners, working with local groups, that remains to be developed, remains to be fielded. At this hour, the only thing that the United States is trying to do is decimate command and control, take out ballistic missiles, take out cruise missiles, take out nuclear infrastructure, and target regime targets. I say only as if of course, it's incredibly complex, and it's incredibly dangerous work for the pilots and for our service members in the region. But the much more dangerous mission, the much more complicated mission, the much more high stakes and if you will, less certain mission is going to be whether or not we can be on the ground helping the Iranian people achieve the objective that the president laid out. I think there are many questions about that tonight.
Jeremy Bash has been joining us with more of his detailed understanding of that region. Jeremy, we appreciate you. We'll ask you to stay with us. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is with us as well. He is in Tel Aviv, as you see there, with his flak jacket and helmet as necessary, given the fact that we've seen airstrikes targeting that region, Israel in particular, over the course of the last several hours. As we were speaking to you earlier, Richard, we heard some of the sirens overhead there as the U.S. tries to fend off incoming attacks there. I want to ask you quickly about what we're learning. First, about your experiences in Iran. You were there only a matter of weeks ago. And separately, about the real fears that exist throughout that region, not just from Iran, even though the reprisals have begun, but from Iran's proxies throughout that region. We've witnessed the degradation of Hamas, Hezbollah, and some of its other proxies throughout the region, but they still remain as big of a concern as any because they have the ability to work perhaps a bit more under the radar in efforts that target not just American citizens, but other American desired properties in that region.
So let's start with the proxies because Israel has just commented on them a short while ago. Israel has announced, according to a military briefing, that it is calling up 70,000 reservists in the coming hours and days. According to this military briefing, one of the main reasons it's doing that is to defend against all possibilities of threats on all of Israel's borders from a variety of different groups. including proxy groups. Now, Iran has many proxy groups. Its network of allies was much stronger several years ago, but Israel, after October 7th, decimated Hamas. It decimated the Hezbollah group in Lebanon. The United States has carried out massive military attacks against the Houthis, who were stopping ships and carrying out attacks against the shipping lane in the Red Sea. But they do still have proxies, primarily in Iraq. Iraq has a strong Iranian influence. Iran's influence has been powerful in Iraq since Saddam Hussein's government was overthrown by U.S. forces in 2003. Over the course of the last several decades, Iran's presence has only become more and more established. And one of the leading militia groups there, which is Hezbollah Iraq, so not Hezbollah in Lebanon, but an offshoot of the group, said that in the coming hours, it will start carrying out attacks against American troops in the region, specifically American troops in Iraq. So Iran does still have a network, not nearly as strong as it once was, but it still does have many relatively powerful militia groups that can carry out attacks that can be very difficult to defend against. Israel, with all of this American firepower here, is set up to stop incoming missiles, to stop incoming ballistic missiles, to stop incoming smaller missiles with its Iron Dome system. But militia groups can fire drones. They can carry out terrorist attacks. They can carry out suicide bombings. They can carry them out almost anywhere in the world. So it is a different kind of threat that Israel, with this massive call-up of reservists, is already preparing to deal with. That's on one front. In Tehran, the way that this attack is being described in Tehran, officials have just come out a short while ago saying that the leadership remains intact. They are trying to convince the Iranian people that the regime is not under threat, that it is being attacked by Israel and the United States, even though Iran was in the midst of good faith negotiations, that this was a surprise attack, and they have listed all of the Iranian leaders who they claim have survived and are still in good health, including the Speaker of Parliament, including Laranjani, who's one of the most powerful figures in the country, including the army chief. But notably, Peter, one of the people that they did not specifically mention by name is the supreme leader himself, Ayatollah Khamenei. That doesn't mean he's unaccounted for. It could be they are just keeping his whereabouts deliberately ambiguous. There have been reports circulating for the last several days that he is in hiding. He is in a bunker. But I think it is noteworthy that he was not specifically listed by the Iranians as someone who survived this initial salvo. Iran is also saying that among the targets that was attacked by Israel and the United States this morning was a school. Iran says that a girls' school was hit, not in Tehran, in a province, and according to two different Iranian state media reports, they claim that more than 30 women and girls were killed in that attack and dozens injured. So that is how it is being described in Iran to the Iranian people, where we have been able to have some communication with officials and people on the street, and there is a great deal of nervousness, heavy traffic on the street, and the government telling people to get out of Tehran. Now, the reason it's telling people to get out of Iran could be twofold. They could be telling people to leave Tehran for their own safety, but it is also possible that they don't want large numbers of people gathering in the capital, large crowds that could potentially go to the streets, try and engage in political action, try and engage in demonstrations like the demonstrations that Tehran witnessed just over a month ago.
Richard, when we saw you just last hour, it's almost 2 p.m. there where you are now in Tel Aviv. When we saw you last hour, we saw that trail of white smoke in the air. We heard the air sirens. Just sort of set the scene of what you are hearing and seeing right now, because we really don't have a full sense yet of whether these strikes are continuing, whether they will re-up at some point. So just tell us what exactly you're hearing and seeing right now.
Well, what's different this time is compared to the attacks that happened from Iran against Israel or Israel against Iran this summer, and even before this summer, because there have been several rounds of attacks and reciprocal strikes between Israel and Iran, is that Israel was the main focus. Iran fired all of its ballistic missiles primarily at Tel Aviv and other Israeli cities along the coast, other targets as well, but it was Israel that was focused. This time, Iran is spreading out its attacks. It seems to be mainly focused on American allies, countries in the Gulf region that have supported the United States or that host U.S. military bases. So there have been incoming strikes here, at least 35 ballistic missiles, according to Israeli media quoting Israeli officials. That was that number about an hour ago, so surely it has gone up since now, but we're talking about dozens of ballistic missiles coming into Israel alone. But it is not only Israel. You're showing the map. There have been strikes in Bahrain. And by the way, the news agency in Bahrain just reported that because of those strikes, there have not been any casualties, that the results were successfully intercepted and no people in Bahrain were killed, according to state media there. But also the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Jordan, Iraq, multiple countries all across the region, Iranian officials openly describing this as a regional war, which is what Iran's supreme leader had promised. He said that if there was this preemptive strike by Israel or the United States, that Iran would respond by launching a regional war, and we are seeing what seems to be the early phases of that.
NBC's Richard Engel has been joining us from on the ground in Tel Aviv. Richard, we're going to ask you to stay with us as well. We appreciate your expertise, having spent so much time in that region, including most recently in Tehran within the last several weeks. We want to get to NBC's Julie Sirkin. She's traveling this weekend with the President of the United States. That takes her to West Palm Beach, the President delivering those remarks, as we saw in the early morning hours, from his Mar-a-Lago property there. Julie, when we spoke earlier, you made a point that I thought was interesting. You know that the President was wearing the same outfit with that white USA cap, the same tie, no lack of tie, the same shirt and blazer that we saw him in yesterday when he is traveling on the road, which appears to indicate that his statement in the early morning hours was recorded late yesterday, which gives us some indication that the President's mind was made up well before these strikes began in order for these remarks to be prepared for his delivery. What more do we know from the White House's perspective as it relates to them notifying members of Congress as well?
Yeah, that's right, Peter. And I'll start off with what we're hearing from the President. We know that he was awake in the early morning hours. We saw him not only this statement that was posted to his Truth Social, but reposting, retruthing various posts as it relates to these strikes, this operation in Iran, and otherwise some domestic matters even the President posting about. But we also are waiting at this hour to see if President Trump plans to talk to reporters again this morning. I say that because just a couple of weeks ago I was here when the President announced the operation that we saw unfold in Venezuela. They then called a news conference, sort of impromptu. The President was flanked by his top officials. His envoy, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner was there, Secretary of State Marco Rubio as well. We don't know the kind of people and aides the President has with him right now, but I should say this is the 6th military operation that the President had observed and had launched from his Mar-a-Lago home, from his winter estate, as he likes to call it here. We know the President has been spending most of his weekends here, but in that video that he posted that you're hearing on screen there, unclear again where that was filmed, but notable in what he was wearing. I thought a couple of moments jumped out as we've been talking about this all morning, including the fact that he said this is a massive and ongoing operation. And because of that, members of Congress and lawmakers are now waking up to this, in some cases wondering why Congress wasn't notified, wasn't looped if an act of war like this was going to take place, as the President himself using that language. But you also have members of the Gang of Eight. This is the top leadership, the top brass on Capitol Hill, those who are tasked with overseeing intelligence matters, with military matters, in leadership in Democratic and Republican sides of the aisle. I'm told that individual members of those groups were briefed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. They were notified ahead of time that this operation would be taking place soon. I'm told they were not given a specific time in which it was going to take place. Of course, we saw saw what happened in these strikes happening between the U.S. and Israel and Iran. These lawmakers not notified exactly when that would be happening, but that is not stopping, Peter, some reaction that we're seeing, including from some top Democrats like Ro Khanna, for example. I mentioned him because he has a war powers resolution that he is pushing in the Republican-led House. It could be up for a vote as early as next week, Peter, and it is Congress reaffirming its right in this matter and trying to take away its constitutional authority from the executive branch. We've seen these kinds of efforts take place in the Senate as well. It's notable because we've seen Republicans join those efforts. But in this case, of course, with this operation in Iran, something that lawmakers have been waiting for potentially for weeks, they also received a briefing several days ago, Peter, from Secretary of State Rubio. He filled in lawmakers of the back and forth negotiations that we know were ongoing between the U.S. and Iran. We also know that there were recent meetings with the president's administration, with his top officials, as recently as yesterday with regional counterparts. I'm talking about Vice President Vance meeting with the foreign minister of Oman yesterday, having that discussion, still indicating that the U.S. was perhaps moving forward in a diplomatic solution with Iran's leadership. The president said yesterday, Peter, as well, when he was holding a political event in Texas, that he is unhappy with the direction of the talks. That was perhaps the most notable indication heading into last night where the president was thinking. He wasn't happy, he said, with the direction that the talks were going as it relates specifically to Iran's nuclear program, its ballistic missile program as well, and the support Iran's government gives to proxies in the region that we know have caused terror for many who live in the region. And so, again, we have this video from the president. We have some extraordinary statements from him, including that he warned of American casualties, as you talked to Kristen Welker about. That is notable coming from a president who campaigned on no new wars. In the last couple of weeks, I was talking to several MAGA allies as well as operatives who warned that this could potentially distance the president's base, as this was somebody who said that he would pull troops out of these countries and not potentially move them into this region. Of course, we know the president not intending to put boots on the ground in Iran, but these strikes, the potential of casualties, is something that we cannot understate or overstate, excuse me.
And Julie, as we approach the top of the hour, almost 7 o'clock on the East Coast right now, it is worth repeating for those who are just waking up with us for this special report here on NBC News. We are watching as we speak U.S. and Israeli strikes targeting Iran. The President of the United States making clear this is a multi-fold effort focused on, among other things, targeting both the ballistic missile program as well as the nuclear program there. Separately focused on devastating Iran's military, and beyond that, focused ultimately, as the president suggested, on opportunity for the people of Iran to topple the Iranian regime at this time. We have cameras focused on the skies above many of the countries throughout that region. There is no indication that this has let up at this point. While we've been on the air this morning, we have seen potential or intended reprisals, response from Iran, including over Israel, another strike targeting Bahrain taking place this morning. And as the U.S., the White House, the president has made clear, this is very different from what we witnessed last year with Midnight Hammer, Laura. That was a one-day effort focused specifically on the nuclear program. This has several goals in mind, and as the president has made clear, it's an effort that will be sustained. It may not happen overnight.
A massive effort with lofty goals, talking about annihilating the Iranian Navy, talking about regime change. We have learned from our reporters that there have been no American casualties, at least so far. Obviously, that can change. We have also learned about the buildup of assets that have gone on in the region there, and we have heard from our experts about the type of assets that Iran has at its disposal as it has continued to retaliate throughout the morning. And we have also learned from our Ram Sanchez about the reports that Israel tried to attempt to kill Iranian Supreme Leader, and not commenting on that. We do want to say good morning to you. It is 7 a.m. on the East Coast here. For those of you tuning in for the Today Show, we have been following breaking news for the last several hours out of Iran and around the world, with the U.S. and Israel launching a joint coordinated attack, what President Trump called major combat operations in Iran.
This is very much a developing story. It began within the last several hours. Iran has already begun its retaliatory strikes against several U.S. military facilities in the region. Two U.S. officials say as of now there are no reported American casualties. We should note the president, in remarks that he delivered, pre-recorded remarks posted to social media, made clear that there may be American casualties as a function of this effort. He said, in his words, that often happens in war. Explosions have been heard in parts of northern Israel. Israeli residents have been told to shelter in place until further notice as they worry about the potential and what appears to already be taking place for attacks, potential retaliation.
We have a team of correspondents for you fanned out across the globe, and we will speak to them in just a moment. But we want to first play some of the video statement, the recorded statement that the president put out on True Social after this operation began this morning. Take a listen.
It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail.
The president vowing there's something that will be massive and ongoing, and we have team coverage from around the globe for you this morning. We're going to start with our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby, who has been on with us all morning long. Courtney, describe to us exactly what type of efforts have been made this morning for people who are just waking up to this news.
Okay, so what we know is the U.S. and Israel undertook a series of strikes that have been ongoing for about the last 6 or 7 hours now, as far as we know. The strikes from the U.S. side have targeted military and security targets, so things like headquarters units and potentially warehouses. We're still working on specifics on exactly what they have hit, but think about things that are related specifically to the Iranian ballistic missile program and potentially their nuclear program. The Israelis, on the other hand, according to officials who we're speaking with, have been more focused on Iranian leadership targets. Now, not long after these strikes began and the U.S. acknowledged them and the Israeli military, Iran began a very swift and widespread retaliatory effort. Now, we know that they have targeted at least 6 different nations. They have targeted the Israeli military in Israel with ballistic missiles so far. At this point, most, if not all of those missiles have been intercepted or shot down. We also know that they have targeted several nations in the region, including Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Bahrain. So far, we are getting reports from U.S. officials and from local governments that most of those missiles and incoming projectiles have been shot down. As you mentioned, we have no reports at this point of any U.S. casualties, but I have to stress this is an ongoing mission, both from the U.S. and Israeli side and from the Iranian side. Now, we do know at least one missile did strike in Bahrain, but we're still working through exactly where it was able to impact. But again, at this point, at this stage, there are no indications of any U.S. casualties. And guys, we just heard from President Trump, the video that the White House released overnight. We should consider this a sustained military campaign. So when you look at what has happened as far as the military strikes under President Trump in the last year or so since he's been in his second term, they have been quick, somewhat decisive efforts. So Operation Midnight Hammer in Iran last June, going after the nuclear facilities. Of course, the mission to take Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, into custody, very quick, a large mission, a large operation, but quick and sort of a one and done. We should not consider that here, and that is for the very reasons President Trump just laid out in that video, and that is because he has laid out several different operational missions or objectives in this. That includes ensuring that Iran never has a nuclear program, decimating their ballistic missile program. That is a huge undertaking in and of itself. Also, as he put it, annihilating the Iranian Navy so that they cannot threaten the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz and shipping. But then also he points out that once the U.S. and Israel lay this groundwork, the Iranian people should rise up. He is also hoping to lay the groundwork for regime change in Iran with this military action, guys.
Courtney, as you know, this is a wide-reaching effort by both the United States and Israel right now. To your point, the president said there are multiple goals here. He talked about the desire to raise their missile industry, to get rid of the nuclear program. He talked about the desire to annihilate their navy. He talked about the desire for those on the ground, the Iranian people, to topple the Ayatollah, the Iranian regime right now. He said it was a simple mission, is his words, ultimately to get rid of the nuclear program there. But it's a lot easier to start a war than it is to finish one. The president, only 8 weeks ago on this day, succeeded in removing Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela. That was a very different operation than the one we're witnessing right now. As you note, this is a very different operation than the one we witnessed in June of 2025 last summer, where the U.S. struck those nuclear sites within Iran right now. Can you talk about the complexities as it relates to this effort? The president has made clear, not ruling it out, but he has no desire for U.S. forces to be on the ground there to achieve this goal from afar is really quite a reach. It requires major buy-in from the people of Iran. It's not something that you can easily do from a distance, as the president is hoping to do right now with these military strikes.
Yeah, and we've been talking for several weeks now about this military, U.S. military buildup in the region. The one thing that has been very clear as we've watched that unfold is they have not laid the groundwork for U.S. boots on the ground here. That would be potentially tens of thousands of men and women who would be involved in that. Just for perspective here, before the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, the U.S. had well over 100,000 troops in the region to be ready for that effort. So we're not seeing that. Instead, this is sort of what I would almost call a more modern version of a conflict here, and that is they have brought in advanced fighters, advanced aircraft, precision munitions. So we have seen F-22s, F-35s, F-15s, F-18s all move into the region, or additional ones into the region. We've seen naval presence there that gives them the ability for standoff strikes from Tomahawks. We know that they've already used those into Iran as part of this conflict already today. But the U.S. has also brought in a tremendous cache of additional air defense systems. And that's because as part of this, they have been preparing and planning for the Iranian retaliation that we're already seeing unfold. We should expect this to be sustained, but what they have there right now is not something that we should consider a months or longer potential campaign. This is something that the U.S. could maintain days and weeks, but if this is going to end up being a larger war for months and years, they're going to have to bring in additional forces there. Again, they have a huge component of forces there right now, but not what we have seen as in past wars like the war in Iraq in 2003.
All right, Courtney, stand by for us, and we'll continue to come back to you as you get more great reporting. Our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, joins us now from Tel Aviv. Richard, Israel's air defenses seem to be withstanding the barrage of attacks that we have seen throughout this morning for the last several hours. And as we have mentioned, this could go on for quite some time. Talk to us about what resources Israel has at its disposal. As we mentioned, this was a joint effort between Israel and the U.S., where Israel was tasked with taking out Iran's leaders, the U.S. tasked with tackling the missile systems.
Israel and the United States together have done this before. They have confronted Iranian missile barrages in the past. They just did it this last summer during Operation Midnight Hammer. They did that before as Israel was responding to militia attacks after the October 7th massacre. So Israel has, especially now with all of this American firepower in the region, considerable capabilities to stop incoming rocket attacks. The Israeli military has just called up an additional 70,000 reservists that a military briefing says those people will be called up in the coming hours and days. So this country has the capacity to defend itself against ballistic missiles. It's proven that in the past, especially with American assistance. That doesn't mean it has the capacity to get every single one. Israelis have been told to shelter in place. Gatherings in this country, public gatherings, have been stopped. People are not allowed to go to work, to go to any kind of public events. Schools have been canceled. So this country is now in a semi-state of special emergency, as it's described. But going back to what you were just talking about with Courtney, it's important to not lose sight that this is a regional war from day one. During this summer's war, it was largely an exchange of fire between Israel and Iran, with the United States helping Israel with air defenses, and then ultimately helping Israel by carrying out attacks with bunker busters against the Iranian nuclear sites. This time, the war went regional on day one. Within hours of the U.S. and Israeli preemptive strikes, as they were described, Iran responded by attacking U.S. military bases all across the region. And if you just, Courtney was mentioning them, Israel, Jordan, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates. And that list could continue to grow. A militia group, a powerful militia group in Iraq, says it intends to carry out attacks against U.S. interests in the region. And this was a war of choice. There were negotiations actively underway when this war began. The Omani foreign minister just put out a powerful statement a few moments ago. Oman was helping to mediate these talks, and he wrote that he is, quote, dismayed, and I'm quoting the foreign minister. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this, and I pray that I pray for the innocents who will suffer. I urge the United States not to get sucked in further. This is not your war. So a very powerful statement from the mediator who was trying to avoid this, avoid a conflict. And the reason he said this is the same thing that happened is because it is exactly what happened. This summer, when the 12-day war was launched, Israel, the United States, and Iran were actively involved in negotiations, and in the midst of those negotiations, a surprise attack against Iran was launched. So the same kind of scenario has repeated itself, where negotiations, according to Iranians, were just a cover, a pretext for launching a war, but very different this time. On day one, within hours, it went regional.
And Richard, as we've been making the point, you have made this point over the course of this day, the concern as it relates to retaliation, not just from Iran as a regime, but from its proxies throughout that region, despite the recent degradation we saw by the U.S. and Israel, focused most specifically on Hamas and Hezbollah and some of the other proxies throughout that region. Richard Engel, we appreciate your being with us. To pull back the curtain a bit, to give people an understanding, Israel, where Richard is right now, is roughly 1/80th the size of Iran, a very small country on the Mediterranean, much smaller in comparison to Iran. Iran, not as large as Alaska, but several times as large as the state of California, to give you some perspective about the breadth of the strikes that we anticipate, not just happening today with our live pictures coming in from that region, but also over the course of the next several weeks.
And the swiftness with which we've seen the retaliatory efforts and the way that it has spread, not just against Israel, but throughout the region, and including U.S. military assets there in the region. We want to bring into the conversation now, Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker. Kristen, one thing we really haven't touched on yet this morning, and I want to get your perspective on, is why now? Why would the president do this now, as we have sort of seen the saber rattling for quite some time? You've interviewed him, obviously, so many times and pressed him on this issue. What do you think the tipping point was here?
Well, Laura, Peter, great question. Look, 1 year ago, President Trump said to me in a telephone interview, if Iran won't make a deal, we will bomb them, the likes of which we've never seen before. And so here we are a year later. Why now? It is believed that Iran and its proxies are weaker because, in part, of the initial round of U.S. and Israeli strikes that took place several months ago. It is believed that these negotiations were essentially at a standstill. President Trump saying that he still had not heard what he referred to as those magic words from Iran, that it would effectively abandon its nuclear program. And then there was the case that he laid out in his State of the Union address when he said he believed Iran was working on trying to develop a nuclear weapon that could hit the United States. And that, Laura, that presumably the tipping point. What is the evidence for that? Will he present that to the American people, if not Congress? And on that point, Congressman Ro Khanna out with a new statement, Laura and Peter, calling for Congress to convene on Monday to vote on his and Congressman Massey's war powers resolution, which would effectively require the administration to go to Congress if it wants to take any further or broader military action in Iran, in the region. So I think that question of why now, Laura, is going to be top of mind for Americans, certainly, and for lawmakers who are watching this and starting to respond this morning.
Wouldn't be surprising if we hear from the president again over the course of the day. Of course, he is at Mar-a-Lago, his Florida property there. No indication if he will speak publicly again today. The remarks that he posted overnight coming out roughly 3 o'clock in the morning, East Coast time, based on what he was wearing. It appears they were pre-recorded late yesterday as he returned to the Mar-a-Lago property, having left the White House before that. Kristen Welker is our moderator of Meet the Press right now. We want to get to NBC's Yasmin Vasugian, who is keeping a close eye, monitoring what we're able to hear, learn from people on the ground inside Iran right now. Yasmin, as we bring you into this conversation, we should note there has been a near total internet blackout there, but not a complete one, which means there is still some information that is coming out from there. Most of the information we're learning from within Iran coming, of course, through semi-state or state media outlets. But more broadly, what are you hearing from that region as the president has made clear, ultimately, at the end of the day, without U.S. troops on the ground, it's going to be up to the Iranian people themselves, he believes, to topple the Iranian regime?
So you're right, Peter. There is a near internet blackout, as we remember it happening after those mass protests in Iran just a couple of months ago as well. I have, though, been able to get in touch with some folks inside Iran through various means that are already in place and set up. And obviously, as the launch began early in the night, we were able to get some images in from inside Tehran as well, along with some individuals who have cell phones, for instance, that are from other countries that are outside of Iran. They're able to communicate through that way as well with me. So I think it's important to note that for Iranians, they are in a very difficult position. They have been for quite some time. Their backs, they feel as if, are up against a wall. They are in dire economic straits because of the sanctions that have been leveled against them. It's hard for them even to put food on the table. There is extreme joblessness inside Iran. And you have to remember that the majority of the population inside Iran are young people. And so the joblessness is amongst the young, who are most likely the active folks, the politically active individuals inside Iran. Remember the protests that were happening at Tehran University just a couple of days ago as well. There have been mass casualties across that country over the last few months because of these protests at the hands of the Iranian government. These are individuals who feel as if they have no hope left except for regime change. Sure, there are people inside Iran that feel as if they still support the Iranian regime, but those individuals, Peter and Laura, are few and far between at this point. At this point, what Iranians want is to see change inside Iran because they feel like there is nothing left. At first, when the president said he was going to be negotiating with the Iranian regime, the current Iranian regime, Iranians inside Iran didn't support that because they felt as if it only legitimized the current regime, and they were hopeful something would change. And they were watching these negotiations coming out of Geneva quite closely, wondering if anything would come of them. And as we remember from the 12-day war over the summer, they were also amidst negotiations between Iran and the United States when Israel launched on Iran back then in the summer, hence why so many people were concerned that the same thing would happen this time. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. And what Iranians are telling me, Peter and Laura, is yes, while they want to see regime change inside Iran, and they were looking for something like this, right, a sign, a message from the West, and this is certainly a sign and a message from the West saying that they support the Iranian protesters and the lives that have been lost, that they could feasibly then take the reins and run with it, right, theoretically, essentially topple the regime. Whether they have the capacity to do that under the constraints of the Revolutionary Guard, I think, is really in question. Of course, the type of support, the ground support, of course, in addition to the aerial support the United States could provide, I think is also in question as well. But what they don't want is mass casualties, right? What the Iranians don't want is mass casualties. And I think the biggest worry on the ground right now is as we're seeing some of these images emerge, some of which I received from my sources there on the ground there, Tehran, for those that don't know, is an incredibly dense place geographically, right? It is where the majority of the people live in Iran. And so while you're going for instance, specific targets, which we see they are going for right now, the likelihood of them hitting civilians is incredibly high. I mean, it's like hitting New York City, right? So if you're going for a police headquarters, for instance, inside New York City, there are homes around those police headquarters.
And so I think the real fear for Iranians inside that country now is amidst this bombing that is happening right now, there could be a high likelihood of civilian casualties, which is something they don't want. But what they do want, Peter, and what they tell me repeatedly, is they want to see a real change, a leadership change inside Iran, specifically of the supreme leader, Khamenei, who is, of course, under poor health as well.
Yes, given that desire for change, the way the president framed his remarks is noteworthy. He said, I say the hour of your freedom, speaking to the Iranian people. He calls the proud people of Iran, the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. This will probably be your own.
They have been fighting on behalf for quite some time. Again, Laura, the question is how they're going to do this, right? There is an incredibly brutal policing force, both domestically and internationally, in Iran. And of course, as we've already seen, they can activate their proxies as well outside of Iran in retaliation to these strikes. So they understand this brutal police force will fight to the literal death to remain in power. I'm talking about the Revolutionary Guard. I'm talking about the domestic policing force. I'm talking about this regime, right? They came to power in this way, and they will go out of power in this way. Well, they will fight till the very end. And the Iranian people are quite aware of that. So the question is, do they have the resources, right, to activate in a way? Because I hear that from the president, as my sources are telling me as well, that is a call to action to the Iranian people. Do they have the resources? Do they have the firepower? Do they have the stamina? Do they have the ability? Do they have the manpower, the people that have been struggling for so long to fight against this regime to ultimately topple it? And is there a possibility they could get, for instance, the domestic policing force on their side? Up until this point, no, they haven't been able to do that. But if there is enough degradation from the top on down, there is a feasibility that that sort of thing could happen. I mean, guys, let's be clear. This is a minute-to-minute, hour-to-hour progression of what takes place. And so we're going to have to wait and see how this all unfolds. But Iranians, they're nervous, they're scared, they're elated. It is a mix of emotions right now as they consider what will happen next.
We should note, Yasmin, as you detail the call to action by the President of the United States, that more than 7,000 by most accounts, perhaps many more than that, Iranian citizens were killed in the recent crackdown that took place in that country within the course of the last several weeks. So this is a call to action where the consequences, the threat to their own lives is very clear. Exactly. Yasmin Vasugian, we're going to allow you to keep speaking to your contacts in Iran. We appreciate your reporting over the course of the day. We want to share some other information as we talk about the regional impact of this. We're now hearing from the Omani foreign minister, one of the other countries in that region that has played a part in the effort to try to bring the potential for war there to an end, having met just yesterday with the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, posting just a matter of moments ago, in his words, quote, "I am dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this." The words of one of those third parties, Oman, that had played a role in the effort to try to cool the tensions in that region. Obviously, now we, as you wake up on a Saturday morning, are witnessing the U.S. and Israel beginning a new war against Iran. We want to bring in Nicole Grajewski. She is a scholar with a nuclear policy program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Nicole, we appreciate your expertise in joining us early on this Saturday morning. The president made clear that his priority here, among others, was to decimate, to rid Iran of the ability to build a nuclear weapon. We saw what happened in June last summer, where the U.S. with Midnight Hammer specifically targeted some of those nuclear sites within Iran. Had Iran begun in real terms to try to redevelop its nuclear program? Where were they in this effort so far? And what was the real threat to the United States and to the world at this time before the U.S. took action?
Thanks so much for having me. I mean, there were definitely Iranian efforts to reconstitute its nuclear program after the June 2025 strikes. But the scale at which Iran's efforts actually succeeded were far more dismal than actually the program prior to that in June 2025 and prior to those strikes. So the threat from Iran wasn't as immediate, I think, as the prior 12-day war. And by most assessments, this would have taken Iran around 2 to 3 years to even get up and running, to have kind of the capabilities to actually pose a real sizable threat in terms of nuclear.
What do you make of the U.S. and Israel sort of joining forces in this way, with this dual approach of the U.S. going after sort of the military, the missiles, the munitions, all of those assets, while Israel taking direct action against the leaders, the likes of which we still don't have the full scope of, and the fact that this, Nicole, could continue for quite some time?
Yes, certainly. I mean, this is distinct from the 12-day war in June, because Israel largely went and started prior to the U.S. involvement. But this was much more coordinated, partly because the U.S. didn't want to initiate the strikes from the Gulf, where Iran had more advanced capabilities. And we're actually seeing that play out at the moment. But there's definitely a closer coordination with the Israelis at the moment. And you're seeing targeting actually align with a lot of the Israeli concerns, particularly the ballistic missile program in the western provinces of Iran. So at the moment, it looks like the conflict is actually spreading also to the Persian Gulf, despite U.S. initial efforts to kind of contain it between Iran and Israel and the United States.
Nicole, could you detail, this concern is broader than just Iran. It has to do with its proxies, has to do with its capabilities throughout that region. The Strait of Hormuz there is where about 1/5 of the world's oil travels. Unclear whether Iran might try to target that, which has been a choke point, as it were, in past conflicts or tensions of this kind. Could you detail for us a better understanding? Obviously, the target is mostly focused on Iran itself, but Iran has tentacles that spread throughout that region, even if not nuclear-capable tentacles.
Well, certainly. I mean, Iran's capabilities in the Persian Gulf are quite interesting. We haven't seen that really been put to full force, but Iran could mine and place mines in the Strait of Hormuz. They could shut off maritime trade. And at the moment, that seems to be shut off because of these strikes. But there's also the Houthis in Yemen that have, for a long time, consistently targeted U.S. and Israeli shipping and also military forces. So that's another potential front that could be opened. Hezbollah is kind of a big unknown at the moment. Hezbollah has had such a setback since October 7th, and kind of the real eradication of Hezbollah's command and control, that they're unlikely to pose a formidable threat to Israel and the United States. But at the moment, it seems to be that Iran's asymmetric capabilities and also some of its non-state actors can raise the stakes for the United States and Israel.
Nicole Gwes, we appreciate your expertise this morning, as we are just beginning to sort through what could be a very long and lengthy and massive operation as we are coming on the air here at 7:30 here. Our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, joins me from Dubai. Keir, you've talked about quite importantly the fact of Hormuz being at play here and what that means for U.S. interests. Talk to us about sort of the short-term risks there, but also the long-term implications and complications.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is an increasingly economically important part of the world, the Gulf region, and what it's facing right now is the equivalent of Iranian missile machine gun. Country after country, including the one I'm in now, the United Arab Emirates, around me, have faced barrages of missiles now over hours from Iran. Just to give you a picture, the Qataris are talking about having been able to intercept a third wave of Iranian missiles. Here in the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, they are saying that they have intercepted another wave of Iranian missiles. So this is happening right now. This is a continuing onslaught from the Iranians, just so that people, in case people are wondering, trying to understand what's going on, what the Iranians are doing is trying to pressure Arab governments, these governments in the Gulf, to put pressure on Washington to stop the attacks. And the way they're doing it is effectively by trying to frighten people. So I've been speaking to people here in the United Arab Emirates, and remember many millions of them are from outside, Westerners, Europeans, from Asia, from other parts of the world, talking to me about hearing explosions. One person saying hearing loud pops over Abu Dhabi, which sounded, he said, like missile intercepts. The United Arab Emirates Ministry of Defense saying that the kind of what you get shrapnel, right, when you intercept a missile, it falls where it will, and it looks as if, according to the UAE, that some of that has caused the death of one person, an Asian person, that they say in that statement. So that's Qatar, and also here in the United Arab Emirates, where there are these US bases. Qatar, for example, Al Udeid is the center for CENTCOM in the region. Then you have Bahrain, where the Fifth Fleet is based. There, that is where the USS Lincoln was just weeks ago, before moving out to position itself to take part, we assume, in these attacks. And it does look as if some sort of munitions have landed there, and the Bahrainis are now, in the past few hours, evacuating that area around the Fifth Fleet base. So they are very worried, telling people to shelter in place. And what does that tell us? It tells us that these governments are expecting a continuing onslaught. The Kuwaitis as well, saying that they have intercepted missiles. And then, Laura, just to go to your question about the Strait of Hormuz, we are just getting a report from the Greek shipping ministry saying it you remember how important the Greeks are in shipping, advising Greek-flagged vessels to avoid the Persian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, and the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Strait of Hormuz, as you say, is crucial because it's a choke point where 20% of the world's oil and gas, or thereabouts, passes through. It's not just Iranian oil and gas, it's the oil and gas from all around this region. And if Iran manages to close that area, then that will have a significant impact on the oil price, potentially on the world economy, if it can sustain that over a period. One regional diplomat just talking to me on WhatsApp saying that that's the next wave after these missiles and drones targeting the Gulf, that potentially they think is the next wave coming. So all of this makes the point that this is, we're looking at hours and days, I think. And, we can't judge how this has gone based on what's just happened through this morning.
Keir Simmons, our chief international correspondent on the ground in the region there in Qatar for us. Keir, thank you. To those who are just waking up just after 7:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, we want to detail you where things stand right now. The U.S. and Israel effectively launching a war, new strikes against Iran. The U.S. beginning what are described as major combat operations in Iran overnight. The aim, as the president has detailed in a pre-recorded statement that aired on his social media, Truth Social account this morning, that the goals include destroying Iran's military capabilities and also trying to trigger regime change in that region, a regime change that the president says will be carried out by the Iranian people, an opportunity he says may only exist now and not again for generations. The Israeli Air Force has also played a role. The Israeli Air Force has been a part of some of the targeted strikes as well. Their targeted strikes focusing on Iranian leadership. The American targeted strikes, we were told by U.S. officials, focusing on Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear program as well. The president, in that recorded set of remarks earlier today, accused Iran of conducting what he called mass terror ever since the Islamic Revolution. Back in 1979, he declared, "We are not going to put up with it any longer here." Notably, the reaction globally and from Iran itself has been quick. Iran with a series of reprisals, and its response included strikes, some of which we saw take place in Bahrain, where there is a U.S. base and U.S. forces, others taking place in the skies above Israel today as well.
And we want to bring in on that NBC's Raf Sanchez, who has done some reporting, talking with an Israeli military official this morning. Raf, what have you learned from your sources about exactly what Israel's objectives were? As we know, Israel was set to go after Iranian leaders. What have you learned?
So, Laura, we got some sense of the division of labor, if you will, between the Israeli military and the United States military with these strikes. This Israeli official saying that the planning for this has been going on for weeks now, which is interesting because, of course, those negotiations have been playing out in public in Geneva. But behind the scenes, the Israeli and U.S. military say they have been planning for weeks. But they say this is the product of months and months and months of very close coordination between these two militaries. Of course, we saw the U.S. deeply involved in defending Israel from Iranian strikes, several waves of Iranian strikes since the Gaza war began back in October of 2023. Now, what this Israeli official said in terms of what Israel did during that very first wave of strikes, they targeted what he called essential personnel inside the Iranian regime. So that is senior Iranian military officers. He also said that they targeted senior decision makers inside of the Iranian government. And Laura, of course, the obvious question is, did they target the number one decision maker, the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, who you see on your screen there? There are reports inside Iran that the supreme leader's compound was targeted. This Israeli official would not go into detail, would not comment about whether or not there was an attempt to kill the supreme leader. He also said Israeli forces were involved in targeting Iranian air defenses. He said the goal there was to create what they called freedom of operation. So basically to take out Iranian air defenses, clear a path for subsequent waves of Israeli and American warplanes to go in without the risk of them being targeted. It is worth saying, guys, and the United States talks about Israel being its closest ally in the Middle East, but this is truly an unprecedented level of coordination between the American and the Israeli militaries. If you cast your mind back to the decades of conflicts that the United States has been involved in the Middle East, the first Gulf War, the 2003 Iraq War, the campaign against ISIS, the bombing of Libya, Afghanistan, Israel has not been involved militarily alongside the United States. And the reason usually is that it is considered just too provocative for Israel, a state that faces a lot of enmity all across the Middle East, to be seen to be fighting alongside the U.S. The calculation often in Washington has been, as much as they would value Israel's military assets, it wouldn't be worth it in terms of the reaction it would spark, public opinion, diplomacy. And so Israel has stayed on the sidelines. That is not what we are seeing today. You are seeing the American and the Israeli military absolutely operating hand in glove in a way that we didn't see back in June of last year. In that case, you'll remember it was basically the Israelis who started the war. They were fighting for several days against Iran, exchanging strikes back and forth. And it was only fairly late, after President Trump had been watching the situation play out for several days, that he ordered those B-2 strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities. Now, guys, it's worth saying, as much as the U.S. is closely coordinating, fighting alongside Israel, America's traditional NATO allies, European allies, are very much on the sidelines here, and they are signaling deep ambivalence about whether or not this is a good idea. They are not involved. When we got a statement from the British government here in London earlier, the first point they made that they were eager to stress was that the UK, which is so often by the side of the United States in military operations overseas, had nothing to do with this, that they are not involved. They say they are deeply concerned about the prospect of a regional conflict. We are hearing from President Macron in France saying that the escalation in the Middle East must stop. We're hearing from the European Union that they are deeply concerned about this. We do not know at this point whether the United States gave the Europeans any heads up at all before this strike began. But as we've been talking about, the battlefield now basically stretching across the seas and skies all over the Middle East. But the implications here really are global. You've been talking about the Straits of Hormuz, deep concerns about oil prices shooting up. A lot of people are bracing for real volatility in the oil markets as a result of this. There is concern about international shipping. The Houthis down in Yemen, who with relatively unsophisticated weapons managed to really snarl global shipping lanes, will they now now resume their targeting of international shipping after, several months of ceasefire. And then you also just have international travel in an absolute mess right now. Major airports all across the region, especially Dubai, which is a significant transit hub, are closed. So citizens of countries all around the world are stranded at this point, unable to get home. We have heard in just the last hour that the Russian foreign minister has spoken to his Iranian counterpart. Russia, of course, a major backer of Iran, and condemning the U.S. and Israeli strikes.
Raf, we're going to interrupt you very briefly. We want to get to our colleague, Matt Bradley, who's on the ground in Tel Aviv right now. As you were speaking, Raf, we heard sirens sounding in the skies above Tel Aviv. Matt, what more can you tell us, as we've already seen some plumes of smoke throughout that region? The U.S., the Israelis trying to protect themselves against Israeli incoming Iranian strikes there.
That's right, and what we're hearing again, once again this morning, more air raid sirens, more alerts on our phones, and more sounds of impacts. Even inside this protected room, and I'm in central Tel Aviv, you could still hear the impacts. Now, it's unclear. They sounded like interceptions by some of the Israeli anti-air defense systems. Some of them could have been outgoing. Now, we've heard a lot of outgoing missiles, because one of the reasons why, and this is not necessarily the Iron Dome that's being used here. This could be one of the more advanced systems that the Israelis have employed. There are, tucked into this city and throughout the country, missile placements that are there specifically in order to swat down Iranian or other missiles fired from around the region. Now, we talk a lot about the Iron Dome. What's mostly probably being used here is more like the David's Sling, which is a system that the Israelis would use to take out longer-range missiles. Either way, this is a three-ply system that Israelis enjoy, and one of the reasons why we haven't seen a lot of anxiety about possible Iranian retaliation against here in Israel. And it's also why we haven't heard about really any casualties. As you mentioned, we are seeing Israelis taking extreme precautions. 70,000 reservists have been called up. Private airlines and commercial airlines are moving their stock of inventory out of public sight and basically hiding it so that they don't have all of their planes destroyed by Iranian attacks. And we've also been hearing that hospitals here in Tel Aviv and throughout the country are moving their patients to identified shelters. In many cases, this is underground in parking garages, which have already been outfitted to become all singing, all dancing hospitals for cancer patients, for premature babies, for everybody who needs care, including injuries. All of these places throughout the country are deeply protected, not just in the case of bombardments, but also from things like chemical or poison gas attacks. So this is a country that is now very much on edge. It is taking action, but at the same time, we still don't know what the full parameters of this is going to look like. We don't know what the full extent of American and Israeli attacks on Iran will look like, and we certainly don't know what the retaliation is going to look like. So far, it looks as though it's been somewhat feeble, that the Israelis have not really been struck by anything more significant than they were hit with last June. And in a way, all of our comparisons are going back to what we saw from last June. This Israeli and American strike is much larger, much more comprehensive, and much more ambitious in terms of what we're hearing from officials here in Israel and in the United States. I just heard from an Israeli official who confirmed reports to me that there was an attempt by the Iranians in order to hit Pezeshkian, who is the president of Iran, and Khamenei, who is basically the leader of Iran, the guide who runs all of the Ayatollahs and is the final word on all political decisions taken in Iran. Both of those two, the president and the supreme leader, both in Israeli crosshairs. Their places of residence have already been targeted. This, according to people who are familiar with the conversations that are going on in the Israeli government. The decisive thing from here on out is going to be whether those two men have survived or whether they have died. That is going to set the tone and the tenor for all of the pattern of conflict that we're going to be seeing from here on out. If the Israelis and the Americans have achieved their goal, they have decapitated the regime, and that means that it's open to be replaced, presumably, by opposition forces. But this is a thing that we haven't heard a lot from officials in Israel and the United States. There is no cohesive, recognized, organized resistance to the Iranian regime inside Iran. Most of those actors are not very powerful. Most of them exist outside of Iran. So to expect that simply cutting off the regime or dismantling it somehow with a remote control from far away with missiles and drones, that will somehow lead directly to a favorable regime change that would be more consistent with American and Israeli foreign policy, well, that is a big, big gamble, and one that we are about to see whether or not it works.
Obviously, an ambitious effort there for all the reasons you lay out, Matt. But I want to talk about where you are exactly. Obviously, in a safe location, but one that is not entirely unfamiliar to the people of Israel who hear the sirens. They know what to do. They prepare for this. But given the uncertainty and given that we don't know how long these strikes will last, and while they have managed to withstand what we've seen so far, given their defense systems, how long can people live underground, essentially, like this?
Well, it's a really good question. And, you know, as you've noted, this is I'm sorry for my drab background here, but we are inside what is essentially a bunker. It is what's called in Hebrew mamad, and this is basically required in just about every building that's been built ever since the 1980s. In many cases, individual apartments will have these. In my building, and we're in the office right now, there is a communal mamad for the entire floor, so you have to actually go to this area outside your apartment. In this case, we could stay here for quite a while. As you can see, this is mostly used as a storage room and has been when there isn't a lot of fighting, so it's a bit crowded in here. It's not often used, though we did come in here fairly frequently back in June. If you look behind me, Laura, you can see this, in theory, is a ventilator that should prevent any noxious fumes from poison gas, chemical attacks from blowing in. So in theory, and I don't know how recently this device was tested, we should be able to survive here for quite a while, even if there's toxic gases outside of this room. So this is the place where most Israelis right now are finding themselves. And for those Israelis who weren't afraid of Iranian attacks, they learned their lesson last summer when they saw the huge craters left by Iranian ballistic missiles. And it was because of Israelis' experience underneath that bombardment by ballistic missiles that Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, had made limiting the scope of Iran's ballistic missiles one of the priorities in these negotiations that wrapped up just this week and, as far as we can see, have failed. Now we're at war. Now, it looks as though there had been efforts by either side to come to some sort of deal to try to avoid this. The Israelis, from my conversations with people in power here, had never really taken this process particularly seriously. They had always seen this as a method for President Trump and for his administration to try to essentially create an excuse to go to war. And fighting Iran is still very, very popular here in Israel. More than half of Israelis in a recent poll said that they wanted Israel to participate in American strikes on Iran. Now, where do you get that kind of confidence? Well, like I said, back in June, Israelis endured a very, very serious series of attacks by the Iranians over the course of 12 days. There were only 30 casualties after hundreds of ballistic missiles and drones were fired from Iran almost all the way across the continent to here in Israel. It is from that experience that Israelis are able to say that they would like to see Iran dealt a very serious blow, and they can say that with the confidence of knowing that they can manage any incoming Iranian retaliation. It is so clear from the last more than a year of fighting that as far as Israel is concerned, as far as their point of view is concerned, their defense is their offense. And that's why they're able to project power so confidently and expect retaliation in return.
Matt, we want you to stay safe, continue to monitor the situation from on the ground in Israel there, as we were witnessing in live pictures just moments ago, either some incoming airstrikes directed at Israel or some outgoing efforts by the Israelis to fend off those strikes. We're also hearing of explosions taking place in Dubai. NBC's chief international correspondent Keir Simmons is there. Keir, we're keeping our eyes on the skies above many countries throughout that region right now as we witness in real time the escalation of a war that began only a matter of hours ago with the U.S. and Israel targeting Iran, and now Iran with the beginning of its response. What are you learning?
Well, it's just what I'm hearing, Peter. We're inside for obvious reasons because you don't know what's going to fall from the sky at this stage. And I did just hear a series of explosions. I'm here in Dubai inside with my family. A series of explosions. Others in Dubai telling me they also heard that same sound. What it is, I suspect it continues to be the authorities here intercepting munitions thrown from Iran, missiles, and that is reassuring. But just to contrast with what Matt's saying there, people in Dubai and parts of this region won't have experienced anything like this, and that's the purpose, I think, from the Iranians' perspective. There are a lot of people from around the world in a city like Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, in Doha, in Qatar, lots and lots of expats, and they will not have known something like this. The government reassuring people that air defenses are working, that these missiles are not getting through, but the idea from the Iranian perspective is to scare people, and the reason why is because what the Iranians will be trying to do is impact the Gulf economies in order to get Gulf countries to call Washington and say stop. You heard that statement from the Omani foreign minister, the mediator in those talks. That was a particularly outspoken statement. But what governments here in this region are saying privately to the Trump administration, it would be interesting to know. By the way, some may be saying right now, our defenses are working, and actually we want to see the downfall of the Iranian regime. So we can't assume that the Gulf countries here are reacting in the way the Iranians want them to. But to the point that Matt was making, what I think we really have to remember is that this is going to play out over hours and days. It's a point Richard was making earlier, and it just takes one Iranian missile to get through and do serious damage in one of these countries for the mood to shift considerably, and that's what Tehran will be hoping for.
Keir Simmons, our chief international correspondent. Keir, stay with us for a second. We want to share with you some reporting now being shared by the Washington Post. The President of the United States, and we'll share his full statement from earlier this morning in a matter of minutes right now, spoke to the Washington Post early this morning. The Post now reporting some of the details of its conversation with the President. He says, in part, that his main concern was, in his words, freedom for the Iranian people as the U.S. launched these military strikes in that country. I'll detail for you in full what he said. He said, quote, "All I want is freedom for the people." This interview happened about 4 a.m. this morning, so a short time after his broad post pre-recorded statement was sent. When asked what he hopes his legacy will be, that was his desire for freedom. He said, "I want a safe nation, and that's what we are going to have," the president said. These were his first reportable remarks since announcing the major combat operations in a video message that came out about 2:30 this morning. We raised that because the president, who now said very simply the desire is freedom, has detailed a laundry list of desires in terms of what the effect is of this U.S. and Israeli operation, what the U.S. is referring to as Operation Epic Fury. The president detailing his desire to devastate the Iranian military capabilities, annihilate its navy, he said, to eradicate its ballistic missile and nuclear program there, and separately to, in effect, trigger the toppling of its regime. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who has been the supreme leader since 1989, this regime in place since 1979 for most of the last 50 years. The president indicating ultimately that this is an opportunity, once in a generation, as he described it, for the people of Iran to rise up and to take back control of their country.
And also noteworthy what the president said in his tape remarks overnight, that the lives of courageous American heroes may be lost and we may have casualties. One of the grim realities of war for a president who has obviously been very critical of lengthy wars that the United States has found itself in over time, obviously has been careful to note the tone here for the Iranian people, saying your hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Although, as our Yasmin Bakusuvian pointed out, the places that are being targeted, Peter, are dense populations where casualties for the Iranians who may want to see regime change and who may back some of these efforts in some ways, it's not a clean calculus for them, as they may be targeted, their loved ones may be targeted in the hours and days and months ahead.
All of this, of course, coming on the backs of what we saw was the killing of upwards of 7,000, perhaps tens of thousands of Iranian people, citizens who had risen up in an effort to try to make change in their country. Will this be, this U.S.-Israeli effort, ultimately what succeeds in that desired effort? We wait to see. Good morning to you. Right now, it is 8 o'clock on the East Coast. If you're waking up on this, the last day of February, you're tuning in to the Today Show, and we have been following breaking news for the last several hours with the U.S. and Israel launching what has been major combat operations, as they describe it, joint coordinated attacks in Iran, what the president, again, has described as a major effort here that has a variety of desired end goals.
This has been ongoing all morning, with Iran launching retaliatory strikes we've seen against several U.S. military facilities in the region, with 2 U.S. officials saying, as of now, there are no reported American casualties. Explosions, though, were also heard over northern Israel and Dubai.
To be very clear, this is expected to be a prolonged, a sustained effort by the United States. Some of the president's own allies this morning making clear this is not something that will be resolved in a matter of hours, even days. This could take much longer. So as it begins, we want to play for you the president's pre-recorded video message, a statement he posted on Truth Social. It happened early this morning, about 5 or 6 hours ago. We're going to join our team of correspondents throughout the region, and we will detail what they are learning as we speak. But first, the President of the United States, in his own words, a matter of hours ago.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
President Trump in the overnight hours there announcing on Truth Social in pre-recorded remarks the massive and ongoing campaign against Iran. I want to bring in NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who joins us from Tel Aviv. Richard, as we have been watching, we have seen the sort of drags of smoke throughout the air, trying to figure out if that is Israel defending itself, as you heard sirens over the last several hours. Bring us up to speed with, you see there, that's from previously recorded video. Bring us up to speed with what you are hearing and seeing right now.
Well, we are now about 7 hours into this conflict, and 8 countries are already involved. So this is unlike something this region has seen in many years, perhaps decades even. This war began in the early morning hours here. That's when we first heard it. We heard the air raid sirens in Tel Aviv, quickly got word that the reason we were hearing these sirens was because the United States and Israel jointly launched these preemptive strikes all across Iran, a variety of cities, a variety of targets, targeting political leaders, military installations. You just played that long clip from President Trump. He's describing a wide-ranging campaign to effectively disarm, disable the Iranian regime to a point that the people themselves can take it over and take to the streets and overthrow the government. But just in the last several hours, Iran has responded, and there are now active conflicts with ballistic missiles coming into Israel, with strikes going against Iran. So if you look at the list of countries, we're talking about Israel, Iran, Jordan, Qatar, Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates. And we are only halfway through day 1 of this conflict. Already 8 countries involved. So I would say in recent history, this is unprecedented. President Trump talked about how the Iranian people should rise up and take to the streets. The Iranians heard that message, and the National Security Council in Iran, according to a statement that was read on TV, Iranians are now being told to be on the lookout for spies, for collaborators, for people who are passing on information. They are being encouraged to inform on their neighbors if they see anything suspicious. More of the besiege forces, those are the riot police who were responsible for much of the bloody crackdown about a month ago when protesters took to the streets. They are back on the streets of Tehran and in other cities in larger numbers than before. We are also hearing just a short while ago from the Iranian foreign minister, who was one of the key interlocutors, one of the key people involved in the negotiations that Iranian officials have told me they believe were always just a cover for this planned coordinated military action between the United States and Israel. And the Iranian foreign minister wrote, Netanyahu and Trump's war on Iran is wholly unprovoked, illegal, and illegitimate. Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. In Tehran as well, according to local reports, people have started to gather in what is called Palestine Square in large numbers, putting themselves at risk to show solidarity with the regime. The regime does still have some supporters. Many people in Iran are happy that there are military strikes taking place. They want this regime to be removed, but there is still a sizable percentage of the population that does not want this military action, and across the region, there's extreme concern from Arab leaders that I've been speaking to that we are just at the start of an uncontrollable regional war.
Richard, what do you think tipped the scales? What do you think changed? Obviously, the United States has wanted to see Iran disarm itself for years now, but what do you think changed in terms of the calculus?
Well, I think it was quite clear that Iran has never been this weak. There has been, if you listen to what President Trump said, he listed grievances that go back 47 years. When Iran was the modern Islamic Republic of Iran, the revolutionary government that is in Iran, when it took over from the Shah, Iran has been an American enemy. When the Shah, the former emperor or king, however you want to translate the word Shah, it's generally considered emperor. When the previous emperor of Iran, the Shah, was in power, Iran was a close ally of the United States, a close ally of Israel. When he was pushed out of power by the Islamic government, which is a theocracy, one of the main tenets of the government has been to be against the United States, has been to stand against Israel. One of the first acts that the Islamic Revolutionary Government was to take over the U.S. Embassy and hold the diplomats inside as hostages. I was just in the American Embassy just not long ago, about a couple of weeks ago. I was in that embassy building in Tehran. It has been turned into a museum celebrating that takeover. So there is a lot of history here, a lot of bad blood, decades of anger and animosity that has been building up. The U.S. and Israel have wanted to see regime change in Iran for decades, but it is only now, after Iran's nuclear program was struck this summer, after Iran's militias were attacked by Israel and the United States after the October 7th massacre, that Iran was in a position to carry out attacks like this. So I don't think it's a new grievance. It is an old grievance that has met an opportunity to carry it out.
And as the president said, the opportunity is now in the hands of the Iranian people, ultimately, to topple the regime in that country, something that won't be resolved today, perhaps not within days, but something that the president has said is part of his desired consequence of the effort taken by the U.S. and Israel today. Our chief foreign correspondent is Richard Engel. Richard, we appreciate you. We'll ask you to stay with us. We'll get to you immediately if we see any more strikes or any potential efforts by the Israeli to fend off strikes there. We do want to share some information that we're just receiving now in terms of the tentacles of this, the impact here at home as well. The NYPD, the New York Police Department, sharing a statement a short time ago with our colleagues here at NBC News saying that they are closely monitoring the events in Iran and the Middle East and coordinating with their federal and international partners. They note, as is our protocol, and out of an abundance of caution, we will be enhancing patrols to sensitive locations throughout the city, including diplomatic, cultural, religious, and other relevant sites. It's likely that New York is not the only city that's going to be taking those precautions right now, as we now live in this moment of war that began while you were sleeping within the last several hours. We want to get to Julie Sirkin, our White House colleague, who is there in West Palm Beach traveling with the president, who is at Mar-a-Lago today. Julie, I know you've been speaking to some Democratic lawmakers who have been particularly sharp in their view of the president's war effort right now, without having made the case to the American people and without having first received congressional approval.
That's right, Peter. I'll start there with the lawmakers that I've been speaking to. Most recently, Senator Andy Kim, who's a member of the Homeland Security Committee. He is a Democrat who, before he got to Congress, did have experience in the Pentagon and in the Middle East. And he is extremely concerned specifically at the fact that the president would say the word war, that the U.S. is in this war, and that he would openly admit that he is concerned about American service members being in harm's way as a result of this attack, of this operation that happened overnight in conjunction with our Israeli partners. Andy Kim told me that it is the president who is rushing to put service members in harm's way and thinks that bestowing medals of honor after makes up for it. It doesn't, Kim told me, of course, referring to the service members that we saw awarded, most notably, of course, the one who participated in the Maduro operation in Venezuela during the president's State of the Union address this week. And that is something as well that is being echoed by Mark Warner, who's the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee. I'm told, Peter, that he did receive a heads up, a notification from Secretary of State Rubio, his longtime partner on that panel before Rubio joined the administration. Warner saying in a statement that he is also most concerned that Congress didn't have a say here. Of course, it is Congress's constitutional right to declare war if any military action or any war action should be taken by the U.S. Congress has a role to play there. This has been a battle back and forth between the legislative and executive branch since the president took office earlier last year. And of course, when it comes to this, we already know that Democrats in the Republican-led House and the Senate were going to force a vote to try and reaffirm, take back some of Congress's power. Even before this operation took place overnight, Andy Kim told me that they were aware that something like this could take place. That's why they were planning it. But when it comes to the president, as you mentioned, he's in Mar-a-Lago, where he landed late last night. We talked, Peter, how he seemed to be wearing the same hat, the same sort of blazer and shirt combination in the video, the pre-recorded remarks that we were playing, as he was when he landed in Palm Beach last night, just when we speak to the timing of when the president made this decision. And of course, the fact that he is now overseeing his 6th major military operation from his winter White House here, as he likes to call it, in Mar-a-Lago. I think that's extremely significant. We saw after the Maduro operation took place several weeks ago, the kind of setup that the president has at Mar-a-Lago. He has a sort of makeshift situation room. They had screens there that he and his allies, his generals, were watching there take place. I assume it was sort of a similar contour that we saw take place when the president was watching these strikes unfold overnight. But we don't expect to hear from the president this morning. It is still TBD whether we will hear from the president at all again today. But again, we know that he's just a couple of miles away from where I am standing in Mar-a-Lago right now, watching all of this take place. His allies on Capitol Hill, I should note, Republicans, most notably Senator Lindsey Graham, praising what they're calling decisive action that the president took here. Members of Congress are certainly going to want more answers, especially how long this operation will take place for, the scope in which it will take place. The president saying, of course, that it will be a, quote, massive and ongoing operation. Peter.
Yeah, the political fallout of this likely to continue for quite some time to come. Julie Sirkin traveling with the president. Thank you. I want to bring back into the mix here moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker. Kristen, notable in the president's recorded remarks, he talked about regime change. He talked about all of the military might that the United States plans to bring down to bear on Iran. But he also, I think, underscored something that I wanted to highlight for you with the Washington Post saying, all I want is freedom for the people. He went on to say, I want a safe nation, and that is what we are going to have. I think it noteworthy framing this, not about oil, not just about military might, but about freedom for the Iranian people.
And Laura, you'll recall that several weeks ago, he posted on Truth Social, help is on the way, directly to those protesters who have been amassing in the streets of Iran for quite some time now. The president making it clear in his video statement today that this is a moment for the Iranian people to change their government. And I think that's part of what's so striking about this military operation. They are launching this military operation with the hopes that there will be regime change at the hands of the Iranian people. Will there need to be U.S. boots on the ground? Is that something that he's going to rule out? Those are among the questions that lawmakers have. I can tell you that I have been talking to administration officials throughout the course of this week as the president has weighed this very heavy decision. It's worth noting and reminding everyone he campaigned on a promise to get the U.S. out of foreign wars. And so this is a decision that he undoubtedly understands the gravity of. He said you can never rule out the possibility that this could be a prolonged military engagement, despite the fact that the vice president tried to downplay those concerns. To the points that Julie were making, Democrats stepping up their calls for congressional oversight. Congressman Ro Khanna joining the chorus. He has authored bipartisan legislation which would require President Trump to seek congressional approval, calling on Congress to come back on Monday to vote on whether there can be a prolonged and sustained military operation in Iran. So I think that that's where the conversation is headed now here in Washington. What, if any, accountability? What, if any, oversight does there need to be of this military action and of any future military action moving forward. We are hearing from the president's allies, Senator Lindsey Graham, who is calling this a well-planned operation, and in a phone call that I had with him saying that he is prepared for this to last for days, if not weeks. So it does give you a sense of the size and the scope of it. I did just hear from Caroline Levitt, who said those taped remarks by the president right now are all that we will hear from President Trump for the time being. And of course, we'll stay on top of that. Laura and Peter.
Kristen, no surprise there that the Democrats are criticizing this move and obviously are making quite a point to note the lack of congressional authorization. But this is not the first time we have seen the president take significant military action without congressional approval. Not some 8 weeks ago, I think you pointed out, Peter, we obviously saw the capture of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, a very different circumstance, a very different response, obviously, and complete, not parallel to here in so many ways. And yet the lack of sort of congressional outcry in terms of Republicans serving as a check in that instance, I wonder if you think sort of lays the groundwork for what we have seen here in terms of the buildup of a president feeling empowered to take this type of action without prior buy-in from lawmakers.
Well, and look, you point to Venezuela, the regime change there. Remember those pinprick strikes against Iran last year, all done without congressional approval. This, Laura, feels very different. This feels like the administration is saying this is going to be a more robust military engagement. So to your point, what will we hear from Republicans? So far, we're not hearing Republicans change their stance, demanding that he come to Congress. We are hearing from Congressman Thomas Massey, for example, who is underscoring that he believes there should be congressional oversight for any of these types of actions. No surprise there. He's a frequent critic of President Trump's. But will this time be different because you are seeing what appears to be a more prolonged military exercise?
Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press, going to have a full plate as she joins us again this time tomorrow morning with the very latest, speaking to those lawmakers. Kristen, we appreciate you. We want to get to our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, for a second, who is joining us from Dubai. And Keir, I want to begin our conversation like this. This, in many ways, is, as some foreign policy experts are detailing it this morning, really a roll of the dice for President Trump. As it is described by them, this was not so much a war of necessity as it was a war of choice by the president. It doesn't appear that there was some threshold that had just been crossed by Iran. There wasn't some imminent danger, though the president said they would have the ability, in his words, soon to be able to target the United States with their missile program. U.S. intelligence, as reported by NBC, has disputed the characterization of soon, saying it may be a period of time before that happened. But the president is making the calculation that a preventive strike is the best means by which the U.S. at this time can avoid a greater threat from Iran. But by starting a war, there's no clear indication how this one ends. And I think that's why, no matter how long, how prolonged this is, we're going to be in this position for quite a while.
Yeah, to put it another way, the president's calculation, I mean, I'm not in his head, obviously, but you can see that his calculation is effectively that you get pain now, but in the end, things are better because you bring about change in Iran. That's the thinking. One of the challenges with that, as you allude to, is as long as war has existed, it's been a truism that as soon as the first guns are fired, you lose some control over it. The events start occurring. And just to give you an example of that, where I am now, very granular, is I just in the last hour, I heard a series of explosions here over Dubai. I'm inside because my family is inside because when missiles are intercepted, you never know where the debris will fall. Just talking to somebody else in Dubai, they're describing hearing 6 explosions, 2 of them very loud. We've got some video. We can show you an image of these intercepts in the sky over this city and Abu Dhabi, also here in the United Arab Emirates. And the point here is that many people in this part of the world will find it deeply frightening because they won't have seen anything like this. It's not like where Richard is, for example, in Israel, where the civil population has got some experience of it. Many people from around the world here haven't known this, and that is the aim of the Iranian regime, is to scare people, thereby putting pressure on the governments here in the Gulf to call Washington and say, please stop. And the Iranians have thousands of missiles and many more short range than the longer range missiles that are targeting Israel. So they are, you assume, capable of continuing this for some time. Depending on how the US and Israeli strikes have gone in trying to hit the rocket launchers. But if they can keep this going for some time, that raises the question of, can a missile get through? It's not just here. The Emirates are talking about wave after wave of missiles. The Qataris, last time I checked, talked about intercepting a third wave. Both countries saying they've intercepted everything. In Bahrain, where the Fifth Fleet is, it looks like some kind of munitions did land there, and they've evacuated the area around the Fifth Fleet base. Kuwait too, saying it has intercepted missiles, but it will take a little time. It does tend to in this region to find out, if that is entirely right, and if anything has struck. And again, my prediction is that the Iranians will keep firing. Now, there's another part to this too, and you've alluded to it, Peter, which is the Strait of Hormuz. And we have heard from the Greeks that they are telling their vessels, remember how crucial the Greeks are in shipping, to avoid the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. And that has an impact potentially for the world economy and for the price of oil, because we've talked about how important that particular place is for the shipping of oil and gas to the world economy. So there are lots of different parts here that are playing out in this region, and that is the risk that President Trump has taken.
A critical choke point, as you mentioned, Keir, there, not just for the U.S., but around that region. Keir, we'll come back to you. Please flag us if you get any more video. We want to bring in our NBC News military analyst, Colonel Steve Warren. Colonel, we appreciate your time this morning as we unpack something that we are still in the middle of, these strikes, obviously from the U.S. and Israel, and as Iran continues to retaliate against Israel and other countries in the surrounding areas. Talk to us about the level of preparation that it would take to carry something like this out.
Well, this is an extensive strike really across the breadth of Iran. The president laid out some of the military objectives. He talked about the Iranian Navy. He talked about the Iranian missile program. He talked about the Iranian missile industry. So all of these variety of targets that the president and the military would like to pressure and ultimately dismantle or even destroy. So significant amount of targeting work had to go into this. The analysis of all of the various production sites, air defense radar sites, air defense missile sites, offensive missile sites. Iran has a fairly broad range of offensive capabilities. The United States targeters had to identify all of these capabilities, locate all of these capabilities, and then what we in the military call weaponeer these capabilities. In other words, determine what type of bomb or missile would be appropriate to strike that particular target. So all of this has taken probably months, in addition to the time it took us to move the forces, the U.S. forces, into position there in the Middle East. So a significant operation, took a lot of planning.
Ask you a bit if we can. Obviously, this takes a lot of planning. Obviously, this is something that the U.S. Has made clear is going to go on for a period of time going forward. Can I just get your take on what is one of the other concerns here, not specific to Iran, but specific to Iran's proxies throughout that region? We've witnessed what happened to Hamas and Hezbollah at the hands of Israel in the course of the last several years, but there's also the Houthi rebels in Yemen and beyond, and their targets may not be, often are not, the American homeland, but they are American interests in that region and oftentimes American forces in that region. Can you sort of detail for us what precautions are to take place, are likely to take place to help protect the American interests and American forces, individuals there?
Peter, you're exactly right, and that's a great sort of big picture look at the Iranian capability. We have to keep in mind that although Iran has been degraded over the past year significantly, they still have the ability to punch back. And we see that now they're launching missiles. Those missiles have not had, they've not yet been successful. None of the Iranian missiles that they fired into the various U.S. interests across the region have penetrated. That's good news. But let's keep in mind that the Iranians have other capabilities, as you've demonstrated, or as you've mentioned, right? There's asymmetrical capabilities such as proxies in other nations, small speedboats that they can use to target American warships, even simple things, and the president even mentioned these. Iranian IEDs, improvised explosive devices, also known as roadside bombs, were a significant weapon, a significant casualty-producing weapon that was used during the U.S. involvement in Iraq several years ago. Those can be, again, redeployed against U.S. interests. So the Iranians can begin to target what I would refer to as our hard targets, U.S. warships, U.S. bases throughout the region. But let's keep in mind there are also American soft targets in the region, and this is simply tourists or diplomats or other Americans in the region. And we've got the map up now. This is a large region. This is places like Egypt where Americans go simply for vacation, right, for tourism. So we, the United States of America, do have some vulnerabilities that are, again, what we would refer to as asymmetric. So a way for the Iranians to pressure Americans, to hurt Americans, to bloody America's nose when they're not able to strike or damage our more significant assets like our warships.
Those vulnerabilities obviously top of mind for the family members of those service members who are abroad, and top of mind for the president, as he mentioned in his recorded remarks overnight, that there may in fact be American casualties. He says that happens in war. Obviously, our reporter is saying that there haven't been any yet, but that could change. We are in the early hours of this. So, Steve Warren, we appreciate your time, Colonel. We thank you. We're going to bring in NBC's Yasmin Bousougian now, who has been talking to her sources on the ground in Iran. She's been getting photos from the plumes of smoke that have been seen in Tehran and elsewhere this morning. Yaz, you made a really important point in our last hour, which is the density of the population and the place that we're talking about here. We are not talking about some wasteland of desert. We are talking about a place with schools and businesses and people who are on a Saturday going to work, going to school, going about their day, who are regular citizens who may be caught up in sort of the crossfire of this.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I think right now people are being told to shelter in place inside Iran, so many of them trying to avoid going about their day. And of course, this is a Saturday here. It's a weekend here in the United States, but it is a Monday essentially for Iranians. This would be their first day of work back into a new week after celebrating their Fridays off, which is essentially the Friday prayer celebration of Iran every week. And so a lot of Iranians now sheltering in their homes as they're seeing these plumes of smoke on your screen right now outside their apartments. I mean, you're right in reiterating the density of Tehran itself, comparable, for instance, to New York City, surrounded by mountains, right? You have the north of Tehran and the south of Tehran, often separated by the socioeconomic makeup of the people that are living there. But amongst all of these people that are living in Tehran are commanders in the Iranian army, are leaders in the Iranian government. They are ensconced within the people of Tehran. They are not separate from them per se. And so when you have these precise military targets by both Israeli and American forces, there may very well be casualties of civilians amidst striking some of these leaders and leaders that are in the Iranian army and the Iranian government. I would also note that we're already hearing some casualties happening inside Iran that we're getting reports of now from the Manab province, which is in the southwest of Iran, far away from the city of Tehran, a girls' school in which we're getting reports now, confirmation here into NBC, in which 57 people have in fact been killed in that bombing. And so it's precisely what I was talking about earlier, Laura, which is while you have a lot of Iranians inside that country who want regime change, they want to see a real change to their country. They don't want to see necessarily the casualty count be incredibly high amongst their countrymen. And I think, though, that is going to be inevitable in order to topple this current regime, who will very much fight to the very end before they go down. I think we'll be hard-pressed to find right now, certainly, members of, for instance, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard or the Basij forces, as Richard was referring to earlier, the domestic policing forces who would be willing to lay down their arms, as the president asked them to do in his address overnight. As of now, they are still very much loyal to the Iranian regime as we speak, although as the days and weeks go by, for as ever long as this goes on, they may very well hit that point. But for now, they're certainly very loyal to the Iranian regime and the ideology that the Iranian regime stands by. Now it's going to go down to the citizens of Iran, and if in fact they decide to lay their lives on the line again, as they have done many times before, in order to follow up what the Israelis and the Americans have now started overnight in this bombing campaign.
As you were talking there, Yaz, we were showing the images from earlier today. You can see the people on the streets, the cars on the road, and these enormous black plumes of smoke, just showing how close this is to city centers. This is, again, a heavily populated area.
Listen, New York City has been at war before, right? We all remember, for those of us that were in New York, as I was on 9/11, we remember seeing the black plumes of smoke coming from downtown Manhattan. It is not something that we are used to seeing, but it is something that we have seen here in New York City, and how terrifying that was. Iranians have been at war before. They are not used to seeing this, although they saw it last summer as well, even though it was a short 12-day campaign. But they were at war with Iraq for some time after the Iranian Revolution. And some would argue that had the Iranian-Iraq war never happened, the current regime that we see in place now may very well have been toppled beforehand. But because the Iran-Iraq war happened and Iran had the support from outside of the country, they were able to maintain the support of the current Iranian regime, which held them in power up until now. But yes, you're exactly right. Again, speaking to the density of Tehran, people living in these high-rise apartment buildings, which many people do, by the way, these plumes of smoke, this bombing happening literally next door to them. And while they are used to seeing this type of thing, war, for instance, I also mentioned earlier when I spoke to you in the last hour how the majority of this country are under the age of 25 years old, right? They don't remember the Iranian Revolution. They don't remember the Iran-Iraq war. So this is really the first time they are experiencing the possibility of true, prolonged war. I don't imagine this is going to be done in 12 days, as the 12-day war went on over the summer, right? That had a specific, it seems, objective in mind, and that was to take out the nuclear sites inside Iran. And there's now questions as to where the nuclear sites actually stand, considering what the president said in his State of the Union just a couple of days ago. So now the ultimate objective, it seems, is total obliteration, right? Taking out the Iranian regime, which will take a long time, considering all that I have just talked about with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the domestic Basij forces, all the loyalty that this current Iranian regime has. One thing, though, guys, that I will keep in mind is this. I think over the next few hours and likely days, we will begin to hear of casualties of top commanders in the Iranian forces, top leaders within the Iranian government. If and when that begins to happen, I think we could see a real change as to how things happen on the ground and how Iranians decide they're going to take their next steps and what they want to see happen within their own country. That, in fact, could be a real turning point, I'm told, by Iranian sources that I've been speaking to. But, you know, people are scared right now. They are worried about what tomorrow may look like. They worry about what the plan is the day after, which is something we've talked about a lot with these prolonged conflicts in the Middle East if there is a plan, if there's someone waiting in the wings to swoop in and help them. But right now, they're just trying to get through the day.
Yasmin Vasugian's keeping a close eye, speaking to contacts who are in Iran right now with the latest details of what they're sharing from their experience there. Yasmin, we appreciate you. We are getting a better understanding of the contours of the criticism, the political debate as well that's associated with what we're seeing right now from the president's allies, Lindsey Graham among them, saying that the president is demonstrating his desire of peace through strength here, praising the president for what he has done. From Democrats, we're hearing great frustration. Furious is the way that Andy Kim, a Democrat from New Jersey, described it. And now some are sharing some of the president's past words. This is from the president back in November of 2013, 13 years ago, when he was then criticizing the Obama administration. The president at the time posting on what was then Twitter, saying, "Remember that I predicted for a long time that President Obama will attack Iran because of his inability to negotiate properly, not skilled." There are going to be a lot of questions about whether there was need for continued negotiation. We know J.D. Vance had been meeting with the Omani foreign minister recently. We know that the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, one of his close friends and his special envoy overseas, had been meeting with their counterparts as well in recent days. So ultimately, the question is, what specifically triggered the president's call to take this action alongside the Israelis this morning, the last day of February? We want to get to NBC's international correspondent, Matt Bradley, who is live in Tel Aviv. Matt, we were talking about the experience of those on the ground in Iran as we speak. There is a not too dissimilar experience on the ground in Israel, one that the Israeli people have become well seasoned in over the course of the last several years here. We have heard the sirens from above ground, and in the skies above you, we have seen those white plumes that follow rockets either incoming or outgoing.
Yeah, and I just want to show you a little bit about what we're seeing. And this is kind of how this process works right now and how it was working last year. I'm just getting on my phone, and just about every Israeli has this. It's a news flash that says, in the next few minutes, an alert is expected in your area. Now, this comes to give people time to try to find a place to hide or to go into a place like where I am now, a mamad, which is where I think you'll find the majority of the Israeli population throughout the country right now, sitting inside of one of these rooms that's heavily protected, that are required by law for the past several decades to be built in just about every structure in this country. So we got this alert. That means that we're now waiting to hear the siren. That should come in the next couple of minutes. After that, we have about a minute and a half in order to find shelter. We are already in the shelter. So once we start hearing interceptions, which is what we heard the last time and the time before that, we'll know that there's another round of incoming attacks. So this is a place where we can stay for quite a while. We even have a ventilator back here, as I was explaining before, that presumably, in theory, would keep us safe from any gas or chemical attacks. But as we've heard from Yasmin Vasugian just now, we don't really know what the contours of this are going to look like. Really dependent on how this goes from here on out is what we hear from these first rounds of attacks. Now, the Israelis have told Reuters and other news agencies that they were trying to hit top-level officials within the Iranian government. Now, a lot of Israeli media, a lot of the people on talking heads on programs on Israeli news shows that everybody is glued to right now, they're saying that they truly believe that top-level officials in the regime have already been killed. This is based on the images that we're seeing aerially from above, showing that places like the mansion that the president or the top leader of Iran were living in, they look as though they're almost completely destroyed to the extent that it looks as though no one could have possibly survived. But we don't have any of this backed up. That is a working assumption right now that it sounds like we're hearing from the Israeli government. Clearly, this was an attack that was meant to try to affect regime change. We didn't hear President Trump saying outright that the United States was going to go in and change the regime, force them from power. We didn't hear that from Benjamin Netanyahu. But both men, in their comments over the past several hours, have made it clear that they expect to do a lot of the work and that they also expect the Iranian opposition to rise up and take it from there. They're going to decapitate the regime, and they're expecting opponents of the regime to spring a new head for Iran. Now, this is something that a lot of Israelis would certainly welcome. They have the confidence of knowing that they're able to swat these missiles out of the sky when they come flying back here. The question is whether the results are going to meet the expectations. There is no very well recognized and organized opposition group with strong leadership in Iran. Most of the opponents of the regime are operating outside of the country. So it's unclear exactly who would be able to stand up and fill the leadership void left by this enormous round of missiles. If this lasts for days or weeks, which is what we're hearing from the U.S., it could involve a more deep effort to try to depose the regime. It's very difficult to depose a regime without putting boots on the ground. We haven't heard that excluded from President Trump's comments. He made lengthy comments just this morning around the time that we saw these attacks that were launched. He didn't mention Israel in them at all, even though the Israelis are now participating in these attacks. So as the day goes on, we're going to be looking at these Iranian retaliations, which of course are falling on us as we speak. But we're also going to be looking at the effects of the American and Israeli joint attacks on the ground in Iran. That is going to determine the tone and the tempo of what happens next.
Matt Bradley in Tel Aviv, thank you. Stay safe. We want to bring back into the conversation NBC's Raf Sanchez. Raf, you have made the point this morning that this is really a situation with no parallel. We have seen plenty of other times in which the U.S. was essentially going at it alone, but this time is different with Israel by its side, a joint effort, a significant escalation after talks failed. Talk to us about what likely had to happen to lead up to that moment for Israel to feel that now is the time. After everything it has been through, after going through the October 7th attacks more than 2 years ago now, all of the after effects of that, and for the people of Israel to be willing to back this type of effort.
So, Laura, this is a moment of opportunity for the Israeli government, for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He has been a decades-long opponent of the Iranian regime. There is, of course, decades of bad blood between Iran and Israel. We saw that play out with Israeli covert operations inside Iran, the assassination of Iranian nuclear scientists, sabotage operations. We saw Iran backing proxy groups against Israel. But it is only in the last year, 2 years, that we have seen open conflict between Iran and Israel, Israeli strikes inside of Iran, Iran openly firing ballistic missiles. So there has been an opening in the possibilities in front of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He has been someone who has wanted to see Iran's nuclear program reduced to nothing. He has been deeply, deeply concerned about the arsenal of Iranian ballistic missiles that have been built up in recent years. Guys, let me know if you want me to give way here. I think we're hearing sirens in Tel Aviv, but I'll keep going for now. An Israeli military official says that that arsenal of Iranian ballistic missiles numbers now in the high hundreds, low thousands. And so if you're Prime Minister Netanyahu and you have the backing of the United States, this is potentially a chance to take out what you see as an existential threat to your country. So Israel has obviously been through a lot since 2023.
Excuse my interruption. We want to confirm that these are live pictures right now as we've been going between pictures that just happened. This is a live look at Tel Aviv, Israel right now. You hear the sirens sounding. Our colleagues Richard Engel and Matt Bradley are there, as well as the Israelis. Our camera panning to the sky. The Israelis try to fend off incoming strikes from the Iranian regime right now in response to the U.S. and Israeli strikes earlier this morning. All of this happening in a rapid succession. The strikes by the U.S. and Israel happening within the last 6 to 7 hours. Now the sirens beginning to wane a bit. We have seen plumes of smoke throughout parts of that country over the course of this day. The Israelis not reporting any casualties that we are aware of yet. Here we have a better understanding of the circumstances because we have access, we have cameras there. In Iran, a different circumstance. There is a near total internet blackout, only about 4% of that country with access to communication means to share what they are experiencing and seeing on the ground there. Again, as we look at these live pictures, though, we just want to keep you up to date. Our team's in a safe place, having covered conflict in that area before. Those sirens give you about 60 to 90 seconds, sometimes less, to get to a safe location. Oftentimes, in their effort to share pictures with audiences here at home, our camera teams and our crews there use only the protection of some of those walls there to be able to capture the images. But as we look at the pictures, we have not seen any explosion take place there. Raf, I want to bring you back into the conversation, but just wanted to make sure our audience knew exactly what we were looking at in real time. But again, please continue your thought about the circumstances for Israel as it begins what's likely to be a lengthy involvement in a regional war.
Yeah, Peter, so just real quick, you mentioned we at this point are not seeing any signs of explosions in Tel Aviv. At a briefing that an Israeli military official conducted for reporters probably about 2 hours ago now, they said at that time, while dozens of Iranian ballistic missiles had been fired at Israel, there were no significant impacts, in his words. So it seemed to be that the joint American-Israeli air defense system was holding, that it was fending off most of these ballistic missiles. We, of course, did see significant numbers of those missiles get through back in June, nowhere near as many as were fired, but we did see some of them get through Israel's sophisticated air defense systems, Iron Dome, of course, David's Arrow. So we will continue to monitor that. Just in terms of the broader situation here, Prime Minister Netanyahu has hoped for years and years and years to have an American president who was willing to use America's unique capabilities to target the Iranian nuclear program. He got that back in June when President Trump ordered those B-2 bombers to drop those enormous bunker buster bombs on Iran's nuclear facilities. Those are capabilities that Israel does not have, only the United States has. But even back in June, guys, it's worth saying it was a different situation. Israel went to war first. The United States remained on the sidelines for most of those 12 days. And then eventually President Trump gave the order. What we are seeing this time is a coordinated from the get-go joint American-Israeli military operation. And President Trump has set the goal about as maximalist as you possibly can. He is saying the goal here is regime change, that he has given the order, along with Israel, to launch a military campaign, and that it will eventually, when the bombing is over, be, in his words, in the hands of the Iranian people to rise up and to try to overthrow their government. And we will see whether bombs dropped from the air without ground troops will be enough to dislodge this regime that has held on to power by basically all means necessary since 1979. It's worth remembering, guys, they fought an enormously bloody war against Saddam Hussein's Iraq back in the 80s, millions of casualties on both sides. They didn't let go of power. They didn't let go of power in the face of these crippling economic sanctions imposed by the United States and its allies. When the Iranian people have taken to the streets in protest many times in recent years, they have not hesitated to use lethal force. And so we will see whether this military campaign, which the United States is signaling could go on for days, could go on for weeks, will be enough to topple the regime. If it is not, guys, it is very unclear in these early hours, as the smoke is still literally hovering over Tehran and other areas, what the diplomatic off-ramp would be. If the U.S. and Israel are not able to dislodge the regime, if they get to a point where they feel that they are not able to continue this militarily, either because they just do not have the supplies and ammunition in the region, or because Iran is able to inflict enough damage regionally, then it will be very interesting to see how both sides climb down from this. I would say keep an eye on Turkey. Turkey has traditionally played a significant mediating role. We've seen that between Russia and Ukraine. The Turks have open lines of communication to Washington. They are a member of NATO, but they do also have open lines of communications to Iran. So it is very, very early days. We will see whether the U.S. and Israel can achieve these maximalist objectives that President Trump has set. If they are not able to, then people will start looking around trying to see what sort of diplomatic off-ramp there might be for both sides to climb down here. Guys.
Raf Sanchez in London for us this morning. Raf, thank you. I want to turn back to Julie Sirkin, who is traveling with the president from his West Palm Beach estate at Mar-a-Lago. Julie, just a short time ago, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, putting out a statement in support of this, saying Iran is facing the severe consequences of its evil actions, going on to say President Trump and the administration have made every effort to pursue peaceful and diplomatic solutions in response to the Iranian regime's sustained nuclear ambitions and development, terrorism, and murder, and going on here.
I'm going to interrupt you very briefly. While you've been introducing Julie Sirkin, they're telling us that right now we have a guest from Iran. Iran's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Abbas Araghchi, is joining us now from Tehran. Minister Araghchi, we appreciate your making time to speak to us right now. We have a series of questions. We know that you are one of the few in that country who have the access to communicate outside of a country where there is a large blackout of communications at this time. First and foremost, our question to you, sir, is can you give us a better understanding of the situation on the ground there, the impacts that have taken place? And separately, can you confirm to us that the Ayatollah and the president are both still alive?
Well, thank you for having me. Well, the situation on the ground is quite, I cannot say normal, but the life is going on. Everything is under control. I think Americans and Israelis failed to, access to hit their targets. And now everything is under control, and we almost in less than 2 hours, we were able to start retaliation by attacking, American bases and some targets in Israel by our missiles. Almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but that is not a big problem. We are actually managing it. We are handling the situation. And I was in contact with, my colleagues in the Persian Gulf, and I explained for them that, we have no intention to attack them, but we are actually attacking the American bases in the act of self-defense. We cannot just sit and watch they are attacking us and we don't, respond simply because their bases are in a friendly neighbor country. So I explained for them, and I hope that they understand this situation. Another point I have to mention is, I don't know why the U.S. administration insists to start a negotiation and then in the middle of negotiation attack, the other party. Today happened exactly what last June happened. We were in the middle of negotiations, and and it was interesting that this time we made a big progress. 2 days ago, on Thursday, we had a very good meeting in Geneva, together with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and we were able to address serious questions related to Iran's nuclear program. We obviously have differences, but we resolved some of those differences, and we decided to continue in order to resolve the rest of questions. And we actually instructed the technical team to go to Vienna and have a meeting with the IAEA. In order to find technical solution for the problems we are facing in the negotiation. And everybody was happy at the end of those negotiations. As you saw, His Excellency Badr al-Busaidi, the Foreign Minister of Oman, who is mediating between us, he concluded by posting a tweet saying that today we made significant progress. And before he posts his tweet, he consulted with both delegations and both were happy. So I don't know why, while we were progressing in our talks and we had made good, achievement, and a deal was at our reach, why they decided to attack us. Perhaps, it was others who dragged the United States for their own benefits into this, conflict. It's really pity. It's very unfortunate. And yes.
Mr. Arachi, I appreciate your comments there, and we do have a series of other questions I want to ask you. But just for clarity for our audience right now, can you confirm with specificity that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is alive, and separately that the Iranian president is alive right now following these American and Israeli strikes?
As far as I know, yes, they are alive. And the head of judiciary as well, the head of the Speaker of Parliament as well, all high-ranking officials are alive. And the secretary of the National Security Council. So everybody is now in its position, and we are handling this situation, and everything is fine.
Sir, do you believe that you were targeted as part of these strikes?
You mean me?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. They have targeted everybody. You know, just now I saw the footages of their attack to a girl school in the city of Minab in the southern part of Iran. So 57 girls were killed by their strike. So when they strike a school, so it is, they can also, you know, hit others easily. This attack was unprovoked, illegal, and absolutely illegitimate, and against the international law, and should be condemned. That is obvious.
You said that Iran is prepared to take self-defense towards these actions. What would that entail?
Well, we are facing an act of aggression, and obviously we have every right to defend ourselves. So what we are doing is act of self-defense, which is absolutely legal and legitimate. So, and we think that we are fully prepared for that, even more prepared than previous time, the 12-day war. And I believe we managed this. We know very well how to defend ourselves. We learned lots of lessons from the previous war, and we will certainly teach the aggressors a lesson they deserve.
Mr. Arachi, if I may ask you very quickly right now, we know that Iran, via the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, via its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthi rebels in Yemen, has carried out attacks on Americans, on others throughout that region. Iran insists that its nuclear program has never been with the desire to create nuclear weapons. But my question to you is, sir, why should the United States and why should the rest of the world trust Iran when it says its efforts to create a nuclear program are only for civilian use and not to continue to carry out harm against Western and American interests?
Well, first of all, we don't have proxies. There are certain groups who are fighting for a just cause, and we support them.
So that would make them a proxy, correct, sir? But
you know, they are not receiving orders from us. They are independent groups, but we support them, and you know, we support them in their you know, fight, you know, for the right of self-determination or to free their land from occupation, whatever. But for the time being, we don't need anybody for our defense. We are capable enough to defend ourselves, and we will do that, and we don't need the help of anybody. On our nuclear program, I think there are every reason that Iran does not want nuclear weapon. And you have, and the whole world has tested us when in 2015, we signed a deal and we announced very clearly that Iran would never seek, develop or acquire nuclear weapons. And that was a permanent commitment in 2015 deal. I know that President Trump doesn't like that deal, but at least we proved our you know, goodwill, and we proved that we are not seeking nuclear weapons. And it was not Iran who withdrew from that deal, it was the US. And still in 2025, when the US offered us negotiation to find a solution for Iran's nuclear program, again, we accepted. We entered into negotiation in good faith. At least 3 times we came to a good conclusion, but you know, my interlocutor in the other side couldn't sell it in Washington. Then they suddenly attacked us. Again, this time, we entered into negotiation with the help of our Omani friends and others. Everybody supported those negotiations. And, we made significant progress this time, and then they attacked us. So it is us who have, negative, bitter experiences from talking to the United States. We have never wanted nuclear weapon. There is both religious, convictions by us, the verdict by the Supreme Leader, who considered all these weapons as inhumane and, against the Islamic teachings. At the same time, they have no place in our security doctrine, and I can explain. But I would like to reaffirm once again that we have proved our goodwill. We negotiated with E3 and then E3 plus 3 or P5 plus 1, and we concluded a deal the whole world celebrated, and we remain committed to that deal in 2015. But it was the US who withdrew, not us. And again, the experiences of last year and this year. So I think the one who should prove its good faith, its goodwill, is the United States, not Iran.
Sir, as many Americans are waking up this morning seeing images of Israel and other nations try to defend itself, what is your message to the American people about how far Iran will go? Well, we have no limit to defend ourselves. Does that include attacking Americans? Well, we are attacking the American military built-up in our region. We are not attacking Americans in their land. Americans are attacking our people in our cities, but this is not what we are going to do. We are attacking the Americans' bases, military bases in the region, and military installations and facilities. And this is only as an act of self-defense. We are not the one who started this aggression. It was the United States and Israel who started this aggression. So there is no limit for us to defend ourselves, but once the aggression is stopped, we would also stop our self-defense. This is quite obvious and quite natural.
Mr. Arachi, in recent weeks, we saw a crackdown by the Iranian regime on civilian protesters throughout that country. Depending on where you receive your information, hundreds or even thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of Iranian people were killed. In this moment, for the Iranian people, will you commit that Iran will not crack down, will not attack, maim, or kill the people of Iran if they choose to protest peacefully against their government?
Well, I have to correct your disinformation. We didn't crack down the protesters, we cracked down a terrorist operation. From 28 December to 7 January, we had peaceful protests in our streets, and that was absolutely tolerated. Even the government decided to engage with the leaders of those protests to find a solution for the problems they have faced. And everything was peaceful and nobody was killed. But on 8 January to 10, it was totally a different story. Armed elements added to those protests. They came from outside. They received instructions from outside, specifically from Mossad and Israelis, and they started shooting at our police and security forces. So it was completely a different story, a terrorist operation, and we had no way but to crack it down.
So for clarity, you're saying that those who were killed were exclusively foreign agents? None of them, is your claim, were Iranians?
Let me explain. Those elements entered into the demonstrations and protests, and they started shooting at our police forces, and then they started shooting at people, and it was very strange. And then they started even shooting at the protesters. Why? Because they wanted to increase the number of killings, because the President of the United States had said that if there are killings, I will come to rescue. So in order to drag him into a war with Iran, they started shooting at people, so they increased the number of, in order to increase the number of deaths. And the total number was, as we have said, 3,117, and the list of all victims have been already published by us. About 2,500 of which are considered by us as martyrs. ordinary people who were killed by these terrorist elements, 200 police forces. What do you do in the United States if somebody shoots at your police? You would certainly react very harshly. And this is what we did. And then it was, over in less than in 2.5 days. So please distinguish and separate between protesters, peaceful protesters in the streets, and then a terrorist operation, which was something else. So we consider those 3 days as a plot by Israelis and the continuation of 12-day war. So why they did it? Because last time in the war, in 12-day war, they saw that people came to the streets in support of the Islamic Republic. There was a social unity in support of the system. This time they wanted to change the course, so they started with some riots in the streets. They gave weapons to certain elements to come and shoot people. So we would have this chaos, and then attack us. Exactly what is going on right now. So all of those were very well planned, plot by Israelis and Americans. But we were able to control that, operation, and we are able to defend ourselves this time. And you will see that how we can defend ourselves, and the world would see.
Sir, you heard likely the President of the United States talk about regime change in Iran this morning in his recorded statements. What is your message to the President?
Well, I think this is mission impossible. For regime change, you cannot do regime change while millions of people are supporting these so-called regime. You just look at what happened in the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. We had altogether about 30 million people in the streets in all cities of Iran in support of the Islamic Republic and in support of the whole system. So you cannot, change this regime because it's supported by the people. Yes, there are also people who are complaining, but they are strong supporters of the regime, of the system at the same time. And then we have a very well-established political structure, and they have tried regime change. This is not the first time that they want to do regime change. They have tried it in the past. Look, in the past 47 years, the United States has tried everything from coup, from sanctions, 8 years of war by Saddam Hussein, supported by the United States and many others, and then, 12-day war, a snapback, in the Security Council, and terrorist operations. They have tried everything, and all of them failed. And I don't know why they don't, understand their failures. So if they want to repeat a failed experience, they won't get any better result.
Then, sir, what is your message to the Iranian people? We understand that you describe the president's call for regime change as mission impossible. What is your message to the people of Iran right now? In your words, everything is under control, but based on what the world is seeing, there appears to be smoke coming up from a variety of different sites throughout Tehran. There appears to be some panic and real concern there. What do you tell the people of that country about the state of its government and the state of Iran broadly?
Well, I said everything is under control. I didn't say that there is no war. Of course there is war. Of course there is panic. Of course there are attacks to different buildings. Of course, about 60 students, girl students, have been killed in one school. Of course there are those things. But my message to my own people is that we are a great nation with a great civilization. We have lasted for thousands of years, and we know how to defend ourselves. We know how to deal with our enemies, and we will survive when we become more stronger out of this.
So when you hear the president say to the people of Iran, your freedom is your own, rise up, the United States will be with you, you say to them that's a hollow gesture?
Isn't that the intervention in the internal affairs of another country? If we had done so, what have you said? So the president of another country, no matter how powerful, has no right to decide for the people of another country, to order the people of another country what to do and what not to do. And this is what he did, by the way, in those terrorist operations. He was the one who set fires in the governmental buildings, do this, do that, and now he's asking people to rise against their government. Has he any right to do that? I don't think so.
Sir, are there any back channel talks, any communications that are taking place right now, or are those done? And separately, can this be de-escalated, and how?
Well, there is no communication right now, but if Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me. We are certainly interested for de-escalation. This is not our war. This is an imposed war against us. This is a war of choice by the United States, and they have to pay for that, and they do. But as far as we are concerned, we don't want war, we don't want escalation in our region. We are ready for de-escalation, but the aggression should be stopped first. The attacks should be stopped first, and then there is the possibility to talk, and we can consider that. I'm not promising anything because our people are very angry right now. So if the war is stopped, if the aggression is stopped, then we will see how we can, work for de-escalation.
Sir, just days ago, you had said that there had been a semblance of an agreement between the U.S. and Iran, and a way to avoid a war, if you will. What specific concessions was Iran not willing to give up?
Well, on our nuclear program, we made it clear for the American team that we are prepared to do everything in order to prove that our nuclear program is peaceful and would remain peaceful forever. What we are not prepared for is to give up our right. We are not giving up our right, including for enrichment, but we are ready to build confidence on our nuclear program, to make sure that our program is peaceful and would remain peaceful forever. For that reason, for that goal, we offered good concessions to the U.S. team when we met them last Thursday, 2 days ago. I may go into the details of those concessions in another program, perhaps, in order for the whole world to understand and for Americans to understand that we were progressing. We made significant progress. We agreed to do enrichment only based on our needs, the needs of Iranian people. I can tell you one of our needs. It is a Tehran research reactor. This is a small reactor, by the way, built by Americans before the revolution. And this reactor produces radioisotopes, medicines needed for nearly 2 million Iranians. So how we can give it up, how we can just stop this reactor? So we would continue our program based on our own needs. This is what we can do, and we are prepared to do that. And we can accept, robust verifications and monitoring by the agency, and we can even do some more confidence-building measures in order to, make sure, as I said, that everything would remain peaceful. So I see the possibility to, reach a deal which can guarantee that Iran's program is peaceful. At the same time, sanctions are lifted and economic cooperation can be, started, and we go for peace. And I don't know why the United States, why President Trump just missed that opportunity. Ask the foreign minister of Oman how close we were to get a deal.
Mr. Arachi, if I may, we heard from the president first in his State of the Union address that took place on Tuesday and again this morning in recorded remarks that I'm sure you've heard. The president said, among other things, that Iran has been building missiles that, in his words, could soon reach the American homeland. So as it relates to Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, does Iran now have the capability to reach the U.S. homeland? How far removed is it from that capability?
No, we don't have that capability. We have intentionally kept the range of our missiles below 2,000 kilometers. So we don't have that capability, and we don't want to do that because we don't have any hostility against, the United States people or Europeans or whatsoever. We have built that capability in order to defend ourselves against our enemies. And our missiles proved to be the most reliable means of defense for us. So obviously we cannot compromise on our missiles because our security depends on them. So the more, the US administration, the more Europeans or whoever insists that Iran should disarm itself from those missiles, the more we are convinced that in order to protect ourselves, we need those missiles. So our missiles have defensive nature. Our missiles is only for deterrence and defense. They are not for aggression. And nobody has any record of any aggression by us against our neighbors in the past 200 years.
So for clarity, you said that your missiles cannot reach the United States by design, that you do not want to reach the United States, but you also said it would be necessary as a defensive vehicle that you could if necessary. So to be clear, are you committing that Iran is not and will not build missiles that would have the capability to reach the United States?
I can confirm, yes.
Sir, if that's a red line for you, why is attacking U.S. military bases abroad justified?
But because they are attacking us. They are U.S. military, installations, facilities, bases who are attacking us. We are under attack. Why don't you, recognize this fact? We are under the attack by U.S. forces in the region. So we have every right to defend ourselves. And how to defend ourselves? We attacked, the U.S. bases. This is obvious. This is a very simple fact. And I hope that, and I'm sure that people would understand that. We are not the one who attacked Americans. We are only defending ourselves.
Did these attacks that were carried out by the U.S. and Israel today destroy Iranian missile bases?
Well, I don't think so because, we are firing our missiles almost every hour.
Did it destroy any missile bases there?
Well, I don't know. I have no detailed information yet. But as I see, only 1 hour after the U.S. attacks, we started to launch missiles, to hit targets in Israel and in U.S. bases. That means that our capability is there, and we have enough capability, we have enough strength to continue this as long as needed. I am telling this with confidence. We are more prepared than previous war, quantity-wise and quality-wise.
Mr. Arachi, we have heard from many foreign leaders throughout the world, among them from the Kremlin. We have heard from Russia. We are beginning to hear from other nations elsewhere. What, if any, communications has Iran had from some of its allies, many of them viewed as adversaries to the United States around the world, about what they are committed to do at this time?
Well, I had a good conversation with my Russian counterpart. I also talked with my colleagues in the region, with Turkey, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, all those GCC countries. And, my mission is to end the war. This is my mission as foreign minister, to end this unprovoked war against us. And we are in close contact with our friends in Russia and China and others in the region. And I am prepared to work on any idea which is, just and reasonable and can help, helping this war, ending this war with pride, of course.
Mr. Abbas Araghchi is the foreign minister of Iran. Mr. Araghchi, we appreciate your perspective and coming to speak with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, we should detail parts of the headlines in that remarkable conversation with the foreign minister of Iran, who is in Tehran as we speak, saying, among other things, when you asked him about the president's call for regime change, he said simply, that is mission impossible. Separately, he said that, in his words, everything is under control. He acknowledged that that doesn't mean that they are under attack, that there is not, he agreed there is panic and real concern in the country. And beyond that, he made very clear that in his view, in the view of the Iranians right now, this was an aggression by the United States, where, in his words, Iran was acting in good faith to try to find an end to these tensions when the United States struck. We've heard from the president in his own words in that 8-minute set of remarks that he delivered as a pre-recorded statement early this morning.
And we should be clear, for people who may not be aware, the foreign minister is somebody who was intimately involved in all of the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran in recent weeks, saying that he thought there had been a semblance of an agreement, but now calling what has happened an act of self-defense, saying that the attacks on U.S. military bases abroad in that region are essentially justified, but also, at least from a messaging standpoint, Peter, seeming to want to distance himself from any effort to have any attacks on Americans living here in the United States, clearly making it, at least again, from a messaging perspective, that that is not a place that they seem to want to go right now.
And you think about the remarkable nature of that conversation, that interview happening even as attacks continue on his country right now, a lot of which requires some fact-checking. American intelligence will have a very different perspective, obviously, on a lot of this, including when the foreign minister Araghchi said, among other things, that those who were killed during the recent crackdown, those Iranian civilians, innocent civilians, in many cases, he insisted, in many cases were foreign agents. They were members of Mossad. That means the Israeli special forces, their CIA, in effect, right now, when in fact we have seen the reporting publicly from those in the region that many innocent civilians, as it turns out, perhaps thousands of innocent civilians, were among those killed here. We have been following this morning's developments out of Iran and getting a reaction from around the world this morning.
Peter and I are now going to hand off our coverage to our colleague, Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker in Washington, on what has been a historic morning. Kristen, good morning to you.
Peter and Laura, good morning to both of you. Fantastic job with the Iranian foreign minister. It is 9:30 a.m. on the East Coast, just about 8 hours after that massive operation by the U.S. and Israel, striking targets inside Iran. Iran has already started to retaliate, targeting U.S. military bases in the region. Explosions have also been heard in northern Israel and Dubai. President Trump released a pre-recorded statement on Truth Social just after the strikes began, where he called the attack a, quote, massive and ongoing operation, and saying, quote, we are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. And notably, he's openly calling for regime change, asking the Iranian people to topple their government. We do want to let you listen in to more of what the president had to say in that pre-recorded message, and then we will turn to our team of correspondents and analysts fanned out all across the globe. First, let's take a listen to President Trump's pre-recorded message.
It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail.
And we have got team coverage of the U.S. military action against Iran with correspondents and analysts fanned out all across the globe. I want to begin with NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who joins us now from Tel Aviv. Richard, there are sirens going off as we speak?
There are sirens going off as we speak, and there are interceptions underway. If the camera pans up, you can see some smoke in the sky. So it looks like at least one, perhaps two incoming Iranian missiles were targeted by Israel's air defense systems just moments ago. And because of the altitude, you often hear the explosion of the interceptor missiles a short time afterwards. So it is possible that while we were speaking in the next few seconds, right, there was a faint thud, so quite high. Actually, more than one. I think a lot of explosions. The most intense barrage that I've heard all day. I think there must have been just 10, 15, 20 explosions, and they are still ongoing. So it appears that there has just been a very significant barrage of missiles fired at Tel Aviv. Based on what I'm hearing right now, this would be the most significant barrage of missiles that has been fired at this city since this conflict, since this round of fighting began this morning when Israel and the United States launched what it's describing as a preemptive attack. So not just one or two interceptions, but a whole series of interceptions, quite a distance from downtown Tel Aviv. But based on the number of, and they're still going on, but based on the number of explosions we're hearing right now, it seems like it was quite a significant barrage and still ongoing.
Richard, you and I have been talking about the possibility of this military action taken by President Trump, Israel, for quite some time. And now here it is. It appears as though it is robust. It's going to be extensive. Talk about what you are hearing in terms of the size and the scope of this military action that is now underway, Richard.
Well, right now, we can't see it. So it is not happening right over downtown Tel Aviv, but we could hear what sounds like rolling thunder on the outskirts of this city. So a major Iranian assault was apparently incoming toward Israel just since we've been speaking for the last few moments. This has been happening all day, not on this scale. What happened here in Israel this morning, people woke up around 8 o'clock in the morning to air raid sirens, to word that this surprise attack had begun, that it was initiated by Israel and the United States, targeting multiple locations, military facilities, political leaders, military leaders in Iran, and that Iran quickly responded, but not only firing at Israel, like what we just saw, but firing at U.S. installations across the Middle East. And already on day one, and day one is not even over here, 9 different countries are involved in this conflict. Saudi Arabia just being the latest country to confirm that it was hit by an Iranian attack, which it condemned. But already we have Israel and Iran directly involved. You have Qatar, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Iraq, the United Arab Emirates, and the latest confirmation, Saudi Arabia. A regional conflict is spreading on this first day of what could be an open-ended military campaign, because President Trump laid out his objectives, which you just broadcast, when he's talking about decimating the Iranian government and the Iranian military so severely that the people are able to rise up on the streets and overthrow the government. That's what President Trump described as his objective. But also an extraordinary moment, Kristen. You just heard on our air the Iranian foreign minister speaking live, appearing quite calm, appearing quite in control of his position, saying that Iran, even with all of this going on right now, is willing to de-escalate and return to the negotiating table. I spoke to a senior Arab leader, a leader from one of the countries that was attacked today, and I asked him if he thought there was a possibility at this stage for a de-escalation, for an off-ramp, and he responded quite quickly with a one-word answer: no.
Let me ask you, Richard, before I let you go, we also heard from the Iranian foreign minister this scathing charge. He said, quote, "This is a war of choice by the United States." That is undoubtedly part of what we will hear from those in the region who are going to be critical of this move by the United States. Why now? Why do you think the United States and Israel chose this very moment? We know that they have been making the case for quite some time that Iran is as weak as it's ever been.
I'm not sure if it's such a scathing charge. It is a common charge that I'm hearing from leaders all across the Middle East, that this was a war of choice, that the U.S. and Iran were in the midst of negotiations. They just had a round of negotiations mediated by Oman, the Sultanate of Oman, and the Omani foreign minister, who has close relations with the United States. This is not someone who is considered an American enemy, said that this shouldn't have happened, that the negotiations were progressing well, and that, to quote him directly, he said to the United States, "Don't do this. This isn't your war." That is a sentiment that I've been hearing from several officials across the region. Why now? President Trump said that there was an imminent threat, that Iran was not willing to compromise on its nuclear program, and that it was working to develop long-range missiles that could eventually carry out attacks against the United States. Iranian officials have told me they are willing to negotiate on their nuclear program. Iran's foreign minister just told NBC News moments ago, before you took over in the chair, that they're willing to negotiate on the nuclear program. Iran has said many times that it does not seek a nuclear weapon. So the imminent factor is certainly in question and being questioned in this region. What people are saying is that this was something that Israel and the United States had long been planning to do, wanted to do, and took this opportunity because Iran is at its weakest stage in many years, because it faced a domestic uprising that the country brutally crushed, killing thousands of people, according to human rights groups, and because it has lost many of its proxy groups, many of the militia groups around the region that support Iran are not as powerful as they once were, groups like Hamas and Hezbollah in Lebanon.
All right, Richard Engel, please stand by for us. We will, of course, return to you throughout the course of this morning. We appreciate your bringing us that update. I do now want to bring in Jeremy Bash. He's a former chief of staff at the CIA and Pentagon and an NBC News contributor. Jeremy, thank you so much for sticking around this morning. Let me ask you to respond to what we have witnessed so far and, quite frankly, what we heard from the Iranian foreign minister. You heard the defiance there, saying, why do this when the United States and Iran and regional partners were in the midst of diplomatic talks. What do you make of the timing of this massive military strike against Iran, Jeremy?
Well, ever since our data miner alerts have been popping off since about 1 a.m. Eastern, we've seen Iran's retaliation against these U.S. and Israeli coordinated strikes against Iranian territory. Look, I think several things make this different, Kristen. First of all, the size and scale of American military action is much larger than we've seen before from the Trump administration. The Maduro operation, Midnight Hammer, those were largely one and done. And this is an extensive, coordinated, probably multi-week campaign undertaken. Second is Iran has chosen to fire weapons around the region. And that's politically risky because it brings in the Emiratis, the Saudis, the Jordanians, the Iraqis, and other countries into this conflict. Third, the coordination between the United States and Israel is fairly unprecedented. We've never seen before the United States actually stationing F-22s and KC-46 tankers in Israel proper, and having this attack be so clearly coordinated between Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump. And then finally, Kristen, I think the real difference here are the objectives. President Trump made very clear in his statement from Mar-a-Lago this morning that the objectives are to deprive the Iranians of having a ballistic missile program, to deprive them of having a nuclear enrichment capability, and fundamentally regime change. We've never had that overt statement from a United States president, which is we're using the military to engage in regime change in Iran. Unclear whether or not any of these actions will be able to come to fruition. We'll only have to see over the next several weeks how they unfold.
Jeremy, let me follow up with you on that point, because President Trump seemed to make the case that there would be this military offensive, this air military offensive launched by the United States and Israel. And then he had this message to the people of Iran that it is their moment to stand up, to depose the government. He said, basically, seize this moment. You might not get another one. And he was asked, the Iranian foreign minister, by Peter and Laura, if the Iranian government was effectively still intact. The top officials, he said, to the best of his knowledge, yes, they were. Just how challenging is that from an operational standpoint for the Iranian people, the Iranian military guard, to, at this point, effectively rise up against the government there? Is that a realistic ask by President Trump?
Well, assuming the United States and Israel have pristine intelligence, we probably could launch a decapitation strike, and so could Israel, against Iranian leaders. And the foreign minister said on your air just a little while ago that the Ayatollah is alive, as far as I know, which wasn't exactly a vote of confidence. But even if those leaders are taken out, that doesn't actually mean that regime change will necessarily follow, because, of course, you can change the regime, but what comes in its place? There'll be IRGC elements vying to take power. There'll be other militias trying to take power. Other regional players will want to go in there. And unless the United States is engaged in boots on the ground, and I don't foresee that at all, it's going to be very hard to just let the Iranian people take over and have democracy flourish. So I think the United States is going to have a strategy if it truly wants regime change in Iran.
And to that point, we did just see regime change in Venezuela, Jeremy. This is a completely different ballgame. Is it fair to say that? It is far more complicated to bring about regime change in a country like Iran.
Yep, and Maduro's deputy, Delcy Rodriguez, is still in charge in Venezuela, so I'm not even sure I'd call that regime change.
Okay, important point. And as always, we appreciate your perspective and your insight. Jeremy Bash, thank you so much for being here this morning. I now want to bring in Democratic Senator Andy Kim of New Jersey. Senator Kim, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Well, the world was watching and bracing for this moment. And so now here we are. The United States and Israel have launched this military attack against Iran. Based on my conversations, Senator Lindsey Graham, for example, saying he is bracing for this to be a military operation that lasts for days and potentially weeks. What is your reaction to what has unfolded so far?
Well, this is an appalling action by this president, and to see something like this that goes so clearly against the will and the desire of the American people is something that should be shocking for all of us. Trump is trying to normalize his ability to be able to take military action anywhere in the world and to be able to just actively and publicly flaunt his efforts against the Constitution of the United States. This is something that we need to stand up against, and I believe that we need to have Congress reassemble as soon as possible this weekend to be able to vote on the War Powers resolution to show that this is not something that the American people want.
Well, I want to get to Congress's role in just a moment, but what are your biggest concerns, Senator?
Well, I worked on issues in the Middle East when I worked at the Pentagon. I was 15 years ago in Afghanistan as a civilian embedded with the military. I've seen with my own eyes the problems that arise and the tragedy that ensues when our country goes into war. And that's Trump's word. He said it's a war without strategy, without proper consideration of what the American people want. This is a protracted, open-ended conflict that Trump just started with the objective of regime change. This is giving us nightmares and flashbacks to 2003 Iraq War, and we saw where that led us with the lives lost and so much resource wasted. This is something that right now more than ever, when I did a town hall, I asked people there, who here wants to see U.S. military action against Iran? No hands were raised. I asked who here believes that the American people's voice needs to be heard if this moves forward. Every hand was raised. The president is so far out of touch with the American people, and I worry that this is going to be something where it's our service members that bear the brunt of it, not Donald Trump, and that's something that we have to make sure we're holding accountable.
Well, you and others are calling for Congress to come back for a vote on the War Powers resolution. President Trump, though, argued there was an imminent threat that required the United States to take this action. You heard him lay out the case in his State of the Union address, effectively saying that Iran's trying to develop a weapon that could ultimately hit the United States. Does the president need to have the authority to be able to act if there is an imminent threat that he perceives?
I'm on the Homeland Security Committee. There has been no notification to us of any imminent threat. What we see just with this president is he's willing to say anything to be able to just justify his actions. Just last year, he said that the Iranian threat was obliterated. He said that they were decimated by his actions, and now we're hearing something completely different. If there was such an imminent threat, why didn't we engage in further diplomatic efforts beyond what we saw? Right now, what we had was Witkoff and Kushner engaged in these just a handful of talks. Meanwhile, they're also the same diplomatic team that's in charge of Russia and Ukraine, on Israel, Palestine, and the greater Middle East peace. I mean, if this was so important, don't send a part-time diplomatic operation forward and then say that it failed after a couple of days and then move forward on these unprecedented strikes without congressional approval. Again, this is not just about concern over which branch of government's engaging. This is about actively going against the will of the American people, and that is something that he needs to be held accountable for.
Do you believe that there would be enough support to pass the War Powers Resolution? Republicans control both chambers of Congress, Senator.
Well, look, being there at the State of the Union or last week, there is certainly real concern about how this Republican leadership and the Republican-led Congress is just doing whatever Trump's bidding is. I've often said it doesn't feel like we have three branches of government anymore, as we have just one branch of government trying to dominate the other two. That being said, we should be on the record. And the American people deserve to hear what their representatives believe and whether or not they support what I believe is an illegal, unconstitutional war. And again, war was the word that Trump used. He is actively saying we are at war with these major combat operations, looking for regime change. Is that really something that the American people are waking up today and saying that is the priority of America? Absolutely not. They're worried about affordability. They're worried about high costs. They're worried about our own communities, not about Trump asserting himself in this way as an imperialist president.
Senator, let me ask you about the broader argument that Iran poses a threat to the United States. It has been called a state sponsor of terror. What do you make of the fact that in these negotiations, according to administration officials, Iran was not negotiating in good faith, was not saying, as the president argued, the magic words that it would in fact abandon its nuclear weapons program? Does that not concern you, putting aside the idea of congressional authority? Do you not think that Iran needs to be defanged in that way?
I worked for years trying to counter Iranian terror in the region, so I know this firsthand, and I certainly take that threat seriously. But that doesn't give, and I think this is important for the American people to understand, just because they are named a terror group does not give Trump the authorization. Even after September 11th, we needed congressional authorization to be able to use force against a terror group that we had identified. We also identify North Korea as a state sponsor of terror. Does that mean that Donald Trump can unleash on his own an area assault of this magnitude against North Korea? We know and understand that is not something that one person in this country of 330 million people is able to do, and especially when it puts service members in harm's way. If we enter into a conflict without strategy, we saw where that led. It led to decades of problems, as we saw in Afghanistan, lives lost, thousands of lives lost. And after that, I can't imagine any American would want to see us push forward in this way without strategy, without the resources dedicated to our service members. And so I feel very strongly about this. Yes, they are a threat, but if that's the case, then put the entirety of America unified together against it with a strategy. But again, that is not what Trump's pushing. And right now, the American people do not buy and do not support what this president is doing.
Senator, let me ask you about the overall goal. The president said that the operation ultimately is for regime change. Just bottom line, do you support regime change in Iran?
I do not support this president's actions in trying to unilaterally do that. I think that is up to the Iranian people, and we have seen full force what can happen in these types of circumstances. Again, I was in Iraq and Afghanistan. I've seen these efforts of America trying to impose regime change on their own, and the backlash as well as the result of it. This is a circumstance, when you look at it very clearly, where, for instance, the IRGC Quds Force could very well use this as an opportunity to seize control, putting the power in even more dangerous hands than what we see right now. So, this is something where the president can't just take strikes and then cross his fingers that things are going to work out. Lives are on the line. And if he's fomenting this type of popular uprising, what is he going to do? What is this president going to do if we see another massacre of Iranian protesters as we saw earlier this year? Is that going to just further and prolong American involvement? And to what end? I see no way in which this president has thought through how we exit this type of war that he has started.
Well, let me ask you, because the administration is arguing, look, it can bring about regime change without putting U.S. boots on the ground. Do you think that's realistic? Do you think that it's possible to bring about regime change? You heard the president's message today to the people of Iran that it's their moment to rise up. once the bombs stop falling and to bring about regime change on their own. Do you think that that is a possibility? I understand that you're opposed to this operation writ large, but I'm asking you about whether you think it's possible that, in fact, this could be carried out without U.S. boots on the ground.
Well, we saw with the Maduro operation, this president has forced regime change, and certainly with strikes against leadership in Iran, it could very well, just by virtue of the strikes and targeting, could create an opening there. But again, to what end? Will it actually bring about a regime that is going to be better for the security of America? Can we assure that? Can this president look us in the eye, the American people, and say, I can guarantee that whatever regime does come in or leader come in, that that is better for the United States? He cannot, in good faith, make that guarantee to the American people. And I have just seen too much of hubris in White Houses of past, and this one in particular, that thinks that they can just dictate and control situations all over the world. And often what happens is that it's the American service members, our military, that pays the price for the hubris of an American president. And I worry that that is something that this president is doing. And without Congress engaged in this, I believe that we are abdicating our responsibility. And I urge yet again that we convene immediately to be able to take up the voice of the American people and bring that into this conversation, because that is what is missing. I've heard a lot from Trump, but he needs to hear from Americans.
Let me ask you, if the president makes his case to Congress, to the American people, is there a universe where you could support this operation if it were to come up for a vote, Senator?
Well, look, it's too late for that. You know, this is a situation where he has already undertaken an unconstitutional war. And again, war is his term. And so this is something where I am going to do everything I can to try to get Americans that are in harm's way right now out of it, to try to do my best in the same way that I have in the past. Even though I didn't support the 2003 Iraq war, I tried my best to be able to try to temper the circumstance and create the best scenario for American security. It is difficult, though, when the president has unleashed Pandora's box. We know that things are now happening that are irreversible. So the question is, what comes next? I will work diligently to try to fight for the security of service members and the American people, as I have my whole career.
All right, Senator Andy Kim, thank you so much for being with us, giving us your perspective this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
As some stations leave us, we do want to pause for a second to allow others to join our ongoing coverage of the breaking news overseas of the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran. And good morning once again. It is 10 a.m. on the East Coast. We are following that ongoing breaking news overseas with the U.S. and Israel striking targets within Iran earlier this morning. Iran has begun to retaliate, targeting U.S. military bases in the region. Explosions have also been heard in northern Israel and Dubai. I want to get right to our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kube, who has been tracking this for days, if not weeks. Courtney, you've been all over this since the first bombs were dropped. Give us a sense of your key takeaways, the size and the scope of this military operation so far, Court, and what it says about how long it might last.
Yeah, so I think that the biggest indicator of how long this might last and the scope of it is President Trump's video himself, right? We were expecting that the U.S. might take some sort of strikes against either the nuclear facilities or perhaps the ballistic missile program. But President Trump laid out some really lofty goals here for what he hopes that the U.S. military action here, in conjunction with the Israelis, will accomplish. So, yes, it is to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear missile or nuclear program. It is, yes, to destroy their ballistic missile program. That in and of itself is an enormous undertaking, Kristen. Also, he said that they intend to annihilate the Iranian Navy. Again, another large undertaking. Finally, he also said that once they put these conditions in place, the Iranian people need to rise up and meet this rare opportunity. So regime change also appears to be on the table here. All of that together is an enormous undertaking for the United States military. that signals that this is not a days, maybe not even a weeks-long campaign. Now, we have watched the military bring in this enormous armada at sea, aircraft on land, and then other additional capabilities, including just basic logistics that are needed for a sustained campaign. He has in place right now what he needs for a campaign to last several weeks. But one of the biggest factors here is the defensive piece. So not the offensive strikes, but being able to defend against the retaliation from Iran, which we are already seeing begin. We heard from the Iranian foreign minister last hour. He made it clear that they see this as self-defense because this was a preemptive strike by Israel and by the United States against Iran, and that there is no indication that Iran is going to let up. Now, at this point, the indications that we have about these Iranian strikes in Israel, they appear to be so far relatively unsuccessful in that we don't have any indications of casualties or destruction of infrastructure. Again, this is unfolding. It is ongoing. So everything right now is very much a snapshot in time. That's the same for the Iranian attempts to hit U.S. bases in the region. We know that there have been at least 5 locations where they have attempted to target U.S. installations in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in Qatar. In, what am I forgetting? There's several others. So the one that we know so far that has been successful in that it was able to get through air defenses was in Bahrain. But at this point, we don't have any indication of any Americans who were injured or killed. But again, that's a snapshot in time. Another place that we know that they have already tried to strike is in Jordan. That is significant because the U.S. already had a military presence in Jordan. We heard a lot about Tower 22 after a drone strike there several years ago, but the U.S. has brought in additional assets, including strategic aircraft in recent days and weeks. So there was an attempt to launch missiles at Jordan, but the Jordanian officials are saying that those were intercepted. They were struck down. Kristen, I think we should expect to see these sorts of attempts against both Israel, against U.S. installations and facilities in the region, as long as this conflict continues. And again, this is now looking to be more of a sustained campaign than a quick one and done or direct attack.
All right, Courtney Kube, stand by for us with all of your great reporting. Thank you so much. I want to turn now to NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, who joins me from Dubai. There have been explosions there throughout the morning and overnight hours. Keir, what are you watching? What's the latest there?
Hey, Kristen. Yeah, I'm hearing those explosions now. We're in Dubai. We're in the house. And my family are in the house primarily because what we're mostly hearing from these explosions are interceptions of missiles. So what you don't want to do is find yourself accidentally underneath the debris from an interception like that. And it is an illustration of what Courtney was saying there, which is that things are really unpredictable. We're in the first hours of this, but Iran has short and medium range missiles, at least in principle, enough to keep this going for some time. And so really, in a way, you could argue they only need one to get through to cause serious panic. Another piece of news, Kristen, just while I have you, I'm told by a senior diplomat that, in fact, just to expand this out, that, in fact, the Iranians did send missiles to Saudi Arabia, to Riyadh and to Dammam Air Base, or in that vicinity. Those two were intercepted, but that now adds another regional actor, a major country, Saudi Arabia, to the mix here in terms of potential responses. And the Saudis have put out a statement saying that they have the option of responding to the aggression of Iran. It just illustrates the ways in which this isn't under President Trump's control entirely at this stage. And then just one other point, we're watching closely the Strait of Hormuz, where, of course, as we've said many times, Christian, that's a choke point where 20% of the oil and gas passes through for the world. That could have an impact on oil prices if Iran starts to try to close that down. What one diplomat in the region told me, after this bombardment that we're suffering in many of the countries where I am in the Gulf, that could be the second wave to try to close the Strait of Hormuz. And then how does the US and Israel respond to that? And how does the region respond to that? I mean, these are some of the factors, you know, as long as there has been war, it's been a truism, Kristen, that, you know, things start to change as soon as the first shots are fired, and that will be true here too. Not everything is President Trump can't plan for everything.
Keir, you're touching on, I think, one of the seminal points and the seminal questions that we all have right now. Vice President J.D. Vance said there's absolutely no way that strikes against Iran would lead to a prolonged conflict in the Middle East. President Trump was asked about that on Friday, and he said basically there are no guarantees. You are touching on the possibility that this could become a wider regional, more sustained, more prolonged conflict. Talk about just how dicey this situation is, how much of a razor's edge it's on.
Yeah, look, sorry to be blunt about it, but President Trump is right to say there are no guarantees, and Vice President Vance is wrong to say that there's no way that this leads to a regional war. It might not. There's an enormous amount of firepower ranged against Iran by the US and by Israel, and they will be doing all they can to take out the Iranian missiles and to prevent, for example, Iran from closing the Strait of Hormuz. But again, the issue is there is debris landing here in the United Arab Emirates, as Courtney was talking about, in Bahrain. There is a real risk that something gets through and escalates this, spins this into a different kind of regional and international crisis. I mean, I think the one thing I would say, Kristen, is that when the President Obama signed the JCPOA, the nuclear deal, one of the complaints in this region was that it said nothing about the missiles, the Iranian missiles. Well, in a sense, you could argue President Trump just ripped off the Band-Aid, and we are now seeing the extent of those missiles and what the region is going to have to suffer. And maybe we'll find it's not as frightening and as threatening as people feared. Or maybe we won't. These are unpredictable hours.
These are unpredictable hours. So well said. Keir Simmons, thank you. Stand by for us. We appreciate your reporting from Dubai. I now want to bring in Republican Congressman Don Bacon of Nebraska to respond to all of this. Congressman Bacon, thank you so much for joining us. Basically, we're seeing the divide in your party play out right now. I want to read you what Senator Lindsey Graham said. He said this operation has been well planned. It will be violent, extensive, and I believe at the end of the day, successful. Freedom for the long-suffering Iranian people, he says. Here is former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. I did not campaign for this. I did not donate money for this. I did not vote for this in elections or Congress. This is heartbreaking and tragic, and how many more innocent will die? Congressman, where do you stand? How do you see this?
Well, I hope Senator Graham is right, but I will acknowledge war is unpredictable. You don't know, it's high risk. And so this is a high risk operation. But I lean on the side of Senator Graham here because I've been on the receiving end of Iranian terrorism strikes. I've lost good friends. Iran has been waging war against us since 1979. Their first big terrorism hit was in Beirut, 1983. We lost hundreds of Marines. And we've seen these kind of strikes from Iran, the IRGC in particular, all the way through. And I think the straw that broke the camel's back was when the regime kills approximately 50,000 Iranians in these protests. And I think from a humanitarian point of view, the free world's got to stand up and say this is unacceptable. But I'll be the first to say it's high risk, unpredictable. But the world, I think the world cannot coexist with the Ayatollah and his regime and, the threats that they pose to all of us.
Senator Lindsey Graham says this could be a conflict that lasts for days, if not weeks, potentially longer than that, Congressman. Are you okay with that? Do you support a military operation of that size and scope?
Well, I hate to see it, but if that's what it takes to take down this regime, I do think there's a large underground movement that we're working with. I think the Israelis are very attuned. The Israelis have incredible intelligence on the ground. So I have no doubt we're working with opposition leaders in Iran. Well, and they're going to need our air power support to help weaken the army and the police trying to suppress these protesters. And I think this is how this operation is designed. Go after the leadership, weaken the army and the police's ability to tamp down on these protesters and help the protesters take over. I think that's the design of this operation. I hope it's successful, and I pray for our men and women in uniform that that we don't have casualties. But it's high risk, but I think it's overdue. We have lost probably around 2,000 Americans to IRGC terrorism strikes since 1979. We lost 609 Americans alone in Iraq from these Shia militias. And I felt like back then we should have done something then. Why should Iran kill American soldiers so freely that they did, and we didn't do anything? And so this bill is due, and it's time that we pay it on the regime.
Well, I want to go back to something that you said, which is you hope that the protesters take over. It seems like that was what President Trump was arguing for. He had that very strong message to the people of Iran. He said, now is your moment to effectively overthrow your government. Is that realistic? How complicated is that? And who would replace the Ayatollah?
Well, there's a pretty large underground network within Iran, and they've been in contact with me over the years, wanting to get rid of the Ayatollah and replace him. Again, Kristen, this is high risk. It's unpredictable. That's why war should be the case of last resort. If you read Clausewitz, Sun Tzu, Jomini, war is unpredictable, and bad things happen. All I can say is Iran has been at war with us since 1979. They've been waging war against our country, our allies, since 1979, and we have not really responded. And I think this response is overdue. And it's time to have it out and try to destroy this regime.
The administration believes it is possible, has made the case it's possible to overthrow the Iranian government without U.S. boots on the ground. Congressman, given that you understand what is required in these types of military operations, do you think that's a realistic assessment? Can this be done without U.S. boots on the ground?
I think it's high risk. It's not guaranteed that it can get done, just to be honest about it. I hope it can be done. Hope is not a good strategy. All I can say is there's probably a lot more work going on under the surface that we don't know with the remnants within Iran right now. So I'm sure we've been in high-level contact with folks within Iran, and I will tell you, the Israelis know what's going on in Iran better than the Iranians do. You could tell today we struck a meeting with a high-level leadership in Iran. How did we know they were there? Well, it was Israeli intelligence that helped us. So I believe there's a lot more connections that we know that we don't know about, that they're there. And that's what we're going to try to leverage to overthrow this regime and let the people. But our dream is a free Iran that's at peace with its neighbors and an Iran that does not have nuclear weapons. That's our vision.
Congressman, does President Trump need to make his case to the American people? Right now, there are no plans for him to address the country today. Does he need to make his case to the United States?
I believe he does. He should make his case to the United States, to the citizens, but also to Congress. I'm generally supportive. I think this has been long overdue. I wish previous presidents would have taken this action, frankly. But it's by law, he should come to Congress now, tell us what the plans are. I was a little reluctant to do that before the strikes because you don't want to give away surprise. But we have a system here where Congress is an equal branch of government, and he should come and make his case and talk about what the future plans are. What are the objectives? I've always knew there was a fork in the road. Is he going to go after nuclear weapons, or is he going to go after regime change? Two totally different targeting strategies. And we can tell today it's regime change.
Do you think, to that point, I don't know if you heard my conversation with Senator Andy Kim, but he is calling on Congress to come back on Monday. He says that it is time for Congress to vote on the War Powers resolution, to have a say, to demand that Congress have any oversight over any more military action in Iran. Do you agree with him? Does Congress need to come back? Is it that urgent and hold a vote on the War Powers resolution?
We're going to be back on Wednesday. And, I guess I got mixed feelings about what Senator Kim is saying. He's been a friend. I've worked with him. I do think the president should come to Congress and say, well, here's the objectives, here's the plan. I think if these are sustained operations, we should vote on a War Powers resolution. I would be inclined to vote for it, to support the president. But Congress should maintain its authorities. And also, the president has a stronger hand when Congress gives their support to operations. It gives him more legitimacy. So instead of the president fearing congressional involvement, he should embrace it, because when we support him, it gives him the authorities, it gives him the legitimacy of these operations. And as I mentioned, Kristen, I'd be inclined to support it because I've had good friends killed by this Iranian regime.
And Congressman, just very quickly, and just to be very clear, have you gotten any type of briefing, warning, heads up from the administration at this point? I know that they did brief the Gang of Eight, of which you are not a part, but was there any wider outreach to Congress?
No, but I do know they've briefed some of our chairmen. I think it was on Wednesday morning before we left. And so, like, our chairman of the Armed Services Committee, the Intelligence Committee, so it wasn't just the Gang of Eight that have been briefed. There's been a lot more, or more down to the chairman and ranking member level, but I have not. And I anticipate getting briefed this coming week.
And one more finally before I let you go. Iran has obviously already started to retaliate against U.S. bases in the region. Are you surprised by the speed with which Iran has retaliated in this instance, Congressman?
No, I think we've been tipping our hand with all the Navy units and the Air Force movements. Iran has had time to come up with their plans. They have 1,000 ballistic missiles that can strike. And so they're a very dangerous adversary for our air bases, our Navy bases, and our allies. But you can't be blackmailed. You can't be extorted by Iran. So this is, so I'm not surprised.
All right. Congressman Don Bacon, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your perspective on this breaking and developing story. We really appreciate it. I want to get right to NBC's White House correspondent, Monica Alba, who is monitoring the developments for us from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Monica, in talking to your sources there and on both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue, what's the reaction been so far?
Well, Kristen, we are learning a bit more and some additional details about how some of the preparation took place here for this massive, in the words of President Trump, an ongoing campaign now, these strikes in conduction and in collaboration and conducted with Israel. We know that Secretary of State Marco Rubio did brief the Gang of Eight for more than an hour on Tuesday ahead of the State of the Union address and that speech. And remember that in that speech, which could have been an opportunity, Kristen, as you were just discussing with the congressman, for the president to potentially make his case to the American people for why he might take military action. He did talk about Iran. He did say that essentially he didn't want Iran to be able to continue with its nuclear capabilities, but he didn't go into much detail. Again, we don't know if he might decide now to do that or when he might do that. And in the days since then, we know that when he was asked about this possibility, he said that he wasn't happy with Iran, that he was continually briefed by some of his top national security advisors. It was just a couple of days ago, Kristen, that you had Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, and Steve Witkoff, his special envoy for the Middle East, in Geneva, participating in talks to see if diplomacy could be reached, and in an effort to continue to see if they could advance that diplomatic path. You had the foreign minister of Oman, who was meeting with Vice President Vance just 24 hours ago. That's the photo you're seeing there on your screen here in Washington, where they had a conversation that, according to the foreign minister, he felt it was productive. He said coming out of that he believed that peace could be reached, that a deal could potentially be in the next couple of days. Obviously, now this morning, he has issued a statement saying that he is dismayed with this action that the United States has taken. We haven't gotten any kind of reaction or response from Vice President Vance for his part, beyond telling a reporter with the Washington Post in the last couple of days that he believed even if the president decided to go forward with military action, he said there was, quote, no chance that this could become a drawn-out, wider regional war or conflict that would initially really involve the U.S. for years to come, laying down that marker. But when the president was talking about this yesterday, he said something a little bit different, saying that certainly if he decided he was going to act and pursue this military action, that there's always the risk of a wider entanglement and that there's always the chance that that could happen here. And now that we are in that conversation, Kristen, I think it's really notable just to remind viewers that the president is somebody who, when he was a candidate, campaigned on ending, quote, forever wars and ending additional foreign entanglements. And this is now the 6th military action that the president has taken since taking office in his 2nd term. And again, we don't have any plans to hear from the president in the immediate coming hours. It's always possible that that could change as he does remain down in Mar-a-Lago in Florida, where he does have the ability to monitor all of this in real time and where I'm told he is continually being briefed by his top aides. Kristen.
Monica, before I let you go, fantastic reporting there from the White House. What are your sources telling you about the diplomatic process? Is it possible that it can get back on track in any way, shape, or form, or is it effectively dead for now, given this strike?
Yeah, and remember last summer when the president did strike those nuclear sites in Iran, it was in the midst of ongoing negotiations and talks about that exact issue. And eventually those did get back on track, and we have seen them play out over the last few weeks and months. So it's possible, but it doesn't seem like there's any immediate chance for that, given that I am also told by a White House official what you have been reporting and what you've been talking about all morning, which is this idea that this is not an isolated hours-long strike or campaign, that this is more of a days-long effort and potentially could be even longer than that. Remember, it was just about a week ago where there was reporting that the president was also considering in a menu of options just a limited or a more targeted or tailored strike to get Iran potentially to pressure the regime into some kind of a deal. Obviously, that is not the decision that the president ended up taking. Again, with this seeming to be a larger undertaking and the president himself saying that. I think one other thing, Kristen, that the president mentioned in his video overnight is this acknowledgement, this idea that he says American heroes could be lost in this conflict, that there could be the death of U.S. service members, which is an absolutely important and significant comment from the president. And he did, we should point out, call this a war, saying that is what happens in war. And so certainly this is now a White House that is facing, I think, increasing pressure to lay out more to the American public about why the president made this decision and what happens next.
It's so important that you point that out, Monica. I think that comment by President Trump stood out to so many people. Just striking to hear him acknowledge that, yes, there may be U.S. casualties here. Monica Alba, with your great reporting from the White House, thank you so much for joining us. Just a short time ago, my colleagues Peter Alexander and Laura Jarrett spoke with Iran's foreign minister about the strike. Here's a little bit of what he had to say. Take a look.
We are facing an act of aggression, and obviously we have every right to defend ourselves. So what we are doing is act of self-defense, which is absolutely legal and legitimate. So, and we think that we are fully prepared for that, even more prepared than previous time, the 12-day war. And I believe we manage this. We know very well how to defend ourselves. We learned lots of lessons from the previous war, and we will certainly teach the aggressors a lesson they deserve.
With that, I want to bring in NBC's Yasmin Vesuvian. Yasmin, what do you make of what we heard from Iran's foreign minister defiant there with Laura and Peter, not surprisingly?
Not surprisingly. I think it's important to understand the Iranian perspective here. And for them, the aggression that they're seeing from the United States and Israel with the ultimate objective of regime change is not justification for a war. In fact, they see it as a violation of international law. The Iranians felt as if, and as we heard from the foreign minister there, they were engaged in incredibly sincere and consistent negotiations when it came to the nuclear negotiations that were going on with Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and hence were subsequently caught off guard by this attack because of those ongoing negotiations, which we remember there was a statement that came out of those negotiations late Thursday saying they were going quite well. But of course, then there was a turn of course, and there was reporting indicating that the president was not happy with what was coming out of those negotiations so far. Hence why it seems as if the foreign minister is now obviously and understandably defending their right to defend themselves as a country against both Israel and the United States in a state of war, because it seems very much they are now at war with one another. I think the question is how they do that. We've already seen kind of a swift response so far, but Kristen, I think what gave the United States and Israel so much confidence in this most recent attack is what we saw take place over the last summer. And I bring that up only to say that over the last summer, Iran's talk was a heck of a lot bigger than their actual bite. And it seemed as if they didn't have the capabilities militarily to pull off what they said they could pull off. And I think the Israelis, it seems, and the Americans are taking the bet that the same is happening now. And that's also combined with, again, I keep reiterating this, Kristen, but I think it's really important to do, kind of the dire circumstances in which the country is currently in, being closed out from the rest of the world with these crushing sanctions and the economic instability that is inside that country. All of that together does not give them the resources that they would need to defend themselves adequately against the forces that are the Israeli army, the Israeli forces, and the U.S. forces as well, Kristen.
Well, and of course, the big question looming over all of this, Yasmin, is what is the Trump administration's ultimate goal? Is it, in fact, regime change? President Trump talked about that today. He said ultimately it's up to the Iranian people, which was an extraordinary statement. The foreign minister was asked about that as well. I want to play a little bit of that for you and get your reaction on the other side.
You cannot do regime change while millions of people are supporting these so-called regime. You just look at what happened in the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. We had altogether about 30 million people in the streets in all cities of Iran in support of the Islamic Republic and in support of the whole system. So you cannot, change this regime because it's supported by the people. Yes, there are also people who are complaining, but they are strong supporters of the regime, of the system at the same time.
So, Yasmin, when you hear that, underscores just how complicated regime change would be.
It's incredibly complicated. It would be a long, protracted war if, in fact, that is what both the United States want and the Iranians want as well. But I think it's also important to talk about the fact that you heard from the foreign minister that many of the people that were killed during those protests were, in fact, intelligence agents from other countries. That's not who they were, Kristen. They were Iranian citizens. It was a 7-year-old art student. It was a young couple with an 8- and 10-year-old that they left behind after being killed in these protests. It was a 28-year-old biotech student. It was an artist. It was a fruit seller. It was a geophysicist. These were Iranian citizens that felt as if their lives were up against a wall, and they had no other choice but to flood into the streets of Iran, very well knowing their lives were at risk, because they wanted regime change, Kristen.
All right, Yasmin Vesuvian, thank you so much for that in-depth reporting. We really appreciate it. As some stations leave us, we do want to pause for a second to allow others to join our ongoing coverage of this breaking news of the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran. Good morning once again. It's 10:30 in the morning on the East Coast. We are following that ongoing breaking news overseas with the U.S. and Israel striking targets within Iran earlier this morning. Iran has begun to retaliate, targeting U.S. military bases in the region. Explosions have also been heard in northern Israel and Dubai. I now want to bring in NBC's international correspondent Matt Bradley, who is in Tel Aviv, where there have been sirens going off throughout the morning. Matt, give us the very latest in terms of what you're seeing and hearing there.
Well, I can tell you what I'm hearing just now. You actually might have heard it yourself, is this blaring sound on my cell phone, which comes up. I don't know if you can see all of these critical alerts. This is how this goes here, Kristen. We hear an alert on your phone. You get a little bit of time, and then presumably, in almost all cases, but not in all cases, there's then a loud citywide alert broadcasting that you need to go to a shelter immediately. And that's where I find you right now, inside this shelter, inside our office building. The walls look boring and average, but they're actually quite thick. And if you can see behind me, Kristen, this, in theory, is going to be able to basically clean the air, filter the air, so that we can stay in here forever, even if there's a chemical weapons attack or poison gas. presumably, will be able to survive here in the shelter. And it is in shelters just like this one, which in Hebrew are called a mamad, that you will find the vast majority of the population of Israel. Jewish, Muslim, Christian, all of them are going to be headed right here. And we've been heading here throughout the morning and all afternoon. And even from inside this fortified room, we can still hear the outgoing air defense systems intercepting some of these Iranian missiles. And we can hear those interceptions. And in fact, just a couple of minutes ago, we heard what sounded like the largest set of interceptions that we've had so far. Now, despite all of that, and even, despite what we were seeing last summer, last June, when we saw Iran attack over and over and over again, Israel for 12 days, there were 30 dead. So far today, we haven't heard of a single dead person here in Israel from those Iranian bombardments. We have heard that there is a boy who was injured here in Tel Aviv because of an Iranian projectile. It hurt his lower legs. There is apparently, or reportedly, another injury in the northern part of Israel in Haifa. But so far, considering the amount of firepower that the Iranians have thrown at this tiny state, there is very little to show in the way of casualties. The Iranians are reporting that dozens of people have been killed at a school that was hit by Israeli attacks or American attacks in just the past couple of hours. But so far, this three-ply system of air defense, the Iron Dome, which defends against sort of lower-level projectiles, David's sling, which is probably the one that's being used more frequently here, is supposed to be defending against longer-range, higher-altitude missiles, intercepting them further away. So we could really see this entire conflict go by and not see much in the way of Israeli casualties. But it's too soon to say that because we don't know exactly what Iran's capabilities are. The president and Israeli officials have said that over that 12-day war 8 months ago, they managed to deeply set back Iran's not only its nuclear program, but its conventional weapons program, including its ballistic missiles, which was one of the things that Benjamin Netanyahu was trying to push into those Iranian nuclear negotiations. He was telling the Trump administration, that they needed to limit Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. That was one of the reasons why Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders were pushing so hard on the Trump administration to try to get their voices heard in those negotiations that had been ongoing until just a couple of days ago, until really just this morning when Israel and the United States launched that preemptive attack. But what we're seeing right now is a real moment of uncertainty. This could either really change the Middle East, or the United States and Israel could scale back their ambitions dramatically. Now, so far, we've heard both the President of the United States and Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, both of them calling on Iranian people to overthrow their own regime, to take the baton from the Americans and the Israelis and essentially finish the job against the clerics, against the Ayatollahs who now run Iran. Neither of them have said that they, the Americans or the Israelis, are planning on sending troops with the quote-unquote boots on the ground into Iran to effect regime change in person. That's not something that has been publicly stated. However, they are both clearly encouraging the Iranian people to do that job for them, and clearly one of the ambitions of this incredibly complicated, unprecedented military campaign between the United States and Israel against Iran is to effect regime change in Iran. It's unclear what that's going to lead to. The fact is that there is no organized, vocal opposition group in Iran that enjoys connections with other international countries and the international community. Most of the real dissidents who have a real international standing are outside of the country, and it's unclear whether or not somebody from the regime would be able to step in. All morning, we've been hearing from the Israeli media buzzing with speculation, and it is just speculation, that the Ayatollah Ali al-Khamenei was killed in these strikes, or at least badly injured, and that Masoud Pezeshkian, the president, was also killed. Now, as you saw, we heard from the Abbas Araghchi. He is the foreign minister of Iran, and he told NBC News in that exclusive interview just a few hours ago that both men are safe and that, quote, as far as I know, this is Araghchi talking, they are both unharmed or not dead. Now, that would fly in the face of the reports that we've been hearing now, but again, this is all speculation. NBC News cannot confirm this information.
Well, just one of the biggest outstanding questions. Where exactly is the leader of Iran? Is he still alive? And to your point, Matt Bradley, just how complicated regime change would be. Administration officials themselves acknowledging it's not a clear picture of who would replace the current leadership. Matt Bradley, please stay safe. Extraordinary to have your reporting from a shelter. We really appreciate it in Tel Aviv. I now want to bring in NBC's Raf Sanchez, who is standing by. And as we leave Matt Bradley, we hear those sirens start to go off again. Matt, let me go back to you. Tell me what you're hearing, Matt.
Well, this is something that we've been hearing all day long. Just about every hour, we've been hearing a set of sirens going off. The last time that we didn't hear much, the time before that, we heard a massive bombardment, huge sounds of interceptions or outgoing anti-air missiles. So again, I hate to say that this is becoming routine, but so far this morning, so far this afternoon, we've been hearing it constantly. As long as Israel's attacks against Iran continue, and as long as Iran continues to have the capability to strike back, we'll probably be hearing this sound for quite a while.
All right, Matt Bradley, please stay safe. We really appreciate your reporting. I do now want to go to NBC's Raf Sanchez. Raf, I know you have some new reporting about targeting Iranian officials. Raf, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Kristen, that's right. So we knew that Israeli warplanes targeted Iranian leadership during that initial wave of strikes. The Israelis targeting both Iranian leaders, also going after Iran's air defenses. We are now starting to get a little bit more detail about what exactly the Israelis were going after. In just the last few minutes, an Israeli military official saying that Israel targeted 3 gatherings of Iranian leaders. Now, we don't know exactly what those gatherings were, but we, of course, have had Iranian officials on high alert for this wave of strikes. It is very possible that you have been having councils of war happening in Iranian government buildings, in Iranian government bunkers. This official not saying whether Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, was within those 3 gatherings, but is saying that they were going after both political and military leaders who were essential to Iran's decision-making and essential to its ability to wage war. Now, we know that the Israeli military is now in a battle damage assessment phase. They are looking at what they have struck, and they are trying to figure out exactly what kind of damage they caused. Iran, obviously, is not a transparent place. It is difficult to know exactly who's alive and who's dead. But Israeli intelligence, as we have seen over and over again, has extensively penetrated the Iranian government, and so you can bet that they will be working all manner of sources right now, signals intelligence, human sources, trying to understand to what extent they have succeeded in decapitating the Iranian leadership. Kristen, I'll also just tell you, in the last couple of minutes, we have heard from the office of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that he has conducted a phone call with President Trump. You see him on your screen there. Of course, both leaders address their countries separately. They now, as far as we are aware, have spoken for the first time since the bombing began. Kristen, you may not be able to see it because the lettering on the bottom of our screen is covering it, but there is a book in front of Netanyahu on his desk there. It is not an accident that it's in that photo released by the Prime Minister's office. The book is called Allies at War, and it is about the effort of the US, the UK, the Soviet Union to defeat Nazi Germany. And it is certainly not a coincidence that the Israeli Prime Minister has this book, Allies at War, in that photograph as the US and Israel begin this unprecedented campaign jointly against Iran. Kristen.
What a notable detail, Raf Sanchez, to bring us and that perspective from inside Israel. The concerns, Raf, about this becoming a wider war, what are your sources telling you about that, particularly given that we are seeing how quickly Iran retaliated?
Yeah, so Kristen, we are hearing from American allies in Europe, in NATO right now. They are stressing, first of all, that they were not involved in this attack. We don't know at this point whether the White House even gave them any serious heads up before launching this joint U.S.-Israeli campaign. They are deeply, deeply concerned about the rippling effects, about the potential for a regional war. You're seeing on your screen there just chaos in different cities across the broader Middle East. And while the battlefield is the skies and the seas and the territory of Middle Eastern countries, the effects here really have the potential to be global. We've been talking all day about the potential for the Strait of Hormuz, that critical waterway through which 1/5 of the world's oil flows, to be blocked. There is real bracing right now for volatility in the oil markets, depending on how this plays out. Real concern about the impact this could have on global shipping. You'll remember the Iranian-backed Houthi militants in Yemen basically managed to strangle a significant section of global shipping by attacking merchant vessels in the Red Sea. There has been a ceasefire on that front for several months now, but there are deep, deep concerns that the Houthis, in support of Iran, will begin those attacks. And of course, Kristen, as we've been saying, air travel is in total chaos worldwide right now. Dubai's airport is one of the busiest airports in the world. It's a major, major hub, a major transit point. It is closed. It's closed indefinitely. And so countries all over the world have citizens who are stranded right now, unable to get home. So real global shockwaves being felt by this. Kristen.
All right. Raf Sanchez, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. I now want to bring in former Defense Secretary in the first Trump administration, Mark Esper. Secretary Esper, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Good morning, Kristen. Good to be with you.
Well, it's wonderful to have you here and your perspective. Let me start off by just getting your reaction. Obviously, we've seen President Trump amass this huge military presence in the region. And here we are today, strikes underway that could last, based on my conversations, for days, if not weeks. What do you make of this?
Well, I was not surprised that it happened after yesterday when we heard that the U.S. ambassador to Israel gave his employees their authorization to leave immediately the state of Israel. That was a tip-off there. And we also know that Kushner and Witkoff came out of the negotiations on Thursday with the Iranians, very close-lipped about it, which told me that there was not progress being made. And I think the president and his team made the right call, and that is that the Iranians weren't serious, at least not serious enough to give up their enrichment program. So in my mind, those few things, coupled with the fact that we had reached the apex of our deployment of air and naval forces in the Middle East, you can't keep them there forever, right? At some point in time, their readiness wears down. So it's one of these things, you got to either use them or pull them back. And I think the president made the decision, given a number of other factors, some of which he laid out this morning in his remarks, that it was time to act.
Well, given your role as Secretary of Defense, you understand what it is like to think about, draw up potential battle plans, war plans. What is the best case scenario, Mr. Secretary, in this moment, and what is the worst case scenario as you see it?
Well, that's a good question. And of course, it begins with what's the purpose of the operations. And I think, as the president laid out, he said we wanted to destroy their ballistic missile capabilities, production capabilities. So I assume that some of the sites that were taken out in Iran, internally to Iran, will contain some of those sites, and they look familiar to me based on my recollections. But he also talked about going after their naval assets, and I assume that was to make sure that they couldn't harass commercial shipping or to mine the Strait of Hormuz. Interestingly, we haven't seen much of that. At least the reporting hasn't indicated any strikes along the coastal areas or against the Navy. We know that Israel went after leadership targets. That, of course, suggests that they want to go after decapitation. And then the president mentioned regime change. And I think here at what he's hoping for is that there be enough pressure on the Iranian regime that the people in Iran would rise up once again, just like they did last month, and maybe the conditions would be set, or maybe further on U.S. or Israeli attacks could set the conditions further for the Iranian people to overtake the country, the regime, and push them out of power. But again, the end game looks a little fuzzy right now. We just got to see how this plays out, Kristen.
To that point, Mr. Secretary, the president, the administration have indicated they believe it is in fact possible to bring about regime change without U.S. boots on the ground. Based on your understanding of these military operations, is that realistic? I understand the president's calling on the Iranian people to rise up, but it is incredibly complicated to bring about regime change, is it not?
It is. It's possible. It will depend on the Iranian people at this point in time, and I hope that we are providing covert means to support them. I mean, of course, we know we provided last month Starlink terminals to the Iranian people to communicate with one another. Maybe we're providing them other means and assets, but it's going to be up to them at this point in time. But look, I'd say beyond that, after Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we had the Iranians on their knees. Their air defenses were taken down. Their ballistic missile forces were spent. We had set back a considerable amount of time their nuclear enrichment process, their industry. In my view, that was the time to demand that Iran allow IAEA inspectors, that's the International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors, back into the country, to get back into those installations, to find where that 900 pounds of enriched uranium was, to put cameras back in place. And that didn't happen. And so there's uncertainty now. And I think the president is right. And every president before him, as long as I can remember, has said Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. So whether or not there is regime change at this point in time, I think it was important to continue to set back their missile defenses, their air defenses, their missile capabilities, and to continue to set back also their nuclear ambitions. And we may have to keep doing that if we don't see regime change.
Can you put this moment into broader context and why the president may have decided to strike now? How weak is the Iranian regime in the wake of the strikes that you just cited last summer?
Yeah, they're the weakest they've been in 47 years, right? Since the 79 takeover and, of course, the American hostages, the weakest in that amount of time. And it's not just their air defenses have been decimated and their ballistic missiles spent. But in the broader regional picture, keep in mind that they've lost Hamas in Israel. They've been decimated by Israeli operations in Gaza. They lost Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. They've been taken down pretty seriously by Israel. Syria has fallen. Now, of course, the regime under Bashar Assad. We know that the Iraqi Shia militia groups have been set back as well. And really, the only force standing are the Houthis in Yemen, and they're not a considerable force. But nonetheless, the point is the proxies that help prop up and defend this Islamic regime have been really taken down considerably. So it talks about weakness across the board, not just domestically, but with regard to the region and the proxies. So this is a unique moment in time in the 47-year history of this regime.
Let me ask you, because we did hear from President Trump, who delivered a video message earlier today. We've been playing that throughout the morning. Do you think, though, that he needs to come before the American people and really lay out his case in earnest?
Yeah, I think every president benefits by going before the American people and explaining what we're doing, why we're doing it, how long it will take, what the pros are, the cons, the risks. I mean, the president was right to mention that this is not a risk-free operation. We could lose Americans. So I think the more he could speak to that, to the American people directly, and I think we're being told he will today, but also to Congress, both the House and Senate, and then, of course, have his members of his cabinet go out and do the same. You know, when we took down Soleimani in January 2020, one of my jobs was to go out and call the respective members of the Armed Services Committees and explain to them what we were doing. And then later we went before the Congress in a closed-door session in both the House and Senate and explained the operations and what we were doing. So I think that's all part and parcel of what we do, what we should do. It seems like they plan on doing that as well, and I think those are all the right moves.
Secretary Esper, you read my mind. I was going to ask you about the operation taking out Qasem Soleimani, the decision to do that, the implications. Did it in some ways lay the groundwork for this moment?
I think it laid the groundwork in the sense that it showed that the Iranians aren't invincible, that we can do significant damage to them without suffering repercussions that maybe some expected. You know, Soleimani was a singular figure within the regime, probably one of the 2 or 3 most important people in Iran, and his ability to maneuver and to enable proxy forces is remarkable. So taking him down was a considerable feat. And the fact that even though Iran responded, we didn't suffer any deaths was remarkable. And then I think, of course, the operations by Israel and later the United States last June also showed that the regime was much weaker, much more brittle than what we expected. And then I might add again, what happened in January, just a few weeks ago, with the Iranian people rising up, in every single province and chanting, death to the Ayatollah, shows you that this regime seems very brittle and almost on the verge of collapse. And the question will be, what will it take for that to happen? And you asked the question earlier, you're spot on. We can't necessarily do it. We might be able to set the conditions for that to happen, but it's really going to take the Iranian people to rise up and to take charge of their own country.
And Secretary Esper, do you think this moment is on the verge of a wider regional conflict, a protracted war? Vice President J.D. Vance said, no, that's not going to happen. But do you see that as a real possibility?
I don't think so in the sense of the Arab countries joining in. Of course, they thought that if they would not support U.S. operations or allow use of their oversight airspace, that Iran wouldn't touch them. And here we wake up this morning, we find out that Iran has struck nearly every Arab country in the region, whether or not they did that. So I think part of the Iranian ploy here is to try and get the Arab states involved, to kind of draw them in, maybe force them to put pressure on Washington, because it's clear that Iran doesn't have the sway with Trump that they thought he might, and the Europeans aren't getting involved. So maybe there's a diplomatic play through the Arabs, but I don't see them getting directly involved. The more precise answer to your question is, could this go on for an extended period of time? And the answer is yes, it could. Right now, I think, based on my quick read of the amount of missiles that Tehran has shot back, how they broaden out the scope of the military retaliatory responses, tells me that they think they're going to have to marshal their resources, that they see this happening for the long haul, and that they're going to hunker down, respond where they can, hunker down, respond where they can, and see how this situation plays out. Maybe the United States gets tired of the attacks. Maybe there's some type of diplomatic intervention by other countries. But I think they're going to play the long game and be more in a defensive crouch than they will trying to expand this conflict militarily.
All right. Former Defense Secretary Mark Esper, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Kristen.
I now want to bring in former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Michael Herzog. He is in Tel Aviv. Ambassador Herzog, thank you so much for joining me. We really appreciate it. I know tensions are running high right now where you are. Talk to me about your reaction to this joint military operation between the United States and Israel. How do you see it unfolding?
Well, hello from bomb shelter in Tel Aviv. We spent a lot of time here since the morning, on average, a few times an hour. The war just started. I think this is, we are witnessing a joint U.S.-Israel operation, which was probably prepared for weeks, if not more than that. With the declared aim of both denying the Iranian regime strategic capabilities, especially nuclear and missile capabilities, and at the same time degrading the regime and hopefully hastening its demise. There's overwhelming support here in Israel for this operation. It just started, but I believe it finds the Iranian regime at a low point, the lowest that I can remember in recent history, perhaps since the Ayatollahs took over in 1979, and we'll see how this develops. Obviously, Iran responded with missile firing at U.S. bases in the region and at Israel. The volume of their barrages has not been very good, and I understand that as we speak, Israeli planes are hunting Iranian missile launchers, and I expect that with time they will be depleted.
Ambassador Herzog, were you surprised by how quickly Iran retaliated? Because in the wake of the last pinprick strike, if you want to call it that, by the United States, several hours elapsed before there was a response. In this instance, it seemed almost immediate. Was the United States prepared for that?
Yes, I think the Iranians were expecting this for a while. It was in the air that if negotiations fail, then the U.S. might strike. So if you're an Iranian, you sit in Tehran, you prepare your immediate response. I believe that a big focus for the U.S. and Israel in the opening strike was to go after Iranian retaliation capabilities so as to lower their ability to retaliate and probably end the war quicker, but nobody is surprised that they fired back. But again, I expect that to go down with time as they are under pressure from an overwhelming force of the U.S. and Israel.
You raise the diplomatic process. Is there any hope that diplomatic talks can get back on track? Mr. Ambassador, there were supposed to be talks this coming week.
So I don't expect that to happen while, the guns are talking. The war is raging right now. Maybe in a while, when Iran is under pressure, we'll be willing to go back to the negotiating table with better terms, but I think that might take a while.
And President Trump has talked about regime change. He called on the Iranian people to stand up, to seize this moment. He said, you might not have another moment like this. Ambassador, is it realistic to think that this can be carried out, that ultimate regime change, by the Iranian people?
Nobody expects to bring about regime change only through airstrikes. That obviously is insufficient. I think we all understand that. But the idea is to, among other things, to degrade the regime and send wave shocks into the Iranian system that will weaken the regime, empower the people, and ultimately hasten the demise of the regime. We'll have to see what happens. Many in Israel believe that it is no coincidence that the protests erupted in Iran mere few hours, few months after the 12-day war. There's some connection here, so we'll have to see if the current war also sends those wave shocks into the Iranian system, weaken the regime, and hasten its demise.
There has been some discussion about whether Iranian leadership survived the strikes overnight. Do you have any information about that, about their whereabouts? The Iranian foreign minister says, yes, they did, to the best of his knowledge.
Well, Israeli defense sources claim that Khamenei was probably hit in the strike as supreme leader, but it's not clear whether he survived, and that some other top leaders in Iran were hit and did not survive, like the commander of the Revolutionary Guards, like the head of their intelligence, and some other senior officials. But it's too early to tell. If indeed Khamenei was hit and taken out of the picture, I think this is a dramatic development. The guy's been leading Iran for 37 years, and he's been, controlling that system and dictating their policies. So it might not be a complete regime change, but definitely part of it, if indeed he did not survive.
Okay, Ambassador Herzog, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. This has been an NBC News special report on the U.S.-Israeli strikes in Iran. For our NBC stations, we'll return you to regular programming. Coverage continues with Jose Diaz-Balart.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Jose Diaz-Balart.
Good day. We are following a historic moment unfolding in the Middle East right now. Plumes of smoke are rising above Tehran, Iran's skyline, as the Iranian regime is under a major joint attack staged by the United States and Israel that began overnight, early in the morning, Iran time. U.S. officials telling NBC News these attacks are significant in scope, much larger than last year's attack, and that the ongoing operation could last for several days. Take a look at the scene in Tehran and across the country earlier today, where Iranian state media reported explosions rattling central parts of the city, along with other cities near Iran's capital. NBC News has learned from 2 U.S. officials that the U.S. aimed to take out Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs, while Israel targeted Iran's political and military leaders. Take a look at this map. These are the different areas in Iran where the United States and Israel have struck. In response, Iran's retaliation has begun, launching a series of missiles toward Israel, according to Israeli officials, along with targeting a series of U.S. military assets across the region in countries like the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan. At this hour, there are no reported American casualties from those strikes. Now, overnight, President Trump saying major combat operations have begun in Iran, calling the action massive and ongoing. He also directly urged regime change in Iran, telling the Iranian people to, quote, take over your government. Here's more of the president.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world.
Our team also spoke to Iran's foreign minister earlier this morning. He said he believes Iran's supreme leader is still alive. He also criticized the U.S. for staging today's attack. Here's some of that.
It was the United States and Israel who started this aggression. So there is no limit for us to defend ourselves. But once the aggression is stopped, we would also stop our self-defense.
I want to bring in our international correspondent, Matt Bradley. He is in Tel Aviv. Matt, describe what you've been living through.
Yeah, well, you can hear it right now, Jose. You know, you can hear those air raid sirens throughout the city. Often we've been hearing, even from here inside the safe room, and I apologize because it's a bit of a drab background, but that's what we're up against. And almost every Israeli in the country is going to find themselves right now in a room like this, as they have for the past, well, better part of a day. We've had rolling sirens. Everybody goes into rooms like this, which are heavily fortified. Ever since the 1980s, rooms like this have been obligatory as part of any new construction. Almost every structure in Israel where people are expected to live or work has a room like this. In Hebrew, it's called a mamad. And if you can see behind me here, this device presumably is going to filter out the air so we can stay here even in the event of a chemical or poison gas attack. So this is pretty safe, but this is still an ongoing thing. We've been hearing these sirens all day. And we've been hearing, as I mentioned, a lot of missile interceptions and outgoing Israeli air defense systems firing from all corners. We don't know where these installations are, but here in central Tel Aviv, you can hear missiles taking off from neighborhoods all over because these missile emplacements are hidden throughout the city and throughout the country. And that's one of the reasons why when we talk about Israel in these contexts, they have the confidence because they can to project their power to Iran, knowing that they can handle and deflect anything, almost anything, that Iran throws back at them, essentially. And we saw this last June. Israel's defense is its offense. No nation in the world would be able to launch the attack like it did today or like it did last June without having extreme confidence that they'd be able to parry the attacks that came back on them. And that's exactly what we're seeing today. Despite these rolling airstrikes, despite time and time again, everybody rushing into rooms like this one, we've had no reports of any deaths anywhere in Israel. So far, we've heard that there was one young man who was injured. We don't know how severely. It sounds like he was hurt in his lower extremities in the area of Bnei Barak, which is near to where I'm standing right now, here just outside of Tel Aviv. We also heard that there was reportedly other injuries, at least one in northern Israel. That's it, Jose. That's not that much. And that is on the level of what we saw last summer when there was a monstrous Iranian counterattack against Israel's, again, preemptive strikes against Iran. And even then, the casualties that the Iranians managed to inflict on the Israelis were very, very modest. And it looks like that's going to continue as of now. But, we did get some more details from the IDF in just the past hour. The IDF said that they had targeted 3 different meetings of senior Iranian leaders. And ever since the beginning of these attacks, we've been hearing Israeli media buzzing with speculation, informed speculation, that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had been killed in some of these attacks, along with Masoud Pezeshkian, that is the president of Iran. I hope I'm not mangling those pronunciations. But this is a question that is really being batted around here in Israel, particularly in the halls of power. We don't have confirmation on the fate of what happened to those 2 primary Iranian leaders. Once we know, then we'll be able to better assess how this war is going to proceed from here. Striking and decapitating the Iranian leadership, as you mentioned, is going to be one of the stated goals of the Israelis and the Americans. But, as you mentioned, the president and Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, they said that they wanted to see the regime in Iran change. But they did not say that they were going to do it themselves. They called on the Iranian people, the public, to rise up and finish the job. Now, that leaves a lot of uncertainty. Who will rise up and finish the job? There is no organized, internationally recognized opposition within Iran to the Ayatollahs. And so there is no one designated or any clear successor who would take up the mantle of resistance in case the Iranian regime does collapse, as President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu seem to hope it will.
Matt, as you are reporting, we are seeing live pictures over Tel Aviv of what appeared to be some Iron Dome activity very close to the different high-rises that our NBC News camera person has been focusing on. This has been, and there we see another strike. It's just, very close to urban areas. Matt, how different is this from last June?
Yeah, I think I spoke with you last June. It's a little different. Actually, we just heard a bombardment right now, even from inside here. That was the second I've heard in the last 5 minutes. The previous one was quite faint. Those high-rise buildings that you're referring to, those are very close to where we are right now. The center of Tel Aviv, the heart of the business district. That's also very close to some of the main government installations. The Ministry of Defense buildings, all of these are all clustered right in the center there. You can hear that right now. Once again, either a bombardment, I think that's an interception. We've also in the past, especially last June, we heard a lot of outgoing Iranian missiles going to meet those interceptions. So we don't know exactly what we're hearing. You're probably seeing more on your screen than I am seeing right here because I'm in this windowless protected room. But I'm still hearing, even just in the last second, more rumblings of sound of interceptions coming in here, even despite how fortified these walls are.
Matt, the fact is that, yes, indeed, we are seeing a whole lot more thanks to our courageous camera crew, NBC's camera crew in Tel Aviv. But, Matt, this has been a response from Iran to strike out to some of the closest countries to Iran. I'm talking about UAE and Jordan. What has been the response of those countries and Saudi Arabia, that plays such an important role as a political, spiritual, religious, even role in the Middle East?
It's a great question, Jose, because it really goes into exactly what the dynamics are behind this latest move. This is a Middle East that is ripe for change. One that has been waiting for the past 2 years to see the kinds of tectonic shifts that they've already seen in places like Syria. Every step of the way, if you look around the clock dial around Israel, around the map, you'll see that Israel's dominant military force has shaped events in each of its neighboring countries. Jordan, Syria. We saw it in Yemen. We saw this in Hamas with in the Gaza Strip. We saw it in the West Bank. In none of those locations where Israel has asserted extreme levels of military dominance has Israel been able to come up with a diplomatic solution that would be able to make that dominance more permanent and that would be able to allow the region to continue to live in peace for once. So we are seeing a continuation of war here. For the most part, we haven't actually seen the Iranians or the Israelis being able to take over and actually affect change on the ground and actually negotiate deals that would actually really make this permanent and actually settle things. That is a situation that so far the Israelis and the Americans haven't had an answer to, and now we're seeing another example of a war that's breaking out when there were negotiations that were going on.
Matt Bradley, stay with us. I want to go very quickly to NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons. He joins me from Dubai today. Keir, we were just speaking with Matt about the broader impact in the Middle East that what is happening in Iran today is having, and we're seeing response from Saudi Arabia as far as statements. Jordan has been affected. UAE has been affected. What is the response where you are?
Yeah, I mean, what we're really seeing and hearing, Jose, is the equivalent of an Iranian missile machine gun against this region, the Gulf region, the Arab states and Jordan. It is an onslaught, honestly. Multiple countries, including the United Arab Emirates, where I am, reporting wave after wave of strikes. I've heard the explosions myself right the way through the day today. It's evening here now, just after 8 p.m. Continuing explosions. I'm speaking to people here in the UAE, in Dubai, here in Abu Dhabi, who are seeing the interceptions in the sky, hearing the blast, sometimes very loud. There are pictures, and I've spoken to someone who has seen it directly, of a fire at the front of a hotel on the world-famous Palm Jumeirah here in Dubai. That will certainly have an impact. The UAE government reassuring people that these are interceptions, that this is effectively the UAE defences doing their job. And that's a similar message from Qatar, for example, where there is another American base. They too have faced Iranian missiles. Kuwait, same story. Bahrain, where the Fifth Fleet is based, there they saw some kind of munition land and cause a substantial fire near the Fifth Fleet. That's keep in mind that's the U.S. naval base, where just the USS Lincoln, for example, which is now in the Arabian Sea, we assume taking part in this mission, was docked there just a few weeks ago. And I'm told too by a senior diplomat that missiles were headed for Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, Dammam Airport in Saudi Arabia. So Saudi has not escaped this onslaught. I'm told that by a senior diplomat that Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the United Arab Emirates President Mohammed bin Zayed had a call this afternoon, and that Saudi Arabia said it was ready to support the UAE in any measures it takes. And I think that goes to one of the questions right now, Jose. How will this region respond? It's one of the ways in which this can escalate substantially. Another way, too, as we've been talking about it all day, is whether the Iranian Navy will try to and be able to close the Strait of Hormuz, which is that choke point where around 20% of the world's oil and gas passes. That would have a substantial impact on oil prices. Frankly, I think we're going to see oil prices go up on Monday, if not before, in future with futures trading. Anyway, the gold price is up for sure. All of this points to the uncertainty that we are now looking at across this region, as these Arab countries, which had said to the Trump administration, many of them don't do this, had said that some weeks ago, now face the consequences. And what we're really seeing, what the Iranians are trying to do, Jose, is they're trying to get this region to go to Washington, to contact Washington and say, please stop. If really what we're seeing right now appears to be is it's uniting the Arab world in opposition to Iran. So this is an act of desperation by Tehran, and it's possible in the hours and days ahead, the conclusion will be that it surely backfires.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go over with you, dear Keir, some of the comments and statements coming out of the Middle East and other parts. We're going to North Africa. The Kingdom of Morocco condemns in the strongest terms the abject Iranian missile attack that violated the integrity and security of brotherly Arab states, namely the state of the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the state of Qatar, the state of Kuwait, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that coming out of Morocco. But then there's also, and there's an interesting, Qatar also right now coming out with a statement strongly condemning, targeting its territory, affirming its right to respond. But Kira, an interesting one coming out of Argentina, and I'm going to translate it for you, parts of it coming out of Buenos Aires, the capital, where the office of the presidency is informing that the president has elevated the national security system to its highest urgent security protections throughout the entire national territory in response to what is going on in the Middle East. We have to remember that in 1994, Argentina was the victim of a massive terrorist attack at the AMIA Jewish area. So many people died, and in 2024, a court in Argentina declared that it was Iran that was behind that 1994 terrorist attack. We have these images coming from different areas in the Middle East for us. And I'm thinking, Matt, have you been continuing to hear those sirens go off? We don't have Matt right now. Let me go back to Keir. Keir, what is the state of preparedness where you are?
Well, I will tell you, Jose, that just while you were talking there, you were asking Matt about what he's hearing. I was just hearing more and more, well, at least one more explosion in the distance here. I'm inside our house here in Dubai, and my family is here inside. That's the smartest place to be, because you ask about the defenses. I mean, the defenses appear to be working at this point. All of these countries, with their bases, with thousands of American servicemen and women, have substantial defenses, Patriot air defenses, for example, and they seem to be intercepting these missiles and drones. But if you are accidentally in the wrong place and underneath one of those interceptions, the debris can be a problem. And so that's why it's best to stay inside. So we are inside. To your point about Argentina, Jose, I mean, I think it really makes the point for the Trump administration that the tentacles of the Iranian regime have spread around the world. I mean, just thinking about Venezuela, Iran and Venezuela under Maduro had that close relationship. So that's really what President Trump was saying when he was talking about a history of issues, much more than issues, with Iran, and that he had decided it was time to end it. The question that we're discussing in part here, of course, is whether or not it's going to work, aside from President Trump's justification for it. But certainly, one of the challenges is that Iran has been known to have thousands of ballistic missiles, particularly shorter range ballistic missiles and medium range. And here in Dubai, in the UAE and Qatar and Bahrain, we are just a short distance away from Iran. It's just across the Persian Gulf. So that is, they are assuming that those missiles, they can launch them, assuming that the US and Israel aren't able to extinguish those rocket launchers, then you would imagine that it's potentially possible that Iran can keep on this onslaught for a period of time. And that goes to another challenge here. And there are so many ways in which this is unpredictable. But one of them is if some missiles get through, then that can have an impact. I'll just say to you, Jose, that you can see Dubai behind me. This is a international city with people from around the world. Millions of people live here who are not from Dubai, and that's been its enormous success. But these people are not used to this. Israelis, you could argue, have something of a thick skin with it. This is not something that Dubai and Abu Dhabi, certainly, for example, Bahrain, has suffered in memory, and that is something the Qataris were struck last year, but many of these other places in this vibrant region of the world now have not seen anything like this. And that's one of the things the Iranians will be trying to do, is to impact the economy and try and change minds in Washington.
Yes, and remembering that this is a regime in Tehran that has been in power since 1979, 47 years. And Keir, as you talk about the tentacles or the impact and influence of Iran throughout the world, I'm reminded that Khamenei and others, the leadership of Iran was given the Chavista Venezuelan regime's highest honors in the past in the hands of Nicolás Maduro, who is now awaiting trial in the city of New York, but also, for example, the Cuban regime that has been so much a focus of the Trump administration in the last couple of weeks and months. There is a statement out of the Havana regime condemning the attacks by Israel and the United States against Iran, and I'm quoting directly, saying that it demands the world community mobilize to immediately stop the aggression. Kristen Welker, the moderator of Meet the Press, is with us from Washington. Kristen, what has been the reaction there?
Jose, let's start with the reaction from Democrats. You have growing calls from senators and members of Congress for Congress to come back on Monday to vote on a war powers resolution. Congressman Ro Khanna leading the charge there this morning. He has bipartisan legislation for a war powers resolution. He is calling for Congress to vote on that. Senator Andy Kim, who I had the opportunity to interview earlier today, saying it is urgent that the House and Senate come back and weigh in, that Congress has a role on this. Now, it is worth noting that the administration did brief the Gang of Eight, the leaders of both chambers, about this military action before this was underway. However, Congress says not good enough. They say that it is up to Congress to have the final say on any particularly protracted military action. It appears as though this is going to last for days, if not weeks. So that's some of what we're hearing from Democrats. Jose, the reaction from Republicans has been divided. There's Senator Lindsey Graham, who's one of the president's staunchest allies, leading the charge this morning, one of the first to respond, saying this operation has been well planned. It will be violent, extensive, and I believe at the end of the day, successful. The senator going on to say the demise of the Ayatollah's regime with American blood on its hands is necessary and more than justified freedom for the long-suffering Iranian people. Now, most Republicans, Jose, are in line with what we are hearing from Senator Lindsey Graham. And yet there is former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who posted this online. I did not campaign for this. I did not donate money for this. I did not vote for this in elections or Congress, basically underscoring the fact that already some in the president's MAGA base feel as though this is not consistent with his MAGA policies and promises. Remember, he campaigned on a promise to get America out of foreign wars. This is obviously the opposite of that. Why is that so significant? Here we are heading into the critical midterm elections with Republicans fighting for their lives, fighting to hold on to the House and the Senate. Could this depress turnout, enthusiasm? Those are the critical questions looming large over this, Jose.
And Kristen, meanwhile, there has been a public meeting between Secretary of State Rubio and the Gang of Eight. There have been other non-public or publicized meetings between the different aspects of the Trump administration and members of Congress. What do we expect as far as in the next couple of hours from the administration informing members of Congress?
Well, look, we know that Secretary Rubio has been working the phones. President Trump has spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu. So I anticipate there will be more briefings and official briefings that I would anticipate would get underway in the coming days, Jose. We are told that President Trump is being briefed at Mar-a-Lago. Of course, that is where he was when this operation took place. That's where he recorded that pre-recorded video in the early hours of this morning. Now, I am told that as of right now, there are no plans for us to hear from President Trump later today, but that could change. This is a fluid situation, and so everything right now comes with a caveat. Jose, but we are told that he is being briefed regularly, kept up to date, and I anticipate that the outreach to Capitol Hill will continue not only throughout the day, but again in the coming days. You can anticipate you will see administration officials, Secretary Rubio, taking trips to Capitol Hill to brief members of Congress in person. That is my expectation. That is typically what we would anticipate. Again, what makes this moment so unique, Jose, the fact that this is not a pinprick strike as we saw last summer. This is shaping up to be a more prolonged military operation in the Middle East. The question is, how long will it last? Will it claim American lives? President Trump said it is possible, Jose.
And speaking about a unique moment, you are so correct, Kristen. I mean, right now, our producers in Tehran are reporting a new series of explosions that are happening right now in the capital city of Iran. And I'm just wondering, Kristen, if you could just give us a little bit of a 30,000-foot view and perspective of what this could be, because we're just passing over last summer when the United States did that very intense operation to take out the nuclear facilities underground. But then there were essentially tens of thousands of Iranians that took to the streets, and tens of thousands of Iranians that were killed by this regime. How do you put a perspective on what's going on right now?
Well, I think the perspective is this was an incredibly difficult decision for President Trump, in part because of his promises to extract the United States from foreign wars. And yet, clearly, the administration saw this as the right moment to act for the protesters. President Trump said ultimately, he told the Washington Post earlier today, it is about the protesters. Because Iran is weaker than it has been in more than 3 decades, Jose, in part because of that strike that you and I have been talking about from last summer, and in part because of the state of negotiations. President Trump said over and over again he was not hearing the magic words from the Iranians that, yes, they were willing to abandon their nuclear weapons program. He was not hearing that. And so I think the critical questions now become, how protracted will this military engagement be? Vice President J.D. Vance trying to downplay concerns about that. And will there be U.S. boots on the ground? Right now, the administration saying there won't be any U.S. boots on the ground. Is that going to be the case if this does become a wider regional war? And I think that's one of the key concerns, Jose. Could this really escalate within the region?
Kristen Walker, thank you so very much. Stay with us. I want to bring in NBC News national security reporter Gordon Lubold. Gordon, Kristen was talking about a unique moment. As far as militarily, what we're seeing right now out of these images of Tehran, which is a pretty massive bomb, what is the moment like militarily?
Right. So we're in the middle of what can only be described as a war, less than 12 hours old. And frankly, I don't think we know, where this goes. I think we're seeing obviously hundreds of strikes. Many of the retaliatory strikes from Iran are being, caught or intercepted. But there's still extreme risk of something going wrong. We are being told to use extreme caution when we talk about the possibility of casualties, because it's not a foregone conclusion in any way that there won't be casualties of some kind, U.S. or otherwise. And, I think as this unfolds, we've been told that this could last days or weeks, as Kristen just mentioned. But I think it's going to be hard for the president to stomach it for too long. Now, he's clearly in it, and he's going all in. But, the markets are going to open on Monday. And I think that's, that we'll see an effect there probably. I'm not saying that that's going to do anything to change what's happening there, but it will be a factor the present weighs. The longer this goes, the bigger the possibility of some kind of casualties. It could be an injury or a death, and that's going to weigh heavily. Again, as Kristen just pointed out, the president made it clear that war sometimes means casualties, and it certainly does. But these are factors that may build up on the president as this kind of proceeds.
And Gordon, I mean, the amount of American military hardware that has been placed around the Middle East, and even just outside of Israel, has been, well, I don't think we've seen any kind of this level of American military presence in the region in decades.
Sure. So it's not quite as big as it was in 2003. I was there, covered that. That was a lot of hardware. And as I think Keir may have pointed out earlier this morning, we're seeing, obviously a lot of naval assets. We're seeing a lot of, air power. We're not seeing tanks. We're not seeing, the possibility of ground troops necessarily. And that would certainly be a big inflection point if something were to happen there where the president was to decide that U.S. ground troops should somehow go into the country. But the point being is, all these assets there were kind of assembled probably kind of reasonably quickly over the last several weeks. And there's no, I think there's a risk of leaving that stuff there for too long. There are costs. Some of them are literal costs and some of them are figurative costs, but you have two carrier strike groups, you have all the other ships, you have the air power all concentrated in the region. And there's a thing that military people like to talk about readiness, and over time, those readiness rates decrease. And this is not a concern right now, but it will become a concern quickly. They're just not, as much stuff as is in the region, they're just not equipped to, they're not planning to be there for the long haul. And by long haul, I mean months and months. So we just have to see how this unfolds. I do believe that, the president is a negotiator. This is kind of almost literally an opening salvo of what may become a negotiation or the kind of kinetic extension of the negotiations we're having in Washington over the last several days. And maybe this will be enough over time to persuade the Iranians to come back to the table. But we just don't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, but after the president's overnight statement that essentially he is in asking the Iranian people to take control over their future, this is very clearly a regime change incident. And when we were speaking, Gordon, we were seeing that map, and I'd like the folks to bring that map back up, because when we're talking about kinetic potential of the American forces in and around the region, just look at this. The USS Gerald Ford Strike Group, which is right outside, right off the coast of Israel, this includes F-18Ss. There are other military aircraft, and boy, are there other. These 6 guided missile destroyers, nuclear submarines, and then you have the combat ships, the destroyers, and then you have the USS Abraham Lincoln Strike Group on the other side. This is a massive amount of hardware, and it has a massive amount of kinetic potential. That USS Gerald Ford Strike Group that just arrived after being outside the coast of Venezuela, it was in the area around Venezuela on the January 3rd when the United States went into Caracas and took out Nicolás Maduro and his wife from a heavily fortified bunker that Maduro had been staying at. I want to go to the White House, NBC's Monica Alba. Monica, what is coming out of the White House? We don't, Kristen was saying, expect the president to be speaking anytime soon?
Well, as you know so well, Jose, it's only the president who can decide that at this time. We believe that there are no expected remarks or an additional address to the nation beyond the pre-recorded video that the president released overnight. But we are getting some more details about how the president has been spending the last few hours. He is, of course, down in Florida at his Mar-a-Lago property, where he is surrounded, according to the White House press secretary, by his top national security advisors who've been briefing him him since the early hours of the morning, and throughout the day they will continue, according to Caroline Levitt, to monitor the situation in real time. But we also know that the president did speak by phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at some point about these strikes that the U.S. did conduct with Israel as a joint operation. We know certainly that there has been a lot of collaboration, cooperation, and conversation between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu over the last many weeks and months, as he has also been someone who has visited the United States several times and has even been down to Mar-a-Lago to see President Trump since he took office in this second term. In addition to that, I can tell you, Jose, that he is joined by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is down there in Florida with the president, who has been a key figure this week in briefing key congressional members. He briefed the Gang of Eight on Tuesday ahead of the State of the Union address. And then we're told that overnight, Secretary Rubio was able to reach 7 of the 8 key members there. One, we're told, was unreachable, but otherwise he was able to brief them in advance of the strikes taking place. And then once the strikes did start, we know that the Department of Defense did inform the Armed Services Committees that this was happening. So this is, of course, a day in which many lawmakers are seeking more information, and the White House is putting out a little bit of information little by little. We know that the name, obviously, of this is Operation Epic Fury, which tells you a lot about the president's thinking, his mindset going into this. He had said over the last couple of weeks and months that he believed that regime change could be, quote, best, but that it wasn't necessarily the only objective or the stated objective of possible military action. And that's something that I think is just really important to point out for viewers, which is the White House has not made a crystallized argument for what the exact goal is here with these strikes in Iran. If it is regime change, in addition to the nuclear weapons situation and trying to eliminate that. As we know, over the course of the last year, since last summer, the White House and the Trump administration had argued that that program had been, quote, obliterated. And so there are just questions still, many, many persistent questions, Jose, about exactly what the goal of this campaign is, which I am told is not just an hours-long strike like we saw last June, but instead something that will be carried out over the course of, it sounds like, days, if not potentially longer, potentially weeks. And we know that yesterday the president was asked on a couple of occasions whether, if he did pursue military action, this could lead to a prolonged conflict, to a wider regional war that would draw the U.S. in for potential years. And he acknowledged that there is always the risk of that. He said that anytime you do something like this, and again, this was before we knew that he was going to take this action overnight, he said anytime you do something like this, there is the risk of that. And so that is certainly a risk, it seems, he was very much aware of, very cognizant of before making this decision. And it was notable because just the day before, the vice president had said in a newspaper interview, when he was asked about the possibility of a wider regional war, he said there was no chance the U.S. would be drawn into something for years to come. So he laid down that marker. And then the vice president had face-to-face talks with the foreign minister of Oman, who was a key negotiator and intermediary between the U.S. and Iran, who had been in Geneva with Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, and Steve Witkoff, his special envoy, talking to see if there could be a diplomatic path that could be pursued here. Again, all of this taking place just in the last couple of days. But here we are now with the president, again, down in Florida, monitoring this situation. And I think there will be increasing pressure on him to lay out exactly beyond the video overnight why he decided to do this, what comes next, what happens now. And something else that really stood out to me, Jose, from that video that we saw from the president overnight was this acknowledgement on behalf of the president that American lives could be lost here. Now, we know as of this morning, the initial reporting was that there were no U.S. casualties at this time, since we know that Iran did retaliate fairly quickly on some U.S. bases and assets in the Middle East. And so that is a major question for this White House as well, that seems to be implying that there could be, through this protracted conflict, the loss of life of U.S. service members. That is something the president did take time to mention and to be clear about in what he called a now massive and ongoing campaign and strike against these targets in Iran. And one other thing, Jose, that I think is notable, we had that remarkable interview this morning. My colleagues, Peter Alexander and Laura Jarrett, interviewed the Iranian foreign minister live on the air. And the White House has not replied to some of the claims that he made there, that as far as he knew, the supreme leader, he said, the Iranian foreign minister, was still alive. And he said that he would want to pursue de-escalation if the U.S. and Israel halted its attacks. Again, we've reached out to the White House on those comments and haven't heard back yet. Jose.
Remembering, Monica, that foreign minister and others since 1979 have been saying much the same thing, which is we're always willing to talk, we're always willing to negotiate, but in the final analysis, that negotiation and that talk leads to very little. Now, Monica, as we speak, I'd like to ask that we run back some of the president's comments about what the initial aspect of this attack was meant to do.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message.
Monica, the president ending his comments with a direct statement to the Iranian people saying, take over your government. When the strikes are over, the hour of your freedom is at hand. Monica, stay with us if you would. I want to bring in NBC News military analyst, Colonel Steve Warren. Colonel, thank you for being with us. What does the president have in his arsenal when he talks about taking out an entire process like nuclear or an entire missile system of a country?
Right. There's a lot there. So keeping in mind, Jose, that we, between the United States and Israel, have been pressuring the Iranian nuclear capabilities and the Iranian missile capabilities now for almost a year. We had our initial, much talked about strikes last June, Operation Midnight Hammer, that significantly damaged Iranian nuclear capabilities. And the Israelis really, for the past 12 to 16 to 18 months, have been steadily degrading Iranian offensive missile capability, Iranian air defense capability, their ability to shoot at our missiles or their ability to shoot at our aircraft. Now, that said, Iran is a large nation. They've spent many years building up their capabilities. So while we have significantly degraded both their nuclear capability and their missile capability, we still have a long way to go to really annihilate that capability, to end that capability. So it's going to be a lot. Now, we have 2 aircraft carriers, 8, possibly as many as 10 squadrons of fighter aircraft. We have sea-based Tomahawk missile capabilities. So we have a lot of force in the region. It's all assembled. It's ready to go. So we can keep this pressure on Iran. We can continue to degrade their capabilities really almost indefinitely. But I think the most important point that the president made is that he intended not only to strike Iranian nuclear capability, not only strike their missile capability, but also, and I'll look at it now, he also said he would strike and destroy their missile industry, right? Their ability to regenerate more. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and that's really a key issue. And as you were speaking, Colonel, I mean, the map again that we have of just showing the presence, American military presence in the area. But I think it's important to, if you would just kind of give us an understanding of just how massive, for example, just the Gerald Ford carrier group is.
It's a tremendous warfighting capability. There are approximately 4 squadrons of fighter aircraft aboard that aircraft carrier, so 48 roughly fighter aircraft on there, not to mention additional capabilities for electronic warfare, surveillance, etc. And that's just in one aircraft carrier, not to mention the fact that we have aircraft, both naval and Air Force aircraft stationed throughout the region. So we have enough firepower. You know, the firepower we have assembled there now dwarfs anything that the Iranians can bring to bear. It dwarfs anything else in the region. It is a significant amount of military capability. Now, that said, and Jose, I think this is a very important point that I do want to make. You know, up until now, we have seen a demonstration of extraordinary American superiority, both in technology, right? Because we've targeted and successfully hit targets across Iran. The Iranians have fired back at us. They have shot back, and we have downed or destroyed in midair a majority of the missiles that they've shot at us. So that's an exceptional level of technological superiority as well as tactical superiority. But what I think is important that we all need to keep in mind is that something can get through. In the military, we have a phrase, we call it leakers, right? Something can leak through our air defenses. And that's what I think we all have to be mentally prepared for. While now our missile shields have proven extraordinarily successful, I think we have to be prepared for the possibility that something could leak through.
And you know, Colonel, not only Iran proper, but its allies and subsidiaries. I'm just thinking, like, you know, Hezbollah, that has had such an important presence in Lebanon, all of its different allies throughout not only the region, but throughout the world. Remembering, as we just were a little while ago, the 1994 attack in Argentina against the Amia Jewish Community Center, which in 2024, an Argentine court found Iran to be responsible for. We've seen the impact and the influence of Iran in pre-Maduro Venezuela, with Chavez and Maduro in power. We see their impact and influence in Cuba. And so it's the proxies of Iran that are, of course, very concerning, as we're seeing these live pictures coming out of Tel Aviv, where you've been seeing the response by Israel, this Iron Dome that is set up to protect that country. And you can see it, and we've been seeing it here as we've been hearing those sirens go off. Take a look at these pictures just a little while ago of the response to something incoming. And we'll see just how some of those response right there on the screen to the left. You just saw something that was struck by these defensive. There's another one right there. Colonel, how much have Iran's proxies been degraded by Israel over the last year and a half?
Jose, there's a lot to unpack there. I'll tell you, what we're looking at on the screen right now is really, you know, conventional and symmetric warfare. That's what we're seeing. That's what's happening right now. Sort of, for want of a better phrase, old-fashioned warfare. But there are many ways to fight a war. And you mentioned Iran's proxies, and you've rightly pointed out that particularly the Israelis have significantly degraded Iran's proxy, particularly Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Iran also has proxies, as we know, in Yemen, the Houthis, which have been less degraded, although the U.S. forces, if you recall, that was the very first set of strikes that the United States initiated in President Trump's second term. If you recall, The very first thing that we struck in this new administration were Houthi forces, Houthi rebels in Yemen. So they have been struck, they have been degraded, but the Houthis are probably right now the strongest of Iran's proxies. But there's one other thing to keep in mind. As I said earlier, there's more than one way to fight a war. Everything we're seeing now is symmetric, but there are also asymmetric options that Iran can bring to bear that, again, we should just be thinking about and keep in mind. The Iranians have agents, they have capabilities, as you mentioned, in Argentina and other places. They have the ability to create problems in other places. And I particularly often think about what we refer to as soft targets. You know, the United States Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain is a hard target. It's full of combat power. It's well protected. It has air defense capabilities across this region, and we've seen some strikes now in cities. Keir was describing in great detail how in Dubai, this is a regular cosmopolitan city of the world, and now they're seeing missiles fall in their area. So we have to keep in mind that there are soft targets that the Iranians could start to go after. Additionally, again, as Keir so smartly pointed out, one of the things that the Iranians will try to do is find a way to get nations in the region to apply pressure to the United States of America to back off. Gordon Lubold, who we had on just moments ago, talked about things like the price of oil, economic conditions. All of these things come to bear, and these are all the asymmetric factors that we have to keep in mind.
And, you know, it's interesting, Colonel, because as we speak, there is so much going back and forth in the area, and you're talking about symmetrical and asymmetrical movements. You know, there is this entire disinformation and misinformation war that is also raging. The Iranian regime has been, and with this interview that we saw with the foreign minister some hours ago, saying that the leadership was still alive in Iran, but there have been, and it's I think it's the coordination of the United States and Israeli forces that can each carry out a different series of attacks on different planes.
Jose, that's such a great point. You know, up until now, what we've seen, and we haven't confirmed this yet, but what we're hearing is that the Israeli forces focused their offensive strikes on political and leadership targets, and American forces focused their offensive strikes on military targets, primarily air defense and others. But that doesn't mean it has to stay that way. You mentioned this misinformation, disinformation. This is always a factor that we have to keep in mind, particularly when dealing with the Iranians. They have very advanced capability of spreading misinformation and disinformation, and they will try to do that, and they probably already are doing that. We already have seen mixed reporting on the status of Iranian leaders. Are they okay or are they not okay? So we've seen this continue to develop, and it will develop more. We have to expect that in the coming hours, we'll begin to see reports probably seeded by the Iranians of American and Israeli strikes hurting civilians. We won't know how true that is, but they will, I guarantee they will put that out there, and it's something else that we have to keep an eye on.
Colonel, stay with me. I thank you very much. I want to go back to Tel Aviv. Matt Bradley is with us. Matt, what's the latest?
Here we go. Yeah, well, we're just hearing from the IDF now, Jose, and they're saying that they are launching a new round of strikes, this time trying to hit basically military capability of the Iranians. They said that they're trying to hit some of the anti-air efforts. They're trying to, they said, missile launchers and aerial defense systems in central Iran. Now, this marks a tiny bit of a shift because from what we had heard earlier from the Israeli government was that the Israelis were focusing on decapitating the Iranian regime. And that's why we heard from the IDF saying that they had struck several different meetings of what they said were Iranian leaders. And all day we've been hearing much speculation, much talk in the Israeli media, quoting Israeli security sources saying that they believe that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed along with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. NBC News hasn't been able to verify that. But now it looks as though the Israelis are expanding their menu of targets. We've been hearing from the Israelis saying earlier today that they took months to come up with this list of targets, and only in the last couple of weeks, that target list has expanded considerably. So now it looks as though we're still seeing the Israelis now focusing on hitting various different targets in Iran, including anti-air capabilities, those things that it looked as though at the beginning of these strikes were mainly the bailiwick of the U.S.
Yeah, and I mean, we still have to wait and see the fate of the Iranian defense minister and the commander of the IRGC. There are so many people that have been targeted in this beginning aspect or phase of the attacks against Iran, or I should say against the Iranian regime. Matt, stay with us. I want to bring in Bilal Saab, the Senior Managing Director at research group Trans-US. Thanks for being with us today. And I'm just wondering if that Iranian regime is indeed decapitated. They've been in power since 1979, and they have been responsible for the deaths of so many, first of Iranians, but for people around the world. What could a post-regime Iran look like, and how would that happen?
Good question. Pleasure to be with you. Let's start with a crucial distinction. Decapitation doesn't mean regime collapse. We're talking about a regime here that is quite institutionalized. They got a deep bench, and they've been preparing for a scenario like this for quite a long time. If I were to make comparisons between the Iranian regime and previous autocratic regimes that we've seen throughout history, I would compare it not necessarily to the Soviet system under Stalin and Khrushchev and others. As a matter of fact, I would compare it to that. I would not compare it to Nazi Germany, because with the fall of Hitler, the entire thing crumbled. That's not the same with the Soviet system. That's not the same with the Iranian system. There's quite a bit of institutional endurance there, and quite a very well-planned day after Khamenei, right? I mean, he already was 86, so I'm pretty sure they were thinking about the day after already. Most likely scenario that I see is probably a combination of the IRGC being at the lead, right? Because they're the sort of the protectors of whatever's left of the theocracy and the idea of the Islamic Republic. But then running political affairs, diplomacy, day-to-day issues probably will be, officials who are a bit more pragmatic, a bit more, international. And you've seen some of those, obviously, who have, been involved in diplomacy with the Americans lately. But most likely the IRGC will be, at the helm, given how more cohesive they are than any other party inside the country.
Yeah, Bilal, just wondering, because, one must always look at history as maybe a pattern of what could be possible. What is the difference between the, Iranian regime and Romania's Nicolae Ceausescu, who, met his fate in 1989, and that regime and that system that was based on the Soviet Stalinist state was almost immediately dissolved. And so, especially when you look at the history of Iran, the most extraordinary people with the most extraordinary history, the difference in how Iran has been as a country and its extraordinary civilization, that must play a part in its future.
Right. I wish I could sit here and speak authoritatively about the Romanian system. I can't. But the comparisons that I drew, I think, are reasonable. between the Soviet system and the Iranian system right now. They had done nothing but think about how they can sort of, institutionalize the entire system. That way, if the top of the pyramid falls, there is still a chance that the whole thing still survives. And the Iranian system has been doing nothing but that since 1979. There's no question that there is massive symbolic importance to the supreme leader. He is the sort of the most important, symbolism of the theocracy. But that doesn't mean that with him gone, everything collapses. And like I told you, I would suspect that the guardians, that's why we call them the guardians, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the guardians of the revolution will be there to take over should he collapse. And then they will come up with a succession plan, which once again, I'm pretty sure that they've already thought of, be it second order, third order, fourth order. The hope is on our part, let's take it back to the American side here. And I'm not going to call it a plan. It's frankly more of a hope. The hope is that, as the colonel before us was discussing, our efforts to degrade the capabilities of the regime, the hope is that as we continue to do that, then we would sort of lob that mission to the Iranian people so that they can rise up and take over. It's a hope. It's not a plan. And it's filled with risks, and it could be quite costly. And of course, the Iranian regime has its own strategy to survive that and try to counter that. But the essence of that strategy is not going to be military in nature. It's going to be psychological, political. They're going to do everything they can to survive in order to appear that they are winning and then exact a political price on President Trump, right? So that's why when he said, I want to go for decisive military action, he wants this to be gone immediately. And of course, it's not going to happen that way because the Iranians are not defenseless. It's not like they're without options. So they're going to drag this, and they're going to sort of operate from the principle of, if we're going to go down, we're going to bring down everybody else with us. And that's why they're striking targets now, apparently civilian, not just military, across the Gulf. Is it going to work? I don't know. We're going to see over the next few days and weeks.
Indeed, we will. Bilal Saab, thank you so very much. Really appreciate your perspective and your knowledge on this. I'm just reminded of the extraordinary history and contributions of the Persian people and of Iran, from the Parthian Empire, the Sasanian, to all the different empires that were born in Persia and that had such an impact on much of the world at the time. There was so much rich history and contributions of the Persian people, and today they are at a major crossroads. It is just past the top of the hour, noon Eastern. It is 8:30:03 Tehran time, where a historic moment is unfolding after the U.S. and Israel began staging a major joint attack on Iran. U.S. officials telling NBC News that these attacks are significant in scope, much larger than last year's attack, and that the ongoing operation could last for several days. Just moments ago, we heard air raid sirens blaring in Tel Aviv. These are images that you're seeing on your screen just a little bit ago. And look at the response. These are the defensive Iron Dome response to something that was incoming, something coming from Iran. An Iranian news agency reporting that a new wave of strikes has begun on U.S. military assets as well. Our team also verifying this video of a fireball exploding in Doha, Qatar, sending people there running for their lives. That video apparently to show a retaliatory strike from Iran that was intended to hit a U.S. military asset. Officials say Iran's retaliation has targeted U.S. military assets in countries like the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan. We're also seeing this explosion. Take a look at that near a U.S. base in Bahrain. At this hour, there are no reported American casualties from Iran's retaliatory strikes. Overnight, President Trump saying major combat operations have begun in Iran, calling the action, quote, massive and ongoing. He also directly urged regime change in Iran, telling the Iranian people directly to, quote, take over your government. Here's more of what the president had to say.
It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland.
I want to bring in our international correspondent, Matt Bradley, in Tel Aviv. Matt, we were just seeing those images just above where you are from our NBC News crew of what appears to be that Iron Dome working overtime.
That's right. We've been hearing bombardments. We've been hearing what sounds like impacts, but mostly we've been hearing a lot of interceptions. The Iron Dome that you're referring to, we tend to talk about the Iron Dome as a catch-all term for all of Israel's major defenses. I would venture a guess that the Iron Dome isn't actually being used so much right now. One of the main Israeli military capabilities is something called David's Sling, which is more focused on larger, not intercontinental ballistic missiles. Iran doesn't have those, but long-range intercontinental or long-range missiles of the kind that fly at higher altitudes, and that the Israelis, using this David's Sling apparatus, are able to intercept beyond Israeli borders, and that's why we're seeing interceptions further in the Middle East in places like Jordan. And we've been hearing these bombardments, and they're very, very strong, not in the last couple of minutes, but earlier today. We also just heard from the Israeli military. They released a statement that was crowing, boasting about the fact that they had 200 Israeli fighter jets flying over Iran. They called this the largest ever military flyover in Israeli history. They said that they dropped hundreds of munitions targeting approximately 500 objectives, including aerial defense systems and missile launchers in a number of locations in Iran. And this is just as we heard that the Israelis say that they're launching yet another offensive against the Iranians, this time focused more on those military capabilities. If you remember, Jose, when we started the day, we had heard from the Israelis saying that they were mostly targeting high-level officials. And that's why all day long we've been hearing feverish speculation in the Israeli press saying that they believe that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he is the leader of Iran and the man for whom the buck really stops for all decisions within the Iranian government, that he has been killed. The Iranians haven't confirmed that. NBC News hasn't confirmed that. And the Israelis haven't come out and said that unequivocally. But he looks to be a main target. And clearly there's a lot of talk within the Israeli halls of power that he has already been killed, along with President Masoud Pezeshkian. He's the president of Iran, not the strongest political character in Iran. That goes to the Ayatollah, but still a very consequential target, and one that, if it looks as though the speculation is correct, that really would set the tone and tenor of the war from here on out. If the Iranian regime is decapitated, and as your guest said earlier, that doesn't necessarily mean that the regime has fallen. There are leaders who are waiting in the wings, and we've been hearing a lot about the precautions that the Iranian regime has been taking in order to fill the gaps in their leadership almost as quickly as they're made, almost as soon as someone is killed. The Iranians have made plans, and they've been doing this for quite a while, to put people into those positions immediately so that the Iranian regime has some level of continuity. Now, we did hear, of course, from President Trump, who has not addressed the country since he made that videoed statement earlier in the day, and from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu here of Israel, both of them saying that they essentially are trying to upend the Iranian regime. But neither of them have said that they're willing to devote troops on the ground in order to do it. Instead, they called on the Iranian public to take matters into their own hands and assert their independence from the Ayatollahs who have run Iran since 1979. There's so much uncertainty, and we keep using this word over and over again. We've been saying this all day. Things remain unclear. Even the ambitions of President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu's operation in Iran remains unclear. We heard from Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, denying these claims that Pezeshkian and Khamenei had been killed in Israeli or American strikes. He acted as though things were proceeding as planned, and he took a very relaxed stance, remarkably so, for a foreign minister of a country that's under what looks like unprecedented bombardments by the Israelis and Americans in these joint strikes. So until the dust settles, quite literally, we're really not going to know what to expect from the coming days.
Yeah, and you know, Matt, just thinking back on the extraordinary coverage that you have given all of us over these last years, I can't help but think of the thousands and thousands and thousands of Iranians who have taken to the streets of their own country in an attempt to have freedom and met death. Masha Amini in 2022. The tens of thousands of people that died just in the last couple of months, requesting, begging for change. And Matt, I'm thinking of the Iranian proxies and your coverage from Beirut, Lebanon, and other places as to how those proxies have been so severely degraded by Israel, from exploding pagers and walkie-talkies to all kinds of other things.
Yeah, and I mean, look, what we've been seeing all day. We've been talking all day, rolling coverage. We barely talked about anything coming out of these proxies because we haven't heard much at all. The fact of the matter is that Lebanon's Hezbollah was widely thought to be one of the actors who might start to fire missiles at northern Israel, just as they did after those October 7, 2023 attacks. Instead, we've heard nothing from them today, except protests, except anger at this joint attack. So it's unclear whether or not these proxies are going to decide whether or not to weigh in, whether they're going to decide that they want to be on Iran's side, or whether groups like Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, Hamas in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank, and other groups, many of which are supported by the Iranians, they might decide that after, as you said, they have been dealt blow after blow after blow by the Israelis, they might decide to sit this one out. They might decide that they want to tether their identities rather than to Iran, to their local constituencies. Hezbollah might decide that they don't want to be part of the Iranian project anymore. But these are all proxy groups that have been sponsored by the Iranians, in the case of Hezbollah, almost built by the Iranians from the ground up. But they still owe loyalty to countries and polities that probably, and have in the past, been very anxious and very resentful of them pushing these countries into wars with Israel that have really resulted, especially in the case of Lebanon, with huge civilian casualties. So far, we haven't heard from the proxy groups. Whether or not we hear from them later, that's a really, really big question. And again, another one that could determine how this war proceeds.
Matt, stay with us. I want to go back to NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons. He is in Dubai. And Keir, there have been some sporadic, but in some cases effective attacks in the Middle East from Iran.
Yeah, I mean, more than sporadic, honestly, Jose. It's a barrage. Honestly, through the day, just before you began speaking again, I heard what sounds like explosions, just to let people know. I mean, I'm inside. You can see Dubai behind me, but I'm inside. My family's inside because what's happening is these missiles and now drones too that are reaching the Gulf are being intercepted mostly, and you have to be careful outside because if you're underneath one of those interceptions, the debris is not welcome. So that's why we're inside. But certainly across this city of Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and multiple cities in the Gulf, there has been wave after wave, that's according to the authorities, of Iranian missile attacks. I just want to show you an image that we have, that is a real image that we've confirmed from Dubai. This is the Palm Jumeirah. Anyone who's been to Dubai will know how famous it is. And this is a munition that has hit the front of a expensive hotel. It is a strike in a civilian area, And that is important because you can see the pictures. You can imagine the impact in terms of people here, despite the fact that mostly people have been looking up to see these rockets being stopped. That is a big deal because there are bases in every one of these countries that is being targeted. Saudi Arabia, here in the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, with US servicemen and women there. But the point at which civilian infrastructure is getting hit is a new, even within this past, just into the first day, is a new moment in all of this. And I have news from a senior diplomat in the region that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia and the President of the UAE spoke this afternoon, and that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia offered his support to the UAE in whatever measures it chooses to take. So I think the question becomes, at what point these countries are issuing angry edicts to Iran, talking about the infringement of sovereignty, describing it as an attack, these things as an attack. And I think the question becomes, at what point the Gulf countries, we're not there yet, but is there a point when the Gulf countries feel that they actually have to respond to? And this illustrates, Jose, a real risk here, which is escalation in this war now, because the Iranians have a lot of missiles, ballistic missiles, particularly of the shorter range, longer, medium range variety, which are perfectly capable. We're only a short distance from Iran here. They're perfectly capable of arriving here. And so the question is, how much of this will the Iranians send? And that's aside from the issue around the Strait of Hormuz that we've been talking about, which is this choke point where oil and gas passes, 20% of the world's oil and gas. There have been signals from the Iranians, very loud signals, that they would close the Strait of Hormuz. Whether they're capable of doing that, for how long, will have a real impact on the oil price in the days ahead, and therefore on the world economy. And again, does the Trump administration, does the US military, has it got the capability? It will have a plan, but is it going to be able to prevent the closure of that strait? Because, of course, this is commercial shipping. So if there is a conflagration in the area, very often they'll just choose not to go simply because of insurance issues. So there are multiple battlefields, if you like, in this region right now, and that is one of the risks that President Trump has taken with this action.
Indeed, it is. It's just really extraordinary. We've been watching these images out of Dubai, as a matter of fact, of what appear to be some hits. We don't know if it's by, as Keir was saying, missiles or drones. And I'm reminded that Iranian drones. Oh, take a look at this shot. That's in Doha some time ago. People literally running for their lives there. Look at that falling and the explosion right there in the middle of a street in Doha. But I'm reminded that, Matt Bradley, I don't know if I still have Matt with us, but Matt, we're reminded of the fact that Iranian drones have been gifted to Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. And for example, Keir, you know, you've been in Ukraine. We've all been witnessing how the Russians have utilized Iranian drones.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's a really good point, Jose, because, again, it points to another question here about where there might be escalation. And, you know, we're only in the first day, right? And so we're talking about what could happen. God willing, it won't, and it very well might not. But certainly the Russians are partners of Iran. They have security agreements with Iran. The weapons that Iran are using, some of them will have been supplied by Russia. As you mentioned, those Iranian drones are shared with Russia for Ukraine. The Russians are right now complaining loudly about these Trump administration strikes. Just think about that, the way that potentially shifts relationships between President Trump and President Putin, and what the Russians might do. Now, it's very unlikely with the Russians' focus on Ukraine, that they would do anything more than say some things and offer military supplies to the Iranians. But I'll just add another feature of all of this. What we've been watching through the past few days are Chinese civil satellite images of bases here showing U.S. military build-up, fighter jets, for example, air defenses. China is a supporter of Iran. It gets oil from Iran, and so that just gives you a sense, and people listening and watching will be thinking of it themselves, of the ways in which this can spread and the ways in which this can become a bigger problem. And again, we're nowhere near that yet, but another one of the risks is that if there is regime change in Iran, if the Iranian regime falls, and so far we heard the foreign minister earlier suggesting in his words that things are stable. If that did happen, the potential for the country to break apart potentially, and what the implications that would have for neighboring countries like Afghanistan and Pakistan, Azerbaijan, that is again another aspect of all of this. And all of this goes to the point of why many of these Arab countries, which are now being attacked by the Iranians and are uniting as a result of that, so it may be backfiring on the Iranians, why these countries have warned about all of this. And just to single out the Oman, which was playing mediator last week in the negotiations, the foreign minister of Oman criticizing heavily this US intervention, Israeli intervention, and there are multiple reasons for that. But one of them is all of these concerns about how this plays out in the coming days and weeks.
Indeed. Dubai, by the way, and I'm taking off the Dubai media office, just put out a statement saying that Dubai authorities confirmed that an incident occurred in the building in the Palm Jumeirah area. Emergency response teams were deployed. Site has been secured. Dubai Civil Defense has confirmed that the resulting fire is now under control. 4 individuals sustained injuries and have been transferred to medical facilities. We're seeing other images on our screen from Dubai as different artifacts do strike buildings or hit the streets of the area. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to continue with a whole lot more. The United States and Israel launching major combat operations in Iran. We'll have a whole lot more of our continuing coverage on NBC. And welcome back to our special coverage of the U.S. and Israel's joint attack on Iran. Right now, an Iranian news agency reports that a new wave of attacks has begun on U.S. military assets in the Middle East. What that could look like still remains to be seen. It comes after President Trump directly urged the Iranian people to pursue regime change in a message overnight. Iran's foreign minister responded to that message to our team earlier today. Here's part of what he had to say.
You cannot do regime change while millions of people are supporting these so-called regime. You just look at what happened in the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. We had altogether about 30 million people in the streets in all cities of Iran in support of the Islamic Republic and in support of the whole system. So you cannot, change this regime because it's supported by the people. Yes, there are also people who are complaining, but they are strong supporters of the regime, of the system at the same time.
All of those numbers are in no way based on anything that could be even seen as being democratic in any way. There haven't been any real elections in that country as far as the top echelon of that regime. And there have been tens of thousands of Iranians killed just in the last couple of months, taking to the streets, asking for change. I want to bring in Elise Lubachi, is the author of Cosmopolitics on Substack. Elise, great seeing you. I thank you for your time. What does a post-Ayatollah regime possibly look like?
Well, I don't think they know, Jose, because the real truth is that the opposition, we've seen these brave people going out in the streets not just this time, but in 2019 and before that, many times. But the opposition is really fragmented, and there hasn't been a real leadership that anybody has coalesced around. There's been some talk about the son of the former Shah, Reza Pahlavi, possibly, being a kind of transitional figure to kind of make that bridge between the end of the revolution and the Islamic regime, if you will, and a future democratic Iran. But, he's a controversial figure, too. I do think that this is one thing that the administration hasn't really thought about, what the day after looks like. There's a lot of talk, and let's be clear, this is the president talking about regime change. He talks about freedom for the Iranian people. He's talking to the Iranians about rising up and taking over their government. I don't know if he knows really how they're going to do that or anticipates helping them post these strikes. But he is talking about, an end to the Islamic regime in Iran, and they are trying to take out the supreme leader. But the problem is, and this is one of the things that we haven't heard from the president, what is the end game here? Okay, so the end game is regime change. Are they just looking to take out the supreme leader, and then you'll have, the IRGC take over? I don't think this planning has really been thought out, and that's what we really need to hear from this administration, because that will directly reflect the amount of commitment that the U.S. will have, the duration, the potential cost of U.S. troops, blood and treasure that we always talk about, that we saw a lot in Iraq. I don't think we're talking about any boots on the ground, but we could be, given that the Iranians are responding in the way that they are against U.S. allies and U.S. interests in the region. This could be a protracted struggle.
Yeah, it's so interesting because, what Iran has had to face, and not just, since 1979, but let's focus for a second on 1979, because the issue of a transitional figure or of what happens, can there be change? Before 1979, the Shah was in power. And in 1979, through the assistance, help, and coordination of the West, Ayatollah Khomeini was flown from Paris to Tehran on an Air France plane to bring about that change after the Shah left power through, no small part, the West's insistence of it, specifically the United States. There have been times in the past where there are transitional figures that can help smooth from authoritarianism to some form of democracy. The King of Spain, after the death of Franco in 1975, even Mario Suarez after the end of the dictatorship in Portugal in 1974. There's also the issue of 1974 in Greece. But I'm just wondering, Elise, what more can the world do to support the Iranian people?
Well, there's so much to unpack there, Jose, because, you also then look, Hamid Karzai was supposed to be that transitional figure in Afghanistan. Yes. And we saw how that eventually played out. Listen, the U.S. has, you are exactly right. And I don't think enough people are thinking about this in these historic terms, how the revolution came to be with the U.S. helping oust the Shah. Mm-hmm. And so when the United States a few months ago and President Trump was saying to the Iranian people, help is on the way, we're going to help you, don't you worry, we're there for you. The promises of the United States to the Iranian people, President Obama didn't really help the Iranian people during the Green Revolution, if you will, back in, I think, 2012, or I should look that date up. But the Obama administration didn't really help the Iranian people then. And that was maybe one of the reasons why the Green Revolution didn't really take off. And so this American has this history. Right now, what the U.S. is doing, that's just a message to the Iranian people. Hey, we're gonna shape the battlefield for you, but you go on and you take the reins by yourself. Americans history of regime change is not very well, but I think that is because the Americans have never really spent that time, that political capital, that diplomatic capital, not necessarily nation building, but working with, the people on the ground in any given country to help them move forward. We don't have to do the work. We don't have to occupy. We don't have to put boots on the ground, but there is a lot that the U.S. can do, whether it's helping with the internet, that they are doing a little bit, whether it's working with opposition groups. I don't think there's a lot of that going on now in terms of talk with the Iranian diaspora, with Iranian groups underground. The administration is kind of just going about it without really any kind of end game. And I think we need to see a little bit more about, what the administration has in mind for the day after. Because the region, that's why the Gulf allies have been so, worried and concerned and trying to say to the president, look, we really don't want you to do this, but if you are going to do this, we're in the blast radius. You need to do it in a way that doesn't further destabilize the region. Maybe the Iranian regime starts taking it out on the people. If the President Trump is trying to make this about regime change. One thing is clear, this regime knows that this is a regime change war, and it is going to pull out all the stops because it has nothing to lose. And the Iranian people know that, and the Gulf knows it. I just don't know if the United States knows it.
Elise, you and I could speak for hours. I am so fortunate to be able to have this conversation with you, and you were absolutely right. That Green Revolution was in 2009 after a disputed election where Ahmadinejad was put in this place there because that's how the regime works. And there were calls for help, and those calls were ignored. And there were calls for help as the regime took it out against its people just in the last couple of months, where tens of thousands of people lost their lives. Elise Labott, thank you so very much. Really appreciate it. I want to go back to the White House. Monica Alba is there. Monica, Elise was talking about what is the strategy or what is the plan going forward from the White House? Do we know?
It's an excellent question, Jose, and we have an initial sense of what the president outlined in a video that he released overnight, pre-recorded and put on his social media platform that seems to get at, again, what the initial thinking is here from the White House, but it doesn't go in depth into now what might happen after if this becomes as protracted as the two of you have just been discussing. It indicates that there is this opportunity for regime change with that message to protesters and to the people of Iran that this could be their moment to potentially seize this, to rise up in the streets and then take that opportunity. But there's a lot more that we don't know about how that might work and what role the U.S. would intend to play in that. Here's a little bit more of what the president had to say in that video, specifically on this idea of Iran's nuclear capabilities. Listen.
It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland.
So a couple of things about that, Jose. It was notable that the president, in his State of the Union address, did make that claim about those missiles potentially being able to reach the United States. Now, according to his own Defense Intelligence Agency, that is something that could happen in the next decade or so, but it did not appear to be imminent. So that is, again, pointing to this question of the rationale for all of this. If there was an imminent threat, he did mention that those missiles could reach our friends, our allies in Europe, or, of course, military bases in the Middle East, in the region, which, of Of course, it does seem like that is a concern and an act of retaliation we're seeing even play out in these initial hours, but there are larger questions about the overall goal of this action that, again, does not seem to be limited to today or to these various hours. I'm told this could be a days-long campaign. It could potentially go beyond that, and that it was meticulously planned for months. You referenced the president's initial message to protesters around New Year's Eve at the end of last year and the beginning of this year. He had said to Iran that the U.S. was locked and loaded and ready to go to potentially help those protesters. We know that there was then a menu of options presented to the president by his military advisors for him to weigh about what kind of action he wanted to take. We know that then there was a little bit of a step back to allow for all of the military assets in the region to get into place. And then it was this week where the president was ultimately presented and briefed on some other additional updates and information to ultimately get to this point where he made this decision and, in coordination with Israel, launched these, what he called massive ongoing strikes, and where he is acknowledging, Jose, that American lives could be at risk here. He said in that video that this is a situation where this is what happens, he said, and I'm quoting him, with war. He used the term war to say that there could be now the loss of U.S. service members given the potential for this conflict. But in terms, again, the overall argument here, or a president coming out and making the case to the American people for this, we just haven't seen that yet. The president gave a small portion of his speech on the State of the Union a few days ago to Iran. He didn't go into very much detail. But today, as far as we know, the president does not have any public events on his schedule. That can change at a moment's notice. But for now, they are letting the video from overnight stand as the immediate message. And we know he is going to continue to be briefed throughout the day by his top advisors. We know Secretary of State Marco Rubio is down there in Florida at the president's Mar-a-Lago property with him to continue to brief him. And we know that Secretary Rubio did brief those members of Congress, leadership, and the so-called Gang of Eight. Before these strikes took place, I'm told that Secretary Rubio was able to reach 7 of the 8 key members there, but he also did brief the Gang of Eight in more detail on Tuesday before the State of the Union to give them more background and briefing on why this action they felt was necessary. But we know even just from yesterday, Jose, that the president was not happy with Iran. He said he wasn't happy with the status of negotiations. Of course, his own son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Special Envoy for the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, had been in Geneva just days ago to try to see if they could make any progress on a diplomatic solution or a diplomatic path, one that then the foreign minister of Oman came to Washington to meet with Vice President Vance just about 24 hours ago to see if he could make more progress there. And the Omani foreign minister released a statement earlier this morning saying he was dismayed by this most recent action. And he urged the U.S., saying that it wasn't the United States' war to fight here, to potentially reconsider this. Again, no sign from the president that that's what he's going to do. Instead, we believe eventually we will hear from him, and where we expect he will lay out more details and a case to the American people. But for now, Jose, he is monitoring this behind the scenes down at Mar-a-Lago in a sort of makeshift situation room, which, as you know, that is where he also monitored all the developments around the capture of Nicolas Maduro 2 months ago now.
You know, Monica, and it's interesting that you would mention that because so far no reports, at least official reports, of any American casualties. But Reuters is now quoting Iranian media that says that, according to the Iranian Red Crescent, 201 people have been killed in Iran so far. But this is Reuters quoting Iranian media, quoting the Red Crescent, that 201 people have been killed in Iran. And talking about that January 3rd, I mean, awe-inspiring mission that the United States carried out in Caracas, when they also had no casualties. They had the one Chinook pilot that was severely injured, that we saw him at the latest State of the Union just this week in Washington, D.C. But, Monica, one is wondering what new military technological capabilities the United States may be introducing in this latest series of attacks in Iran, remembering Tom Yamos's extraordinary exclusive interview with the president when he talked about the discombobulator that was used in Caracas. There must be some new technology being utilized today.
Well, and that is interesting that you mentioned that, Jose, in terms of the firepower, but also the difference, the contrast in what we are seeing, because with the raid to capture Nicolas Maduro and bring him back to the United States, that did require boots on the ground. That was in the dead of night with those now revealed technical details that were used in order to be able to disarm the guards there and to be able to get into where the Nicolas Maduro and his wife were staying. Remember, they tried to get to a potential safe room, and then ultimately they were apprehended and taken out of the country. We do know there were injuries that were sustained there at the time. The White House did say they were minor in nature, but as you point out, we have learned more about that and the severity of some of those injuries. But as for these attacks overnight, these are different because they are coming from the air with a tremendous amount of coordination and firepower through those assets that were placed in the region over the course of the last many weeks. And that is what is significant about the president's thinking here, in that when he thought he might act more so in January and in the earlier part of February, there was a concern that there wouldn't be enough of the military muscle that you would need in order to carry out some of these massive strikes that aren't just isolated to what we saw last summer with the B-2 bombers that went in and specifically targeted those nuclear sites. This appears to be a little bit different and certainly a little bit broader in scale, and that would require, again, a different set of military assets that they did have in place. Now, it was interesting, just about a week or so ago, the president had a meeting in the Situation Room where he was briefed by his top officials, where they told him that their expectation was that everything that needed to be in place for potential military action in Iran, they were tracking could be there by mid-March. So obviously we are 2 weeks ahead of that, and you are seeing this part take place. But it is possible that with even more in the region and more preparation, more forces, you could see additional movements. We just simply don't have details on what that might look like yet. I'll say.
Monica Alba at the White House, thank you. Stay with us. I want to bring in NBC News intelligence reporter Dan DeLuce. He is with us today. Dan, it's interesting to see how much of the world is reacting to what is going on in Iran. For example, Argentina just placed the country on its highest state of alert, Argentina. And this from Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. In light of recent international events involving Iran, the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office is taking immediate security measures by increasing patrols to ensure the safety of our residents. At this time, no local threats have been identified in our community, but they are making these immediate security changes. Dan, the concern is not just for Iran or even the Middle East countries close to Iran, Northern Africa and Morocco, but we're seeing reaction around the world.
That's right. That's exactly right. This is not necessarily going to be even confined to the region of the Middle East. We've already seen Iran retaliating against a whole range of targets in the Persian Gulf, the Emirates, Kuwait, Israel, and so on. But you're right. And this was something that some former officials and experts were warning, that Iran has had and just demonstrated the ability to carry out attacks through agents or people they're paying in places as far-flung as Argentina. That was years ago, but they were accused of staging a bombing there, targeting a Jewish center. They've been accused for years now of going after their enemies and their political opponents in Europe. And trying to assassinate them, sometimes successfully. So U.S. authorities are definitely on alert for any potential threats here. Of course, the U.S. accused Iran of trying to plot an assassination against President Trump during the campaign in 2024. So, yes, there are a whole array of risks here and uncertainties, and we don't know how this conflict is going to unfold, and it underscores the president has taken a gamble here. It's not clear that an operation like this can simply be wrapped up in a matter of days tidily sort of finished, and the hands are washed, right? This could drag on. There could be unintended consequences. So there's a lot of worry across the world right now. What unfolds?
Yeah, and that attack in 1994 against the AMIA Center, where so many people were killed in that attack on the Jewish Community Center in 1994. In 2024, an Argentine court determined that Iran was behind that. And it's just incredible to think since 1979, the impact of that regime, not only and most importantly, maybe, how it has destroyed the dreams, hopes, and aspirations of more than 300 million people that live in Iran, but its impact throughout the world. Let's right now refocus things, and I want to let you listen to what the President of the United States, the only message that we have heard from him since the beginning of this joint U.S.-Israeli launch against Iran or the Iranian regime. Here's what the President released overnight.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
President Trump with this message overnight, and the last part of that message directly speaking to the Iranian people as well as to Iranian regime military folks, saying you will have total immunity if you give up your arms and don't respond, or you will face certain death. And to the Iranian people, saying this is your time to seize control of your destiny. Meanwhile, we're seeing on our screens different explosions in different parts of the Middle East, maybe missiles or possibly drones being sent from Iran into different parts of the Middle East. Israel has been very busy defending Tel Aviv and other cities through their Iron Dome. We're going to take a short break and be back with a whole lot more of our continuing coverage on NBC. Top of the hour this morning, 1 p.m. on the East Coast, 10 a.m. on the Pacific, 9:30 p.m. in Tehran, where a historic moment is unfolding after the U.S. and Israel began staging a major joint attack on Iran. U.S. officials telling NBC News these attacks are significant in scope, much larger than last year's attack, and that the ongoing operation could last for several days. This was the scene earlier in Tel Aviv as the Iron Dome intercepted strikes from Iran. You can see those interceptions lighting up the night sky in Tel Aviv. And take a look at this dramatic video. A massive fireball exploding in the middle of Dubai near the Palm Jumeirah. That video appearing to show a retaliatory strike from Iran that was intended to hit a U.S. military asset. Now, officials say Iran's retaliation has targeted U.S. military assets in countries like the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan, among others. At this hour, there are no reported American casualties from Iran's retaliatory strikes. Let's go to Keir Simmons. He is in Dubai. Keir, those strikes appear to be continuing. Israel is just reporting just moments ago that 200 of its fighter jets were involved in this initial wave of attacks against Iran, but there are still retaliatory strikes being reported throughout the region.
That's right, Jose. It was an onslaught from Israel and the United States. It began with the Israelis announcing that Israel had carried out strikes at around 1 a.m. Eastern this morning. And that was swiftly followed by that video that you played just a few minutes ago from the president announcing that the US had launched not the kind of limited strike that had been talked about as a possibility, one possibility for the president, but really a full operation aimed at smashing Iran's military, at dismantling its nuclear program, at frankly removing the Iranian regime. And that continuing operation has led to reports that leaders in Iran, including Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, have been killed. The Iranian foreign minister telling NBC News just a few hours ago that, in fact, Khamenei is alive as far as he knows. So questions still at this hour, Jose, over exactly what has been hit by the Israelis and Americans and how much success there has been. Israeli sources saying that one of the reasons for the attack at the particular moment was to strike, in part, was to strike a gathering of Iranian leaders. We heard too from the son of the former Shah of Iran calling on the Iranian people now to rise up against the Iranian regime. But what we've also seen, Jose, as you describe, is a furious response from Iran, the like of which we haven't seen in a very long time. They did target Israel, which I guess is to be expected, with long-range missiles, and that has caused casualties, albeit not the kind of substantial casualties that we saw last year. Not so far, but we also saw this kind of Iranian missile strike, akin to a kind of Iranian missile machine gun against multiple Arab countries across the Gulf, here in the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Jordan. Here in the UAE, you showed that image striking of a fire outside of a five-star hotel on the world famous Palm Jumeirah. Clearly, that is a civilian location that has been hit there. Other locations were related to the American bases that the Iranians say they were targeting. So Bahrain, we have video of an actual strike as it landed at the Bahrain port, which is the home to the Fifth Fleet, the US Fifth Fleet. The USS Lincoln, which will most certainly be taking part now off the coast of Iran in this operation, was in port at that Bahrain port just a few weeks ago, and the reaction from the Arab world has been angry towards the Iranians. The Iranians' strategy, Jose, I think, is to try to make this so painful for its neighbors in the Gulf, particularly America's allies and partners, that they contact Washington and say, please stop. In fact, what you've seen is angry responses from Riyadh, from Abu Dhabi here in the UAE, for example, condemning the Iranian strikes, and also reassuring their people, particularly here, here in the UAE, reassuring their people that much of the explosions that we've been hearing all day are interceptions of missiles and drones, that in effect the defences are working. So much is unpredictable at this point. The Strait of Hormuz, many reports say, is effectively closed at this stage simply because of the risk to shipping. And as we've been saying all day, that carries 20% of the world's oil and gas. So a potential real impact on the economy, on gas prices, if this continues through the weekend when the markets open on Monday morning. And I see no sign that this is going to slow down for quite some time, for days, I would suggest.
Joe, thank you very much. Of course, we'll be coming back to you shortly. I want to go down to Tel Aviv. That's where Matt Bradley is, and he's been standing by all night virtually. Matt, you're still in the bunker. There are still defensive operations being carried out in Tel Aviv?
That's right. You know, we'd love to come to you from the Tel Aviv skyline and show you that. But the fact is that every time we're trying to move the camera upstairs and we think about doing that, we hear yet another air raid siren. So we come down here just to play it safe. I mean, this is where you'll find most of the Israeli population at this moment in bunkers. It's not a bunker, it's a safe room. It's called a mamad in Hebrew. It is going to be resistant to most of the concussive blasts that come from the impact of Iranian missiles and from falling debris from those interceptions. The fact is that over the past summer, when we saw huge impacts from the Iranian ballistic missiles, almost everybody who made it into rooms like this one survived. There were a few cases of people who were killed inside safe rooms, but that was because they took basically a direct hit. And when you look at some of the impact sites, as we did last summer, it was really chilling, and you can see how it's really vivid when you're there, how just not being next to the impact of the bomb isn't enough. These are huge ballistic missiles, and they spread destruction for blocks and blocks, which is why being inside these rooms is so essential, even though the odds of being hit are quite low. As such, we haven't actually heard yet of any Israeli casualties from the massive bombardment that we've been enduring here all morning and all day today. We've heard a little bit about one or two injuries, one of them not so far away from here. It doesn't sound like we've heard so far. And again, all of this could change. I could be wrong. We're only seeing this through a peephole. Really, we're only seeing this, through the door of our safe room here. We're not hearing so far that there have really even been that many direct impacts from these Iranian missiles. So far, it looks as though the vast majority of them, just like last summer, have been swatted out of the sky by Israel's air defenses. Now, once again, we're talking about the Iron Dome, and I mentioned this to you a moment ago, Jose. The Iron Dome tends to be used as kind of a catch-all term for all of Israel's missile defense systems. The Iron Dome probably isn't being used all that much right now. The Iron Dome is typically for shorter-range missiles, the improvised missiles that tend to be launched by Hamas and other groups from Gaza, by Hezbollah from neighboring Lebanon. These are low-flying, and they don't leave a lot of time for any response from those on the defensive side. But the bigger systems that tend to intercept things like intercontinental ballistic missiles, which we're not facing. Iran doesn't have those. But anything like a cruise missile that's flying from a much longer distance at a much higher altitude, those are going to be taken care of by the two other systems within the Israeli military, within the Israeli air defense system, David's Sling and the Arrow system. Now, both of these have been used to great effect last summer and were really shown to protect the Israeli population, which is why when you're walking around the streets here, you're not going to see a lot of folks who are panicked. We're seeing people taking selfies in these safe rooms. So far, this is something that Israelis have endured before. They have an extreme level of confidence about their ability to react. And even in the weeks before this attack that finally happened this morning, I didn't hear much from Israeli people saying that they were particularly worried about this, even as the United States compiled one of the largest sets of weaponry that the U.S. has ever projected in a foreign war over the last 2 decades. So, this is, as Keir said, still ongoing. But it looks as though, for the moment, that Israel has managed to endure yet another Iranian counterattack after an Israeli preemptive strike. And if this is all the Iranians have left, well, it doesn't look as though they're going to be able to get one over on the Israelis or on the Americans and their bases in the Gulf.
And Matt, as we're speaking, we have this out of Central Command, that there have been no U.S. casualties as of this hour, with minimal damage to U.S. installations throughout the region. But we do have this from the Israeli Defense Force, and there's some really interesting information. And according to the IDF, this is the largest Israeli military flyover in the history of the Israeli Air Force. Now, I'm going to quote to you what the IDF is putting out at this hour. Since this morning, approximately 200 fighter jets with the direction of IDF intelligence and the Israeli Air Force completed an extensive attack against the missile array and the defense systems of the Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran. This is, I'm continuing to quote, the IDF, the largest military flyover in the history of the Israeli Air Force, conducted following accurate planning and based on high-quality intelligence, while synchronizing hundreds of fighter jets at the same time. The IAF's fighter jets dropped hundreds of munitions, targeting approximately 500 objectives, including aerial defense systems and missile launchers in a number of locations in Iran simultaneously. One of the strikes targeted a site in Tabriz in western Iran. The site was used by the Iranian surface-to-surface missiles unit, from which the unit had planned to launch dozens of missiles toward Israeli civilians. The IAF continues to operate in Iran. Matt, it's probably one of the reasons that folks in Israel have not seen the number of missiles or drones being headed over to Israel, because of this largest military flyover operation in the history of the Israeli Air Force. Matt, stay with us. I want to bring in Kenneth Pollack. He is the Vice President of Policy for the Middle East Institute and a former CIA analyst. It's great seeing you. I thank you for your time today. What are you seeing in what so far we have been reporting?
Yeah, so I think, let me pick up on a point that Matt just made, because I think it's an important one. What we're seeing so far is a series of almost certainly pre-planned Iranian responses. And these were probably set up under the assumption that the United States was going to launch a smaller campaign against Iran. The Trump administration has been engaged in a certain amount of misdirection. We'll find out later how much of this was deliberate, how much of this was a spur of the moment decision on the part of the president. But all the signals that were coming out, it all looked like what the administration was going to do was a much smaller operation targeted against Iranian ballistic missile facilities, nuclear sites, a few other things, but that it wasn't going to be about regime change and it wasn't going to be nearly this big. So what we've seen from the Iranians so far seems to be the response that they planned to that expected smaller American strike. I think in the days ahead, what we're likely to see is Iran trying to do much more damage than this. Whether they're able to is a different question. But this is why what Mr. Trump is undertaking now is such a big gamble. Because if the Iranian regime believes that it is on its last legs, that the United States is actually trying to snuff it out altogether, they have no incentive to hold back. They're going to let loose with everything that they can. They certainly threaten bloody murder all the time. Typically, their threats are way beyond their actual capabilities. But there's some very big issues out there. The Strait of Hormuz right now seems to be closed to tanker vessels. It's unclear when those will be open. Certainly, the Iranians will have every incentive to keep the Strait of Hormuz shut down if they believe the regime is imperiled. And perhaps even more important than that, we know that the Iranians over the last 2 decades have been working very, very hard to develop cyber weapons, including cyber weapons that they could use against the U.S. homeland. Again, in a scenario where the U.S. is threatening regime change, where we are trying to bring down the regime, that's the scenario where you would have to expect that the Iranians would be willing to use those kinds of cyber weapons against the U.S. homeland. Obviously, again, we don't know what they're capable of doing. We don't know how good our own defenses are. That's why, as I said, this is a very big gamble on Mr. Trump's part.
It's also been a gamble that because of the deterioration of Iran's and its proxies, and I'm thinking of the devastation of Hezbollah, Hamas after October the 7th, devastated, but also, for example, its allies and proxies, Iranian ally Russia, that has been receiving so many of the drones that Iran manufactures. They're not able to respond. They certainly weren't able to respond on January 3rd when the United States took out in Venezuela Nicolás Maduro and his wife. They've lost so many proxies and allies in Latin America. Cuba, I think, is probably the last remaining stronghold of Iran proxies in the Americas. But if this is the final breaths of a regime, it seems as though they could be trying to do whatever they can in the time they have left.
Absolutely. But again, the points that you were just making a moment ago are also very important. If there was a moment to try to bring about regime change in Iran through military force, particularly through air power, this was probably as good as it gets. And as you point out, Iran's network of proxies and allies has been really beaten down over the last 3 years. Their Russian and Chinese friends have more or less deserted them. And again, I expect both of them will continue to protest, but we've seen them in action. They're not willing to come to Iran's defense in any of this. In addition, we should recognize Syria, which had also been an important Iranian ally. Yes. It's not just that the Assad regime is gone. It's also that Syria's airspace is wide open. And I'm guessing that most of those Israeli aircraft are transiting Syrian airspace, something that they probably wouldn't be able to do in several years when a new Syrian government starts to rebuild those air assets. So in many, many different ways, this is a great opportunity to do so. But as I said, it's a very big gamble. And both, when you think of a gamble means it's very high payoff, but also very high risk. And what we don't really understand fully is exactly what President Trump is trying to do here, how far he is willing to go, in particular, if the regime doesn't fall quickly. And we should always remember, changing a regime through air power alone has proven extremely difficult historically. Very, very few cases of it succeeding. The closest analogy you could probably come up with is Libya in 2011, where NATO air forces, including the United States, did eventually bring down Gaddafi's regime. But we should remember then there was a huge Libyan protest movement on the ground with large numbers of former Libyan soldiers joining that protest movement. So far, we don't yet see that even in Iran. So again, if this works, it will be huge. And let's remember, the Iranian regime is absolutely odious. Iran will be a better place. The Middle East will be a better place. The world will be a better place without it. It has regularly declared itself an enemy of the United States. It has killed any number of Americans over the years. It would be wonderful to see this regime gone. But again, bringing about the change of regime by air power alone is very difficult. It typically takes a long time. Not clear whether the Trump administration has that kind of staying power. And of course, the last thing we should keep in mind is that this is going to make it very, very difficult to control the circumstances after the fall of the regime, if it does fall. This is the kind of situation where you could end up with chaos or civil war in Iran that in and of itself could then have very serious repercussions for the United States, for our allies. So as I said, very big gamble here, potential huge payoff, but also potentially very serious risks.
You know, Kenneth, that's so interesting. And by the way, I understand we're possibly awaiting some words from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if he does come to the microphones, and we're seeing that podium and microphones that's been set up. If and when he does come out, of course, we will bring you his comments live. But Kenneth, I'm just, you know, thinking back on your, yes, when has there been successful regime change in recent world history where it's just been carried out by air power alone? And it didn't happen in Panama. Well, the United States invaded in 89, 90 to take out Manuel Noriega. They had to have boots on the ground. But there has been a regime change of sorts in Venezuela as early as the 3rd of January, when a military operation took out the person that was the titular head of that regime. And there have been some extraordinarily massive changes since then, but it's just a situation where what exists in the country that can help build something going forward. And I don't think, Kenneth, there's a better place to think when one thinks of the extraordinary history, culture, and contributions of the Persians.
Yeah. So again, we should all hope, if only for the sake of the Iranian people, that there is a change of regime there, because it's very clear that the vast majority of Iranians would like something very, very different. But again, you know, hope is not a strategy. And, you know, we have to recognize that this is likely to prove difficult. You know, your point about Venezuela, I think, is a really apt and interesting one, because what you could also, another scenario we could see in Iran is something somewhat similar, where perhaps we will get rid of this leadership, right? The Israelis, or somebody clearly flattened Ayatollah Khamenei's compound in Tehran. The Israelis are saying that Ayatollah Khamenei was killed in that strike. They're also saying that they killed a number of other very senior Iranian officials. But what's not clear is, even if you kill all of those people, if they have all been successfully killed, that still will bring down the regime. And what you could see are other elements of the regime, in particular Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, that might take over instead. And, you know, what we've seen over the decades is that, you know, Ayatollah Khamenei, again, this is not a nice man, you know, nasty, anti-American, anti-Israeli, anti-Semitic, you know, dictator to his own people, but actually quite restrained, quite prudent even in his decision-making, especially when it comes to attacks on the United States or Israel, etc. Always very, very cautious, much more cautious than the Revolutionary Guard leadership has typically proven to be. And so if what we end up doing is simply killing him, removing him, but the Guard is able to take over in his place, we might actually find ourselves with a nastier, more aggressive, more anti-American regime out there. So as I keep making this point, what President Trump has undertaken now is a very big gamble. It could pay off spectacularly. It could also fail, and it could fail in a whole variety of different ways, or it could simply be replacing one set of problems with another set of problems.
Yeah, it's so many questions, right, Kenneth? And I really appreciate your time and your extraordinary experience. It's so important and beneficial to us all. I thank you very much. I want to bring in NBC News military analyst, Colonel Steve Warren. Colonel, again, you know, speaking with Kenneth about what are the possible outcomes of this massive military activity that's going on in Iran today. What kind of military activity is going on, and what are the major areas or the bases of operation for the United States? Israel, we know as well, but for the United States, with this massive firepower that they've brought to the area with the USS Lincoln, well, I'm sorry, with the Lincoln and with the Gerald Ford, among other carrier groups.
Well, that's right. United States Central Command within the last several hours has published a statement. I think you read a piece of it, but they spoke more about what happened today. They launched attacks from sea, from the air, and from the land. And they also notably mentioned that for the first time ever, American forces used low-cost, one-way drones in part of this attack on Iran. So an expansion of our capabilities, a use of low-cost, one-way drones for the first time, in combat, used by the Americans. We've seen these drones in other places, of course, Ukraine being the most prominent. So we're starting to get a little bit more information from the U.S. government. The president laid out very clearly what he intends to accomplish here, which is the destruction or the obliteration of Iranian nuclear capabilities, the destruction of Iranian missile, long, intermediate, and short-range missile capabilities. Also notably, the destruction of their missile industry. He also, interestingly, mentioned that he wants to destroy the Iranian Navy, which, of course, could be used for things like blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So we've got the list of objectives that the president would like to see accomplished. And we've got now some initial input from United States Central Command on where capabilities are coming from the air, which presumably is either aircraft launched from our 2 aircraft carriers in the region. Also, we do have Air Force assets in the region as well. Central Command has not told us which, both or neither, has been used. We also know that we've used sea-launched Tomahawk missiles, cruise missiles, which can be launched from submarines, from destroyers, from other various assets that we have positioned in the area. So a really interesting use, a great mix of different capabilities and different assets spread throughout the region, Jose.
And we were just hearing from Kristen Welker and others who were saying that initially, and certainly Monica Alba at the White House, saying that the United States believed that these operations could continue for the next foreseeable number of days. Is this something, Colonel, you think could be concluded within just a couple of days?
Well, to accomplish the stated goals, the goals that the president or the objectives that the president laid out in his Truth Social post in the early hours of this morning, will take probably more than several days. That's a significant list. We're talking about striking industrial capability. We're talking about striking missile launch capability, often which is mobile. In addition, we'd have to strike and destroy missile stockpile sites, which can also be hardened, hidden, and or mobile. And of course, to sink the Iranian Navy would be no small feat. So I think to fully accomplish everything that the president listed would take more like weeks, if not even, a dozen weeks or more of sustained, detailed combat operations. Now, whether or not everyone can have a different definition of mission accomplished, right? Do we have to destroy every single missile launcher that Iran possesses, or do we simply want to degrade them down to below 50 or 30 or 10%? That's an open question. So I think it'll largely be a judgment call on when the president and the Pentagon feel that they have degraded these Iranian assets to a degree that they can declare mission accomplished.
You know, it's there are so many variables here and so many question marks, right? The proof of life of the top leadership of the Iranian regime, that the Iranian regime has in the past been very quick to bring when there have been attacks by Israel, the 12-day war, all of these times that Iran has sensed or been attacked by one or other groups, whether it be an official army or, you know, intelligence assets inside Iran. There has yet to be any proof of life of the Iranian regime, about the Iranian regime's top leadership. But if you would, Colonel, the extent of Iran's, for example, missile program and how advanced it is or was until today, and how dangerous it could have been for not only neighbors of Iran, but, you know, going a distance.
Sure. First, to your point about the Iranian leadership, and you know, there are at this point more questions than answers. We've seen neither proof of life nor, frankly, proof of death at this point. So we just don't know. And as Ken Pollack so eloquently described for us, even if some of those leaders are killed, who replaces them could very much impact the way forward. Now, regarding Iranian missile capability, they have what I would classify as relatively advanced capabilities. They have both short, where they have it all, including short, medium, and longer range missiles. They have the ability with some of their systems to strike Europe, specifically Turkey, I would think, is probably as far as they can go. They can certainly range everything within what we would consider, you know, the Middle East. So they have a fairly advanced capabilities. Now, I think it's important to keep in mind that the United States and Israel have been degrading these capabilities really continuously for almost a year now. The Israelis, during their 12-day war last June, that the United States participated in briefly with our own Operation Midnight Hammer. These conflicts have been focused largely on reducing Iran's missile capabilities. So we don't know exactly how much of their capability that we've reduced, but we do know that it has been under continuous pressure now for almost a year. So they have these various capabilities. They had these capabilities stockpiled. They have been expending some of these capabilities. Obviously, again, during that 12-day war, the Iranians fired many, many hundreds of intermediate and longer range missiles at Israel. And since then, so they've expended many and they've had many destroyed. So it's not clear exactly how much they have left. I would assume that the United States and Israeli intelligence services have a fairly good idea of what remains, and they most likely have a fairly good idea of where these capabilities are located. And keep in mind, one last point on this, Jose, with missiles, we have something that I think in the world of analysts and military wonks, we refer to as missile math, right? So you have to have the actual missile, and then you also have to have a launcher, right? And so if we're able to target and reduce the number of launchers, that has an impact, or it means that it doesn't matter how many missiles they have. If they only have a few launchers remaining, then a larger stockpile of missiles won't do them as much good.
Yeah, that's such an important point. And I'm wondering how, when Iran has seen its allies and its proxies essentially become more and more limited, at the same time that they're preparing for and building up their missile program. They've also been supplying drones to the Russians so that the Russians could utilize drones to attack civilians in Ukraine. But they've lost Venezuela. They've lost so many other countries in the Americas. As an ally, I think Cuba is probably the only one in the Americas that is still very much an ally of Iran. As a matter of fact, the foreign minister of Cuba earlier this morning was condemning these attacks against the Iranian regime. But how much of Iran losing its proxies and losing its allies at the same time supplying drones to Russia so they could utilize their drones to kill civilians in Ukraine? How much of that has played and had an impact on how Iran can react now?
Right. So two things there. Number one, there's been a lot of discussion today about why now. A lot of questions about why now. And I think probably the easiest answer, and there are no easy answers to any of this, Jose, let's keep that in mind. But I think the easiest answer is, as you so well described, Iran is at the weakest it's been possibly ever, or during this regime. Right, their allies have either been decapitated, destroyed, or simply fled. Their friends are limited, if any, and their proxies have been degraded and often, killed or eliminated, taken off the board, so to speak. So, with Iran at its weakest, there is opportunity, I think, for intervention to try to topple it over. Now, I think you bring up a fantastic point, and I want to sort of double down on that point. Let's not count the Iranians out just yet. They do have this one-way drone capabilities. They do have production capabilities. While we may have reduced and degraded a lot of their more exotic and sophisticated missile capabilities over the last year, as I just finished describing, we have to keep in mind that they still have some sort of more simple and lower tech capabilities that we can't take our eye off of. Anything from a speedboat packed with explosives to an IED placed by a sympathizer in a different country. They do still have some capability remaining. And I think it's very important for viewers to keep that in mind. We, the United States of America, have had such extraordinary success really this year. Our strikes against Iran during Operation Midnight Hammer to destroy their nuclear weapons, our strikes against Venezuela, or our action against Venezuela to capture Nicolas Maduro, other actions that we've taken around the world, whether it's Nigeria, Syria after an American was killed in an ambush, all of these different strikes that we've taken, we've done them all with precision and with minimal casualties. And that's great news. And we certainly hope that continues with this operation in Iran. But I think it's important to keep in mind that Iran is not ISIS. They are not a terrorist organization or even Hezbollah or Hamas. This is a nation. This is a full-blown nation state with industrial capability, with an economy, with a large military, and they do still retain some capabilities, and we should not forget about that moving forward.
Colonel, thank you very much. I want to right now kind of switch things around because I want to show you some pretty dramatic video of a plane crashing into a building near a U.S. military facility in Bahrain. Let's take a look at this together. Colonel, again, we're just looking at these images together for the first time. It's a flying object. I don't know if it's an airplane or a drone or whatever. I want to bring in actually Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel. It's with us. Richard, thank you. Your perspective and your voice has never been more important. We just saw that video of some thing hitting the building there. It just brings chills. We think in Bahrain, but
it looks very much like a Shahid drone. which carry about 200 pounds of explosive. They fly about 100 miles an hour. They have quite a bit of range. They are Iranian produced. They are used all over Ukraine. They have become a very powerful weapon on battlefields all across the world, and apparently now being used in Bahrain. And you can see what a relatively small, relatively inexpensive piece of equipment to produce. They're only between $10,000 and $50,000 can do in an unprotected downtown civilian area full of glass apartment towers.
Richard, I have been so longing to speak with you. I know that you were just recently, some time ago, in Iran. And so where are you now, and what are you seeing?
So I'm in Tel Aviv right now, and all morning we've been watching this conflict continue to expand. We first heard about it this morning, like everyone else. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning, local time. Heard the air raid sirens. You get an alert on your telephone here telling you that there's a potential threat coming, to prepare to get near a shelter. And at that stage, we all knew that this conflict had begun. And then we learned a short while afterwards that this was a joint U.S.-Israeli military operation targeting Iran. President Trump described how massive it plans to be, that his goal is to overthrow the regime in Iran, but not doing it directly, because with all this military firepower that has been built up around Iran and is now in use, there aren't combat troops, there aren't tanks. President Trump is hoping that he can do so much damage with Israel to the Iranian regime that it just collapses on its own and the people rise up and take the government, or that there is some sort of coup. But what we've been watching over the course of the day is how this conflict has expanded. In the past, when there have been these rounds of fire exchange between Israel and Iran, with the U.S. helping to protect Israel and sometimes participating, it has been limited to those two countries. And this war went regional almost immediately. Within moments of the attack, from the moments of the Iranian response, I should say, it was clear that the Iranians were going to take this to U.S. allies in the Gulf, and we're going to take this to anyone who supports the United States, has U.S. bases, and is therefore considered part of this joint U.S.-Israeli attack against Iran.
And Richard, just thinking of that visit the last visit you had to Iran, where you were speaking to people, and one after the other were showing their actual admiration of the United States and of the American people. And I'm thinking of all of the blood, death, and sacrifice that the Iranian people have had to suffer since 1979, with Masha Amini in 2022, the thousands of people that were just killed in the last couple of months alone as they were taking to the streets of that country asking for change. What is your memory, or what is your thought of the extraordinary Iranian people?
So we'll talk more about the conflict and where it could go and how it's going right now in a second. But I've actually done several trips to Iran recently. So I did the trip I think you're talking about, when I spoke to a lot of Iranians, and I went to an Iranian tech factory, and I was talking to Iranian young people and showing the coffee shops full of people who were trying to live different lives. They no longer wanted to live under the strict Islamic regime, and women were refusing to wear their headscarves in such large numbers that the government was effectively overwhelmed, and it had more or less given up trying to enforce it. That was a couple of months ago. I was just in Iran again a couple of weeks ago, and was there and had an opportunity to meet with Iranians, meet with government officials, and they were focused on these negotiations. And when I was talking to Iranian officials, they told me time and time again, and not just one official. I had lunch with officials, I had coffee with officials. I spent a lot of time with them because I've been to Iran quite a bit over the last year, so I've gotten to know them and develop something of a rapport. They were telling me they wanted to make a deal. They were hopeful that they could make a deal. They were hopeful that this day wouldn't come because they said they wanted to negotiate on the nuclear program and were prepared to make enormous concessions. They said that the more highly enriched uranium that Iran still is believed to possess, Iran has been quite cagey about the location of that. Roughly 1,000 pounds of 60% uranium. One Iranian official suggested they'd be willing to hand it over to Russia or deactivate it. They talked about lowering the level of enrichment to a very tiny level. And they were looking forward to these negotiations and thought that it would be a way to get out of the current crisis and avoid what happened today. People I spoke to on the street, and I went there just after the crackdown. The internet had only just begun to be put back on again, and people were terrified. People for about a month in Iran were completely cut off from the world because when the protests began, the crackdown began, Iran cut off the internet. And by cutting off the internet, it didn't mean that Iranians just couldn't speak to each other. It meant that they had no real contact with the outside world. They couldn't do business. They couldn't exchange currencies because a lot of the currency exchanges were based on the telephone. You would look at what the international rates are. They couldn't trade commodities like gold or silver because they didn't know what the actual prices were on the global market. So the country, when I was there just a short while ago, I found the people frustrated, frightened, economically depressed, looking for change. I found the government very much wanting to do a deal. They seemed to indicate that they were going to show a great deal of flexibility in these negotiations. They wanted to avoid this conflict that we are seeing right now. And they said time and time again, if this conflict does come, it will go regional. And the supreme leader of Iran, whose now fate is not exactly certain, his location is not exactly known, said quite specifically, if there is a war, it will go regional. It will become a regional war. And now that is what we're seeing, the very early days of a conflict that is not just between the United States, Israel,